100 years ago, the world changed, spiritual energy revived, and all living things began to evolve. In the depths of the Atlantic, the king of sea whales devours everything. On the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the immortal Jianmu connects heaven and earth. Across the Alps, the earth titans stride like walking mountains. This is a world ruled by beast tamers, those who forge contracts with spirit beasts and command their might. When Yemo awakened his unique game system talent, everything changed. His pet could gain experience, level up, and evolve through training or battle. He could unlock job classes, skill trees, and rare abilities, turning even a weak cub into a creature that defies the heavens. While others struggle with their beast's limits, Yemo just smiles at his glowing panel. Low potential? I'll grind it. Poor aptitude? I'll job change it. Cross-dire enemies? My bear will flatten them. From a tiny gray spirit bear to creatures that shake the heavens. Yemo walks a path where pets evolve beyond imagination. Until one day, his beasts no longer obey the rules of the world, but rewrite them. North Han City, Spirit Lake District, Back Mountain. As the morning sun rose, a wide path cut through the dense forest. Yemo was walking along this path towards a large gate. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, he looked up at the plaque above, and a line of words came into view. Giant Bear Breeding Base. Finally here. After muttering to himself, the fatigue in Yemo's body was washed away by the excitement and joy in his heart, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. After so many years in this world, he was finally about to contract his first spirit pet and become a true beast master. That's right, this is an extraordinary world. According to the history he had learned, this world suddenly encountered a spiritual energy revival 100 years ago, and the fusion of planes led to the entire blue star rapidly entering an extraordinary era. At that time, whether it was the native humans, flora and fauna, or even the mountains and rivers, they all underwent unprecedented evolution. However, as time passed, humans found that no matter how hard they cultivated and evolved, they could hardly catch up with those blue star creatures that were already incredibly powerful, not to mention the mythical creatures from other worlds, such as true dragons and giants. Therefore, using magic to defeat magic became the best choice. Beast masters, who signed contracts to control spirit pets, instantly became the most mainstream extraordinary system, which has continued to this day. Nowadays, all young men and women in the Yenuan Alliance who are 18 years old can undergo an awakening ceremony to awaken their contract star charts and talents. Then, they can contract spirit pets and become true beast masters. The time he completed his awakening was yesterday, which means he is already a quasi-beast master, only one spirit pet away from becoming a true beast master. At this moment, the gate of the breeding base was opened, and a man who looked to be in his 30s walked out. After being stunned for a moment when he saw him, he said with a smile, "Hey, Yemo, why are you here so early today?" The person who came was Lu Fangcheng, one of the members of the Giant Bear Martial Arts Hall. He would also come to the Giant Bear breeding base to help when he was free. He had a very good relationship with him, or rather, the entire staff of the Giant Bear breeding base and the Martial Arts Hall had a good relationship with him. After all, the owner of the Giant Bear Martial Arts Hall and the boss of the breeding base are the same person, and their surname is Yi. Yes, that person is Yemo's own grandfather. Yemo replied with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, I'm here to contract a spirit pet." Hearing this, Lu Fangcheng showed a look of sudden realization, then patted his head lightly and shook his head with a smile. "I forgot that yesterday was the time for the National Awakening ceremony. You're already a senior in high school, so you must be one of this batch of awakeners. By the way, what star chart did you awaken?" Lu Fangcheng walked over and asked curiously. When everyone awakens their contract star chart, they will awaken various star charts. The number of contract stars contained in the star chart represents the number of stars in the star chart. Currently, the most known is the 9-star chart. The number of contract stars not only represents the quality of the beast master's cultivation talent, but also represents the number of spirit pets that can be contracted. Each contract star can only contract one spirit pet. Once the contract is successful, it cannot be reversed. Once the contracted spirit pet dies, the contract star will also shatter and cannot be restored. Therefore, the number of contract stars is very important to beast masters. After all, with one more pet beast, both strength and potential will be greatly improved. Therefore, some colleges and universities clearly require star charts with a certain number of stars for enrollment. Even if someone awakens an upper-level star chart, that is, a 7-star chart or higher, they can be directly recruited by various universities. Lu Fangcheng himself awakened a 4-star chart, barely reaching the middle-level star chart, but it was already very good for most people. After all, according to statistics, nearly 90% of people awaken star charts with 3 stars or less. Yemo replied directly, I awakened a 6-star chart. For beast masters, summoning spirit pets requires activating their own star chart first, so there is no need to hide it. Of course, compared to the easily exposed contract star chart, everyone's awakened talent is a personal secret. Even schools will not force students to report their talent information. Lu Fancheng also understood this, so he didn't mention talent at all, but continued to sigh, it's actually a 6-star chart, I'm so envious. If I could have awakened a 6-star chart back then, I wouldn't be here. You don't know, back then I. Hearing this, fearing that the other party would start talking for a long time as before, Yemo quickly said, alright, senior brother Lu, I still have to contract a spirit pet. Right now, he just wants to contract a spirit pet as soon as possible and become a beast master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unwilling to even wait for the bus early in the morning and ran here directly. Lu Fangcheng, who still wanted to say something, could only swallow the words he wanted to say and nodded, well, let's go in then. The two followed the gate and skillfully walked towards the giant bear breeding base. As the largest of the 4 spirit pet breeding bases in Spirit Lake District, the giant bear breeding base is quite large. In addition to the small hills at the entrance, the forest in the rear, which covers dozens of square kilometers, belongs to its territory. And the pet beasts living inside can be said to be only one type, that is, the gray spirit bear, which has a race potential of extraordinary level 6, and its evolved forms. Yemo, have you decided which gray spirit bear you want to contract? You're usually at school, so you don't know that many talented cubs have hatched recently. Do you want me to recommend one to you? On the way, facing senior brother Lu's kindness, Yemo shook his head and refused, no need, I've already chosen. Hearing this, Lu Fancheng wanted to persuade him. He knew the gray spirit bear that his junior brother was talking about. Its physique was not strong, and it was clear that its talent was not good. With his junior brother's talent, choosing a more talented one would lead to a smoother future development. But when he thought of the significance of that gray spirit bear to Yemo, he closed his mouth. The scene suddenly became a little quiet. At this time, Yemo and the 2 finally arrived at their destination, the number 3 juvenile area. Surrounded by dense giant trees, on a large patch of grass in the middle that was obviously formed artificially, more than 20 gray spirit bears, each no more than 40 or 50 centimeters long, were playing and frolicking. Not far away, outside the houses with signs such as medical room and testing room, several staff members could be seen busy in their work clothes. One of the staff members was holding a die-hard gray spirit bear cub and walking towards the testing room. Looking at the gray spirit bear cub's desperate attempt to struggle, Yemo couldn't help but laugh. Looking around, under the giant trees on the edge of the grass, several adult dire bears and rock armor bears, each 3 or 4 meters tall, could be seen sitting, and from time to time, some cubs would run towards them. Faced with the gray spirit bear cub's playfulness, the steady rock armor bears would just push them away, while the grumpy dire bears would not indulge them and would directly slap the cubs away. The staff members who saw these scenes were already used to it. The cubs here were all 1 to 2 years old, with thick and sturdy skin. In addition, the dire bears would not use too much force, so there would be no injuries. At this time, the smiling Emo finally saw his target. On a rock on the right side of the grass, a gray-black furred gray spirit bear, more than 40 centimeters long, was sitting quietly, as if contemplating the philosophy of the universe. Han Han. Emo called out the name of the gray spirit bear with a smile on his face. Not far away, the gray spirit bear, who seemed to be deep in thought, opened its eyes and turned its head to look over. After scanning a few times, it confirmed that the person was not carrying anything to eat and did not seem to have anything to do, so it turned back and continued to close its eyes and contemplate. Although his grandfather's early return was a bit of a surprise, his main task now is to contract a pet beast and become a beast master. The target of the contract is Han Han. Although Han Han's body is somewhat inferior to other cubs, as long as it is in his hands, it will definitely become a powerful existence. And what gives him so much confidence is the talent he awakened yesterday. Feeling the talent within his body, Yemo directly activated it. Instantly, a game panel formed by his own talent clearly appeared in his mind. Name, Yemo. Level, 1, Tier 0. Google Search Token. Occupation, none. Star chart, Great Sun 6 star chart. Spirit pet, none. Beast taming skill, none. Talent, gamification. Game functions, exploration, activated, experience, activated, job change, not activated, subsequent functions, display of activation prerequisite functions. Gamification, this was the talent he awakened. Its main ability was to unlock game functions one by one. It was unclear whether the subsequent functions were strong or not, but the two functions currently activated were already very powerful. The exploration function could explore the attributes of all things in extreme detail, but according to the feedback from his talent, if the level difference between him and the exploration target was too large, unless the other party cooperated and a lot of time was spent, there was a high probability that the exploration would not be comprehensive, or even be full of question marks. According to the feedback from his talent, the experience function could allow him and his contracted spirit pet to gain experience. As long as they cultivated and fought, they could gain level experience, thereby increasing their cultivation level, and releasing skills could gain proficiency experience, thereby increasing the skill level, ignoring talent to increase strength. It was too terrifying. It was precisely because of these functions that he was not afraid of Han Han's poor talent. After all, with such a strong ability, even tying it to a dog could surpass a dragon. Muttering, Yemo walked to the edge of the grass, and sat directly next to the stone where Han Han was, looking at it. Being stared at, Han Han opened its eyes and met his gaze. Its dark eyes were unexpectedly spirited, and a confused expression appeared on its face. What's wrong now? After looking for 2 seconds, Han Han looked at the stone it was sitting on. As if suddenly realizing something, it moved to the side, leaving his face on the stone, and gently patted it twice with its small palm to indicate. Looking at this little bear, named by him, witnessing its birth and growth, Yemo chuckled softly. There was of course a reason why he chose Han Han as his first spirit pet. As the future heir of the giant bear breeding base, out of responsibility and obligation, he had to contract a gray spirit bear. This was one reason. Of course, if he really didn't like it, he could refuse. Relying on his grandfather's doting on him, it could be done, but having lived here for more than 10 years since he was a child, how could he not like gray spirit bears? The 2,122 bears in the giant bear breeding base were worthy of being cultivated pet beasts to others, but to him, they were friends and family. And Han Han was even more different. It was born 2 years ago, and its father was Yemo's own father's spirit pet. 10 years ago, the Battle of the Lesser Xing'an Range in northeast China broke out. As the base city near the outbreak point of the war, Beihan City quickly dispatched manpower to provide support. Among them, the giant bear breeding base was one of the supporters. The battle process was unclear. Anyway, after the war ended, his parents' names appeared on the list of martyrs, and all they left behind was the one-armed tyrant bear brought back by his grandfather, the only survivor among his parents' spirit pets. Sighing, Yemo stood up, adjusted his mood, sat on the stone, looked at this little bear he had watched grow up, reached out his hand, and said seriously, Han Han, are you willing to become my family? Sitting blankly, Han Han shook its gray little ears. Without thinking too much, it skillfully stretched out its small bare paw and placed it in Yemo's palm. Gently pinching the small bare paw, Yemo realized that he was too hasty and didn't explain clearly, so he continued seriously, Han Han, are you willing to sign a contract with me and become my spirit pet? After becoming my spirit pet, we will be family, we will not be divided, and I will definitely make you stronger, stronger than your father. Han Han was someone he had watched grow up since he was a child, so he knew very well its desire to become stronger, but its physique was poor, making it difficult to withstand a lot of training, so most of the time it could only be in a daze. Han Han looked at him blankly. Becoming stronger, it understood too well. After all, it had undergone a lot of training to become stronger, but it was precisely because of this that it understood its limit. Restricted by its body, it could not become a strong person at all. But, since it's you, it wouldn't hurt to try. Ayo. Hearing the other party's response, Yemo's mind moved, and he activated the star chart. In an instant, behind and above him, a sun-shaped star chart with a starry sky background, composed of light, appeared, with 6 conspicuous small stars on the light that made up the sun, emitting a dim light. This was his star chart. Yemo closed his eyes, and according to the method taught by the school, he activated the power of the contract star to condense an equal contract. After a moment, only to see a dim star gradually bloom with a bright light. Then, this bright star turned into countless strands of contract light, constantly pouring into Han Han's body, making its gray fur seem to light up. At this moment, Han Han, as the contract target, could clearly feel the meaning of the contract. If it was unwilling, it could easily interrupt the contract, but how could it refuse? The first contract of every beast tamer is always the most time-consuming, but also the most unforgettable. On the grass, most of the playing gray spirit bear cubs stopped their movements, curiously watching the light of the contract. And the several staff members also stopped their work and watched quietly. The newest and fastest novel is on 6-9 book bar first. Several particularly lively gray spirit bear cubs tried to go to the light of the contract, but the tyrant bears and rock armor bears, who were elders under the tree, were already prepared, and picked up those naughty cubs with one hand. 2 or 3 minutes later, the bright light of the contract slowly fell. Yemo and the contract target Han Han could clearly feel the connection between them, and at the same time could vaguely feel each other's thoughts. Whether it was Yemo's joy and determination or Han Han's nervousness and trust, they were directly reflected in the depths of both of their hearts. The distance between the two hearts was shortened a lot. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Lu Fangchang and several staff members all applauded and blessed. Congratulations, from today onwards you are a beast tamer. Congratulations, congratulations. Facing everyone's congratulations, Yemo responded politely, then said something to Han Han, and began to activate the only contract star that had been lit. After contracting with a spirit pet, the spirit pet needs to be put into the contract space for a period of time, in order to change the contract space into the most suitable environment for the spirit pet. Only to see a white light appear on Han Han's body, constantly spreading. After a moment, accompanied by a ripple, the white light shrouded Han Han directly turned into a stream of light, and was taken into the contract star. Is this the contract space? After concentrating his mind, Yemo could clearly feel the current situation of Han Han and the contract space inside that star, as well as the constant surging changes in the internal contract space. That's right, I haven't used exploration yet. Thinking about becoming a beast tamer quickly, I forgot that I could also use the exploration function to check the attributes of my spirit pet. Scratching his head, Yemo, who was idle, activated the exploration function to view the attributes of his spirit pet Han Han. Gray Spirit Bear. Growth level, Metamorphosis level 6, level 66%. Race level, Extraordinary level 6, level 16. Note, race level represents the potential level of the current form, which will increase after evolution. Attribute, Earth. Remember the first website domain name. Profession, Lightning Mage. Job change function not enabled. The most suitable basic profession has been assigned by default. Basic panel. Determines the physical strength of the pet. Life strength, 3. Determines the power of most elemental energy skills. Energy strength, 7. Determines the power of perception and mental consumption skills. Mental strength, 4. Talent, Elementary strength. Skills, Heavy blow, proficient level 99%. Bloodline potential, Monarch level 4, race level of the ultimate form of potential evolution. Evolution, Tyrant Bear, High Elite level 5, Rock Armor Bear, Elite level 7. The order of arrangement represents the recommended evolution order. Job change, not enabled. Lightning Mage skill tree, not learned. Evaluation, a spirit pet with a weak physique and relatively excellent energy talent. His. Seeing the simple and honest attribute panel, Yemo couldn't help but gasp, contributing to global warming. The Monarch level bloodline potential really surprised him. After all, this is closely related to the evolution of spirit pets. Currently, in the Yenuan Alliance, spirit pet evolution is divided into 2 types, potential evolution and special evolution. The former explores one's own bloodline potential to evolve. and transform, while the latter relies on external objects to gamble on luck to transform and evolve. Simply put, potential evolution is like a python with the bloodline of a true dragon. It can evolve into a flood dragon or even a true dragon by exploring the power of its bloodline. Special evolution is like an ordinary python, bathing in the blood essence of a true dragon to transform. If it can successfully evolve and perfectly transform, it will reach the sky in one step, otherwise, failure means death or crippling. Generally speaking, potential evolution costs less, consumes fewer resources, and has a higher success rate, but the upper limit is fixed. Special evolution has a higher upper limit, but requires a large number of precious resources and has a low success rate. Therefore, most beast masters let their spirit pets undergo potential evolution as much as possible. After reaching the point where they cannot improve, they consider special evolution to seek a breakthrough. And Fatty's monarch-level bloodline potential means that it can reach the monarch-level race by relying on bloodline potential evolution. Spirit pet growth level and race level can be divided into 9 major tiers, namely Extraordinary, Elite, High Elite, Overlord, Monarch, Upper Monarch, Legendary Totem, Demigod Totem, and Mythical Totem, which currently does not exist in the entire Yanhuang Alliance. The Beast Master's realm corresponds to Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, King, Top King, Legend, Demigod, and the mythical level that the entire Yanhuang Alliance does not currently have. A pet whose race level reaches the Monarch level is extremely precious even in the entire Yanhuang Alliance. Taking his Linghu district as an example, in the northeastern border area with a population of 800,000, the only monarch-level race pet known on the surface is the Howling Moon Giant Tiger, the main pet of the manager of the Snow Leopard breeding base, one of the 4 major breeding bases, and it was evolved through special evolution by spending a lot of resources. From this, you can know how precious the monarch level is. Even if Fatty's bloodline potential has only reached it now and not the race level, with the detection function, the evolution method is clear, so there is no need to worry about not reaching it. The joy in his heart overflowed on his face, but GMO still had doubts in his mind. According to the Beast Master Association Encyclopedia, the Grey Spirit Bear's bloodline potential is rated as Overlord Level 3, and its evolutionary forms are 2 types, the Tyrant Bear of the High Elite level and the Rock Armor Bear of the Elite level discovered by his grandfather. In addition, the Rock Armor Bear can evolve into the Earth Bear of the Overlord race. The reason why the Grey Spirit Bear's bloodline potential is rated as Overlord Level 3 is because the Earth Bear of the Overlord Level 3 race is currently the highest form of potential evolution for the Grey Spirit Bear. Now, his own spirit pet Fatty's bloodline potential can reach the Monarch level, indicating that there is still room for evolution in the future. I just don't know whether this Monarch level bloodline potential is an individual case born from mutation, or whether all Grey Spirit Bears possess the Monarch level bloodline potential, but it has not been successfully explored. The former is fine, but if it is the latter, then his grandfather's long-held obsession can be fulfilled. Thinking about it, EMO scanned the surrounding little bears with the detection function, and a series of data appeared in his mind, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. They have all reached the Monarch-level bloodline potential. Good, very good. The detection is so powerful. It seems that I have to go to the spirit pet breeding base and the battle arena more often in the future. There are many low-level spirit pets there, and maybe I can discover some spirit pets whose bloodline potential has been underestimated. Okay, isn't it just becoming a beast master? Is it worth being so happy for so long? I just sent a message to Master. After he knew you became a beast master, he told me to ask you to go over quickly. Lu Fancheng, who put away his phone, joked. Although he was even happier than this when he became a beast master, it didn't affect him saying these words. After hearing this, Yemo calmed down and replied happily, okay, then sisterly, Aunt Chang, Aunt Lu's senior brother and I will leave first. The 3 staff members present nodded and responded with a smile. Lu Fancheng shook his head and replied, I won't go. Something just happened at the martial arts hall, so I have to go over first. After entering from the gate, after passing through a forest area along the main road, the juvenile area where they were just now is on both sides. It is usually where 1 to 2-year-old gray spirit bears suitable for novice contracts play. Then, walking further in, there is a row of residential areas, canteens, breeding areas, medical areas, leisure areas, and other houses and buildings. Because there are so many staff members in the breeding base, most of them live directly inside. Walking further in, after passing the training ground, when you see a river, the manor built next to it is the main residential area where his grandfather lives. Pushing open the gate, Emo walked into the manor, followed the road to the bottom of the house, and shouted loudly towards the balcony on the second floor, "Grandpa, I'm here." I saw the window on the second floor being opened, and with a flash of a figure, an old man wearing a black coat, tall, with white hair, bright eyes, and a scar on his face jumped downstairs and stood firmly in front of Emo. The old man's seemingly not strong physique seemed to contain powerful strength, standing there like a mountain, exuding an imposing presence. He is Yemo's grandfather, Yiruetan, one of the only 6 master-level beast masters in the entire Linghu district today. Seeing his grandfather going downstairs so skillfully, Yemo couldn't help but murmur, "Grandpa, can't you come down the stairs? Why do you jump out of the window every time?" Looking at his grandson, Yiruetan's serious face melted instantly, and he said with a smile, "I don't know what other people use windows for, but my windows are used to go downstairs. Otherwise, why would I build my windows so big?" Yemo was speechless. Yiruetan continued, "Let's not talk about this, come, let's go inside and sit down. This time, to celebrate my good grandson becoming a beast master, Grandpa has specially prepared a surprise for you." As he spoke, he pulled Yemo towards the house. "Surprise? What surprise?" With some curiosity, Yemo's heart was calm at the moment. After all, after experiencing so much before, Grandpa's so-called surprise would probably be difficult to excite him. On the contrary, he now has a surprise for Grandpa, and he is curious about Grandpa's reaction later. With a smile, Yemo walked into the house. Inside the living room, Yemo had walked for the better part of the day, and some sweat had broken out on his body. He expertly found the kettle, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. After quenching his thirst, the grandfather and grandson sat down at the small wooden table behind the living room. Opening the curtains allowed the morning sunlight to stream in, warming the entire living room. The small river flowing outside the French windows, along with the lush trees in the distance, created a picturesque scene, full of vibrant life. Remember the domain name of the website where it was first published. "Grandpa, what's the surprise you were talking about?" Yemo asked, shaking his head and smiling, "But I also have a surprise to tell you later." Hearing this, Yiruetan chuckled and said, "You should know that I've been very busy these past few days. That's because I went to Bingdu and spent a lot of time there." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yemo. "Here, take a look. This is what your grandpa has been up to during this time, and it's also a surprise for you." Curious, Yemo reached out and took the paper. After one glance, he was stunned for a moment. The words on the paper were few, but the information they contained was vast. Elemental Ice Spirit, Race Level, Elite Grade 8, Bloodline Potential, Monarch Grade 2, Potential Evolution, Final Form, Frost Lord, Ice Element, Mastery. Violet Spirit Bird, Race Level, High Grade Elite Grade 5, Bloodline Potential, Monarch Grade 3, Potential Evolution, Final Form, Thunderous Violet Eagle, Lightning Element, Mastery. Snow Spirit, Race Level, High Grade Elite Grade 1, Bloodline Potential, Monarch Grade 3, Potential Evolution, Final Form Ice Queen, Ice and Water Elements, Mastery. The content written inside was clearly information on spirit pets with bloodline potential reaching the Monarch level. These are. Although he had some guesses in his heart, Yemo still couldn't quite believe it. Seeing his grandson's expression, Yiruetan replied with satisfaction, "That's right, it's just like you're thinking. The spirit pet information above is what I obtained through connections in Bingdu. They are all existing spirit pet cubs. You can take a look yourself and see which one you like. I'll help you bring it back in a few days. Of course, I'll also buy back the potential evolution methods and resources along with it." Bingdu is currently the only first-tier base city in the northeastern region. Not to mention Monarch-grade potential spirit pets, even high-rank Monarch-grade potential spirit pets exist, so there's no problem. But where did Grandpa get the money to buy a Monarch-grade potential spirit pet, especially to buy its potential evolution methods and resources along with it? Even though the spirit pets listed above have a maximum bloodline potential of only Monarch Grade 4, a complete set for one spirit pet costs at least 30 million. As the only two members of the family currently, even though Yemo was only 18 years old, he was very clear about the family's financial situation. Currently, the family has three main industries. First, a giant bear breeding base. Dozens of gray spirit bear cubs are born each year. As cubs with commander-grade potential, even with discounts for residents of the Spirit Lake District, purchasing a contract still costs over $1 million. The third industry is the Great Earth Construction Company, which is mainly responsible for construction and real estate. It is one of the family's main sources of income. The workers are the rock armor bears from the breeding base. Mastering the power of the earth, they are like fish in water in terms of construction, not only building quickly, but also with considerable building strength and safety. Currently, nearly 80% of the new buildings in the entire Spirit Lake District are built by them, including the city walls in the northeast direction. But even if these three industries are added together, the annual net income, minus the cost of Grandpa's cultivation, is actually not enough to cover expenses. However, Grandpa also has another identity, the Chief Safety Officer of the Spirit Lake District. This is a position that is generally only held by the strongest person in the Spirit Lake District. The main task is to protect the safety of the Spirit Lake District and resist the invasion of foreign beasts from the northeast direction. The Spirit Lake District is a border area, so the money that can be earned from this position every year is not the average amount. Because of these things, their family's annual income is considered very good. Under normal circumstances, waiting a few years, the cost of a monarch potential spirit pet would still be acceptable. However, these are all normal circumstances. Yemo knew very well that last year, in order to carry out a special evolution for his spirit pet, Grandpa spent a huge sum of money to buy various Tier 5 monarch grade resources and 2 Tier 6 high-rank monarch grade resources. In the end, the evolution failed, and he barely saved the spirit pet's life. So, the family currently doesn't have much money at all, or rather, still owes a lot of money. Because of this, Yemo, who was a little confused, asked, "Grandpa, the family doesn't have that much money, right?" Yi Ruetong forced a smile and said, "Money isn't a problem. I communicated with the Bingdu side before and can take out a loan at any time." Yemo said in surprise, "Loan? Why? Besides, Grandpa, if you really want to help me buy a monarch potential spirit pet, you can wait another year or two until the family has money to buy it. There's no need to take out a loan. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. At his age, contracting a monarch potential spirit pet a year or two later wouldn't have much impact on his future. Of course, this was under the premise that he hadn't awakened his talent. As for him now, to be honest, Yemo already looked down on those spirit pets on paper. Not only were they expensive, but their potential wasn't that great either. Now you're saying you want to take out a loan to buy them? That's a complete loss. Yi Ruetong sighed helplessly. How could he not know these things? It was just that he had no choice. Perhaps he shouldn't have gambled last year, but if he didn't gamble, he would never have another chance in the future. Xiaomo, you've also become a beastmaster, so it's time to tell you some things. The reason I'm preparing to take out a loan is because if I don't take it out now, I might not be able to get it in a year or two. If I still want to buy it for you at that time, I don't know how much later it will be." Faced with Grandpa's serious expression, Yemo was stunned. How could he not be able to get a loan? Although the family was in debt, with the income of the construction company and the identity of the chief safety officer of the district, it shouldn't be impossible to get a loan. Yi Ruetong explained seriously, "You should know about the snow leopard breeding base. Ever since that old man Lu from their family died in battle 10 years ago, Lu Jirom, who has now inherited the position, has always had a very bad relationship with us. And 2 years ago, he got a special evolution resource and carried out a special evolution for his main pet, and he succeeded. You should know about this, right?" Yemo nodded. This matter caused a great sensation at the time. At that time, the students at school were discussing this every day. Yi Ruetong continued, "It's not clear where he got that resource, but there's no doubt that he's very short of money. And in our Spirit Lake District, the fastest way for him to make a lot of money with his identity is to become our chief safety officer of the Spirit Lake District." Ah! Hearing this, anyone who didn't understand would really be stupid. Yi-Mo said eagerly, that is to say, he wants to challenge Grandpa's position. Yi Ruetong nodded and said, that's right. He already took action last year, and he himself is the manager of the spirit pet breeding base. In terms of other conditions, my advantages aren't great. In the end, I'll probably still have to fight him to decide this position. And his Howling Moon Giant Tiger, although its race level is Monarch Grade 2, even the weakest Monarch race is still a Monarch, and its talent is naturally stronger than that of lower races. Even if I'm not optimistic that his spirit pet can break through to the Monarch level, there's no problem in breaking through to the Commander High stage within the next year or two. When the time comes, I'll probably lose. After hearing this, Yi-Mo thought carefully in his heart and felt that this was indeed the case. His grandfather currently only has 3 living spirit pets. The one with the highest level failed to evolve last year and is still recovering, while the other 2 have too low a race level. It really won't work if they fight. However, Yi-Mo raised his head, looked at the other party with bright eyes, and said, Grandpa, maybe I have a way. Ha! Hearing his grandson's words, Yi Ruetong's first reaction was disbelief. What could a beastmaster who had just contracted a spirit pet possibly do? However, since it was his grandson, he still replied, what method? Let's make it clear first, don't use any crooked methods. Losing a battle is just losing a battle. I won't agree to anything else. Seeing this, how could Yi-Mo not know that his grandfather was thinking in the wrong direction? He quickly said, Grandfather, what are you thinking? The method I'm talking about is my talent. Talent? Taiwan Novel Network. Yes, it's my talent. I just awakened it yesterday. It allows me to discern the bloodline potential of pet beasts and find their evolution methods. Boom! A powerful mental force surged from Yi Ruetong's body, as if the air in the entire manor had been frozen. Then, realizing that this was his home and that there was no one else within the range of his mental force, the mental force slowly retracted, and the air seemed to begin to flow again. Really? A somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Really? A young and affirmative voice replied. Yi Ruetong's eyes had never been so bright at this moment. If it was true, then the significance would be too great. Good. 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 Xiao-Mo, your talent shouldn't be exposed, right? Yi-Mo shook his head and replied, no, I only told you. He wasn't stupid. Exposing the ability to investigate to his grandfather was because this was his grandfather. After 18 years of being together, the blood connection meant that if he couldn't even trust his grandfather, his only family member, then who else could he trust in the future? After pondering for a moment, Yi Ruetong said seriously, I'm not clear on the extent of your talent yet, but it absolutely cannot be exposed. The alliance today may seem bright and dazzling on the surface, but there is no shortage of darkness and filth underneath. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved from the western region to here 30 years ago. Speaking of the end, his tone became somewhat emotional. Okay. After Yi-Mo nodded, he seized the time and said, then let's try out my talent first and find the evolution method. Yi Ruetong nodded heavily, looked at him, and said, okay, what exactly do we need to do? Seeming to remember something, he asked anxiously, by the way, will the bloodline potential of my spirit pets have already reached their limit? If they have reached their limit, then. If the bloodline potential reached its limit, he could only seek special evolution to break through, but he definitely didn't have the money required for special evolution, even if he took out a loan. After thinking, Yi-Mo replied, don't worry, grandfather. I saw it when I contracted them. Our family's gray spirit bear has a bloodline potential that reaches the Monarch 4th level. It definitely has an evolved form. As for how to test it, you just need to release the spirit pet then. Hearing this, Yi Ruetong's heart finally relaxed a lot. He grabbed his grandson and quickly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Looking at his grandfather's impatient look, Yi-Mo smiled and walked out of the living room. To the right of the manor, there was a large open space next to the river. Arriving here, Yi-Mo said seriously, let's do it here, grandfather. Summon Tyrant and Rock Lord. Tyrant and Rock Lord were the names of his grandfather's 2 spirit pets. The former was a tyrant bear with outstanding comprehension, but unfortunately, due to the limitations of its race level, its strength could only barely keep up with the other spirit pets. The latter was the Earth Bear, the evolved form of the rock armor bear, and also one of only 3 Earth Bears in the current giant bear breeding base. There was also a spirit pet that Yi-Mo didn't ask his grandfather to summon for the time being due to injury. Yi Ruitan nodded lightly and activated the star chart. Behind him, a huge fiery 7-star chart appeared, with the 3 brightest contract stars shining, presenting a light purple, earth yellow, and blood red glow due to the attributes of the spirit pets inside. The other 4 contract stars were already broken, like gravel, dim and chaotic, which meant that the contracted spirit pets had died. At this moment, the brightest light purple star and earth yellow star lit up again. In the next moment, 2 behemoths crashed onto the grass. Their ferocious and terrifying appearance only brought closeness to Yi-Mo. Standing to the left of his grandfather was the tyrant bear named Tyrant, which stood 4 meters tall. The gray-black fur couldn't hide the power contained within its body, and a strand of purple hair on the top of its forehead was its most obvious feature. On the right was the earth bear named Rock Lord, who commanded the race. He was 6 meters tall, and his thick, mostly brownish-yellow fur made him look extremely strong, and the orange crystals surrounding him were proof of his earth power. Under the expectant gaze of Yi Ruitan on the side, the information from the investigation appeared in Yi-Mo's mind. Detection target's strength is too high, unable to investigate. The newest and most complete novels are at 6_9_shu_ba.com. Detection target is in a defenseless state, investigating now. 1%. 1.1%. 99.9%. 100%. Investigation complete. It took more than 10 minutes to finally investigate Rock Lord's information. This was because the other party relaxed their mind and was in a defenseless state, otherwise, not to mention more than 10 minutes, he probably wouldn't be able to investigate it even in a lifetime. Earth Bear. Growth level, Commander 3rd level, 43. Race level, Commander 3rd level, 43. Attribute, Earth. Life strength, 490. Energy strength, 410. Mental strength, 300. Talents, high-level endurance, high-level strength, high-level energy resistance, mid-level life. Skills, Earth manipulation. Total of 1 transcendent skill, 3 high-level skills, 4 mid-level skills. Special evolution, Mountain Giant Bear. Bloodline potential, reached its limit, unable to evolve potential. Evaluation, exhausted bloodline potential due to evolving into other forms. After reading the panel, Yi-Mo was somewhat disappointed. There was actually this kind of situation. The Earth Bear's bloodline potential had reached its limit, and it couldn't evolve potential. Although there was still the path of special evolution, it was clearly not suitable for their current situation. Looking at Yi Ruitan's expectant gaze not far away, Yi-Mo shook his head and said, "The Earth Bear is already a form that has reached its bloodline limit. Let me take a look at Tyrant." Hearing this, Yi Ruitan's heart instantly tensed up. Although his grandson said that the Grey Spirit Bear possessed monarch-level bloodline potential, if the path of excavating bloodline potential went astray, the upper limit would definitely be much lower. Now the Earth Bear was in this situation, would the Tyrant Bear also be an evolution that took the wrong path? Unlike his grandfather's inner tension and worry, Yi-Mo only had anticipation. When he investigated his own spirit pet's attributes before, the first recommendation in evolution was the Tyrant Bear, so the Tyrant Bear's evolution route was definitely the most correct, without a doubt. Now he was just curious about what the final form of the evolution was, and how exactly it needed to evolve. Especially the latter, after all, his grandfather had been researching the evolution route of the Tyrant Bear for decades. As time passed, another 10 minutes or so disappeared. The attribute panel from the Tyrant Bear entered his mind. Sure enough, his guess was not wrong. The Tyrant Bear was indeed on the correct evolution route and possessed a new evolved form. Berserk Bear. Growth level, Commander level 4, level 44. Race level, High level Elite level 5, level 35. Attribute, Lightning. Life strength, 450. Energy strength, 330. Mental strength, 220. Talents, high-level strength, intermediate energy enhancement, intermediate energy resistance. Skills, high-level berserk, lightning palm, ice soul palm, wind gathering claw. Total of 9 high-level skills, 16 intermediate-level skills, and 10 beginner-level skills. Evolution, Azure Glow Giant Bear, Monarch Level 4. Bloodline potential, Monarch Level 4. Evaluation, a spirit pet that broke its limits once, with outstanding comprehension, successfully breaking through its own race-level restrictions. As expected of Grandpa's spirit pet with the most outstanding comprehension, it's a pity its race level is too low. Shaking his head, Emo focused his attention on the new form, the Azure Glow Giant Bear, displayed in the evolution column, and then used the exploration function to check the methods and requirements for evolving into the Azure Glow Giant Bear. Azure Glow Giant Bear Evolution Requirements. Requirements: growth level above level 30, mastery of perfect level high level berserk, mastery of proficient level high level lightning and fire skills. Method: when in the best condition, activate perfect level berserk and feel the power of fire and lightning within your body. Note: you can prepare more lightning and fire energy crystals during evolution. The evolution conditions are actually like this. Emo was a little surprised looking at the display content. For pet beasts, their talents and skills can be divided into beginner, intermediate, high, super, king, legendary, and mythical according to their power and amplification. In the Azure Glow Giant Bear evolution requirements, it is clearly required to have perfect level high level berserk, which is not easy to achieve. After understanding everything, Emo directly told Grandpa the evolution requirements. After listening to everything, Ruetan showed a sudden realization, finally understanding why he had not been able to find this evolution path for so many years. So it requires perfect level berserk, so that's how it is. As the only race skill awakened during the Berserk Bear stage, Berserk has been cultivated to the proficient level for so many years because it is too useless and dangerous, and he has never practiced it again. After all, although berserking can increase the body strength and energy intensity of the Berserk Bear, it will lose its mind, so this skill is not only useless in combat, but also causes a lot of damage. How could he spend a lot of energy to cultivate such a useless and harmful skill? You must know that cultivating a skill to the perfect level is more difficult than imagined, and all of them require enough talent, a lot of time, and a little luck. What's more, this skill is a high-level skill, making it even more difficult. After letting out a sigh of relief, Ruetan walked over, patted his grandson on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "I will go and train Tyrant's berserk skills specifically later. In addition, those berserk bears in our breeding base also need to start training this skill." In the past, because they were afraid that the berserk bears would destroy the house when they went berserk, all the berserk bears in the base were told not to actively activate berserk. Now, even if they destroy the house, they have to train this skill. After all, it is related to evolution. With the number of high-level elite berserk bears in his breeding base, if they all evolve, if only 1/5 of them evolve, then he will no longer be restricted to the Spirit Lake area due to threats in the future. However, this is another big expense. Although he muttered this, the smile on Ruetan's face did not stop. By the way, Xiaomo, I have already prepared the resources for cultivating the pet beast, Han Han. I didn't prepare too much. They are all placed in the small house with a yard by the clear Spirit Lake. The location there is very good and suitable for you to train. You can move there to live in the future. In addition, I have also given you a sum of money. Buy whatever you need yourself, but you can talk to me first if you want to buy some rare resources, so you don't get scammed. You must remember to keep your talent secret. Never reveal it. If it is really exposed, remember to contact me immediately, but don't worry too much, I'll take care of everything. Besides these, is there anything else you want? Facing Grandpa's instructions, Emo nodded one by one. When he heard that there was anything else he wanted, after thinking for a moment, didn't he still have a job transfer function that hasn't been activated yet? I remember that activation requires enough energy. Forget it, open it and take a look. Opening the panel, Emo found the job transfer function and checked it. Job transfer function. Status, inactive. Activation requirements, absorb tier 3 and above energy. Activation status, 0%. It turned out to be Tier 3 energy. Doesn't that mean it requires Tier 3 energy crystals? Here, low-level energy crystals are mostly produced in mines, but high-level energy crystals mostly come from extraordinary creatures. The newest and fastest novels are on 69shu.com. Any extraordinary creature that gathers great power for itself can dig out spirit crystals of the same level after death, including spirit pets, alien races, monsters, and even humans who previously took other extraordinary routes. The location of the Tier 3 spirit crystal is just right. The highest natural spirit crystal mine is Tier 3, so the price is not that outrageous. Currently, the market price of a Tier 3 spirit crystal is around 10,000, but it is not clear how many spirit crystals it will take to activate it. It would be good if there are fewer, but if there are too many, there is no way. After thinking about it, Guillermo said to Grandpa, "Grandpa, my talent needs some Tier 3 energy crystals, do you have any there?" Yi Ruitong didn't ask much, directly opened the contract space, and took out more than a dozen energy crystals of different colors from it. "I only have these Tier 3 spirit crystals on me. Tell me if it's not enough. I can't get too many in a short time, but 100 or so is no problem." Guillermo nodded, took the spirit crystals and felt them for a while, and found that absorbing these spirit crystals required concentration, so he planned to wait until he got home to do it. "Then I'm leaving, Grandpa." After saying goodbye to Grandpa, the two of them separated. Yi Ruitong prepared to go to the depths of the base to train his skills and prepare for future development. Guillermo took a backpack from the house, carried the spirit crystals, left the breeding base, and took the bus to return to the town. Along the way, the bus drove quickly along the route, and soon arrived at Baishi Road Station. He got off the bus and followed the crowd towards the house Grandpa mentioned. Walking through street after street, the shops on both sides were very prosperous. After turning a corner, the famous Clear Spirit Lake came into view on the left side of the road. As the largest and only lake in the Spirit Lake area, there are many monsters in the Clear Spirit Lake, but most of them are low in strength and gentle in nature. Otherwise, there would not be so many buildings on both sides of the Clear Spirit Lake. Walking slowly along the lake, Guillermo arrived at his destination before long. This is a 3-story small house with a yard, where the yard area is obviously much larger than the house. But this is also good. If a person lives alone, the house is too big and uncomfortable. Hurry up and go in, there will be a lot to do later. Thinking that he would first have to try how much energy it would take to activate his job transfer function, and then see how efficient the experience function would be if Han cultivated on his own, and then let the spirit pet learn professional skills, etc. There really is a lot to do. Guillermo shook his head, didn't think about it any further, directly opened the yard gate and walked in. After entering the courtyard, Guillermo found it to be quite clean, obviously having been tidied up not long ago. Seeing this, his mood couldn't help but improve. Although he could clean up himself, it was of course better to save some time. The last time he came to this house was a few years ago when he was in junior high school, so it felt somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar. Following the stairs, Guillermo couldn't wait to carry his backpack to the living room on the second floor, casually finding a spot to sit cross-legged. Then he opened his backpack, took out a piece of ice blue Tier 3 spirit crystal, activated his talent, and concentrated on absorbing it. Blue energy continuously poured out from the spirit crystal, and upon touching his body, it directly disappeared, being absorbed into his talent. In Guillermo's mind, the value of the activation status bar representing the job change function was constantly increasing. 1%, 3%, 5%, 15%. When the value reached 15%, the ice blue spirit crystal in his hand instantly turned into dust and then dissipated into the air. One Tier 3 spirit crystal can provide 16% of the charge, so wouldn't 7 be enough? Looking at the remaining 14 Tier 3 spirit crystals in his backpack, Guillermo nodded secretly. It seemed he would be able to successfully activate it today. Next, as time passed, the spirit crystals in the backpack were absorbed one by one, and the activation level gradually increased. Contrary to expectations, after absorbing 7 spirit crystals, the activation level only reached 89%. The energy contained in those Tier 3 spirit crystals was different. the most potent one could provide 18% of the charge, but most were around 11 or 12%. Holding the 8th orange spirit crystal in his hand, Emo took a deep breath and began to absorb it. This should be the last one. With the continuous influx and absorption of energy, after reaching a certain point, the activation level finally reached 100%. Instantly, the message of talent activation appeared in his mind. Job change function activated. Display subsequent inactive functions. Checking that the target has no profession, starting to grant a profession. Grant a profession? What profession? Filled with doubt, Emo didn't have time to think much before he felt the blood in his body constantly surging, a burning sensation appearing on his skin, his heart beating constantly, and his mental power constantly expanding, as if something was about to come out. This feeling? The familiar feeling appeared on him again, the last time being yesterday's talent awakening ceremony. Boom! Along with the vibration of the spiritual world, the mental power and vitality in his body constantly intertwined, eventually erupting with an icy aura, followed by a star map forming in his mind. At the same time, this star map was projected from his mind and appeared behind him. It was a waning moon star map with 6 stars, the icy aura emanating from it flickering intermittently. This is the second star map? At this moment, Emo still hadn't recovered, and after careful consideration, he could only guess that it should be related to the newly activated job change function. Never mind, when in doubt, explore first. After displaying his game panel, Emo finally understood what had happened. Among them, his profession slot had changed from empty to beast tamer, and a new star map, the Frost Moon 6 star map, had appeared in the star map section. This was awakened by his profession. It could only be said that the job change function was too reliable. Afraid that he would become a beast tamer without a contracted star map, it directly helped him awaken one. Although he didn't awaken a new talent, a brand new star map, which could contract 6 more spirit pets, was enough. As for the function bar, game functions, exploration, activated, experience, activated, job change, activated, subprofession, inactive, subsequent functions. Is the next function a subprofession? Touching his chin, Emo pondered, then checked the details. Activation requirements, level 20 or above, 1 tier 5 spirit crystal, absorb enough tier 4 and above energy. Activation status, 0%. Hiss, the requirements are a bit high. After energy crystals reach tier 4, the price skyrockets. Each tier 4 spirit crystal costs around $1 million, let alone a tier 5 spirit crystal, which starts at tens of millions and is the kind that is priceless. Compared to these, reaching level 20 and becoming an intermediate beast tamer is much simpler. Alas, poor Emo sighed. In the end, it was still a matter of not having money. This was only the second function that needed to be activated. It was hard to imagine what things would be needed to activate subsequent functions. It's still better to improve strength. With strong strength, you have everything. But for now, let's see how the job change function works. Opening the panel, Emo checked the attributes of the spirit pet, Silly. Only to see that in the job change column, an extra line of data had appeared. Job change, Lightning Elementalist, blue grade profession, Bloodlust Berserker, green grade, Fistao Warrior, blue grade. The job change function allows his spirit pet to change jobs, but each spirit pet has different job options due to its own differences. Silly was like this. The professions that suited it were these 3 shown. Emo concentrated his mind and checked the information on these 3 job changes. He immediately understood that the blue grade indicated the profession's strength. They were divided into 9 grades according to color: white, green, blue, purple, light orange, dark orange, red, black, and gold, corresponding to the pet's race level 1 by 1. And this blue grade corresponds to the high-level elite race. Of course, just like spirit pets, there are strengths and weaknesses in the same tier race level. The same goes for professions. Among these 3 professions, according to the information given, the strongest should be the Fistao Warrior, which is the best of the blue grade professions. If divided according to 1 to 9 grades, it is at least at the level of 7 or 8. However, looking at the last message in the Lightning Elementalist, it was the prerequisite profession for the light orange lightning tyrant. He felt that this was better. Light orange represented the monarch grade. The other two are a prerequisite profession for the blue-grade Blood Knight and a prerequisite profession for the purple Martial Dao Master. Compared to this light orange profession, there is still a big difference. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack books uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. After thinking about it, Emo calmed down and prepared for the follow-up work. To change jobs to Lightning Elementalist, Silly needs to break through level 10 and use a Tier 2 Lightning Energy Crystal. After the job change, the second job change, according to the information, will be available after level 20. In other words, as long as the resources are sufficient, once Silly's growth level reaches the elite level, it can have a profession comparable to the monarch race. Calming the excitement in his heart, Emo packed up his items, went downstairs, and came to the courtyard. In his mind, the star and the Great Sun's 6-star map that contracted Silly had been transformed, and the contract space had been stabilized. It was time to improve Silly's strength. With a thought, the contracted star lit up. Come out! A white light lit up in front of him, and with a ripple, the figure of the gray spirit bear, Silly, appeared. At this time, Silly, who had just been summoned from the contract space, was sitting on the ground, his eyes dazed, as if he hadn't reacted. After waiting for a moment, its spirit perked up, it shook its round little ears, and quickly scanned around. After seeing Emo, Silly relaxed and slowly crawled towards the other party's position, looking at the other party with puzzled eyes. Why did you call me out? This time I called you out to help you improve your strength, Emo replied. After becoming a beast tamer, each beast tamer will awaken a beast taming skill with the improvement of strength. The zero-order apprentice beast tamer awakens the telepathy. The most basic telepathy allows the beast tamer and his spirit pet to more clearly understand each other's words and thoughts, which is the case with him and Emo now. Looking at Silly approaching, Emo smiled, skillfully stroking the other party's soft gray-black fur, and by the way, rubbing the other party's bare head. Touch it, comfortable. Touch it again, really comfortable. Right, what was I going to do? Finally touch it, too comfortable. Finally, the gray spirit bear, Silly, who was being held, showed a look of doubting life. Is this what the master said about becoming stronger? After insisting on cultivation for more than a year, it suddenly felt for the first time that giving up on becoming stronger was not unacceptable. Returning from the soft world, Emo looked at Silly, who was showing an expression of giving up on life, and smiled awkwardly. Cough, Silly, you have now become my pet, and next I will do my best to improve your strength. Silly, who escaped from the cage, quickly shook its body, shook its gray-black fur, and then looked up at the master seriously. Becoming stronger, improving strength, is what it is most interested in. Emo stood up. Let's first teach it a few skills. Open Silly's attribute panel, and check the Lightning Mage skill tree. As expected of a basic profession, it's called a skill tree, but this tree is a stick, right? The Lightning Mage's skill tree is very simple, just a long strip with a total of 5 skills. The learning requirements are very low. As long as the level is reached, you can learn it. Among these skills, there are 3 beginner skills and 2 intermediate skills, which is already very good. After all, Silly really only has 2 skills, 1 talent beginner strength, 1 beginner skill strike. According to his understanding of the gray spirit bear, before evolution, it seems that there are only these skills. If you want other skills, you can only go to learn. How miserable. Don't think so much, Emo directly said. Silly, I will first teach you to learn a beginner skill, discharge. Discharge? What kind of skill is this? How are you going to teach it? Silly, the gray spirit bear, had a small head full of confusion. Shouldn't we train first? Learning skills is too difficult. It didn't spend less time learning skills from the elders, but time was spent, and it didn't even learn a hair of the skill. Thinking, Silly looked at the master with suspicious eyes. It's not that it doesn't believe in the master, but no one understands the difficulty of learning skills more than it does. Faced with the suspicion of his pet, Emo didn't care, because things would be different later. He opened the skill tree and activated the first skill, the elementary skill Electric Discharge. The simple and honest gray spirit bear, who was sitting down, emitted a white light. At the same time, a vague method of releasing the skill appeared in its mind. Following the memory, Hanin stretched out its small palm, and with a thought, blue-purple lightning emerged from its palm. This the skill electric discharge that the master mentioned? Did I learn a skill? Looking at the other party's unbelievable expression, Emo laughed. Next, let's light up the other 2 skills that can be learned. The 5 skills in the skill tree are: Elementary Electric Discharge learned at level 1, Elementary Lightning Energy Enhancement learned at level 3, Elementary Energy Storage learned at level 5, Intermediate Energy Reserve learned at level 7, and Intermediate Lightning Ball learned at level 9. Currently, Hanin is at level 6 and can learn the first 3. With that thought, Emo activated Lightning Energy Enhancement and Energy Storage. A white light flashed, and the stunned Hanin hadn't recovered from the previous event when it learned another skill, Energy Storage, and lightning energy surged through its body. If you open the attribute panel, you can see that a Elementary Lightning Energy Enhancement has been added to Hanin's talent column, fundamentally improving its strength. I learned a skill again? Is this how skills are taught? I don't understand the difficulty of learning skills at all, my master understands best. In a short period, Grey Spirit Bear Hanin's heart went from doubt to shock to admiration. Looking at the other party's excited appearance, Emo prepared to try the experience function. Let's start with proficiency. Looking at the heavy blow skill, which had a proficiency level of 99%, he directly said, Hanin, let's improve the skill level now. First, release heavy blow towards the ground. If nothing goes wrong, it should break through. Along with Emo's words, Hanin understood its meaning through the other party's telepathy and came to the middle of the yard with some doubt. Breakthrough by releasing heavy blow towards the ground? That's impossible, right? As it's only mastered active skill before, it had already improved heavy blow to a certain level through training, and none of its peers could compare to it. However, after encountering a bottleneck 3 months ago, it could no longer improve, no matter how hard it tried. Stretching out its bare paw, Hanin looked at the ground and shouted to the side, Ayo, Ayo. Just release the skill so simply? Emo nodded and replied, just release it as you usually train. Same as usual? How could it break through then? Could it be that the master was wrong and it actually needs to continuously release the skill towards the ground until exhausted? Yes, that must be it, breakthrough through continuous effort. Ayo, Ayo, Ayo. The energetic Hanin shouted a few times, ready to release the skill continuously in one breath. Powerful life force surged into its palm, and then it heavily slammed onto the ground with its right paw, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, power surged on its left palm, preparing to release the second heavy blow. Just then, Emo looked at the heavy blow that had a proficiency level of 1% and interrupted, That's enough, your skill has already broken through. Ha? Breakthrough? Hanin, who retracted its power, was full of confusion. How did it break through? That's impossible, right? With doubt, it mobilized its power and released heavy blow again. Feeling the heavy blow that was more powerful and smoother than before, Hanin's eyes widened. After speaking, looking at the walls on both sides of the yard, he continued, Also, remember not to use the walls for training, just train on the ground for now. I'll buy you a training board next time. After listening, Hanin found a good spot and prepared to train. Since it gained 2 new skills, it will train both 200 times. With high morale, it couldn't wait to start training. Afterward, blue-purple lightning could be seen flashing from time to time. After arranging his pet, Emo breathed a sigh of relief. Next was himself. He should sort out his things first. Walking into the house, it didn't take long to find the cultivation resources that Grandpa mentioned. Most of them were Grey Spirit Bear Level 1 cultivation potions and nutritional potions developed by their giant bear breeding base. With these, Hanin would grow faster. Besides Hanin's cultivation resources, there were also some for him as a beastmaster, mostly tonics and recovery items, and very few for cultivation. This was related to the beastmaster level improvement. As everyone knows, there are 2 main points for beastmaster level improvement. One is cultivation, relying on oneself to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly cultivate. This point doesn't get much faster even with good cultivation talent, it's too slow. The other point is to improve the level of the pet. As a beastmaster, one can get feedback to improve one's own cultivation. As long as the pet cultivates fast, the beastmaster can also take off. Like when he contracted the level 6 Hanin, he got feedback and directly improved from level 1 to level 4. If he cultivated by himself, who knows how many days it would take. Noon. Yimo and Grey Spirit Bear Hanin sat opposite each other after lunch. Because of the nutritional potions, even after training all morning, continuously releasing electric discharge and energy storage, Hanin's physical condition was still perfect at the moment. Both internal energy and physical strength were sufficient, and even mental fatigue dissipated greatly under the effect of the cultivation potion. It can only be said that it's good to have money. Looking at the perfect state Hanin, who was full and ready to go back to training, Yimo called out, "Don't train for now, just practice the skills when you have time later. I'll take you to experience battles with other pets later." After a morning of training, Hanin's various attributes have been greatly improved. First of all, in terms of level, it has increased from level 66% to level 666%. The proficiency level of the elementary skill energy storage has increased to novice 82%. The mainly cultivated elementary skill electric discharge has increased to skilled level 22%, which can be said to be a rapid improvement. Although the growth rate will greatly increase after contracting a pet, it is absolutely impossible to be so outrageous. It mainly relies on the experience function. According to the current growth rate, it is expected to reach level 7 today, and it will definitely arrive tomorrow if it is slower. It feels that the first job change at level 10 is not far away. In terms of skills, it may be because the skills are all elementary, so the improvement speed is faster. It is estimated that the prioritized electric discharge will reach the proficient level in about 2 days. The improvement is so fast that he doesn't even want to go out. With that thought, Yimo shook his head. He still had to test how much level experience and proficiency experience would increase in battle. However, Hanin's first battle should preferably be a win. If it loses, it would be bad if it becomes afraid of battle. But where to find an opponent that is sure to win? Looking at the Grey Spirit Bear Hanin, who was touching its belly after eating its fill, Yimo's gaze turned to the direction of the yard gate, and his eyes lit up. Got it, let's choose that for the first battle. Noon, the sun blazed high. On the shore of Clear Spirit Lake, outside a small pavilion built along the edge, a person and a bear sat on the ground. Watching the weather get hotter and hotter, Yimo, holding a fishing rod, suddenly felt a bit foolish. He had thought about finding a suitable opponent for Han Han, and he immediately thought of the fish in Clear Spirit Lake. As the most famous and only lake in the Clear Spirit District, the lake was home to a large number of demon beasts, but most of them were weak and gentle, perfect opponents for Han Han right now. So he brought his own fishing rod to see if any destined fish would take the bait. However, it had been almost an hour since he arrived, and Han Han had already sat down to rest from its own training, but not a single fish had taken the bait. What kind of lake is this? There aren't even any fish. Yimo muttered softly, feeling somewhat helpless looking at the hot weather and his lack of success. Nearby, Han Han, who was sitting down, heard this, glanced at the lake surface, stood up, walked over, raised its bare paw, and released the discharge skill towards the lake surface. The skilled level discharge could reach 1 meter away from itself. Thus, in Yimo's puzzled gaze, the blue-purple lightning struck the nearest part of the lake surface, and then 2 spirit green fish, about 30 to 40 centimeters long in level 1 and 2, floated to the surface, their occasional twitching bodies indicating they were still alive. Ah, this. Looking at Han Han's casual strike, Yimo looked at his own motionless fishing rod. I'm not fishing anymore. After putting away the fishing rod, Yimo patted Han Han, who had run over asking for praise, and then began to check its experience. That should count as a battle, right? Level 672%. It actually gained experience, it was 71% before. It's just not clear how much of that 1% is real. After all, Han Han had been training for a while at 71% experience before. This 1% could be a full 1%, or it could be 0.1%. It seems that we still need a real battle. Yimo, are you here too? A familiar voice came from the side. Yimo turned his head and saw a boy about his age walking over with an ice wolf. Lin Xiang, why are you here? Yimo looked at him and asked in confusion. The other party was his classmate and a friend he had grown up with, the young master of the Ice Wolf breeding base in the Clear Spirit district. His home was a bit far from Clear Spirit Lake, so he wouldn't normally come here. Lin Xiang, covered in sweat, looked dejected and glanced at the energetic Ice Wolf beside him, complaining, "It's all because of this little ancestor. Today, as soon as I made a contract with it, it kept clamoring to come out for a walk. And then, I've never walked such a long distance in my life. I feel like I've walked through the entire town. I'm exhausted." Nearby, the Ice Wolf, listening to its master's words, revealed a disdainful expression in its eyes. Seeing this, Yemo, holding back a smile, took out a recovery potion suitable for beast tamers from his backpack and said with a smile, "Here, I don't have water or anything else, just this." Lin Xiang didn't stand on ceremony. Seeing the recovery potion, he directly reached out, took it, opened it, and drank it all in one gulp, his physical strength and mental power slowly recovering. "Ah, that's great, thanks. I didn't think I'd be walking this much today, otherwise I would have brought something." Seeing that the other party's condition was gradually recovering, Yemo immediately stated his purpose, "Since you're here, why don't we find a place to have a spirit pet battle?" It wasn't easy to find a tool person, he couldn't let the other party run away. He had just investigated the other party's spirit pet, a level 7 ice wolf, a transcendent rank 4 species. Unlike the ordinary ice wolves he knew, in addition to mastering the innate novice agility and the racial skill novice claw strike, it had also learned a novice skill, ice bite. It seemed to be an ice wolf with good talent, but that was normal, after all, the other party's family was the ice wolf breeding base. After drinking it, Lin Xiang, hearing this, raised an eyebrow and used his beast tamer's eye to look at the other party's spirit pet, the gray spirit bear Han Han. The beast tamer's eye, as a skill possessed by all beast tamers, although it didn't even count as a beast taming technique because it couldn't increase in level, its ability was still very useful. Its function was to check the growth level and species level of demon beasts and spirit pets, similar to Yemo's investigation, but the ability was far from the same. He was also quite interested in his first battle. A moment later, in a park along the edge of Clear Spirit Lake. On a relatively flat piece of land, Yemo and Lin Xiang stood facing each other, about 10 meters apart. And in front of them, the gray spirit bear Han Han and the ice wolf were ready to go. "Awah!" Han Han stood up and roared. It was very nervous for its first battle, its muscles were tense, and energy was constantly surging. "Woof, awah!" The ice wolf crouched down, light blue energy constantly surging out and dissipating from its body. Ring ring ring. The ringtone of the mobile phone that both parties had set the time for rang. Instantly, the two loudly commanded their spirit pets to fight. Han Han, discharge. Little Ice, bite it. They, whose beast taming technique telepathy had only reached level 1, were unable to connect with each other through their minds and could only convey their commands by shouting loudly. After receiving the order, Han Han released the discharge skill as soon as possible. Although it was a little nervous in its heart, the skilled level discharge was still successfully released. It's just that it used too much force. From its gray-black body of 40 to 50 centimeters, a large amount of blue-purple lightning surged out, like a god of thunder. On the other side, the ice wolf, running wildly, opened its mouth wide, and blue energy gathered in it, preparing to release Ice Bite. Unfortunately, the skill was not skilled enough, and the energy dissipated halfway through the gathering, but the momentum of the forward rush could not be stopped. Suddenly, the charging ice wolf crashed into Han Han, who was covered in lightning. Before its open mouth could bite down, it was electrocuted to the ground, its limbs twitching and its fur standing on end. "Ah! Little Ice! Are you okay?" Seeing his spirit pet lying on the ground, Lin Xiang ran over worriedly. Han Han, standing in place, felt a lot of energy consumed in its body, and the opponent lying at its feet, and was stunned. Why did it lie down before it even started? The heavy blow it had prepared hadn't even been released. Yemo walked over, took the opportunity to pat Han Han's head, and said with a smile, "You fought really well." He had originally thought of letting Han Han use discharge to test the opponent, but he didn't expect it to go all out at once, consuming a lot of energy to release a full-body discharge. If the opponent hadn't come over, it would have wasted a lot of energy for nothing. But it won, so everything was right. Han Han, who was a little stunned, suddenly reacted and revealed a dawning expression. So that's how it is, the master must have guessed everything just now, otherwise why would he only let it use discharge? He also said that it fought well, it just released the discharge skill according to the order, the real one is still the master. Whoa. Han Han, who thought it understood everything, raised its head and responded with a cry, I understand. Ha? Sensing the meaning of the cry, Emo was a little confused, understood? Understood what? However, he didn't care, because although the battle just now was very rough, the harvest was not small. Looking at the 8% increase in growth experience and the improvement in skill proficiency, he looked at Lin Xian with an increasingly gentle gaze. This tool, good friend, we need to communicate more in the future. At this moment, Emo, who was looking at the ice wolf lying on the ground, used the exploration function with some strangeness and worry, and then felt relieved. It didn't suffer much damage at all. I said that they are both transcendent spirit pets, how could a proficient elementary skill seriously injure the opponent? Looking at the twitching appearance of the other party, it is estimated that it was the first time to be electrocuted, and the stress response was too great. At this time, Lin Xiang, who had been checking the status of his spirit pet, also reacted. As the master of the ice wolf, he can feel its vitality and energy within a certain distance. Now that its life has not decreased much, its energy is sufficient, and its mental strength is stable, how could it be seriously injured? Then, with the master's constant explanation, the twitching ice wolf stopped moving, carefully sensed it, and the numbness and pain on its body dissipated. Suddenly, the ice wolf crawled up, shook the fur on its body, and restored its original majestic appearance. It looks like it's really okay and hasn't suffered much damage. Little Ice, do we want to fight again? Looking at the ice wolf that was fine, Lin Xiang felt that he could do it again, or rather, the failure just now was a bit too ugly, and he was a little unconvinced in his heart. Yemo's eyes lit up. This is great. The honest man with the master-level heavy blow has no reason to lose. The two masters both wanted to fight again, but the ice wolf didn't think so. After being electrocuted once just now, it just wanted to stay away from the other party. Seeing the ice wolf slowly retreating, Lin Xiang tried to persuade, let's fight again, you have to believe in yourself. Whoa! The ice wolf gave the master a blank look, why don't you believe in yourself and go up? Lin Xiang was speechless about this. If he could beat him himself, what would he do as a beast master? Beside him, because he only had level 1 telepathy, Emo couldn't understand the ice wolf's words, but he could tell from its movements that it didn't want to fight anymore. After secretly regretting in his heart, he said, if we don't fight, let's rest here for a while, I brought a lot of food. The honest man didn't rest for a long time at the beginning, and now he has consumed a lot of energy, so it's better to eat something and rest for a while. Lin Xian looked at the ice wolf, and then thought about his experience this morning, and nodded. Inside the park pavilion, Emo and the two sitting were eating and chatting, and the honest man and the ice wolf at their feet were also lying down to rest. Damn it, Emo, look at the group message quickly. Lin Xiang, who was swiping his phone, was suddenly shocked. Looking at the other party's appearance, Emo took out his phone with doubts and opened the class group. After the decision of the leaders of Beihan City, 200 entry places will be released to the new Beast Masters this year in a month. Among them, Beihan City has a total of 100 places, and Linghu District has 25 places. After the decision of the schools in Linghu District, the quota challenge will be held in the Linghu District Central Duel Arena 25 days after the Awakening ceremony, on October 26, 2118. The top 25 will be awarded the Secret Realm quota. Those who intend to participate must register before October 10th, registration address. Damn! Emo couldn't help but say after seeing the message. It turned out to be a fusion secret realm, and it was a secret realm with an entrance level of level 1. Speaking of fusion secret realms, one has to mention the plane fusion that came with the spiritual energy recovery 100 years ago. As the name suggests, plane fusion is the integration of alien world planes into Blue Star, becoming a part of Blue Star's land. If the recovery of spiritual energy brought the power of myth to all things in Blue Star, then the plane fusion brought mythical creatures and legendary landscapes. The secret realm is the earliest state of plane fusion. First of all, plane fusion will first store a piece of land, or mountain, or hill, or ocean lake, or even a continent from an alien world in the form of storage in the space mezzanine, and this space is called the secret realm. As time goes by, creatures that originally lived here will continue to appear in the secret realm, until the secret realm reaches its limit. The secret realm will directly fall into blue star from the space, perfectly integrating into blue star, as if there is one more piece, fundamentally increasing the area and volume of blue star. This is the process of plane fusion. Now that nearly 100 years have passed since the recovery of spiritual energy, no one knows how big blue star is. I only know that the territory of the Yinhuang Alliance alone has at least doubled, and this is because secret realms rarely appear in complete kingdoms or tribal territories, otherwise I don't know how much bigger it would be. Secret realms are also divided into many situations, mainly divided into fusion secret realms and advent secret realms. The former is the content of this notice. This kind of secret realm will descend the creatures on this land from low to high according to the level. The latest novels are available on 69shu.com. Entrance level 1 means that the growth level of the aboriginal creatures that descend are all at the first order extraordinary level, and can only exist at the first order extraordinary level, while the upper limit of level 4 means that the strongest strength among the aboriginal creatures brought when this land became a secret realm reached the fourth order leader level. The latter Advent secret realm is different from the former. This kind of secret realm will not descend according to level, but as time goes by, the aboriginal creatures in the secret realm will descend to blue star together. This situation often occurs when large groups descend, or even an entire alien world kingdom descends, such as the Dragon's Nest and the West Continent. Therefore, the advent of this fusion secret realm means that a piece of land and creatures from another world will gradually descend here over time. This brings not only threats, but also opportunities. That's right, it's opportunity. Yemo recalled the relevant content about fusion secret realms that he had learned before. The reason why fusion secret realms are sought after by so many people is because of the alien beast cubs and resources inside. The latter resources have little to do with students like them who are novice beast masters, because the resources from the secret realm can only be brought to blue star when the secret realm completely descends to blue star. The former alien beast cubs are different. Alien beasts from alien worlds are inherently stronger than blue star creatures in terms of potential. Moreover, as the first generation of descendants in the secret realm, the potential or talent of the beasts inside can be slightly improved, and even some outstanding or lucky ones can improve more potential. In addition, because of the fusion secret realm, the cubs are not guarded by their elders. As long as the students who enter are smart, they can even trick a cub with little knowledge into a contract. With such a good opportunity to subdue, and the other party is in existence with not low potential, what is this if not an opportunity? Although this secret realm is only a level 4 secret realm, according to past experience, this level of secret realm definitely has monarch level potential spirit pets, and anything higher depends on luck. After being shocked, Yemo touched his chin and thought for a moment, and found that the alien beast cubs with high potential in this secret realm are not very useful to him. After all, his honest man has monarch level potential. However, the resources inside that are useless to others are the greatest treasures in the secret realm for him. High-level resources are almost useless for low-level spirit pets, and resources in the secret realm cannot be brought out, but he has the gold swallowing machine of the activation function. There must be level 4 energy crystals in the level 4 secret realm. After all, even if there are no level 4 and above energy crystal mines, it is possible for 1 or 2 high-level crystals to be contained in other low-level crystal mines. In addition, there are leader-level beasts in the secret realm, and there may be a few high-level energy crystals in their lairs. After all, everyone likes this thing. After thinking about it, Yemo made up his mind to participate in the competition and get the secret realm quota. If he is lucky, he may not have to spend a penny to activate the game function. After reading the group notification, Yemo made up his mind and turned to ask, "I'm definitely participating in this secret realm, what about you?" Lin Xiang looked speechless. "Of course I'm participating. This is a level 4 fusion secret realm. I don't even need to get a spirit pet with king level potential. I'll be satisfied as long as I can get a spirit pet with relatively excellent commander level potential. Remember the first website domain name. You also know that among the 4 major breeding bases in the Linghu district, only my family and yours have final forms that are only at the early commander stage. This time, there's a high probability of getting a commander level potential spirit pet for free. How could I not participate? Hearing this, Yemo suddenly understood that he had been looking at this matter from his own perspective. He naturally looked down on commander level potential, and even early stage king level, levels 1 to 3, potential. But others might not think so. Not to mention Linghu district, even in the entire Beihan city, spirit pets with king level potential are very precious. That's true, the Fusion Secret Realm is really a good place. Yemo said with emotion, hoping there were enough resources inside. Indeed, the Fusion Secret Realm is a good place. Lin Xiang nodded in agreement, hoping to contract a spirit pet with high potential. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled. A moment later, seeing the many messages in the class group, Yemo frowned slightly and reminded, since we've decided to go to the secret realm, let's cultivate properly during this time, lest we not even get a spot by then. Hearing this, Lin Xiang frowned and replied, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Our spirit pet's talents aren't low, and we have the resources from our families to help us. We should be able to get one of the 25 spots. To this, Yemo shook his head and handed his phone over, letting the other party see the messages in the class group. This was also what he had just seen, mainly the homeroom teacher's words. The general meaning was to let those students who haven't contracted yet consider it. If they want to participate, they should hurry up and contract a level 9 metamorphosis spirit pet, so that they can have a significant advantage when competing for a spot. He could understand this very well, and he had to admit that the homeroom teacher's words were indeed reasonable. Because contracting a spirit pet cannot exceed the Beastmaster's own rank, every Beastmaster's first contracted spirit pet must be at the zero-order metamorphosis stage. As for the talent and comprehension of the first spirit pet, as long as they can go to the secret realm, are they afraid of not finding a better one? At this time, after reading the content, Lin Xiang's face fell, and he cried out bitterly, how can it be like this? My little ice has only just broken through to level 7. In 25 days, reaching transcendent level 2 or 3 would be the best I can do. By that time, other people's spirit pets might be at transcendent level 5 or 6, or even evolve once to increase their race level. How am I supposed to fight them? Looking at the other party's wailing, Yemo felt some emotion. If he hadn't awakened the gamified talent, he might be the same as the other party now, with an opportunity descending but unable to seize it. You still have your dad. After you go back, talk to your dad more and get more resources to help your spirit pet improve its strength. With 25 days, if you pour in more resources, it's definitely stable for your little ice to reach transcendent level 4 or 5. By then, if it evolves once and becomes an ice soul wolf of the elite race, the probability of success in competing for a spot will still be very high. After listening, Lin Xiang shook his head and sighed, I can only do that. But you also know that my family is different from yours. I don't know how many of the resources my dad prepared are for me. Hearing this, Yemo had some guesses, raised an eyebrow, and said, because of Lin Xie? This was Lin Xiang's twin sister, whom he also knew. They were quite familiar when they were young, but they weren't as familiar after they went to different schools. The reason for suspecting this issue was because she was the only one in the entire Linghu district this year to awaken the 7-star chart, and she had already been recommended to a top Beastmaster Academy. With such a genius in a family, resources would definitely be prioritized to cultivate her. Sure enough, Lin Xiang nodded helplessly in agreement before continuing to reply, you don't know, my dad has always favored that Lin Xie since she was a child. Now that her talent is so outstanding, it's even more outrageous. Speaking of this, Lin Xiang looked around, and then whispered, I'm telling you, but don't tell anyone else. My dad even took Lin Xie to Ice City today, just to find a suitable king-level potential spirit pet for her. Hiss, what a big investment. Hearing this, Yemo felt some emotion in his heart. After all, with Lin Xiang's family's situation, spending more than 30 million to buy a king-level potential spirit pet would definitely be a big bleeding. Maybe they would have to take out a loan to buy it, just like his family. Seeing this, Yimo patted the other party's shoulder and encouraged, "Then you should work hard. I have to go back to training too. The newest and fastest novels are at 69shu.com. With the current situation, Lin Xiang will definitely stay at home to receive special training and cultivation for the next period of time. He can't go out, so naturally he can't fight him. Such a good tool person is gone, which is a pity. It's still a bit difficult to find a stable opponent of the same level that he can defeat. After all, Han Han has only been training for half a day." Lin Xiang nodded and left with his spirit pet Little Ice first. "Then I'll go first. Let's work hard during the next time." As the words fell, Lin Xiang's figure gradually disappeared from Yimo's sight. What should I do next? Sitting down, Yimo began to think. If there was no secret realm this time, then he definitely wouldn't be in a hurry. He would first let Han Han train at home for a period of time, and then go to the battle arena to harvest combat experience after its strength has improved a lot, continuing until it breaks through to the transcendent level. But now, time is a bit tight. Although it shouldn't be a big problem to get a spot according to the previous plan, there must be no accidents during the secret realm trip. During this time, he must maximize his strength. In addition to ensuring that he gets a spot, his strength must also be raised to the strongest level among the 200 people going to the secret realm. This is the only way to be stable. Otherwise, what if someone doesn't like him and interferes with him obtaining resources after entering the secret realm? Although it sounds like the probability of this happening is very low, but still, there must be no slightest accident. So, how can he maximize his strength? At this time, the phone rang. After Yimo saw the word Grandpa displayed on the phone, the corners of his mouth turned up. It seems that those little cuties at the breeding base will have to suffer a bit. Alas, he really doesn't want to bully his own children, but unfortunately, there's no way. He can only let those lively and active Gray Spirit Bear cubs experience the life of a Beastmaster's spirit pet in advance. Yimo answered the phone and heard his grandfather's voice. Xiao Mo, have you seen the news? A fusion secret realm has been discovered in Beihan City, and many places have been allocated to you new Beastmasters. Hearing this, Yimo thought that it was indeed so. His grandfather's call was about matters related to the secret realm. I saw it. The class group has already issued a notice that our Linghu district has 25 places this time. So, what do you think? Will you participate or not? I will participate. I must go to this secret realm. Okay, do you need me to personally help you? Whether it's the cultivation or training of the Gray Spirit Bear, your grandfather is number one. No one dares to be second. Feeling his grandfather's concern for him, Yimo shook his head. Although what he said made sense, his grandfather still had to train his own pets in order to evolve. He didn't know when the snow leopard breeding base would take action, so how could he waste time on other things? Besides, with the experience function, he really didn't need so-called exclusive training and cultivation. After thinking about it, Yimo refused. No need, Grandpa. Just focus on training your own pets. However, I plan to live in the breeding base for a while to do some training for Hanin, like combat. On the other end of the phone, a vigorous voice immediately responded, I will notify them right away. When you come to the breeding base, you can train however you want. Over the years, you have been very clear about the big and small affairs in the breeding base. A few years ago, I started to involve you in various tasks of the base in order to allow you to quickly take over this giant bear breeding base in the future. Now you have given my tyrant hope of evolution. If it succeeds, then I may be able to ascend to the position of king-level beast master. At that time, I will have even less time to manage the base. Hearing this, Yimo interrupted directly, Grandpa, I'm still young, and I've only just become a beast master. It's too early to talk about these things. Yi Ruetong on the other end of the phone smiled and said, so, you should prepare yourself mentally. Perhaps it won't be long before you will be taking care of and managing the giant bear breeding base. Don't mention it. You don't need me to give you resources for your pet Hanin. There are plenty at the breeding base. Also, I have taken leave to go to Beihan City. There is a place there that is very suitable for Tyrant to practice high-level berserk skills, and I am on the way now. When I arrive in Beihan City, I will investigate the news about this fusion secret realm and send it to you directly. After speaking, before Emo could continue to speak, he saw that the phone had been hung up. Alas, troublesome. Putting away his phone, Emo, whose face was slightly tired, looked at the clear sky, and his expression became firm. This time, he was going back to the breeding base for two main purposes. One was to improve Hanin's growth level and skill level through the metamorphosis stage Grey Spirit Bears in the base. The second was to improve his own Beast Master level. As the owner of the gamified talent, he can of course get the blessing of the experience function. It's just that the experience gained from this Beast Mastery skill, telepathy, is a bit slow. However, he felt that this was because the Beast Mastery skill had not been used many times. After all, how can a skill be improved if it is not used? After today's observation, he found that if he wanted to gain experience from telepathy, he had to communicate more with his pets, and he could also gain some experience by communicating with other people's pets. Anyway, he just had to use it more. He didn't use telepathy much this morning because Hanin needed training, and he couldn't just keep talking. Now that he is going to the breeding base, there are many Grey Spirit Bears there, and telepathy can finally quickly improve its level, providing effective help for the upcoming competition or secret realm trip. Level 1 telepathy only allows the master and the contracted pet to communicate smoothly through words. When it reaches level 2 telepathy, the master can form a mental connection with the contracted pet. Within the connection range, they can understand each other's minds and can directly convey their words through the connection. At the same time, the master can begin to vaguely sense the meaning of other creatures' words. After reaching level 3 telepathy, the range of the mental connection is greatly increased. At the same time, the master can understand and communicate with other creatures' words through mental power, and there will be no more communication barriers. He didn't know about level 4 and level 5 telepathy, after that, because his grandfather was only at level 3 telepathy. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. Anyway, his level requirement for telepathy this time is level 2, level 3 would be best. Level 2 will greatly improve the pet's combat ability, and level 3 can communicate with other creatures, so he will no longer be afraid of not finding the lairs of those overlord monsters when entering the secret realm. After sorting out his thoughts, Emo packed his things, looked at Hanin at his feet, and said, "Let's go. We will go back to your hometown later." After releasing a few more energy storages, Hanin nodded indifferently. Anyway, it goes wherever the master goes. Following the master is definitely right. This is the great truth it realized today. Emo smiled and rubbed the other party's soft fur again. It was so cute. The newest novels are first published on Lu9 Shuba. Returning to the small house with a yard, Emo packed his things, walked out of the door with Hanin, and locked it. Looking at the quiet small yard, a small pit inside was very conspicuous. That was Hanin's achievement in the morning, but now there was no time to fill it up. He didn't expect that he had just moved in, and hadn't even stayed for a night, and he had to move away. Emo, who was a little emotional, looked at the scenery he had just become familiar with and activated the star chart. The Great Sun's 6-star chart appeared behind him. "Hanin, you should go back to the contract space first. I will call you out when we get home." Ao Hanin, who shook its fur, nodded and shouted, and then turned into a stream of light and was taken into the contract space. Compared to the contract space, it still prefers to stay outside. "Let's go. I don't know how many days it will be before I come here next time." Walking out of the yard, closing the yard door, Emo walked along the Qingling Lake, all the way to the nearest bus stop. Soon after, he took the bus to the nearest stop to the giant bear breeding base. "The vehicle has arrived at the station. Please get off from the back door." As the bus voice sounded, Emo skillfully picked up his bag and got off the bus. When the sound of the bus starting again sounded, Emo's gaze turned to a road. He knew that following this avenue sandwiched between two hills, he would reach the giant bear breeding base. But now, he should summon Hanin first. After thinking about it, a Great Sun 6-star chart unfolded, and with the appearance of light and ripples, the figure of the Grey Spirit Bear Hanin appeared beside him. At the moment of coming out, Hanin shouted loudly as if liberated, and then shook its body and moved its muscles and bones. Compared to the contract space, it still prefers to stay outside. Guillermo looked at the simple and honest appearance of Han Han, who seemed much more comfortable, and felt a little helpless. He couldn't do anything about Han Han not being as comfortable in the contract space. Although the contract space would initially change according to the spirit pet after it was brought in, forming the most suitable environment. But in the end, this was just the most basic modification, and it was clear that it couldn't satisfy all spirit pets, Han Han being one of them. And if he wanted to fundamentally change this, he needed to improve his strength as a Beastmaster. Because the contract space also belonged to Beastmaster skills, it was just that it would only awaken as a true Beastmaster skill after he broke through level 20 and became an intermediate Beastmaster. At that time, the contract space, as a Beastmaster skill, could gain the ability to restore state, heal injuries, store items, and so on as the level increased, and among them, completely adapting the contract space to the spirit pet would be very simple. As for now, he could only keep Han Han outside as much as possible. Let's go home. After Yemo's words fell, Han Han looked at the strange environment around him with curiosity and vigilance, and followed closely behind him, for fear of getting lost. Seeing this scene, Guillermo smiled dotingly, slowed down his pace, and then one person and one bear walked into the road. Along the way, tall trees and lush shrubs were everywhere in sight, and from time to time some small birds of only 1 or 2 levels flew to and fro from the trees, chirping from time to time. Unlike in the morning, he, who had already contracted a spirit pet and become a Beastmaster, was more in the mood to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Han Han, who was following behind him, had also dissipated a lot of the tension in his heart at this time, and was no longer so vigilant looking at the surrounding scenery. However, perhaps feeling that the surroundings were quite safe, Han Han began to exercise his electric discharge skills while walking. On the side, Guillermo, who was enjoying the scenery, couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat when he saw the electric light flashing from time to time, and suddenly felt guilty for having the time to enjoy the scenery. He wasn't sure if the spirit pet was working too hard and killing others, but anyway, he, the Beastmaster, was about to be killed by it. Immediately, the pace of one person and one bear obviously quickened a lot. Along the avenue to the end, Guillermo and Han Han's vision finally appeared the gate with the sign Giant Bear Breeding Base hanging on it. At this time, gentle sunlight shone through the gaps in the huge tree branches on both sides of the road, leaving patches of light of different shapes on the ground. And not far away at the gate, a middle-aged female figure who had been standing there for a long time waved her hand after discovering them and greeted, "Xiaomo, you're finally here." Guillermo looked at the familiar figure and asked in surprise, "Aunt Zhao, why are you here?" The middle-aged woman who came was called Zhao Wenjie, in her 40s, a classmate and friend of her mother, who later came to work at the Giant Bear Breeding Base and had been there for more than 10 years, currently serving as the manager of the Giant Bear Breeding Base. Wearing a work uniform, not tall, but with a strong aura, Zhao Wenjie said with a smile, "Of course it's because of you. Previously, Yilao specifically issued a notice to all employees of the base, asking us to cooperate with all your actions in the Giant Bear Breeding Base." "So that's how it is," Guillermo nodded secretly, then looked at Aunt Zhao and said, "Aunt Zhao, please clean up the almost abandoned training ground in the northernmost part, and at the same time equip it with medical equipment and testing equipment and other supplies according to the normal training ground. By the way, bring 10 gray spirit bears of level 6 or 7 in the transformation period from the number 3 juvenile area, as well as 50 portions of first-level cultivation resources for gray spirit bears." Speaking of this, Guillermo paused for a moment, then continued, "By the way, Aunt Zhao, also help me bring Yen Di over." After listening, Zhao Wenjie thought for a moment in her heart and replied, "Okay, I will arrange for someone to clean up the training ground, and at the same time, the equipment and resources, as well as the gray spirit bears, will be brought over before the cleaning is completed. The whole process will take half an hour. However, I'm afraid I can't call Yende, you have to go there yourself." Speaking of the end, you could clearly see the unnatural expression on Aunt Zhao's face, as if recalling something bad. Yende is one of the only 3 earth bears in the Giant Bear Breeding Base, and also the only one currently staying in the breeding base. The other 2 are Grandpa's spirit pet and 1 is stationed at the Earth Company. Its main task is to manage spirit pets such as the Tyrant Bear Rock Armor Bear and maintain the safety of the breeding base. Yemo's preparation to call the other party over naturally had a reason. He came here mainly to let Han Han experience enough battles to improve his level, but if he wanted those naughty gray spirit bears to obediently come to fight, the difficulty would not be small. At this time, Yenda, the current boss of the spirit pets in the breeding base, needs to arrive, and then give a carrot and a stick. Those gray spirit bears will have to willingly accept the education of love. In short, the earth bear Yenda must be brought over. As for whether it would disturb the other party, Emo recalled the scene when he used to contact Yenda, when the other party was either eating or sleeping, and shook his head. The latest novels are available on 6-9 Books Bar first. Okay, you go arrange it first, I'll go find Yende. By the way, is Yende still in the old place? Zhao Wenjie nodded and replied, I don't know, but when I transported food over yesterday, it was still sleeping there. Getting this news, Emo understood that the other party must be there, but it was also normal. An existence that eats and sleeps and eats, is about to become a pig. How could it walk around? Then I'm leaving, Aunt Zhao, call me when you're done over there. After speaking, Emo led Han Han towards the inside of the base, while Zhao Wenjie took out her phone and began to deal with the events related to the training ground. The place where Yenda lives is located in the center of the entire breeding base, and also the location of the tallest tree in the forest, which has not yet been heavily developed, and is an area belonging to the spirit pets to live in, mainly with trees and jungles. The breeding base gate and the nearest building complex are located in the southwest corner, and the entire breeding base covers dozens of square kilometers, so it still takes a while to walk from here to the location where Yenda lives. So, walking along the avenue, accompanied by the gradual reduction of buildings on both sides, Emo led Han Han gradually deeper into the forest. As a forest belonging to the jurisdiction of the breeding base, the safety inside is absolutely guaranteed. There will be no situation where transcendent-level ferocious monsters suddenly pop up, because the managers of this forest, those tyrant bear rock armor bears, will regularly clean up all dangerous existences in the forest. Most of the things left in this forest now are small creatures whose levels are in the transformation period and whose personalities are peaceful, such as birds, rabbits, and squirrel monsters, which have no special abilities except for selling cuteness. After a while, Emo was almost at his destination, and along the way he could see many curious squirrels watching them with their eyes, but unfortunately he didn't bring anything to eat, otherwise he could have fed them a little, and tried to touch the squirrels. Here. After bypassing another tree, when turning a corner along the road, the location where Yenda lived came into view. Thank you one Fast Saber for the monthly ticket. I didn't notice it before, thank you. First, a massive tree stood tall, reaching over 100 meters into the sky. Its trunk, at a rough estimate, was nearly 10 meters in diameter, making it a truly gigantic tree. Its vast canopy blotted out the sun, allowing only sparse rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves and onto the ground below. Around the tree, within a radius of several dozen meters, no other trees existed, as if a giant flower pot was solely dedicated to nurturing this one colossal tree. Emo turned his gaze to the base of the tree. Beside the massive trunk, a great earth bear, 5 or 6 meters tall, with a robust yet somewhat rounded physique, was lying down, fast asleep, its snores echoing rhythmically. Nearby, Han Han, upon seeing the great earth bear, halted its light steps, its face showing clear signs of tension. This was the pressure of aura from a higher rank and species. Even though the aura wasn't actively released, the vast difference between a commander level and a transformation stage beast meant that even the unconscious leakage of aura during sleep was something Han Han couldn't ignore at its current level. Patting Han Han's head to soothe its anxiety, Emo turned his head forward and shouted loudly as he walked, Yenda. The snoring great earth bear seemed to hear something, shifting its body and scratching its butt in passing, before turning over and continuing to sleep. Seeing this, and having expected as much, Emo paused, took a deep breath, and shouted, Yen. Da. Wake. Up. This time, the lying great earth bear's ears twitched, and it finally managed to open its eyes, looking around blankly until its gaze landed on Emo and Han Han. The instant it saw them, the great earth bear, still a bit grumpy from being woken up, widened its eyes. After a moment, it couldn't help but sigh. The little devil is here. It's going to be busy again. Unaware of the bear's thoughts, Emo was currently very happy. He quickly approached and said directly, Yenda, I'm here to ask for your help. The massive great earth bear nodded weakly, its eyes clearly showing reluctance. It knew it. The moment this little devil arrived, it meant there was something to do, and there would be no time for sleep. Alas, the life of a bear is hard. Yemo simply ignored the reluctance. Seeing it nod, he said with a smile, "You agreed. That's great. Later, take me to the northern part of the forest. There's a training ground there that you should know. Take us there." He wasn't worried about the bear not understanding. Pet beasts and demon beasts, once they reached the 4th tier commander level, could understand the meaning of other creatures' words through mental power. At the same time, they could also use their mental power to convey the general meaning of their own words. And once they reached the 5th tier monarch level, they could directly communicate mentally, which was very convenient. After hearing this, the Great Earth Bear yawned and nodded weakly, replying, "Oh, okay, let's go then." Seeing its listless response, Yemo said with a smile, "Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. When we get to the training ground, there will be some little gray spirit bears. Your task is to persuade those little fellows nicely, to willingly have a fight with my Han. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. For every 20 gray spirit bears you successfully persuade, I'll give you 100 pounds of crispy fruits. How about it? These are your favorite crispy fruits." The Great Earth Bear rubbed its head, thought for a moment, extended its bare paw, stuck out 2 claws, and said seriously, "Whoa. 100 pounds is too little. It has to be at least 200 pounds. As soon as it finished speaking, Yemo immediately agreed, "Okay, 200 pounds it is. It's a deal." Moreover, his family had planted many crispy fruit trees here, and the output of the fruits was more than ordinary. 200 pounds was nothing. In the past, Yende, as a great earth bear, could eat as much as it wanted. However, later, Grandpa noticed that it was getting rounder and rounder, so he started limiting the supply. This was also the reason why it was now coveting these 100 or so pounds of crispy fruits. At this moment, as if thinking of something, the Great Earth Bear Yende lowered its head and called out softly, "Awo. You can't tell Grandpa about me giving you crispy fruits." Yemo walked closer, stroked its soft fur, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely not tell my grandpa. In any case, he would have someone else transport those crispy fruits over later. Even if Grandpa found out, it would have nothing to do with him, since he didn't actively say anything." With the deal reached, Yende looked at Yemo and Han, gesturing for the two to sit on its body. Yemo didn't stand on ceremony, skillfully taking Han to sit on the Great Earth Bear's lap. Then, Yende began to mobilize the energy within its body in a sitting position, and brown-yellow crystals appeared from all around its body. Thump! The Great Earth Bear gently struck the ground with its palm, and then the land beneath them seemed to come to life, carrying the 3 of them northward. Along the way, all obstacles were squeezed to both sides by the earth, and only returned to their original state after they passed. This power was the super-tier skill, Earth Manipulation. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but feel emotional. As the Great Earth Bear's racial skill, he had seen this skill used by his grandfather's spirit pet, Rock Lord, before. When used, it shook the earth and mountains, like a natural disaster, and he felt that it could destroy his middle school in an instant. And such a powerful skill, on Yende, could only be said to be very much in line with its style. It would never stand up if it could sit, and it would never wake up if it could sleep. On the north side of the giant bear breeding base, inside a once-abandoned training ground. At this time, more than a dozen employees were moving items, putting the instruments and the like back in place. After nearly half an hour, this abandoned training ground, about 100 meters long and wide, had been cleaned up to a nearly perfect state. In the center of the training ground, 10 little gray spirit bears were playing. Changing places didn't affect their own happiness. The 2 caretakers silently watched over them, while also packing the food and breeding materials, so that these little bears wouldn't spill them. Not far away, the guardians of these gray spirit bears, an adult violent bear and 2 adult rock armor bears, had also come here, found a place to sit down and rest. Tell me, what is that young boss thinking? Why did he call us to clean up this abandoned training ground for no reason? It's not like we don't have new training grounds in our base. A young employee complained while carrying supplies. Beside him, another young employee who was also carrying supplies said sarcastically, "What else could it be? He's just got too much money. As the young master of our base, he can do whatever he wants. Old Lou, what do you think? The middle-aged employee, called Old Lou, was expressionless, carrying supplies and saying casually, instead of wasting time here, we might as well hurry up and move. Not far away, the base manager, Zhao Wenjie, who had just installed an instrument, glanced in that direction after hearing this, noted it down in her heart, and continued to install the next instrument. Before long, a wave of earth movement came from afar, and most of the employees in the training ground curiously looked towards the source of the wave. They saw a giant bear carrying a person and a little bear, like a truck, quickly sliding over from a distance, with trees and jungles giving way along the way. Riding in the bear vehicle, Emo and Han Han watched the scenery whiz by. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a training ground that was enclosed and as square as a soccer field. At this moment, Earth Bear slowed down. As it approached the training ground's fence, it used its earth manipulation power to form a sphere of earth yellow energy, then, Duanru DD, escape into the ground, underground, pass through the fence, and finally emerged in the center of the field. The heavy earth energy dissipated, and Emo jumped off the bear's leg. He looked around and walked directly toward Zhao Wenjie after spotting her. Aunt Zhao, how's the setup going? Seeing Emo arrive, Zhao Wenjie, after finishing the installation of the equipment, looked around at the surroundings and replied with a smile, almost done. Only the food resources over there haven't been moved in yet. Hearing this, Emo scanned the area and nodded with a smile. So fast. That's Aunt Zhao for you. But I can handle the remaining food resources myself. Zhao Wenjie nodded and raised her eyebrows in response. Then I'll take the others and leave first. Don't you want me to leave a few people to help? Looking at Aunt Zhao's teasing smile, Emo said nonchalantly, no need. Just take the people and go, Aunt Zhao. I'll send you a message if I need anything else later. Zhao Wenjie didn't say anything more about it. She directly called the staff members who were curiously looking at Yenju to gather, and they left together before long. Then, Emo focused his attention on the gray spirit bears in the center, which were the most important protagonists. At this moment, the 10 lively gray spirit bears restrained their movements. Within the aura accidentally released by the nearby earth bear, they shivered and didn't dare to move. Faced with this scene, the guardian violent bear and rock armor bear didn't express any opinions. They both recognized that Earth Bear is one of their leaders, so how could they dare to express any opinions? Han Han, who was also within the range of the aura, fared much better. After all, it had endured it once and had experience. It was just that its movements were a bit stiff and unnatural. As for Emo, who walked over, he was even less affected. It wasn't because he was stronger, but because Yende didn't put any pressure on him with its aura. After all, he was its boss, and if it annoyed him and he didn't give it crispy fruit, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Coming to Yenda's side, Emo looked at the gray spirit bears, who were much more obedient than usual, and said with a smile, I called you here this time to train you. See this Han Han beside me? It's your opponent for this training. If you win against it, do you see all this food behind me? The winning bear can eat its fill for a day. Emo used the power of telepathy in all of these words. Although these gray spirit bears couldn't understand it all under the effect of level 1 telepathy, the skill proficiency would increase a little after consuming mental energy. Of course, there will also be punishment for losing. You have to obediently practice the skill heavy strike. Don't even think about being lazy, because this guy will be supervising you. Pointing to the earth bear, Emo finished his speech this time. Immediately afterward, Emo shouted to Yende beside him, I'm done speaking. Yende, tell them everything I said. Huh? What? Yende, whose thoughts had been wandering, came back to his senses. He tried hard to recall what Emo had just said. After feeling that there was nothing wrong, he translated to the 10 gray spirit bears not far away, Oh. Listen up, I called you here this time to train you. The goal of the training is this little bear beside me. You will take turns fighting it. If you lose, it means you are too bad. Obey and stay here to train your skills all day. I will supervise you. As for winning means no training. Yes, you can have a good rest for a day. Any questions? If you have any, you can stand up, and I will seriously consider your opinions. After listening, the 10 gray spirit bears, facing the gigantic earth bear, didn't dare to stand up even if they had opinions. At this time, a slightly stronger and curly-haired little bear stood up and responded with an AO. In its opinion, its companions were too timid. Then, in the eyes of all the bears, this curly-haired little bear was not finished speaking when Yende, as the earth bear, mobilized its power to form chains of earth and stone, hanging the opponent in the air. Then, earth yellow spiritual power turned into rope-like whips, whipping the opponent's buttocks. Pa pa pa. The wailing of the curly-haired gray spirit bear continued to resound. The earth bear, as the instigator, remained indifferent. Its control over power was very high, and it would definitely only make the opponent feel pain without causing real harm. After whipping a few times, Yende, who had put down the little bear, stared at the other gray spirit bears, then asked, AO. Does anyone else have any opinions? The remaining 9 gray spirit bears quickly and neatly nodded and AO'd, indicating that they had no opinions. At this time, Yemo, unaware of the reason, was a little curious and asked, Yende, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly beat that little gray spirit bear up? Yende stared with its big eyes and called out softly, Oh. Nothing happened. When I was talking to them just now, one of them disagreed with me. It wanted to challenge me and test my strength, so I gave it this opportunity. Don't worry, I've already told them, and the other little bears like this training very much. Just let your spirit pet fight well. After listening, Yemo had a question mark on his head. Could there be such a tough little bear? Forget it, never mind that. As long as these little bears agree, that's fine. On the side, Han, who clearly heard something was wrong, was a little strange. What its master said was different from what this earth bear said. However, thinking that its master had asked that earth bear to speak, and now its master didn't say anything, then there was no problem. After all, there must be a reason for its master to do this. Han, who thought it understood everything, once again felt proud of its intelligence. Yemo looked around and found a small, well-organized battle platform, and shouted, Let's go, everyone, let's go there to train. Yende, remember to translate. The earth bear, Yende, scanned the shivering gray spirit bears beside him with sharp eyes and shouted, AO. All of you follow this person, understand? The 9 intact gray spirit bears nodded vigorously, and at the same time hurriedly followed. As for the curly-haired gray spirit bear, whose buttocks hurt so much that it dared not sit down, glanced at it carefully, and then endured the pain, crawling over step by step. The training ground was about 100 meters in both length and width, a small training area. Most of the area inside was dedicated to spirit pet skill training, along with 2 buildings for storing treatment equipment and other items. Besides these, the small training ground also had a dueling platform, specifically for spirit pet battles, allowing trained pets to feel their improvement. Leading the group, Yemo and his party arrived at the dueling platform, which was about 20 meters long and wide. Standing below the platform, Yemo looked at Han and called out, Now is your stage, give it your best shot. Receiving the command, Han nodded earnestly and walked onto the dueling platform with an indomitable spirit. Although it preferred training over fighting because it had already witnessed the growth that training brought, it still had some doubts about the improvements from battle. However, these were the words of its master, and so far, its master's words had never been wrong. As long as it fought well, it would definitely improve. On the other side, Yende, the earth bear, looked at the 10 small gray spirit bears and shouted for them to go up. Hurry up, which one of you will go first? Hearing this, 10 pairs of eyes looked at each other, and then 9 of the gray spirit bears took a step back in unison. Curly-haired gray spirit bear, whose butt was still burning with pain, was a step slower due to its physical condition and stood at the front. Immediately, Yende's gaze fell on it, and this prominent curly-haired gray spirit bear looked at its good partners behind it in disbelief, ultimately not daring to refuse and climbed onto the dueling platform. Why did it go up? Didn't you just beat it up? Seeing this, Yemo looked at Yende with confusion. He hadn't even planned on letting this beaten gray spirit bear participate. Yende opened its eyes and shouted skillfully, This might be the power of unity. It said all its partners went up, so it definitely couldn't fall behind. I see. Touching his chin, Emo nodded secretly, never expecting this curly-haired gray spirit bear, which he thought was a bit stupid, to have this kind of awareness. Impressive. On the other side, Yendin nodded secretly in its heart. How could it let these gray spirit bears give up fighting? It knew that if 20 gray spirit bears went on stage to fight, it could get 200 pounds of crispy fruit, so not a single one could be left out. On the dueling platform, the well-conditioned Han Han and the curly-haired gray spirit bear, who occasionally rubbed its butt, stood facing each other. With Yen Da's shout, the battle officially began. Fighting for the second time, Han Han mobilized its energy, releasing an energy charge, the abundant power constantly gathering. Across from it, the curly-haired gray spirit bear, after entering battle mode, was highly focused. It recognized Han Han. After all, they had both been in Juvenile Area 3 before, so it felt its chances of winning were still great. After all, the other party had been taken away in the morning, and it had only been half a day. It couldn't have improved much, right? Thinking this, the cautious curly-haired gray spirit bear took a few more glances at its opponent before charging forward with momentum. The distance of a dozen meters was very short. Before long, the two sides approached, and believing it had the advantage in strength, it unhesitatingly chose to confront the opponent head-on, energy gathering in its palm, a heavy blow ready to be unleashed. ZZZZT. Having been charging energy for a long time, Han Han had been waiting for the opponent to come over. It blasted an energy-charged discharge forward with one hand, and the blue-purple electric light hit the opponent like sparks. Instantly, the hit curly-haired gray spirit bear's body was paralyzed, its skill interrupted, and it could only stare at the opponent in shock. Seizing this opportunity to control the opponent, Han Han unleashed a master-level heavy blow with one palm, directly knocking the opponent to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, the heavy blow prepared in its left hand was immediately unleashed, and the injured curly-haired gray spirit bear, which had just tried to stand up, was knocked down again. ZZZZT. After the heavy blow, another blue-purple electric current surged out, like a python, wrapping around the opponent and paralyzing its body. Although this time the discharge skill was not charged, the already weakened curly-haired gray spirit bear took a full skill head-on, and its body could only twitch without being able to resist. Below the platform, Emo, who was examining the curly-haired gray spirit bear's condition, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This gray spirit bear's physique was really excellent, actually enduring for so long before losing its fighting power. However, he still had to thank this cute small gray spirit bear. Watching Han Han's growth level experience and skill proficiency increase, Emo smiled. Then, Emo took the fainted curly-haired gray spirit bear to heal it. Through healing potions and treatment equipment, the curly-haired gray spirit bear quickly woke up, and its condition mostly recovered. On the other side of the dueling platform, another new gray spirit bear went on stage to fight. The booming sounds of heavy blow and the ZZZZT sounds of discharge began to echo constantly on the stage. As battles started one after another, after more than 2 hours, all the battles finally ended. Exhausted, Han Han lay down on the dueling platform, panting heavily, its gray-black little belly rising and falling, the fur on its body messy and unrestrained. Beside it, Emo picked up a recovery potion and poured it into Han Han's mouth. With the effects of the potion, Han Han, who was weak all over, gradually regained a lot of energy. These 10 battles were more difficult than Emo had thought. Although Han Han naturally had an advantage against gray spirit bears that could only fight in close combat by relying on discharge, it consumed too much energy. Han Han, who was only in the zero-order metamorphosis stage, could only release about 10 fully charged beginner-level skills. However, discharge and heavy blow consumed energy and stamina respectively, so the combined number of times the two skills were released was about 20. But even so, the consumption was still huge, because to defeat a gray spirit bear, Han Han often needed to release 6 or 7 skills. This also led to Han Han drinking 4 portions of recovery potion in these 10 battles alone. And this battle lasted for more than 2 hours because absorbing the recovery potion took too much time. Otherwise, with each battle lasting 1 to 5 minutes, half an hour would have been enough to complete all the battles. At this time, Han Han, who had regained a lot of energy, tried to get up, but Emo gently pressed it down, and at the same time picked it up. let's call it a day. Get a good night's sleep. Hearing its master's words, Han Han's barely opened eyes instantly closed, its tense body relaxed, and it fell asleep in a moment. Looking at the sleeping Han Han, Yemo's eyes softened a lot. Recovery potions are not omnipotent. Drinking too much within a certain period of time will not only slow down recovery, but also be bad for the body. And Han Han had just drunk 4 portions in a row, and its body was almost overdrawn, so it was better to take a good rest next. Yemo, who also felt like he was done with work, breathed a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with the experience of these 2 hours. This time, he not only tested some problems with the battle experience function, but also improved Han Han's strength. During the previous battle, he let a gray spirit bear that had already fought once go on stage again, and as a result, Han Han's experience barely increased after defeating the opponent. From this, it can be seen that defeating the same opponent again in a short period of time does not increase experience, or rather, does not increase it much. However, this problem will not have much impact for the time being. There are still many gray spirit bears in the metamorphosis stage in the entire base. After all, today's improvement has been great enough. Opening the simple-looking attribute panel, a look of satisfaction appeared in Yemo's eyes. First, regarding the level, after defeating 10 opponents, Han Han's level had impressively reached level 752%. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be raised to the 9th level of metamorphosis. As for skills, electrical discharge increased to skilled level 45%, energy storage increased to skilled level 5%, and heavy blow increased to master level 18%. The improvement was also significant. After reviewing the growth, Yemo turned his attention to Han Han's skill tree. After level 7, he could unlock intermediate energy reserve, so tomorrow Han Han would be able to release more skill uses. With a thought, he unlocked intermediate energy reserve. Immediately, on the attribute panel, the intermediate energy reserve talent appeared in the talent column, and the Han Han he was holding seemed to sense something and slept even more soundly. Yemo looked in other directions. In the training field, 10 gray spirit bears were diligently practicing their skills, without the slightest. Because not far away, a huge earth bear was staring at them, occasionally taking out a crunchy fruit from its side and savoring it. Those crunchy fruits were today's reward. Because Han Han was unable to fight anymore, Yemo had someone bring over 100 pounds of crunchy fruits to settle Yenda's gains for today. After scanning around and finding nothing else to take, Yemo shouted to the earth bear in the distance, "Yenda, I'm going back first. Remember to come earlier tomorrow." After those gray spirit bears have trained enough, have their guardians take them back to the juvenile area? After speaking, Yemo, holding Han Han, went to the manor where his grandfather usually lived. Having received the order, Yenda looked at the sky, wondering how long almost was. Never mind, training until dark would definitely be right. Anyway, Yemo had already told it the location where the recovery potions and cultivation potions were stored. 3 days later, evening. Giant Bear Breeding Base, main residence area, outside the manor. The setting sun, about to disappear, cast its last rays of light between heaven and earth. The orange-yellow glow reflected on the stream, the grass, and Yemo and his spirit pet Han Han not far away. After 3 days of fighting and defeating dozens of gray spirit bears of the same species, Han Han's expression was now firm, and a confident look appeared on his adorable face. This was both confidence in his improvement during this period and confidence in the breakthrough to come. That's right, breakthrough. After 3 days of hard work, even though the experience gained decreased as the level increased, Han Han's growth experience had still successfully reached 100% at level 9. He was only 1 step away from the transcendent level. The reason it showed 100% and had not yet been raised to level 10 was because after reaching level 9, it was already the peak of the metamorphosis stage, and a further step required a breakthrough to become the level 11 transcendent level. Therefore, Yemo had prepared and brought Han Han to this grassland in order to perfectly break through to the transcendent level. At this moment, Han Han was sitting in the center of the grass, with level 1 energy crystals neatly arranged around him. According to common sense, when breaking through from the metamorphosis stage to the transcendent level, there was no need to prepare so-called energy crystals. One only needed the spirit pet to reach the limit of the metamorphosis stage and directly break through by sensing the power. However, there was a chance of failure in this kind of breakthrough. Although it wasn't high, EMO didn't want to take any risks. Besides, a dozen level 1 spirit crystals were only a little over 1,000 yuan, which really wasn't much to him. "Are you ready?" EMO asked. As Yemo's words fell, Han Han in the center closed his eyes and constantly surged the power within his body. In an instant, with the constant mobilization of his own power, a bottleneck, or the concept of a lock, appeared in his mind. Break through it. This thought appeared in Han Han's mind, and then he used all his strength. The power on his body constantly gathered, his vitality began to boil, energy began to compress, and his mental power continued to expand. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy constantly poured into his body, and the spirit crystals placed on the side also gushed out spiritual power, which was absorbed by him one by one. After a while, a feeling of leaping appeared on his body, and the vitality, energy, and mental power in his body rapidly increased, and only slowly stopped after reaching a certain level. His body also grew larger, and the size of 40 to 50 centimeters when he stood up originally increased to about 1 meter before stopping. Breakthrough, transcendent level. At the same time as Han Han reached the transcendent level, EMO, who was already at level 7, received feedback, and the energy in his body continued to rise, and only slowly stopped after reaching level 9. Success! Without caring about his own level increase, EMO saw Han Han's obviously much stronger aura, quickly walked over and hugged the other party, taking the opportunity to stroke the transcendent level for a few times, and smiled. Finally transcendent, Han Han. Han Han, who was being hugged, felt the power surging in his body and also showed an excited and happy look. Compared to Yemo's happiness, he was even more excited now. In the past, he was just an ordinary member of the Grey Spirit Bears, and even because of his weak physique, he was worse than his peers, and even if he worked hard, he couldn't keep up with others. When he was chosen by the master, he actually hesitated in his heart. After all, he knew his own situation, and could he really protect the master after becoming the other party's spirit pet? He wanted to refuse at the time, but he couldn't refuse, because the master was the person he was most familiar with and closest to since he was a child. If he really had to become someone else's spirit pet, that person could only be him. Therefore, after the contract, he would think about training, and more training. He didn't want to become a burden to the master. Now, with the help of the master, he has surpassed all his peers and become a transcendent level first. This is just a beginning, and now he already believes that he will definitely be able to help the master in the future. After the two hugged each other for a while, EMO habitually wanted to pick up the other party, but found it a little difficult, and smiled awkwardly. After letting go, looking at the much larger Han Han, EMO felt a little emotional in his heart. He had watched him grow up since he was a child, and now he had witnessed the other party's growth again, and perhaps he would be able to witness the other party's life in the future. Leaving his thoughts aside, EMO rubbed the other party's head and said with a smile, "To celebrate your breakthrough to the transcendent level, we're having barbecue tonight." Han Han, who didn't know the specific meaning of barbecue, nodded in agreement, happy with the master. At this time, looking at the sky and finding that the sun had not completely set, EMO thought about it and decided to prepare first. After speaking, EMO skillfully returned to the manor and took out the barbecue tools, barbecue ingredients, and barbecue seasoning that he had prepared earlier. Then, behind the manor, he began to set up the tools and put away the items one by one. After Han Han broke through, he had been by his side, but as the main target of the celebration, EMO didn't let the other party do anything, just let him sit well. Time passed slowly, the sun set, the sky darkened, and the moon took the opportunity to rise into the sky, emitting moonlight. Turning on the lights, EMO, who was almost ready, looked at the moonlight and then at his spirit pet Han Han, feeling very satisfied in his heart. However, feeling a little tired, he prepared to sit down and rest for a while, and at the same time look at Han Han's attributes after the breakthrough. After thinking about it, he used exploration, and Han Han's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Grey Spirit Bear. Growth level, Extraordinary level 1, level 11 0%. Race level, Extraordinary level 6, level 16. Attribute, Earth. Profession, Thunder Mage, can change profession. Life Strength, 10. Energy Strength. 14. Mental strength, 10. Talents, elementary strength, elementary thunder energy enhancement, intermediate energy storage. Skills, lightning ball, beginner 15%, heavy blow, mastery 42%, discharge, mastery 11%, charge, proficient 62%. Bloodline potential, monarch level 4, race level of potential evolutionary final form. Evaluation, combat power comparable to extraordinary level elite races. Looking at the panel, Yemo was not surprised. After breaking through the extraordinary level, Han Han's strength is considered average at the same level. This is normal, after all, it is still just a gray spirit bear of extraordinary race level, and the profession is also a green level basic profession equivalent to the weakest elite race. Adding the two together, Han Han's skill level is much higher than other extraordinary level spirit pets of elite races, and there are more talents. However, Han Han's strength can only exist for a while, and it will be different later. Because after the level exceeds level 10, Han Han can finally change profession and become a thunder elementalist equivalent to a high-level elite race. Thinking like this, Yemo took out a level 2 thunder energy crystal from the small bag he carried with him and placed it in front of him. Not awakening the contract space into a beast control skill is so troublesome, you have to pack some things up. After complaining a little, Yemo looked at Han Han, who was not idle and was practicing discharging electricity, and stretched out his hand to beckon. Han Han, come here. Hearing the master's words, Han Han put away the lightning in his hand and walked over. Come, take this stone, I'll help you improve your strength. After handing the level 2 thunder energy crystal to the other party's bare paw, Yemo said with a smile. According to the master's words, Han Han squeezed the crystal and nodded seriously. As for the master's saying to improve strength, although it is very outrageous, it still believes it very much because it has already seen the master's outrageousness. With a thought, Yemo activated the class change function, and chose to change class to Thunder Elementalist, targeting Han Han. The level 2 Thunder Energy Crystal instantly turned into strands of thread-like energy, pouring into Han Han's body from all directions. Then, in Han Han's surprised expression, a force began to boil from within it, constantly enhancing its various attributes. Yemo, who had been using detection, also noticed the change. After changing class to a blue-level profession, he could actually improve Han Han's basic attributes. He didn't expect to have this kind of harvest at all. He quietly watched Han Han's transformation, and only showed a smile after the numbers jumping on the panel stopped. At the same time, a prompt for Han Han's change appeared in his mind. The target has successfully changed to the blue-level profession Thunder Elementalist. Elementary skill Discharge has been successfully transformed into the intermediate skill Intermediate Thunder Control. The skill proficiency level has decreased by 1 level. Elementary skill Charge has been successfully transformed into the intermediate skill Thunder Element Mark. The skill proficiency level has decreased by 1 level. Talent Elementary Thunder Energy Amplification has been upgraded to intermediate. 2 elementary skills have been transformed into intermediate skills, and an elementary talent has been upgraded to intermediate. Even if the proficiency level decreases after transforming other skills, the improvement in strength is obvious. At this time, Yemo first looked at the basic attributes. Life Strength, 10 plus 2, the value behind is the professional improvement. Energy Strength, 14 plus 7. Mental Strength, 10 plus 4. After changing class, the basic attributes can be said to have been greatly improved. According to his observation of the Grey Spirit Bear attributes of various extraordinary levels and below in the base, this panel is already higher than the unevolved extraordinary level 6 Grey Spirit Bear. However, after understanding through detection, Yemo also understood that the main reason why Han Han would get so many attribute improvements through the profession is because of the large gap between his own growth level and the quality of the profession. It's like the extraordinary level spirit pets of the leader level race, their basic panel is much higher than the extraordinary level spirit pets of the elite race. The same is true, if Han Han's growth level reaches the high level elite level, then the attribute improvement brought to it by this blue level profession would be very small. Thinking, Yemo put his eyes on evolution, and the next arrangement for Han Han is evolution. Tyrant Bear Evolution Requirements. Requirements: growth level of level 16 and above, at least master a proficient elementary thunder skill, the higher the mastery, the better the skill level. Method: when in the best state, use a proficient thunder skill. There is a probability to enter the state of activating the bloodline, so as to evolve. The newest and fastest novel is at 69 Shuba. Note: you can prepare some thunder energy crystals during evolution. The requirements for the Tyrant Bear's evolution are not very high. The most difficult is to master a proficient thunder skill. But because the skill level only requires elementary, the difficulty is greatly reduced. As long as the Grey Spirit Bears in the base work hard, they can always master a proficient elementary thunder skill. As for him, Han Han had already mastered proficient discharge before. Even if the skill was transformed into proficient intermediate thunder control, it still shows that the requirement has been met in the evolution requirements. This is because after the skill is transformed, Han Han can still release proficient discharge, but this skill can no longer get the blessing of the experience function from now on. So, if Han Han, who has entered the extraordinary level, wants to evolve the fastest, then the only difference from the first potential evolution is the level. As for the level, thinking of the extraordinary level Grey Spirit Bears, Tyrant Bears, and Rock Armor Bears in his own breeding base, Yemo felt that evolution before the competition should not be a problem, as long as the experience increase for each level after the extraordinary level is not too outrageous. After reading the evolution and growth aspects, Yemo finally turned his eyes to the position he was most looking forward to, the new class change. After changing class to Thunder Elementalist, not surprisingly, Han Han unlocked a new class change profession. Class change: Thunder Tyrant, Light Orange profession, Element Research Scholar, purple level, Soul Apostle, purple level. Directly ignoring the other two purple level professions comparable to the leader level race, Yemo's eyes fell on the only light orange profession. Sure enough, as long as you change class to Thunder Elementalist, then the Thunder Tyrant profession will inevitably appear in the next class change. Thinking of this, Yemo's mood paused, and he roughly checked the introductions of the other two professions with his eyes. One is just a prerequisite profession for a light orange profession, and the other is even more outrageous. It is actually a prerequisite profession for a purple profession. Purple level change to purple level? Can't look at it. Yemo's attention turned back to the Thunder Tyrant profession. Thunder Tyrant class change requirements. Requirements: growth level of level 20 or above, at least master a proficient high-level thunder skill, a level 5 energy crystal or 5 level 4 thunder energy crystals are required for class change. Note: energy crystal requirements can be replaced by other spirit material resources of the same level. The moment he saw the class change requirements, Yemo felt his eyes darken. Is class change so expensive? Good heavens, as expected of a light orange profession change requirement comparable to a monarch class. My own little treasury has already begun to ache faintly. Yemo thought to himself. Putting aside the advanced mastery level lightning skills, the energy crystals alone are beyond what he can afford. 4th level energy crystals generally cost over 500,000, and lightning type ones, in this northeastern region, cost over 700,000 apiece. Remember the first website domain name. 5 of them would cost 3 to 4 million. As for 5th level energy crystals, most are over 10 million, and even the cheapest 5th level crystal he's heard of costs over 5 million. With his own little treasury, he could maybe afford 1 or 2 4th level energy crystals, but 5th level ones are completely out of the question. Sighing, Yemo seriously considered things and decided to see how the secret realm trip goes. If he obtains enough resources to fill the sub-profession function activation, then he'll only need to spend money on the job change, which he can get from his grandfather. But if things don't go smoothly, the double expense of the sub-profession function and the job change would be a bit too much, and given the family's current situation, it would probably be a major drain. He could only say he was fortunate to be reborn into a relatively wealthy family in this life. Otherwise, even with the awakening of the heaven-defying talent of gamification, the resources he needed for early growth would probably be delayed for a long time. At this time, the simple-minded Han Han, after completing the job change, could clearly feel a huge improvement in its own strength. Whether it was the more intense energy within its body or the new skills that emerged in its mind, all made it feel excited. It also received help from its master and gained new skills. It's decided, 1 more hour of extra training today. Awol, Han Han cried out unconsciously. Beside it, Yemo, who who was already used to it, shook his head and reminded, "Remember to prioritize training intermediate lightning control and lightning element imprint. These two skills are more important." Having read the skill descriptions, he understood that intermediate lightning control is a prerequisite skill for advanced lightning control in the lightning elementalist skill tree, and lightning element imprint is a prerequisite for enhancing the intermediate lightning energy in the talent to advanced. Improving the level of these two skills is the most important thing and must not be slackened. After receiving the order, Han Han nodded, then went to the side, and before long, one could see streaks of purple lightning dancing orderly under its control like wandering snakes. Intermediate lightning control mainly involves more meticulous control of one's own lightning, and the burst is also more powerful than the previous discharge. It belongs to the comprehensive type among intermediate skills. Perhaps its output control isn't that strong, but it can do everything. Lightning element imprint is somewhat similar to energy storage. It allows the user to inscribe imprints on the body, storing a portion of their own lightning energy within them. When using lightning skills in the future, the imprint can be unlocked to enhance the skill or restore energy. Both are very good skills. Anyway, Yemo was quite satisfied after reading them. However, the skill unlocking conditions inside are different from the previous basic profession skill unlocking conditions. Some skills require other conditions besides level requirements. For example, advanced lightning control, in addition to the level 15 requirement, must also master intermediate lightning control to the mastery level. Advanced lightning energy amplification is the same. In addition to the level 13 requirement, it also requires lightning element imprint and intermediate lightning control to be mastered to the proficient level. Other skills, such as levitation, are similar. After thinking for a long time, Yemo stretched out his hands and stretched his body. Looking at the moonlight in the sky being blocked by dark clouds, night fell, and only the lights beside and above his head were still shining brightly. "I don't want to think about it. I'll eat the barbecue first, celebrate, and then think about it." After talking to himself, Yemo stood up, lit the charcoal, and waited for the grill to heat up. At the same time, he sorted out the ingredients, arranging the sliced white snow beef and other meat products one by one, while placing the broad crispy fruit and other fruits in the back. After the grill heated up, he began to grill various delicacies, the aroma of meat wafting around, making people drool. Han Han, who was training not far away, couldn't help but glance at it after smelling it. After spending a lot of time, the food was grilled, and Yemo called Han Han to enjoy the delicacies he made himself. Taking a bite, the slightly charred grilled white snow beef, with its juicy and delicious interior, melts in your mouth, and its inherent ice attribute makes the taste even better. Han Han, who almost always eats vegetarian food every day, has never seen this kind of taste before, and it eats a piece in 2 or 3 bites, its mouth full of oil. After all the grilling was completed, most of the ingredients went into Han Han's stomach. Seeing this, Yemo could only sigh that it was indeed extraordinary. After eating and drinking well, after spending some time cleaning up here, Yemo and Han Han moved 2 recliners out of the manor and placed them behind the stream. Just like that, Yemo quietly lay back on the recliner, enjoying the peaceful night. Han Han, who was a little full, learned to lie on the recliner, folded its arms, yawned, and its eyelids became heavy. Tonight is a rare rest time. Even after drinking a lot of recovery potions, they cannot hide the mental fatigue of these past few days. The latest novels are available on 69shu.com. Ding dong. Ha! Hearing the reminder sound of special concern on his phone, Yemo, who was lying down, took out his phone and took a look. It was a message from his grandfather. Could it be related to the secret realm? Without thinking too much, he directly opened the message. Xiaomo, I took the opportunity to investigate the Northern Cold City secret realm these past few days. It's about the same as what the announcement said. It was discovered by members of the Northern Cold City Beastmaster Association. The location is in the Qingxue mountain range, dozens of miles east of the city. The exploration confirmed that it is a 4th-level fusion secret realm. Only 3 entrances were found, which is a bit few. It's possible that this secret realm only barely reached the 4th level. The environment inside is confirmed to be of the forest type, and most of the monsters should be earth type and plant type. If you are eligible to enter, you must prepare some antidote potions. In addition, although this is a 4th level fusion secret realm, it has only fused to the 1st level after all. Each entrance can only withstand about 70 people entering, so the number of entrants is determined to be 200, no more. In addition to our 100 people from Northern Cold City, all other places have been given to the 3 surrounding base cities. Among the participants, the only 2nd level base city, Yulin City, you have to pay attention to them. The people they send to participate are definitely not weak. It's best not to have conflicts with them after entering. Of course, it's not to say that I'm afraid of anything. Anyway, you make your own decisions about everything, and I will bear all the consequences. Seeing this, Yemo smiled. Talented students from a 2nd level base city? I wonder how they're pets. Compared to the evolved Han Han. After thinking about it, he continued to read, and what followed was other content. There is only this much information about the secret realm. What I really want to tell you this time is actually the results of my training in Northern Cold City. Only 3 days have passed, and Tyrant's advanced berserk skill has already shown obvious improvement. At the same time, Tyrant also told me that every time it activates berserk now, it can feel the power in its body stirring, as if something is hidden in its body. This is definitely a sign before evolution. At the current rate, I feel that it won't be long before it can master the perfect level advanced berserk and start the evolution you mentioned. I have also chosen the place for evolution. It's the place where that guy Yende stays, which is both secret and safe. I will call you to come and see it then. Seeing that his grandfather's training plan was very successful, Yemo was also happy in his heart. After all, his grandfather becoming stronger is equivalent to him becoming stronger. Putting away his phone and calming his mind, Yemo lay back on the recliner and continued to admire the beautiful scenery of the night. The next day. The sun shone brightly, its early rays streaming through the window and illuminating the entire room. Yemo, who had been fast asleep, slowly opened his eyes, feeling a touch of warmth. He glanced out the window and saw that the sun was already quite high in the sky. Looks like I really was too tired these past few days, waking up this late, Yemo thought to himself. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name Taiwan Novel website. He turned his head and, as expected, the simple-minded Han Han wasn't beside him. He probably got up early to train. He stretched lazily, yawned, and sat up. After relaxing last night, his mental state was excellent, and it was time to start the next step. After washing up and eating breakfast, he walked out of the manor and saw Han Han on the grass in front, his face serious as he wielded purple lightning, again and again. Han Han, time for breakfast. Yemo called out, carrying a small bag on his back and a bag of food in his hand. Hearing him, Han Han exhaled, retracted the lightning, and jogged towards him. After handing the food to Han Han, Yemo took out his phone and suddenly saw a message. It was a message sent daily by the staff after they sent the gray spirit bears to the training ground. Hiss. Yemo pressed his hand to his forehead, too happy after yesterday's breakthrough. He actually forgot to tell Aunt Zhao not to send gray spirit bears to the training ground anymore. Now that Han Han had reached the extraordinary level, leveling up would most likely require fighting opponents of the same level. But Aunt Zhao and the others could only get gray spirit bears from the juvenile area, all of which were below the extraordinary level. If he wanted to find extraordinary level gray spirit bears, violent bears, and rock armor bears, he'd have to search in this forest. After all, once their growth level reached the extraordinary level, they no longer needed as much careful protection as they did when they were young. After thinking for a while, Yemo felt that he had finally cleaned up his training ground, so how could he just leave it like that? It would be better to arrange things this way in the future, letting the little gray spirit bears from the juvenile area go to the training ground in batches to fight, and if they failed, they would train their skills properly. Anyway, those little rascals couldn't stay idle usually. After thinking it over, Yemo organized his thoughts and sent the future arrangements to Aunt Zhao. As for himself, he took the well-fed Han Han to find Yende. After walking along the familiar road, Yemo saw the giant tree again, and Yende at the foot of the tree. Perhaps due to the regular activity these past few days, Yende had actually woken up, and when he saw him, he got up and walked over. Awoo-wo-wo. Yende shouted, already familiar with the routine. Seeing this, Yemo quickly interrupted, "No, starting today, I won't be going to the training ground anymore." Hearing this, the gigantic Yende widened its eyes. What was going on? It had only eaten well for a few days, and it was already losing its job? Seeing its misunderstood expression, Yemo quickly explained, "It's just that I'm not going, you go yourself. Once you get there, you arrange for those gray spirit bears to fight each other, and the punishment for losing will be the same as before. As for the crispy fruit for you, it will be a fixed amount of 400 caddies every day." After listening, Yende nodded seriously. It was still the same as before, very familiar. Yemo continued, "Also, it will be like this every day from now on, don't forget, watch the time yourself." Yende looked thoughtful. It would be like this every day, wouldn't that mean a stable income every day, a secure job? After thinking, Yende said goodbye and hurried to work. Here, Yemo was preparing to go to the forest to find an extraordinary level opponent to level up Han Han and try out new skills. In this forest of the breeding base, because the violent bears needed to work with Grandpa to protect the Spirit Lake area, and the rock armor bears often needed to go to the Earth Construction Company to help. Therefore, improving their strength was essential for the pet beasts here. Therefore, the training locations for all the gray spirit bears, violent bears, and rock armor bears were this entire forest. Whether it was practicing skills, learning skills, or even pet beast battles, it was all part of the daily life of this forest. Passing through giant trees and crossing small bushes, Yemo led Han Han to the location with the most extraordinary level creatures in the entire area. Here, the sun was bright, the grass was fragrant, there were relatively few trees, and the open grassland occupied most of the space. At a glance, Yemo saw many extraordinary level gray spirit bears, each about a meter tall, learning skills. Judging from the skills they successfully released, they should be the Thunder-type beginner skill Thunderpalm and the Earth-type beginner skill Petrified Skin. Teaching them the skills were a violent bear more than 3 meters tall and a rock armor bear nearly 3 meters tall. Judging from the physique of these two, they should both be third-order advanced elite-level existences. Seeing this, Yemo wasn't surprised. Whether it was Thunderpalm or Petrified Skin, they were both meant to allow the gray spirit bears to successfully evolve into violent bears or rock armor bears. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. After looking at them for a few more moments, he led Han Han further inside. Today, he wanted to find a stronger opponent. The extraordinary level gray spirit bears were still too weak. A few minutes later, Yemo found a suitable opponent. It was a rock armor bear about 1 meter 40 or 50 tall, with a lithe physique, faint dim light emanating from the brown-yellow fur on its body, and sharp eyes and a confident gait, all indicating its own excellence. Looking at it, Yemo used the appraisal skill. Because of the difference in their levels, it took him 10 seconds to see the opponent's attributes. Rock Armor Bear. Growth level, Extraordinary level 6. Race level, Elite level 5. Attribute, Earth. Life strength, 24. Energy strength, 15. Mental strength, 13. Talent, Beginner strength, Intermediate endurance. Skills, Heavy blow, Mastery level, Petrified skin, Proficient level, Beginner earth spike, Entry level. Evaluation, a rock armor bear with relatively outstanding talent. These attributes, its life strength is twice that of Han Han. But after all, there was a level difference of 5, and life strength was Han Han's weakest attribute, so some gap was normal. But this mastery level heavy blow, it seems this rock armor bear really likes close combat. Having the appraisal skill, Yemo understood these things very well. The heavy blow skill, for extraordinary level rock armor bears and violent bears, it would be good enough to reach the proficient level. Because after becoming extraordinary level, their initial form, the gray spirit bear, needed to practice other skills, so they had no time to train heavy blow. And mastering the mastery level heavy blow during the metamorphosis period, among the dozens of gray spirit bears that Yemo had seen these past few days, not a single one had achieved this. After thinking for a while, Yemo decided to choose this rock armor bear as his opponent. Although with Han Han's stats, the chance of losing wasn't low. But because the battles these past few days had all been about crushing weaker opponents, he felt that there hadn't been much growth in terms of combat. So, for Han Han's first battle at the extraordinary level, let Han Han experience a battle where he was at a disadvantage. Han Han, you're going to fight that one over there, what do you think, can you beat it? After thinking it over, Yemo asked his pet beast. His gaze fixed on the rock armor bear not far away, Han Han nodded slowly. Although the opponent was its evolved form, with its master, it was no longer the same as before. Having received a response, Yemo walked towards the rock armor bear. Stopping the bear, he used telepathy and said, "How about a battle with the one next to me?" After 3 days of continuous effort, his telepathy finally broke through to level 2 yesterday. In addition to establishing a mental connection with Han Han, he could also vaguely sense the meaning of other pet beasts' words. Of course, even reaching level 2, he still couldn't effectively communicate with other spirit pets. This was just habitually grinding for experience. So, Han Han, standing beside him, directly shouted, "Awo!" The rock armor bear, disdaining to fight the weak, shook its head and directly refused, "Awo! You are too weak. Come back after you evolve." Sensing that the other party seemed to refuse, Yemo looked at Han Han. Han Han immediately conveyed the other party's words. "So that's how it is." Yemo nodded and said to Han Han, "Show off your skills and let it see your strength." After hearing this, in front of the rock armor bear, who showed an impatient expression, Han Han mobilized its energy and used intermediate thunder control. Purple lightning, like a swimming dragon, gushed out from its hand and then slammed into the grass not far away, leaving a shallow pit. Seeing this, the rock armor bear's eyes lit up. It had never seen this skill before. Then, it quickly nodded, indicating its willingness to fight. After the two agreed, the group of 3 came to an open space led by the rock armor bear. Not far away, a 3 to 4 meter tall tyrant bear was standing to the side. There was a rule that must be followed when battling here, which was that every battle had to be conducted in front of a high-level elite elder. The reason this rule was established was for safety. Because a large number of battles and training sessions take place in the forest every day, the breeding base staff will bring many recovery potions and cultivation potions and other supplies every once in a while. And the storage location of these supplies is the location of many high-level elite existences. As elders, they will distribute supplies to members in need, and they will also take injured individuals for treatment. Because of this, so many tyrant bears and rock armor bears have been produced in the breeding base. Only through enough training and battles can they truly grow. On the grass, Han Han and the rock armor bear stood facing each other. As the two locked eyes, the battle officially began. ZZZ. Facing this battle, Han Han didn't dare to relax in the slightest. It quickly mobilized the energy in its body, and intermediate thunder control was released directly. Instantly, surging lightning poured forward like a tide, covering the entire field in purple in an instant. Similarly, the rock armor bear quickly ran as soon as the battle began, its limbs alternately stepping on the ground, making heavy footsteps. At the same time, a brownish-yellow light was attached to its body, which was the effect of the petrified skin skill. Boom! Facing the frantically raging lightning in front, the rock armor bear's eyes were solemn, and the petrified skin on its body was raised to the extreme. Then, like a mud truck, it rushed into it. The purple lightning constantly hit the rock armor bear's body. Some were blocked by the brownish-yellow light, and some directly broke through the light, hitting its body and leaving traces of charred fur. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The closer it got to the target, the more the rock armor bear's eyes burned with fighting spirit, despite the pain in its body. Seeing that its opponent could actually withstand its skills and charge forward, Han Han's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Unwilling to admit defeat, it spread its palms, and energy continued to pour out. Under the control of thunder control, the raging lightning began to gather in front of it, quickly forming a lightning ball. The lightning ball with thunder control blessing, even if it's just entry level, is more powerful than the lightning controlled by intermediate thunder control alone. At this moment, the rock armor bear knew that the target was close at hand, but the sense of danger brought by the lightning ball was even more striking and obvious. Its mental perception kept sending out danger warnings, and even its body seemed to be refusing to move forward. But it couldn't retreat. With a determined thought, the rock armor bear's eyes turned crazy, and its right arm, carrying the maximum power of heavy blow, blasted forward. Han Han gritted its teeth and roared, and the lightning ball blasted forward. Bang! An explosion sounded, followed by the crackling sound of lightning. Under Yemo's gaze, the lightning ball condensed by Han Han was blasted open by the rock armor bear with one palm, but the exploding lightning ball was the real form. The power of the explosion and the raging lightning left bloodstains on the opponent's body, and the brownish-yellow light on the surface of its body also shattered. Awah! The rock armor bear roared loudly, and at the same time, its bloody bear paw slammed forward, another proficient heavy blow. Having exhausted too much energy and unable to recover its energy for the time being, Han Han couldn't release thunder control for a while. At this time, Yemo used telepathy to directly convey the words to its mind. Release heavy blow. With energy in an overloaded state, the stamina-consuming skill heavy blow was currently the only choice. It's better than enduring the opponent's skills head-on no matter what. Receiving the master's command, Han Han didn't hesitate and blasted out the right palm that condensed heavy blow with all its strength. Thump! Two proficient heavy blows collided, producing a muffled sound. Immediately afterwards, Han Han's figure was knocked away along with the sound, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Seizing the opportunity to knock away its opponent, the rock armor bear slapped the ground with one palm, and khaki power poured into the ground. Earth Spike! Not far away, seeing this, Yemo hurriedly issued a reminder through telepathy. Be careful of the ground. Having just stabilized its figure, Han Han heard the master's reminder and quickly released its mental power, sensing under its feet, and found that the ground began to gather energy. A moment later, several stone blades began to stab out from the ground under its feet. Even if Han Han discovered it in advance, it still didn't have much time to dodge. And was still scratched by the stone blades. As the Earth Spike skill ended, after the stone blades turned into powder, several wounds with open flesh and blood flowing freely had appeared on Han Han's legs. For the first time feeling such pain, Han Han bit its teeth and made a final fight against the rock armor bear that was already running over, opening the Thunder Element mark. The entry-level Thunder Element mark, in addition to only being able to store 3 marks, each activation and mobilization still requires 1 or 2 seconds. If it had been during the previous confrontation, it wouldn't have had time to release it, but now at this distance, it was already enough. As a purple hair with an engraved mark on Han Han's head dissipated, the power of thunder began to pour into its body. Thunder Element mark activated. Thunder Control. The intermediate Thunder Control blessed with the Thunder Element mark was even more violent, and the raging thunder destroyed everything in front of it in Han Han's crazy eyes. The rock armor bear, which was constantly gathering strength, had been prepared for this and still chose to withstand the thunder and charge directly. But after passing through the violent thunder in front of it, the rock armor bear's charging body froze, and it was paralyzed after being hit by thunder too many times. Although the paralysis wouldn't last long on its body, even a second or two of paralysis would be fatal in this situation. Han Han immediately seized this opportunity, and the purple hair with the engraved mark on its head dissipated again. The Thunder Element mark was activated again, and the skill Thunder Control was released. Then, the lightning ball condensed again. This was its strongest blow. Feeling that its power was about to get out of control, Han Han released this lightning ball with a destructive aura and attacked the target. The paralysis dissipated, but looking at the lightning ball close at hand, the rock armor bear could only put its hands in front of it and try its best to resist. Bang! Rumble! A huge explosion sounded, stirring up a lot of dust, and at the same time, a lot of thunder scattered. The dust dissipated, revealing rock armor bear's body. The blood flowing on its body was charred by electricity, and its original brownish-yellow, soft fur had become bald in patches, with black spots all over, making it look quite miserable. Even so, the rock armor bear, with its tenacious willpower, dragged its feet, still pursuing victory. On the other side, Dumbo, with blood flowing freely, narrowed its eyes, trying to clear its mind. At the same time, it burned the last elemental imprint, overdrawing its energy, and continuously launched attacks, wielding lightning. Boom boom boom. This book is first published on the entire network by. Explosive lightning raged and danced wildly, and explosions sounded one after another. After more than 10 seconds, the rock armor bear, having endured too much damage, unwillingly collapsed to the ground. The external injuries and the massive consumption of internal stamina and energy caused it to faint on the ground. At this moment, Dumbo's hands twitched slightly, its legs went weak, and it slumped to the ground, panting continuously. This battle was too difficult for it to win. Even though it had ample energy, its maximum output rate was fixed. When its attacks couldn't stop the opponent, having more energy was useless when all it had were attack skills. On the other side, after seeing the battle end, Yemo trotted over and took out a healing potion, pouring it into the rock armor bear's mouth. After finishing, he immediately went to Dumbo's side and gave it a potion. At this time, the tyrant bear walked over from not far away, looked at them, and carried the rock armor bear to another place to recuperate. Dumbo swallowed the potion in small sips, and the blood flowing on its legs began to congeal, and the wounds began to slowly recover. The potion containing the power of life had a very good effect, especially for physical injuries. The recovery was particularly fast. Awoo. Dumbo was not satisfied with the battle process this time. It wanted to become stronger. At this time, Yemo touched Dumbo's head and said with a smile, "Recover your state first, and I'll take you to become stronger later." After experiencing such a difficult battle, Dumbo's growth experience only increased by 6%. It seems that the difficulty of leveling up at the extraordinary level is much more difficult than during the transformation stage. Huff. After exhaling a breath gently, Yemo stopped thinking about these things. There were more than 300 extraordinary level spirit bear pets in the breeding base. Even if it couldn't reach extraordinary level 9 by fighting them one by one, reaching extraordinary level 6, which is required for evolving into a tyrant bear, shouldn't be a problem. 20 days later. On a silent grassland, a burst of thunder sounded, followed by thick purple lightning, as thick as a human arm, descending from the sky, bringing about explosions. As the dust dissipated, a tyrant bear more than 2 meters tall lay on the ground, its fur charred black, and faint wisps of white smoke could be seen coming from its mouth. The surrounding extraordinary level tyrant bears and rock armor bears quickly scurried away, not wanting to stay in this place for even a moment. On the grassland, the instigator of the lightning, the culprit who defeated the extraordinary level 9 tyrant bear, Yemo's only spirit pet Dumbo, was withdrawing the overflowing lightning and beginning to tidy up the area. Not far away, Yemo, seeing this, shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. In these 20 days, they initially kept challenging those extraordinary level beings, winning the vast majority of the battles, and their strength and level constantly increased. Everything was developing according to his plan. Unfortunately, since Dumbo broke through level 15, even without evolving, relying solely on the mastery of advanced lightning control, and the lightning energy enhancement upgraded to advanced level, it could be said that most extraordinary levels in this forest couldn't last a few blows in Dumbo's hands. As a result, Dumbo's reputation spread throughout the entire forest. It sounded like a good thing, but unfortunately, for Yemo and Dumbo, this was not good at all. Because now, those extraordinary level beings simply wouldn't fight after seeing Dumbo. After all, for other bears, fighting was to improve their strength and verify their strength, not to be abused. Because of this, Yemo and Dumbo searched the entire forest, and in the end, they only managed to raise Dumbo to a little over level 16 before ending. "Let's go, Dumbo," Yemo called out. Hearing this, Dumbo glanced at the tyrant bear lying on the ground, nodded, and then floated away. Seeing Dumbo not forgetting to practice levitation even after the battle, Yemo shook his head, feeling pressured by how hardworking his spirit pet was. In these 20 days, Dumbo's level had been raised to level 16, and of course, most of the skills of the lightning elemental envoy had been unlocked. Among them, apart from the huge enhancements brought by advanced lightning control and advanced lightning energy enhancement, the skill that he found most interesting was levitation. Although it was only a beginner skill, as a functional skill, even as a beginner, being able to hover in the air could sometimes produce unimaginable improvements at the current stage. Regarding this, Yemo didn't feel that he was too despicable. He had to take advantage of his advantages. It couldn't be that he could fly but chose to clash head-on with the opponent. Besides, Dumbo was now like a mage, with high burst and high output, but also a glass cannon. The newest and most complete novels are at 691st. As for talents, they were almost all related to increasing skill power, and there wasn't a single defensive talent. And the Tyrant Bear, from the perspective of attribute talents, was like an assassin or a lightly armored warrior. It wasn't very tanky, but its close-range burst was extremely fierce. When the two of them met, it would depend on who attacked first. Obviously, Dumbo, who possessed levitation and was good at long-range attacks, had the advantage. Ding dong! Hearing the message sound from his phone, Guillermo took out his phone and glanced at it roughly. It turned out to be a notification text message for the Secret Realm qualifying competition. That's right, today seemed to be October 24th, and the qualifying competition would start tomorrow. Thinking about it, Guillermo realized that almost a month had passed. Just then, a few more messages came on his phone. Looking at them, it turned out to be messages from that guy Lin Xiang. He had been training these days, and hadn't contacted him once. Guillermo, are you there? The qualifying competition is tomorrow, how are you preparing? My little ice finally evolved into an ice soul wolf today. You don't know what I went through, sigh, it's just too difficult. What about you? What level is your gray spirit bear? Did it evolve into a rock armor bear? Looking at the large pile of messages from that guy Lin Xiang, Guillermo's fingers tapped and typed a reply, my Dumbo hasn't evolved yet. What a coincidence, the evolution time I chose for it is also today. However, the direction of evolution is not rock armor bear, but tyrant bear. Lin Xiang, who was far away in the ice wolf breeding base, was stunned by this reply, and said in disbelief, tyrant bear? In Lin Xiang's opinion, although the berserk bear's race level is higher than that of the rock armor bear, the berserk bear is already the highest evolutionary form. In terms of prospects, the rock armor bear, which can evolve into a leader-class earth bear, is definitely better. Thinking of this, Lin Xiang immediately advised, Guillermo, you should consider it more carefully. Although the secret realm qualification is very precious, it's not worth giving up the chance for your gray spirit bear to become a leader-class race. Moreover, evolving into a rock armor bear also has a great chance of obtaining the qualification, so there's no need to force a combat power evolution into a berserk bear. Speaking to this point, Lin Xiang finally replied, of course, these are all my opinions. The real decision is still up to you. Understanding that the other party also meant well, Guillermo typed a reply, it's okay, I had already decided to evolve into a berserk bear from the start, so it's nothing. It's you, didn't you say before that you lacked the resources to evolve before the competition? How did you evolve now? Could it be that your dad prepared some good stuff for you? Seeing this, Lin Xiang, who was lying on the sofa, immediately sat up, revealing a look of resentment, and typed vigorously with both hands, my dad? Get real. My little ice was able to evolve successfully today because she drank a drop of spirit molting liquid, which increased her level by 4. Spirit molting liquid? Guillermo knew about this stuff. It was a tier 1 resource, only suitable for transcendent creatures between levels 10 and 20. Its effect was to quickly increase cultivation by 3 or 4 levels. The disadvantage was that after using it, one couldn't increase their level through cultivation for 3 or 4 months. The price wasn't very high, but it was mainly rare. In the northeastern region of Yanhuang where they were, this stuff was rarely seen. Ordinary people couldn't find a way to get it even if they had money. How did you get the spirit molting liquid? Did your dad get it? Faced with Yimo's question, Lin Xiang immediately replied in a complaining tone, my dad got it, but it wasn't for me, but for my sister. But my sister can't use it at all. She just came back from Ice City, and the spirit pet she contracted is in a stage of rapidly increasing its strength. This kind of thing that only increases 3 or 4 levels and prevents cultivation for several months is purely a negative boost for her. So I went to find my sister. After I reasoned with her with emotion and logic, my sister finally understood the importance of this spirit molting liquid to me and gave it to me. Really? Not believing his nonsense at all, Guillermo typed suspiciously, speak human language. Lin Xiang typed a reply, actually, there's nothing to it. It's just that after I knew about this spirit molting liquid, I kept nagging in front of my sister every day. Once she got annoyed, everything became easier to negotiate. Let's not talk about this. You should have seen the class group messages recently, right? A few transfer students came from Behan. What do you think about it? Yemo was still thinking about how it was such a coincidence that his dad just happened to buy the spirit molting liquid that Lin Xiang needed and let him know that the thing was given to his sister. But since Lin Xiang didn't want to mention it anymore, he wouldn't ask about it either. After all, this was someone else's family matter. Transfer students? What the heck? These days he had been busy with training. Yemo really didn't have much time to play with his phone. On the other side, after seeing this, Lin Xiang directly called. After the call connected, he complained. Which remote mountain forest did you go to cultivate in? You don't even play with your phone? The transfer student thing happened more than 10 days ago. In general, it's that some students in Behan City felt that they couldn't compete there, so they used connections to transfer to our school to snatch those 25 spots. Ha! Hearing this, Yemo was really speechless. They could even play like this? So he opened his mouth and asked, so the school really let these students in? And if they want to snatch spots in other places, shouldn't they go to Jingjiang District and Anlin District? No matter how you look at it, those places aren't as strong as our Linghu District, right? Behan City, a Tier 3 base city, is located on the northeastern border of the Yanhuan Alliance. It is divided into 4 major districts, the main district, Behan District, as well as Jingjiang District, Anlin District, and Linghu District where they are located. Among them, Behan District and Linghu District are located on the outside, on the borderline, so their strength is relatively strong, while Jingjiang District and Anlin District are located on the inside, so their strength is relatively weak. This is determined by environmental factors, so no matter what, if they really want to transfer to other districts to compete for spots, coming to Linghu District is definitely not a good choice. At this time, Lin Xiang replied to him, the school let them transfer because the school only looks at grades. How bad can the college entrance exam scores of those who transferred to our district be? As for why they didn't go to other districts, it's because even more people are transferring to Jingjiang District and Anlin District. After talking about these things, the two were silent for a moment. Then, Lin Xiang complained, actually, it would be fine if those few people transferred over. Later, our district also notified the schools to limit the number of transfer students. No matter what, those transfer students will only snatch away 6 or 7 spots. But what I'm really annoyed about is that among those who transferred over, there are a few people who are really disgusting. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they already feel like they've secured the spots. They're all discussing what to prepare for going to the secret realm. They're really arrogant. High-level elite race? Then I've already defeated a bunch of them, Yemo thought, thinking about the berserk bears that Silly had defeated before, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, Silly's attributes are completely countered by the berserk bear after all. If the spirit pets of other high-level elite races are of the mental attribute, or have strong assassination abilities, then the current Silly still has the risk of failing. He still had to seize the time to evolve. Once he evolved into a berserk bear, coupled with the blue-level profession, it would be equivalent to 2 high-level elite race blessings. At that time, he didn't know if he could defeat opponents of the leader race, but there shouldn't be any problems fighting high-level elite races, right? After thinking about it, Yemo said, then let's talk about it here. I have to arrange for Silly to evolve. On the other side, after hearing this, Lin Xiang quickly replied, okay, then I won't disturb you. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, we'll meet outside the central battle arena. Yemo nodded and said, okay, see you tomorrow. After speaking, he hung up the phone and put away his phone. Tomorrow will be the day the competition starts, and it's time for Silly to start evolving. Although its strength is already very strong now, wouldn't it be better to be more stable? What's more, the opponents in this spot competition are among the best in Linghu District, but how many will be able to perform outstandingly in the secret realm trip? The real opponents are still in the secret realm. Although the officials say that private fights are not allowed in the secret realm, it's still more reassuring to rely on your own strength when you really get there. Along the way, Yemo led the floating, simple-minded Han Han back to the familiar manor. Remember this website's domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. 20 days ago, Han Han successfully broke through to the extraordinary level here, and at the same time, it changed its profession to the blue-level Thunder Elementalist. Now, it will evolve here and become a high-level elite race, the Violent Bear. Taking out the Thunder-type energy crystals that had been prepared from his backpack, he placed them one by one. After preparing everything, Emo looked at the floating Han Han and said seriously, "Alright, Han Han, go over there and use thunder control. Calm down and feel the power contained in your bloodline. Don't suppress it, but endure it." The floating Han Han nodded, then descended from the air and slowly came to the center of the purple crystals. With its palms open, high-level thunder control was released. The purple lightning, as thick as a wrist, was like a ferocious giant python, unruly, but in its hands, it was like a docile pet, surrounding it. The release of the high-level skill brought about the continuous dissipation of energy within its body. But Han Han, who had calmed down, felt at this moment as if there was a force in its body that was being drawn along with the release of the skill. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Following its master's words, Han Han focused all its attention on this force, and at the same time, constantly tried to draw it out. After reaching a certain level, this powerful force surged out from itself, constantly washing over its body. Awu! Feeling the drastic changes in its body, Han Han couldn't help but roar to the sky. On the side, in Nemo's eyes, he saw a burst of impenetrable white light emerge from Han Han's body. Then, after the light dissipated, Han Han's new appearance was revealed. First of all, after evolving, its body had grown from 1 meter to 2 meters tall, and its physique was stronger. The gray-black fur had become more blackish, and the most conspicuous thing was the strand of purple fur on the top of its head, which was the iconic feature of the Violent Bear. It succeeded. Emo excitedly muttered. Although he knew that this evolution could not fail, it did not affect the joy in his heart at this moment. After completing the evolution, Han Han closed its eyes. Having its strength improved, it began to feel its own changes in order to master its power more quickly. These were all things that its master had told it, and it must remember them in its heart. At this moment, the joyful Emo couldn't wait to start exploring and opened the other party's attribute panel. Violent Bear. Growth level, Extraordinary level 7, level 17 23%. Race level, High level Elite level 5, level 35. Attribute, Thunder. Profession, Thunder Elementalist. Life strength, 22 plus 3, the latter is the professional bonus. Energy strength, 27 plus 10. Mental strength, 15 plus 5. Talents, high-level strength, high-level thunder energy enhancement, mid-level energy reserve, elementary energy resistance. Skills, high-level thunder control, proficient 55%, high-level berserk, entry-level 1%, elemental mark, mastery 35%, thunder barrier, proficient level 55%, lightning ball, mastery level 15%. Heavy strike, mastery 92%, levitation, mastery 66%. Bloodline potential, Monarch level 4. Evolution, Purple Radiance Giant Bear, Monarch level 4. Job change, Thunder Tyrant. Evaluation, the basic attributes are comparable to the Monarch race, with outstanding talents. It is not afraid of the Lord race at the same level. Seeing the moment of the high-level strength talent and the high-level berserk skill, Emo's heart was as sweet as if he had eaten honey. After the Grey Spirit Bear evolves into a Violent Bear, in addition to some improvement in its basic attributes, it can also awaken the talent power and the berserk skill, but most Violent Bears only awaken the mid-level strength talent, and it is not until the elite level that it can be promoted to the high level. And his Han Han not only directly awakened high-level strength and high-level berserk, but also had an elementary energy resistance talent, which is also a talent that elite-level Violent Bears can awaken. According to his speculation, this improvement is most likely related to the proficient high-level thunder control. When looking at the conditions for evolving into a Violent Bear before, it was mentioned that the higher the level and proficiency of the mastered thunder-type skills, the better. Now it seems that other Violent Bears only master proficient elementary thunder-type skills before evolving, while Han Han masters high-level thunder control before evolving, so it is only natural to obtain such an improvement. Then, Emo looked at the attributes and levels. Compared with level 16, the level had increased by 1, which was normal. Evolution is a leap-forward improvement, which will release the potential excavated before the spirit pet's evolution at one time. Han Han didn't cultivate for long before the evolution, and the growth level has been increasing, so the excavated potential couldn't be retained at all, so it was already good to be able to improve by one level. As for the attributes, compared with level 16, both life strength and energy strength have increased by 8 points, and mental strength has also been slightly improved. It can be said that the improvement is huge compared with before. As for the evaluation that the basic attributes are comparable to the monarch race, although it made him feel very happy, he didn't think that Han Han could fight against the monarch race of the same level. For spirit pets, the three major factors that have the greatest impact on strength are, first, growth level, second, talent, and third, skills. And with the addition of high-level thunder-type skills, if the power hits the opponent, it will either be dead or injured. This is just the power of high-level talent plus high-level skills. If it is a king-level talent superimposed on king-level skills, then the power is probably really earth-shattering. Of course, everyone is at the extraordinary level. Even if they have king-level talents and skills, if they don't have talents such as energy reserves, whether they can release king-level skills that consume a lot of energy is another matter. Shaking off his thoughts, Yemo carefully looked at the entire attribute panel up and down, and nodded in satisfaction. With such a powerful Han Han, not to mention this qualifier, even the subsequent secret realm trip will be stable. According to the theory that the growth level and race level can only differ by 4 levels or less, the highest race level of extraordinary level creatures is the monarch race. If a creature is born as a high-level monarch race, then its growth level at birth will be affected by the race level and directly become an elite level above level 20. Therefore, during the secret realm trip, the only things that can bring him danger are the monarch race's extraordinary level pets and pets above the extraordinary level. The former is too rare to mention and it is impossible to participate in this kind of small secret realm, and the latter is even more impossible. Can an elite level above level 20 appear at a tier 1 entrance? Thinking about it, Yemo, who felt foolproof, walked to Han Han and wanted to touch the other party's head, but found that it was too high, so he could only raise his hand to pat the other party's arm. At this time, Han Han, who opened his eyes, took the initiative to lower his body and stretched his head over when he saw it. Yemo was stunned, then rubbed the other party's furry head, and the smile on his face became more obvious. As the object being rubbed, Han Han didn't know why its master liked its fur so much, but since he liked it, it could only go along with him. It only hoped that the second partner contracted by the master in the future would also have fur to share this pain for it. Although this pain is not uncomfortable, wasting time and being unable to train makes it very painful. The next morning. Remember the first website domain. A tranquil and fresh atmosphere enveloped the entire breeding base. The sky transitioned from deep blue to light blue, and the dawn rising in the east heralded the arrival of a new day. Inside the manor, after finishing breakfast, Yemo recalled Hanin into his contract space. This was the first time in over 20 days that he had brought the other party into his space. There was no way around it. The current Hanin was over 2 meters tall, strongly built, and no longer suitable to bring into town. After tidying up his things and making sure he hadn't left anything behind, Yemo, with a small bag on his back, left the breeding base. Along the way, he stepped on the dappled light and shadows formed by the early sun shining through the gaps in the leaves, his footsteps light and swift. He was completely different from how he was 20 days ago, not feeling tired at all. The reason for this was that he had become a beginner beastmaster more than 10 days ago. Unlike the mind sense beastmaster skill awakened by apprentice beastmasters, the beastmaster skill awakened by beginner beastmasters after level 10 is called extraordinary transformation. Level 1 extraordinary transformation allows the beastmaster to become a true extraordinary being. If viewed in terms of a spirit pet's attributes, it's equivalent to a blank slate extraordinary race creature with no talents or skills. Although this kind of stat panel only results in feeding the opponent when fighting against spirit pets of the same rank, there's no doubt that the beastmaster's body becomes stronger after the attributes are improved. Therefore, the distance Emo walked was nothing. Even if he ran directly to town, he wouldn't be too tired. Moreover, after the level of extraordinary transformation is increased in the future, it can also grant the beastmaster some of the abilities of their spirit pet. Although it's a bit difficult to fight against spirit beasts of the same rank, there's no problem bullying lower rank spirit beasts. However, all of this is still a bit early for the current Yi-Mo. Now his mind sense has reached level 2 with 86% experience, not far from level 3, while the newly learned extraordinary transformation has only reached level 1 with 13% experience. The speed of improvement is really too slow. Following the morning sun, Yi-Mo walked to the station. After the morning bus arrived, he boarded and headed to the Spirit Lake Central Battle Arena. In this world dominated by Beastmasters, places like battle arenas for improving a Beastmaster's combat experience are indispensable. The Spirit Lake District has a resident population of 800,000, with a significant proportion of people whose primary occupation is Beastmaster, among which beginner and intermediate Beastmasters account for the highest percentage. It can be said that you can encounter several intermediate Beastmasters just by taking a walk around town, so there are a very large number of battle arenas. Like now, as he sits on the bus, he can see several battle arenas through the window along the way. The crowds of people coming and going at the entrances of those arenas show how popular they are. But also, the safest way for Beastmasters to improve their combat experience is the battle arena. Going to the wild is too dangerous. Because Beastmasters have level divisions, and spirit pets have different power levels for their skills due to their strength, battle arenas also have level divisions. Similar to Beastmasters, they are directly divided according to the highest level of Beastmaster combat they can withstand. The Central Battle Arena is the largest and most advanced battle arena in the entire Spirit Lake District, capable of withstanding commander-level pet battles, so it is classified as a master-level battle arena. As the largest and highest landmark battle arena in the entire Spirit Lake District, it is located in the most central and prosperous area of the town. In the past, it could be said that it was bustling with people. But now, as a battle arena managed by the government, it is currently arranged as a qualifying venue, so of course other Beastmasters are not allowed to enter, so there are fewer people coming and going. The bus arrived at the station. After Yi-Mo got off, he looked at the huge square in front of the Central Battle Arena's entrance. Hundreds of students were divided into small groups formed by themselves, their faces filled with smiles or tension, and the occasional discussions made the entire square seem like a vegetable market. Looking around, Yi-Mo spotted Lin Xian's figure not far from a station, so he walked over. Lin Xia's small mouth slowly uttered two words, "Yi-Mo?" She finally called out my name. Yi-Mo couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although they weren't as familiar as when they were children, he would visit her house every year. After so many years, she should remember his name, right? After nodding in response, he was about to ask something when he saw the security personnel surrounding the outside of the square disperse, and several important figures from the Spirit Lake District walked in with their entourage. The surrounding students automatically dispersed, making way for a passage leading to the entrance of the battle arena. The uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack is uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. When these leaders arrived at the entrance of the battle arena, one of them, a handsome middle-aged man standing in the most central position, turned around, looked at the students gathered around, and used his mental power to calmly say, "I am Lin Ao, Deputy Chief of Security of the Spirit Lake District, and also the general person in charge of this Spirit Lake District Secret Realm qualifying competition. I know that all of you students who can come here are very excellent, and you are here to obtain a spot in the Secret Realm. But I will still give you my final advice here. The trip to the Secret Realm is an opportunity, but also a risk. This is not only the case for the entire Beihan City, but also for you. Even if the entrance to the Secret Realm is level 1, and the highest level of the demon beasts inside is extraordinary, you are only newcomers who have been Beastmasters for a month. Even if you have the strength of the extraordinary level, can you guarantee your safety after entering without experience? I don't think so, so at this final moment, you can ask your own hearts whether you are willing to risk your lives to go to the Secret Realm to seize opportunities. If you are unwilling, you can choose to withdraw from the competition. This is not cowardice, but respect for your own life. After the words fell, the students in the entire square talked to each other and whispered. It shouldn't be that dangerous, right? A level 1 Secret Realm has the lowest risk of all Secret Realms. I think so too. Most of those talented extraordinary level demon beasts are just cubs, and their personalities won't be too fierce, while adult extraordinary level ones have extremely poor talent and are not to be feared at all. Danger, who doesn't know the danger, but if I'm a little lucky after entering, even I might become a master level beast master. No one in the entire square thought of withdrawing. This kind of thing like the secret realm is not something everyone has a chance to do. They finally have a chance, so how could they give up? As for the danger to their lives, everyone who came here had read the announcement and understood these things, and had already prepared themselves mentally. After a while, looking at the confident and excited appearance of everyone in the square, Lin Ao continued, since everyone has chosen to participate, then let the qualifying competition begin. You can enter directly from the other channels, and there will be dedicated personnel to guide you. After speaking, he walked in from the entrance. Taiwan Novel Website. The hundreds of students gathered in the square began to line up, entering one by one through the passage. Yimo, Lin Xiang, and Lin Xie walked over together and started queuing. I didn't expect the person in charge of this qualifier to be your dad. Did he tell you anything? That's right, the extremely handsome middle-aged man, Lin Ao, was Lin Xiang and Lin Xie's father. For Yimo, who visited every year, he was very familiar with Uncle Lin. Hearing this, Lin Xiang casually said, he didn't say anything, just told me to work hard. If I don't get the qualification, don't even think about getting pocket money this year. After speaking, he complained, besides, even if there is something, he would tell Lin Xi, cough cough, he would tell my sister. Looking at Lin Xiang, who was becoming more and more depressed, Yimo asked Lin Xie, who was beside him, Lin Xie, did Uncle Lin say anything to you about this competition? Lin Xie, who had been expressionless, was silent for a while after hearing this, before slowly opening her mouth and saying, my dad didn't say anything. He just told me to pay attention to safety and do what I can. It's okay even if I don't get the qualification. Just tell him directly if there are any spirit pets I want. Good heavens, looking at Lin Xian's increasingly dark face, Yimo almost couldn't hold back his laughter, so he had to quickly change the subject and said, then Lin Xie, what are you participating for this time? This secret realm qualification shouldn't be of much use to you, right? While speaking, Yimo carefully sized up Lin Xiang and Lin Xie, and the more he looked, the more he could understand Uncle Lin's thoughts. Lin Xiang looked okay, but whether compared to Lin Xie or Uncle Lin himself, the difference in appearance was obvious. If Lin Xiang didn't vaguely resemble Uncle Lin, he would have suspected that the other party wasn't Uncle Lin's biological son. At this time, Lin Xie opened her mouth and replied, I'm participating because of my dad. He said that my brother is too weak, and he's a little worried about him going to the secret realm, so he asked me if I had any thoughts of going. If I did, I could just take care of him along the way. I think what he said makes a lot of sense, so I came to participate. After hearing this, Yimo inwardly exclaimed, good heavens, this girl feels a bit too straightforward. At first, he thought she was very aloof, but he didn't expect. Beside him, Lin Xiang, whose face was already darkening, almost fainted, wishing he could leave this place immediately. What strength is low, he couldn't hear it at all, this was all slander. As time passed, the 300+ people quickly entered the central battle hall through the passage. Yimo and the others were the same. After entering, under the guidance of the staff, they confirmed their identity information, received their numbers, and followed the main group towards the interior. As the largest battle arena, its interior space was vast, generally divided into a central area and a battle area. The central area was the main battle arena. Yimo had been there before, but it didn't seem like a training ground. Instead, it was more like a competition venue, with spectator seats surrounding it and a huge battle stage in the very center that could support overlord-level battles, which was very eye-catching. The place they were taken to this time was the battle area, which was almost the same as other battle arenas, except that because of its large area, there were many more battle arenas inside. Battle Area Public Hall. After reading the competition content, the many participants who were already seated began to discuss, with exclamations and discussions ringing out one after another. What the heck, aren't we supposed to be fighting other players? Why are the opponents ice wolves? And why do they prioritize attacking beast masters? How come some people have to face two opponents? My spirit pet, Thousand Silk Butterfly, can only control one target. If I encounter this, wouldn't I be directly done for? How come there are even transcendent level 9 opponents? Laughing to death, I finally mustered up the courage to risk my life and try my luck in the secret realm, but I probably won't even be able to pass the elimination round. The majority of people's words maintained a pessimistic attitude. After all, their spirit pets were almost all at the Transcendent 3 or 4 level, and most of them were Transcendent races. Even if some powerful ones evolved into elite races, they were only early-stage elite races, so it was hard to say when a fight really broke out. This was also the situation for ordinary beast masters with average talent. With less than a month and no advantage in talent, the gap between their strength and those with outstanding talent or family background was really large. Those with outstanding talent could receive official support, and those with outstanding family background could receive family support. No one could say what the future would hold, but in this qualifier that started after only contracting for a month, these two undoubtedly had an advantage. The newest novels are first published on 69shu.com. On the other side, in a corner of the public seats, 5 teenagers who were out of place with the surroundings were discussing the content of this elimination round. Brother you, we really came to the right place. We'll definitely get the secret realm qualification this time. Yeah, the opponents in this elimination round are actually just spirit pets of the Transcendent race. Even if they are Transcendent level 9, so what? Without many talents and skills, they can still be easily beaten. With our strength, I feel like we can just casually win this qualifier. A tall, square-faced teenager who was called Brother You waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so careless, everyone. This is just an elimination round, there's still more to come. It would be a big loss if we accidentally fail to get the secret realm qualification. Although he said that, from the upturned corner of the square-faced teenager Yuxuanyu's mouth, one could see that he, like everyone else, believed that this competition was a sure thing. At this time, the last round-faced girl, who was looking around, directly pouted after hearing this. What are you bragging about here? Aren't we all transferred from Beihan City? If you really think you're so fierce, why did you transfer schools? As soon as these words came out, Yuxuanyu and the other 2 boys and 1 girl fell into an awkward silence. The students who had been listening nearby and were already unhappy were now holding back their laughter. They were just losers who chose to admit defeat before even fighting. They could only find a sense of superiority in other places. After the scene calmed down for a while, Yuxuanyu coughed lightly and said, Feng Yuan, it's not that we're bragging. I didn't say anything wrong, and you're not unaware that there are only 2 types of spirit beasts with advanced elite races at the Transcendent level in the entire Linghu district. One is the Shadow Leopard from the Snow Leopard breeding base, whose strength is only so. The other is the Tyrant Bear from the Giant Bear breeding base, which is even stronger, but 2 of us have spirit pets that completely counter it, so there's really no threat. As for those who contract spirit pets from other places, even if there are any, there are very few. Speaking of this, Yuxuanyu seriously said, so, in this qualifier, based on our strength, we can really just rampage through it. Before the other party finished speaking, Feng Yuan didn't reply, because what Yuxuanyu said made some sense, or rather, that's why they transferred here. Beihan City isn't actually that strong. As a Tier 3 base city, it doesn't even have a king-level beast master, but precisely because of this, it has many master-level beast masters. This leads to very few Tier 1 beast masters among the new beast masters in Beihan City, but there are too many Tier 2 beast masters. That's why those of them with Tier 2 strength in Beihan City came here to compete for places. On the other side, Yi Mo and the other 2 were also greatly surprised after seeing the content of the elimination round. Especially Lin Xiang, who had no idea what was going on, directly said, Huh? The opponent in the elimination round is an ice wolf? Yi Mo was a little surprised when he saw it, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was normal. After all, Uncle Lin is the boss of the Ice Wolf breeding base and the person in charge of this competition, so it's perfectly fine to arrange his own ice wolves as opponents. Beside him, Lin Xia, with a cold expression, remained as unresponsive as ever, her eyes just quietly watching the big screen. The battle information is out. Someone, no one knows who, shouted, and all 300+ contestants in the arena immediately looked at the big screen. Number 036, Beastmaster Zhang Yang, please proceed to Arena 1. Number 158, Beastmaster Lu Zhuoran, please proceed to Arena 2. Number 250, Beastmaster Yu Xuanyu, please proceed to Arena 3. Number 067, Beastmaster Lin Xiang, please proceed to Arena 30. Immediately, 30 contestants were randomly selected to go to their respective arenas to begin the elimination round. I didn't expect to be in the first batch. I'll go first then. Seeing the displayed contestant number and name, Lin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Yemo nodded and wished him well. Go ahead, good luck. 3 minutes later, the first batch of 30 contestants went to their respective arenas one after another. On the various screens in the hall, real-time footage of the 30 arenas was displayed simultaneously. Yemo glanced at them slightly and found the real-time situation of Lin Xiang's Arena 30 on the east side. Judging from the picture, his opponent is an ice wolf, and its level should not be low, but after all, Lin Xiang's spirit pet is the evolved form of the opponent. Thinking this, Yemo muttered, shouldn't be a problem, right? At this time, Lin Xie, who was beside him, heard this and said, we'll win. Suddenly hearing her voice, Yemo was stunned for a moment, and then responded, huh? Thinking that the other party hadn't heard clearly, Lin Xie continued to explain, Lin Xiang will win. Although he is very weak, that ice wolf is even weaker. Got it, just don't say it in front of your brother in the future. Yemo nodded in response, although he agreed with this statement in his heart. Several minutes later, in the 30 arenas, Beastmasters summoned their spirit pets one by one and began to fight against the ice wolves. Before long, several contestants were seen being directly beheaded by the enemy ice wolves due to being caught off guard by having 2 ice wolves as opponents, and were eliminated on the spot. Among the remaining contestants, most of them were not very strong to begin with. Compared to the ice wolves, who were quite experienced in combat, their spirit pets could only try their best to resist, and finally collapsed helplessly amidst the Beastmaster's words of perseverance. In this way, 30 contestants were eliminated one by one, with only 3 contestants showing outstanding performance. On Arena 2, Lu Zhuoran's Shadow Leopard, as a high-level elite species, easily defeated its opponent with its talent and attribute suppression. Yu Xuanyu from Arena 3 directly summoned an iron-winged bird of a high-level elite species. Under the iron feathers covering the sky, the 2 ice wolves had no power to resist. Finally, there was Lin Xiang from Arena 30. Although he only summoned an ice soul wolf of an elite species, he quickly defeated his opponent by relying on his skillful use of skills. The screens displaying these 3 contestants attracted the attention of many people in the hall at this moment. That's Lu Zhuoran from Second High, right? As expected of someone from the snow leopard breeding base, his spirit pet evolved into a shadow leopard so quickly. I know the last one, Lin Xiang from First High. Did you see the person who was talking at the door earlier? That's his dad. Really? They don't look alike. As expected, those who transferred here have some skills. With this strength, there would be a problem if they couldn't get a qualification. The discussions in the hall never stopped. As for why some people's names were known to everyone, it was because someone had specifically collected and sorted them out. After all, this is a qualification selection competition, and there may be situations where contestants fight each other, so understanding the other party's information is still a little useful. Lin Xie, do you still remember Lu Zhuoran? The aloof and detached Lin Xie pondered for a long time before raising her head and looking at him with confusion. Who? Alright, never mind that I asked. Yemo changed the topic and said, it's nothing, let's continue watching. The first elimination round ended quickly, and the final result was not unexpected. Only 3 people successfully advanced. At this time, the second battle list appeared. Number 098, Beastmaster Yu Jiangyan, please proceed to Arena 1. Number 066, Beastmaster Yemo, please proceed to Arena 6. Ha! It's my turn. After seeing the list, Yemo stood up and shouted to the people beside him, I'm leaving then. Lin Xie nodded and replied softly, okay, good luck. On the other side, the first batch of 30 contestants had all returned to the hall from the arena. As soon as the transfer student Yu Xuanyu returned to his seat, he couldn't help but shout, it really wasn't difficult, it was too easy. After Lin Xiang returned to his seat, he found that only his sister was still there and asked in confusion, where's Yimo? Lin Xie stretched out her small hand, pointing to the big screen to indicate. At this time, after reading the list, Lin Xiang, understanding, muttered, so he went on stage. Then he sat down and focused his attention on Arena 6. At this time, Lu Zhuoran from Second High also returned to his seat. Before he could sit down, a series of praises from his classmates and friends rang out. As expected of you, Zhuoran, you solved the ice wolf in no time. The evolved shadow leopard is really handsome. When will my snow leopard evolve? By the way, Zhuoran, didn't you say you wanted to challenge Yimo? I seem to see his name on this battle list just now. Hearing the two words Yimo, Lu Zhuoran seemed to have a conditioned reflex and immediately looked at the big screen, staring at those two words and directly said, my dad told me that there will be a ring competition after this elimination round. When Yimo goes to which ring, I will follow him to which ring. Anyway, I definitely want to defeat him once head-on. Are you so confident? That Yimo is from the Giant Bear Breeding Center. Whether it's cultivation resources or pet talent, it certainly won't be lower than yours. A boy wearing glasses said this. Google search token. Lu Zhuoran revealed a smug expression and said, don't worry, I've inquired. That Yimo's first pet is definitely a gray spirit bear. Even with enough resources to cultivate it, it would only have evolved into a rock armor bear by now. My Shadow Panther is guaranteed to win against him, especially with my talent. The more he spoke, the happier Lu Zhuoran became, as if he had already won. At this moment, a skinny boy sitting down asked curiously, Zhuoran, how are you so sure that Yimo will definitely evolve into a rock armor bear? What if he evolves into a berserk bear? As soon as he finished speaking, before Lu Zhuoran could reply, several other classmates looked at him as if he were an idiot. Rock armor bears can evolve into commander-level creatures. What is a berserk bear? Don't underestimate the difference of just one stage between commander level and high elite level. That step is a world apart. A high elite potential pet is only worth tens of thousands of yuan, but a commander level pet starts at 1 million. Which one would you choose? Do you even need to think about it? Moreover, pets with commander level potential have a chance to reach the commander level in the future. Once successful, the Beastmaster will directly become a Grandmaster Beastmaster, and be considered someone important wherever they go. On the other hand, owning a high elite level pet and becoming a senior Beastmaster is just being a slightly more capable wage earner in society, which is completely incomparable to the former. Seeing the questioner's face turn red, Lu Zhuoran shook his head and said, you don't understand that guy Yimo at all. He will definitely choose the future, so he will definitely let his pet evolve into a rock armor bear. As soon as he finished speaking, the classmate who asked the question suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the screen, and shouted, look, that's a berserk bear, right? Hearing this, the others immediately turned their attention to screen number 6 and fell silent. Venue number 6. Following the instructions, Yimo arrived here through the passage. The entire battle arena was built according to a small battle arena, suitable for elite level and below battles. It's not large, about 30 meters long and wide, and square in shape. Inside the battle arena, there is a battle platform that protrudes from the ground and is the real place for battle. Following the steps, Yimo walked onto the battle platform. As an open-air venue, the sunlight was crossing the dark clouds at this moment, falling from the sky and illuminating the entire area. On the platform, a staff member wearing a referee uniform, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at him and said, summon your pet. When the whistle sounds, the battle will officially begin. After speaking, the staff member took out a remote control and clicked it. The door on the other side of the arena was opened, and an ice wolf, 2 meters long and with a strong physique, slowly walked in with elegant steps, raising its head. It's actually Transcendent Level 9, what bad luck. The staff member, who used the Beastmaster's eye to check the opponent's level, shook his head and muttered softly. At this moment, Yimo activated the star chart, and the Great Sun 6 stars chart appeared. Then, a contracted star fell to the ground, and the figure of a 2-meter-tall giant bear appeared. Han Han, who was freed from the contracted space, roared to the sky for the first time, venting the boredom in his heart. Awwa! The huge roar and the sharp aura that emanated from it filled the entire battle arena. The staff member who was the referee was stunned for a while after seeing it, then looked at it a few times before muttering, "Good, this is a berserk bear, evolving into a berserk bear in a month, that's a bit amazing." The Ice Wolf, who was the opponent, had also arrived on the battle platform at this moment, but unlike its initial elegance, it was now ready for battle, its body lowered, its eyes solemn, and the ice blue energy on its body began to flicker. After summoning his pet, Yemo looked at his opponent for the first time and used his probe to understand the opponent's attributes. Not bad, Transcendent Level 9, 20 points of life and energy intensity, possessing beginner agility, mastering 3 skills, but all are beginner skills, very ordinary Level 19 Transcendent Race Creature attributes. Han Han, that is your opponent. Use Heavy Blow to finish it off later. The battle begins. The agile Ice Wolf's eyes revealed a gleam of light. With rich combat experience, it charged forward. Without any long-range skills, it prepared to close the distance between the two sides as soon as possible. Standing up, Han Han stared ahead, the power constantly gathering in his palms, and at the same time, the energy in his body surged. Traces of purple lightning that were not easily detected flickered, surrounding the area within a few meters. The Beastmaster once said that one must not be careless when facing any opponent, and everything must be prepared with 2 plans. Han Han, who kept every word of the Beastmaster in his heart, in addition to preparing the skill Heavy Blow, also quietly released Advanced Thunder Control, covering the surrounding area with Thunder-type energy. Once things developed incorrectly, the Thunder-type energy gathered around would turn into furious thunder and punish the opponent. The newest novels are first published at 6-9 book bar. Although the Beastmaster just said to use Heavy Blow, how could he be deceived? The Beastmaster's words were obviously testing him. At this moment, the Blue Ice Wolf charged forward, and a paw with ice blue energy gathered in its hand struck forward fiercely. Proficient Beginner Skill Ice Claw. At the same time, Han Han's eyes were solemn, and his bare paws, as heavy as a mountain, swung out with power. Proficient Beginner Skill Heavy Blow. Success, seeing the opponent choose to fight him head-on, a cunning light flowed in the Ice Wolf's eyes. After it unloaded this blow, it would be able to take the opportunity to sneak attack the opponent's Beastmaster. No problem, when Han Han released Heavy Blow, his spirit constantly sensed the changes around him. After confirming that the surrounding Thunder-type energy could be mobilized instantly, he focused his attention on the front. Bang! Ice Claw and Heavy Blow collided, creating a muffled sound, and at the same time, the air was shaken open, forming a circle of airwaves. Immediately afterwards, the 2-meter-long giant Ice Wolf, like a flying car, was knocked onto the energy barrier at the edge of the battle platform, causing a loud noise before slowly smashing to the ground, unable to get up. The referee who was standing was directly stunned when he saw this. This is the end? After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a berserk bear with powerful, and then announced the result of the match. Beastmaster Yemo, victory. Ignoring the confused look in the eyes of the heavily injured Ice Wolf, Han Han, as the victor, was a little confused at the moment. Obviously, the opponent's aura was quite strong, and it felt like its level was higher than his, so why was it gone? He still had a trick up his sleeve, but it was completely useless. Could it be that the Beastmaster's words actually had no meaning? Thinking of this, Han Han shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be because the Beastmaster has greater foresight. This battle is just to make me careless. Yes, that must be the case, but the Beastmaster underestimated me too much. How could I forget the Beastmaster's words? I must prepare a few more backhands in the future. On the side, Yemo, who had won the victory, didn't think so much and directly praised, "This time you won the match, Han Han, you performed well, keep up the good work next time." Performed well? Keep up the good work next time? Understood. Han Han's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he replied seriously, "Awo." At this moment, the second elimination round had already ended, and the list for the third round began to appear on the big screen. Somewhere on a public seat, Lujuaran and the others were silent for a while, before several classmates around him couldn't help but speak up.
Choron, are you still going to fight Emo?
His pet seems to have evolved into a berserk bear.
Google search TWKAN.
So what if it's a berserk bear?
Joron's pet is also a high-level elite species, he's not afraid at all. That's right, don't boost his morale.
At this moment, Joron was slumped in his chair, a slightly awkward smile on his face, inwardly cursing countless times.
Why did it evolve into a berserk bear? How is that possible? How can I fight now?
The shadow leopard's fragile body can't handle it at all.
I shouldn't have said so much before. You guys can discuss it, but can you please not drag me into it?
At this time, the few people who were constantly arguing still turned their gazes to the protagonist of the topic.
Joron, what do you think? Are you still going to fight?
Faced with his classmate's question, Joron straightened his body and said with an awkward yet polite tone, even if Yemo's pet evolved into a berserk bear, its strength is only about the same as my shadow leopard. And I also have the buff of my talent, so winning against him definitely won't be a problem. However, the secret realm qualification is important, so let's wait until we get the qualification first. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Hearing this, everyone nodded and changed the topic to other directions. Yuxuanyu said proudly, I haven't fought a berserk bear, but my brother has. His iron-winged bird directly crushed berserk bears of the same level back then. It's just that there's no chance, otherwise I would have a fight with that person, and you would know. After hearing this, the others didn't mind making a scene and started praising him, shouting that they must watch it if there was a chance later. Yuxuanyu, who was being hyped up, shook his head indifferently. Whether or not there was a chance to fight the other party didn't matter, anyway, it was a sure win.
After recalling his pet and returning to his seat, Emo hadn't even sat down when Lin Xiang kept praising and complimenting the strength of the berserk bear. Even Lin Xia on the side praised him. After winning the match, now they could only wait for this elimination round to end and start
the next round. A little bored, Emo and Lin Xian watched the matches and discussed some outstanding players and their pets. There were more than 300 participants, and some of them had strength that could make people's eyes light up. For example, a student from No. 1 high school actually summoned a high-level elite species pet. This was not a pet from the Spirit Lake district. It was obvious that his family had spent a lot of money to buy it from outside. The appearance of some gray spirit bears and rock armor bears was not surprising to Emo. Every year, the 4 major breeding bases would provide some outstanding students with free places to contract pets from the breeding bases. It was normal for their own pets to appear. However, he didn't see the figure of the berserk bear, which was also normal. How could people who contracted gray spirit bears give up the opportunity to evolve into a leader-level pet? As for the pets from the other 3 major breeding bases, they could often be seen, especially the ice wolf, whose family had the most free places. Time passed slowly. With more than 300 people, 30 people each time, a total of 11 elimination rounds were needed. Among them, during the final 11th elimination round, Lin Xia finally took the stage. The pet she summoned was a giant python that was 5 to 6 meters long, its entire body made of ice blue crystals, with a unicorn on its head. It was unclear what its species level was, but its strength was definitely not low. It defeated the ice wolf who was her opponent with just a breath of ice. Seeing a pet he didn't recognize, Emo, who couldn't explore it through the screen, looked at Lin Xiang beside him and asked curiously, "What's your sister's pet called?" Lin Xiang looked around, then leaned over and whispered, "My sister's pet is called the ice crystal horn python, and it's a leader species." Hiss. Emo was startled, then whispered, "A transcendent leader species, is your family that rich?" You must know that generally, the species level of a pet with king potential in its transcendent form is mostly just high-level elite, or even just elite. And to have a leader species in the transcendent level, its minimum potential is king, and even high-level king is possible. The price of this kind of pet is definitely not low, or rather, its price is definitely not something that people in a small place like the Spirit Lake District can afford. Seeing his friend's shocked look, Lin Xiang said with a smile, "My family definitely can't afford it. This pet wasn't bought either. According to what my dad said, a strong person must have taken a fancy to my sister's talent and accepted her as a disciple. This pet was also given by that person. The newest and most complete novels are available on 6_9_book_dot_first_release. Good fellow, Yemo was shocked inside. A strong person accepting a disciple, how high of a talent would that require? If he remembered correctly, Lin Xia should have a 7-star chart. Although it was very powerful, the 7-star chart was not considered rare in the entire Yanhuan alliance. Hundreds of people awaken it every year. And to casually give a disciple a pet with at least king potential, their strength would at least be at the king level, right? There are only a few hundred of them in the entire Yanhuan alliance. Shaking his head and sighing at how terrifying it was, Yemo realized that the entire elimination round had finally ended. A total of 326 students participated, and a total of 291 were eliminated, with 35 advancing. The entire hall became empty. TSK. Seeing this data, Yemo had to say that after just finishing this elimination round, the entire qualifier was almost over. The Spirit Lake District has a total of 25 places. If this elimination round was a little more difficult, maybe they wouldn't even need to compete, and the qualifiers would directly get the places. Inside the hall, the largest screen began to display the content. Advancing personnel, please go to the central area to participate in the final qualification arena competition. Qualification arena competition? Seeing these 5 words, the only 35 players in the arena were thoughtful. At the same time, several staff members entered the hall from the side door and began to guide the contestants to the central area. Qualification arena competition? Yemo muttered the name, guessing the content of the competition, while following the others to leave the hall together. Central area. This is the most core area of the central battle arena. After the 35 players walked in, what came into view was the wide battle arena, the semi-enclosed structure of the audience seats on the upper level, and the 25 small battle platforms that were obviously recently built in the center. In the audience seats not far away, a group of leaders, led by Lin Ao, walked into the arena. At this time, Yemo and the others finally reached the most central area. Being able to advance to this stage means your basic strength is quite good, so you can barely protect yourselves in the secret realm. This qualifying competition is about to end, so I won't say much more and will directly explain the final competition rules. With a handsome face, Lin Ao said in a deep voice, this final competition is a qualifying arena competition. See the combat platforms next to you? Each combat platform represents a qualification for the secret realm. Next, you will draw lots. The contestants who draw numbers 1 to 25 will automatically become the arena masters. The other 10 people will get one challenge qualification and can choose any arena master to fight. The winner becomes the arena master, and the loser is directly eliminated. In addition, the order in which the challengers challenge will be based on their numbers, from smallest to largest. Speaking to this point, Lin Ao paused for a moment, then looked at everyone and said solemnly, I hope everyone can listen carefully to what I say. Once a challenger fails a challenge, they will be directly eliminated, with no second chance. After all, if you can't even distinguish between strength and weakness, it will be difficult to ensure your safety in the secret realm. As for the contestants who are arena masters, once they are successfully challenged, they will also be immediately eliminated. Therefore, arena masters must either show their strength as much as possible to deter opponents, or hide their strength in order to bring greater chances of victory in the battle. That's all I have to say, let the drawing begin. After Lin Ao finished speaking, a staff member who had been waiting nearby pushed a small cart over. On it was a large lottery box with many small balls inside. Seeing this, the 35 students in the arena began to walk over to take out the small balls, open them, and see their numbers. When it was Yemo's turn, he randomly reached in and took out a small ball. After opening it, a piece of paper was revealed. Number 6. Lin Xiang next to him had also opened his, revealing number 22, the identity of an arena master. Similarly, Lin Xie also opened hers at this time, and the slip of paper inside showed number 7. Seeing the numbers of the others, Yemo said with a smile, how coincidental, everyone is an arena master.
Let's all do our best in this final competition. Drawing is complete. All contestants with arena master status go to their corresponding arenas. Challengers now have 20 minutes to consider their challenge targets. The loudspeaker around the venue sounded. Hearing this, the 25 arena masters in the arena went to their corresponding arenas, while the 10 challengers walked around, thinking about their challenge targets. Standing in the middle, Lin Ao shook his head, his face smug as he said, whether my son can get the qualification depends on luck, but my daughter is definitely guaranteed to get the qualification. The thin, bald man was stunned when he heard this and asked curiously, so confident? Next to him, Li Xinghai, the principal of number 2 middle school, said with a smile, Old Lu, what do you know? You just came back these past 2 days and don't know that the daughter of Chief Lin is the only genius in our Linghu district this year who awakened a 7-star chart. It is said that after the awakening ceremony, he personally took his daughter to Bingdu for a trip. Guess what for? What else could it be for? It must be to buy a spirit pet for his daughter. The thin old Lu stroked the few black hairs on the top of his head and said, Good, I was just wondering why you were so confident. Hearing this, Lin Ao smiled slightly and said nothing. At this time, Li Xinghai, with a big belly, continued, Don't say, this year's class is really a bit interesting. In addition to Lin Ao's son and daughter, the juniors of the other 3 breeding bases have all participated in this qualifying competition and have all entered the current arena competition. Old Lu raised an eyebrow and said with interest, Such a coincidence, but that's right, I remember that the juniors of their 4 families were indeed born in the same year. I wonder how many of them will get the qualification. Lin Ao looked at the audience below, his lips slightly pursed, and said, I specifically looked at them during the elimination round. Except for my son, the little girl from the Young family also depends on luck. As for the other 3, they are basically guaranteed. Old Lu asked curiously, I can understand why the little girl from the Tianying breeding base depends on luck. After all, her family's spirit pet, the white feather eagle, is an elite-level species at birth. The first evolution is elite level, which is indeed very disadvantageous in our transcendent level competition. But Yi Lao's grandson is guaranteed to advance? What's going on? If I remember correctly, their rock armor bear is just an elite species. Could it be that Yi Lao got a powerful spirit pet for his grandson? Speaking at the end, Old Lu's words became more and more certain, feeling that it was highly likely. At this time, before Lin Ao could answer, Li Xinghai on the side couldn't help but say, Old Lu, you haven't watched the competition at all, have you? You didn't even look at such a big tyrant bear in the elimination round, did you? Ha? Tyrant bear? A look of suspicion appeared on the face of the thin Old Lu. At this time, Lin Ao, who had been watching below, said in a deep voice, They have already started summoning spirit pets below. Let's all take a good look. The people around who were discussing all focused their attention on the combat arena. Arena number 6. Yemo didn't take long to find his position, and then looked around. Everyone else had basically found their corresponding combat platforms. And among the earliest ones, some who were confident in their strength had already begun to summon their spirit pets. One by one, contract star charts appeared, meteors fell, and spirit pets appeared. Seeing this, Yemo didn't have the idea of hiding his spirit pet's information. He directly opened the star chart and summoned his spirit pet. His tyrant bear was already a high-level elite species, and it was definitely among the strongest here. Rather than hiding it, it was better to summon it to scare away many challengers. While thinking, he used the detection function to check the attributes of the spirit pets summoned by the other arena masters. Among the other 18 who had summoned spirit pets, 5 were high-level elite species, and the other 13 were elite species. Those who could summon spirit pets at the first time were definitely confident in their strength, and even so, there were only 5 high-level elite species. As for the other 5 arena masters who didn't summon spirit pets, to put it nicely, they were hiding information, but it was likely that their spirit pets were of average strength, or even at the bottom. It was better not to summon them. Seeing this, Yemo felt confident. It was impossible for anyone to be stupid enough to challenge his tyrant bear rather than challenge other weaker spirit pets, right? It was impossible. Shaking off his thoughts, his gaze turned to Lin Xie on arena number 7 not far away. Coincidentally, the other party summoned her spirit pet at this time. It was a 5 or 6 meter long ice crystal horned python. The ice blue body reflected the sunlight, emitting dazzling brilliance, and the white ice fog that occasionally emerged from its body looked very cool. Ice crystal horned python. Growth level, level 19. Race level, ruler level 1, level 41. Attribute, ice. Bloodline potential, monarch level 9, level 59. After checking the other party's spirit pet attributes, Yemo couldn't help but show a surprised expression. A spirit pet with monarch level 9 potential, it could only be said that Lin Xie's master was really generous. But why could a 7-star chart be accepted as a disciple by the other party? With curiosity, Yemo probed the other party's personal attributes. So that's how it is, he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the other party's attributes. Level, 16. Profession, Beast Master. Star chart, Ice Dragon 7 star chart. Pet, Ice Crystal Horned Python, level 19. Beastmaster skills, Telepathy LV1, Extraordinary Transformation LV1. Talent, Ice Spirit Body LV1, the proficiency level of Ice-type skills of the contracted pet is increased by 1 level. Note, at the current talent level, king level and above skills cannot be improved. Yemo looked at the other party's attributes. Among them, the Ice Spirit Body talent was very powerful, and it could actually improve the proficiency level of the pet's skills. Even if it was only Ice-type skills, it could be considered a top-level talent. Perhaps the increase from entry level to proficient level, or the increase from proficient level to expert level, will not greatly increase the power of the skill, and it is only similar to some talents that enhance the elemental attributes of the pet. However, the level of skill improvement, in addition to the increase in power, is more about the control of the skill, especially the perfect level skill. The control of the skill will reach an extreme. What's more, this kind of talent that improves the skill level can improve the perfect level skill to the transcendence level, and that power will be a qualitative improvement. Of course, in addition to talent, the main reason why Yemo felt that the other party would accept apprentices was probably still on this star chart. This is content that all Beastmasters know, so most Beastmasters contract pets that are as compatible as possible with their own star chart. At least one pet must be compatible. Yemo is the same. In the future, one of the pets he contracts will definitely be very compatible with the Great Sun star chart, otherwise, he will not be able to fully exert the power of the star chart release. At this moment, on the battlefield, as most of the arena masters summoned their pets, the 10 challengers turned on their Beastmaster eyes one after another, carefully selecting their opponents. As the only challenge opportunity, most of them did not dare to act casually. "You Xuanyu, don't you have a chance? Do you want to challenge him?" Fang Yuan, who drew number 27, said with a smile, while pointing to arena number 6 in the distance. "Challenge, just challenge. Do you really think Brother Yu is afraid of a violent bear?" A male student with number 29, who was also a transfer student, said. Yu Xuanyu, who was being praised, snorted coldly and shouted directly, "Just fight, it's just a pet beast from the countryside." "Do you really think I'm afraid?" He had already used his exploration eye to look at the opponent's violent bear. The growth level was 17, and it seemed that it had just broken through in the past 2 or 3 days. He would definitely win against a violent bear of this strength. Not far away, a student from second middle school who passed by couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "They are so powerful after transferring here, why don't they go and challenge arena number 7? Yu Xuanyu and the other 3 transfer students pretended not to hear and ignored him. They are not stupid. That number 7 is a leader-level pet. Whoever goes up is stupid in a battle that is sure to be lost. Time passed, and soon 20 minutes passed. Time is up. Please challenge number 26 to go to the selected arena to determine your challenge target. The broadcast sounded. The 26 arena masters looked at the 10 challengers gathered not far away. Some arena masters were curious, some were worried, some were looking forward to it, some were nervous, and some seemed relaxed and indifferent. Yemo was one of those who felt relaxed, because until now, among the 20 arena masters who summoned their pets, only 12 were of high-level elite or above races, and among those high-level elite races, most of them had lower levels and lower race levels than Hanin. No matter how you look at it, it won't be his turn to be challenged in this qualifying competition. Hey, it's a bit boring. Why don't I get an opponent to give Hanin some experience? Yemo yawned and muttered boredly. At this time, contestant number 26, Yuxuanyu, walked north in the eyes of everyone. That side was the direction where numbers 4 to 7 were located. Which one is he challenging? Number 4? It should be number 4. His pet's level is only 14, and it is still an elite race. Number 5 is also possible. Although the pet's level is 17, it is only an early-stage elite race. As everyone discussed, Yuxuanyu walked past arena number 7 and arena number 4. It could be seen that arena master number 4 breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, while arena master number 5 in the corner looked ugly and began to communicate with his pet in a low voice, actively preparing for battle. Just then, when Yuxuanyu came to the middle of arena number 5 and arena number 6, he walked towards arena number 6 without hesitation. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he stepped onto arena number 6. Damn, is he actually challenging arena number 6? The pet of arena master number 6 is a violent bear. Why would he choose to challenge him? That person should be a transfer student. Is he so arrogant? What kind of choice is this? From the eyes and words of the crowd, it can be seen that they were greatly shocked by Yuxuanyu's choice. The newest and most complete novels are all at 69shu.com. In the battlefield, the other transfer students praised him. As expected of Brother Yu, if you want to challenge the difficult ones. It makes me want to challenge a stronger opponent. In the audience, seeing the two candidates in the first battle, Lin Ao frowned slightly, his eyes solemn. The bald old Lu said directly, "What is this student thinking?" He didn't choose so many arena masters, but he chose an arena master with a violent bear pet. If he doesn't win later, he will be laughed to death. Li Xinghai, the principal of second middle school, shook his head and said, "I know this student. He is Yuxuanyu, who transferred to 5th middle school. His pet is a high-level elite race iron wing bird. To be honest, the violent bear is not necessarily an opponent in front of it. It should be said that it is unlikely to be an opponent. The violent bear, which obviously lacks long-range skills, can only learn and master long-range skills to fight against flying pets, but how long has it been? Where is the time to learn?" Thinking about it, Lin Ao's eyes showed a worried look. If Yemo fails in this qualifying competition, I hope he won't be hit too hard. Which of the 3 people present is not knowledgeable and knows the names of both pets? In addition, by knowing the time when these two became Beastmasters, they can roughly judge who wins and who loses. For a time, the entire battlefield fell into silence. No matter what, it is not a happy thing for a local Beastmaster to be eliminated by a transfer student from another place. Back to the battlefield, arena number 6. Yemo looked at the other party walking all the way to his arena with a confused look. He really couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "Are you challenging me?" He thought that someone would challenge him. The most likely one was Lu Zhuoran, but the other party seemed not to see him and skipped his arena to look at other arena masters. As a result, in addition to that Lu Zhuoran, a completely unfamiliar person suddenly came out to challenge him. It seemed that even God wanted to give his Hanin some experience. Faced with Yemo's inquiry, Yuxuanyu smiled politely and said, "That's right, I'm a transfer student from Beihan City. I've always heard of the Linghu district's tyrant bear's reputation, and I'd like to see it for myself this time." Heh, hearing that nonsense, Yemo sneered inwardly. What reputation? It's just that they look down on him. Silly, give the opponent's pet a hard time later. Through the mental link, Yemo conveyed his words. Silly, who had been summoned early, had already felt the master's anger. Receiving the order, its eyes were fixed on the opponent, revealing a fierce look. Seeing this, and noticing the tyrant bear's sharp gaze, Yuxuanyu couldn't help but take a step back, then, feeling that it was unseemly, he took a step forward again. At this time, the referee, who had arrived, stepped onto the arena, looked at both sides, and asked, "Contestant number 26, Yuxuanyu, do you choose to challenge arena number 6? Yuxuanyu's face was filled with a smile as he said, "Yes, I choose to challenge arena number 6. After receiving the response, the referee said, "Then, both sides should release their pets first. When the whistle sounds, the battle will officially begin. In this battle, you must not attack the other's master. If one pet loses its ability to fight and admits defeat, the other wins. In addition, the initial flying height of flying pets must not exceed 3 meters, and the maximum height must not exceed 30 meters. When he spoke to the end, the referee's gaze was clearly focused on Yuxuanyu. After the words fell, Yuxuanyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Behind him, a star chart unfolded, followed by a meteor falling, and an iron-winged bird with a wingspan of 5 meters and feathers like steel was summoned. Seeing this, Yemo revealed a suddenly enlightened expression. So it was this person. At the same time, he directly used his investigation skill. Iron-winged bird. Growth level, level 18. Race level, high level elite tier 3, level 33. Talents, intermediate defense, intermediate metal energy amplification, intermediate agility. Skills, entry-level iron featherstorm, high level, proficient steel wing, intermediate level, master iron armor, beginner level. After reading the attributes, Yemo finally understood the reason why the other party challenged him. It was actually a flying pet, and it had intermediate defense and intermediate agility talents, which indeed countered the tyrant bear. Even if the most outstanding transcendent tier 9 tyrant bear from the breeding base came, it would most likely not be a match for this iron-winged bird. Unfortunately, the current silly is not an ordinary tyrant bear. An opponent with this kind of attribute and talent is just a piece of cake in front of it. Shaking his head, Yemo looked at the other party, and Yuxuanyu responded with a smile. The whistle signaling the start of the match sounded. Instantly, both sides began to move. Only to see that in sillies. Bear paw, lightning power quickly surged, and then, from a distance of dozens of meters, bolts of lightning as thick as wrists began to fall from the sky. High-level lightning manipulation. At this time, Yuxuanyu's confident command had only just begun to be transmitted. First, take off. Before the last word could be uttered, as the iron-winged bird was spreading its wings to fly high, purple lightning had already fallen, like a torrential rain, constantly bombarding the target. For a time, the entire arena lit up a lot. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out one after another. Even though, in order to release the skill as quickly as possible, Silly's high-level lightning manipulation did not exert its maximum power, the opponent would definitely not be able to withstand these multiple attacks. When the explosions ended, and the smoke and lightning dissipated, the mighty and huge iron-winged bird was charred black, its eyes closed, and it had lost consciousness. Only from its trembling claws and slightly heaving chest could it be seen that it was still alive. Yuxuanyu, with his mouth open, seemed to be dumbfounded, a little unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, staring blankly ahead. Silly, as the protagonist of the arena, was somewhat disappointed to see that the opponent couldn't even withstand a wave of probing attacks. It retracted the elemental mark on its head that was on the verge of activation, and the lightning barrier within its body that was ready to be released at any time. Beside him, Yemo crossed his arms and said with a comfortable mood, "Referee, can you announce the result now?" The somewhat stunned referee came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Oh, the match is over. Arena number 6 owner successfully defended his title, and contestant number 26 challenge failed." At this time, Yuxuanyu finally came back to his senses. Looking at the pet in front of him and the result announced by the referee, he felt as if he had lost all his strength, and sat down on the ground, his spirit completely collapsing. The rescue personnel were already on stage, starting to rescue the iron-winged bird. Only then was the silent environment inside the arena instantly broken. Damn, did I see that right? What skill was that just now? It directly killed an iron-winged bird of a high-level elite race. Is this the strength of the tyrant bear? I'll go contract one in the future too. Ha ha, dying of laughter. Just now I saw that transfer student challenging our school's GMO, and I thought he was so amazing, but that's it?
The latest novels are available first on 69shu.com.
All the contestants from Linghu district looked at the tyrant bear. This kind of strength could definitely not be an ordinary tyrant bear.
Listening to the surrounding people's praise of the tyrant bear's strength and their ridicule of Yu Xuanyu's overestimation of himself, the several transfer students from Beihan City felt complicated. They also didn't expect this result.
Even Fong Yuan herself was just bored and said a few sarcastic words. Who knew that Yu Xuanyu, who had always disdained the tyrant bear's strength in his words, would turn out to be all show when he actually faced the tyrant bear, and would be instantly killed? That tyrant bear is so powerful.
Maybe that master has a talent for increasing the power of pet skills.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost like this.
Yeah, I remember that person seems to be from the giant bear breeding base. Maybe the tyrant bear he contracted has ridiculously high comprehension talent. Let's comfort brother Yu when he comes down later.
Who knew the other party would be so strong?
If he had encountered an ordinary tyrant bear, he would definitely have won. After barely saying a few words, the several transfer students in the audience looked at each other and smiled awkwardly.
This time, Yu Xuanyu and they had all spent a lot of money to transfer to this school. As a result, Yu Xuanyu didn't even get the qualifications he was sure to get. It was hard to imagine how his life would be in the future. I'm afraid that, apart from his family, those classmates who didn't transfer here would also mock him fiercely. Contestant number 26, please leave the arena. The second battle will begin next.
After letting Yu Xuanyu recover for a while, the referee spoke to remind him. At this time, Yu Xuanyu finally stood up. After retrieving his healed pet, he lowered his head and dragged his body off the arena, not even going to meet up with his companions, and walked directly towards the central area gate.
The second challenge match begins. Contestant number 27, please go to the selected arena and confirm your challenge target.
The prompt for the second match sounded, and Fong Yuan, number 27, came back to her senses. She looked at the 25 arena owners around her, gave up on her initial target, and directly challenged arena owner number 11, who was the lowest in terms of both growth level and race level. Originally, she was thinking that with her strength, the opponent she challenged would not necessarily have a high-level elite race pet, but at least it would have to be a more powerful elite race pet, so that she would have face.
Now, face is useless.
Winning this match and obtaining the qualification is the most important thing. In the audience, Lin Ao and the others, having watched the first match, were equally shocked. I didn't expect that old Ye's grandson would actually have this kind of strength. The skills released by that violent bear are too powerful. To cause such great power at the extraordinary level, even super-tier skills are probably no more than this, old Lu said, stroking his chin, marveling and laughing. At this time, Li Xinghai, the principal of number 2 middle school, shook his head and said, it's possible that it's a super-tier skill, but I think it's more likely to be a high-tier skill. The fact that it can cause such great power is probably related to Yimo's talent. I just don't know what kind of top-level talent it is, to improve the strength of his pets so much. Hearing the word talent, Lin Ao, who had a smile on his face and was in a good mood, immediately interrupted, alright, it's just defeating an opponent of the same level, it's nothing. Let's continue watching and see how many of you from number 2 middle school can get a spot. Hearing this, Li Xinghai said with a smile, I don't know how many there will be, but since your daughter is at my school, at least one spot is guaranteed. The atmosphere in the audience immediately became much more cheerful. At this moment, inside the arena, with the end of Yimo's battle, the subsequent challenge matches began one by one. Perhaps because of Yu Xuanyu's example, the challengers in the subsequent 9 matches all challenged the weakest arena master on the surface. As a result, after 9 matches, 7 contestants succeeded in their challenges and obtained qualifications, while the other losers were eliminated. In this way, the 25 Secret Realm qualifications were finally determined. The qualified contestants breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed, and a sense of joy rose in their hearts. Yimo, I really didn't expect your violent bear to be so strong. After a few lightning strikes, that guy's white-haired bird fell directly to the ground.
Awesome!
Lin Xiang, who couldn't wait to walk over, gave Yimo a thumbs up and said.
Yemo looked at him with a smile. It was also a coincidence that although Lin Xiang's pet's race level was only elite level, its growth level reached 18, which was among the highest of everyone. Therefore, the subsequent challengers didn't challenge him for the sake of stability, allowing him to directly obtain a qualification. Now you know the strength of my silly bear, right? When we go to the secret realm, I'll protect you, Yemo said jokingly. Lin Xiang replied with a smile, jokingly, you said that, I'm taking it seriously. Whether or not I can contract a pet with king-level potential depends on you. Unlike Yemo, who has the ability to scout, others can't see the bloodline potential of demonic beasts. Therefore, the only way for others to find young demonic beasts with high potential in the secret realm is to use the Eye of Beast Control to check the race level of the other party. For extraordinary level demonic beast cubs, the higher their current race level, the more likely they are to have higher bloodline potential. According to numerous statistical data, as long as the race level of these cubs reaches the high stage of elite, then there is a high probability that they will have commander-level bloodline potential. If they can reach the high-level elite race, then there is a very high probability that they will have commander-level bloodline potential, and even a small probability of king-level potential. As for extraordinary-level cubs with commander-level races, their bloodline potential is at least king-level. This method of identification is simple and crude, and the success rate is very high. The only difficulty is how to contract these demonic beast cubs that are already of high race. For example, Lin Xiang, even if he sees a demonic beast cub of the commander race in the secret realm, it is almost impossible to contract it. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. If the other party is unhappy, he will face life-threatening danger. How can he contract it? Just then, Yemo walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, okay, it's just a pet with king-level potential, I'll definitely get you one. Lin Xiang, who didn't take it seriously, shook his head. Having obtained the secret realm qualification this time, his heart, which had been tense for almost a month, finally relaxed a lot, so he replied with a smile, okay, I'm counting on you. Crunch, crunch. Hearing the strange sound beside him, Yemo turned his head and saw that Lin Xia, with a blank expression, didn't know when she had come over, and was holding a bag of potato chips, opening her small mouth and eating them one bite at a time. Where did the potato chips come from? Curious, he looked at her potato chips. Crunch, crunch. Lin Xia frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally stopped the movement in her mouth and handed the potato chips over. Here. Ha! Yemo was a little embarrassed, so he reached out and grabbed a large handful of potato chips, and ate them in 2 or 3 bites under the gaze of the other party's eyes that were about to pop out. I must say, he was really a little hungry. After taking back the potato chips, Lin Xia stepped back 2 steps, stared at him with wide eyes, and then started eating them one bite at a time. How interesting. Recalling the scene from when they were young, Yemo couldn't help but smile, and then seriously apologized, I'm sorry, I'll compensate you with a box of potato chips next time. Lin Xia snorted coldly before nodding in agreement, and began eating potato chips alone, while paying attention to his movements. Seeing this, Yemo could only smile helplessly. He had just done it subconsciously, maybe he had done something similar before, his hands were too familiar. At this time, seeing Lin Ao and the others walking down from the audience, Lin Xiang shouted, my dad is here, let's go over and see what the follow-up arrangements for the Secret Realm trip are. The newest and fastest novels are at 6-9 book bar. The other contestants also saw Lin Ao, and they all retracted the joy and excitement in their hearts and walked over quickly. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of 25 people stood scattered, with Yemo and Lin Xia obviously standing in the front, with no one else beside them except Lin Xiang. This was also the recognition and fear of the strength of these two. Whether it was the explosive power of the skills displayed by Yemo's violent bear, or Lin Xia's commander race pet, their strength was far higher than theirs. If they were to divide the strength of these secret realm participants, these two would undoubtedly be in the first tier, and everyone recognized that. Lin Ao, with a high-nose bridge and dressed neatly, walked over, first glanced at his daughter who was eating snacks, then looked at Yemo, and then said seriously, first of all, congratulations on successfully obtaining this secret realm spot. Next, you can relax for a day or two. However, you should also know that the secret realm qualification is only the first step.
Next, going to the secret realm is the most important and most dangerous thing. Therefore, I hope you can prepare well in the next few days, whether it is to obtain high-potential pets or for your own safety. After finishing the opening remarks, Lin Ao paused for a moment, looked at everyone, and continued, next is the arrangement for going to the secret realm, listen carefully. The time for the opening of the secret realm entrance this time is October 31st, which is 5 days later, and the time for us to go to Beihan City is 9 a.m. on October 30th. At that time, everyone will go to the entrance of Linghu No. 2 Middle School to gather, and I will go to Beihan City with you as an accompanying person. Thank you Chen Lingy and book friend 20200907213044385 for the monthly tickets. Monthly tickets and recommendation tickets are very important for a new book. The author is here to ask for a wave of monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, Omega. After explaining the time and location for heading to North Frost City, the 25 students were added to a group chat arranged by Lin Ao. Any future announcements would be posted there. Subsequently, the Secret Realm qualification tournament officially concluded, and everyone dispersed, leaving the central area through the exit. Along the way, possibly due to Yemo's demonstrated strength, several students from the same school who had qualified came over to greet him, and a few from other schools also approached. Yemo, your spirit pet, the violent bear, is truly amazing. It could instantly kill that transfer student's spirit pet. That guy's spirit pet was a high-level elite species, the iron-winged bird. It can only be said that you, Yemo, are too strong. Ha, Yemo, you don't know how arrogant the transfer student was before, saying our spirit pets were from the countryside. Look at him now. Faced with everyone's praise, Yemo politely smiled and said, it's not really that amazing. It's mainly because the other party was too careless. These people were just trying to leave an impression, and he knew they knew it too. After all, they would all be going to the secret realm together soon. Getting to know each other now would make it easier to help each other out in the future. Next, everyone chatted about the secret realm and also took the opportunity to put down that transfer student a bit. The relationship between them improved significantly. As they chatted, they arrived at the central hall of the combat arena. Outside was the bustling street. At this point, everyone separated. On the other side, the 4 transfer students who had qualified looked quite unhappy and walked silently behind, leaving the combat arena together. After leaving the gate, the midday sun peeked through the clouds, shining on Yemo, causing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Lin Xiang, Lin Xia, I'm heading back. I need to prepare properly these next few days, Yemo said earnestly. At this moment, Lin Xiang, holding his phone, shook his head and said, let's go back later. My dad just sent me a message, asking me to invite you to our house for dinner. Ha? Slightly puzzled, Yemo took out his phone. Sure enough, Uncle Lin's missed calls were quite conspicuous. He then smiled awkwardly and said, okay then. Under Lin Xian's lead, the group walked out of the combat arena's gate and sat down at a resting area in the plaza outside, waiting quietly. A dozen minutes later, a handsome and formally dressed Uncle Lin Ao came out of the central combat arena and walked to where Yemo and the others were resting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Ao greeted with a smile. Before anyone else could speak, Lin Xiang wiped away non-existent sweat and said, Dad, you finally arrived. I'm starving. At the same time, Lin Xie, who had finished her last bag of potato chips, looked at Lin Ao with her bright, watery eyes. Seeing this, Yemo smiled and called out, Uncle Lin, you finally arrived. You have to get some good food this time since you invited me for dinner. Lin Ao was quite familiar with this and waved his hand, replying, don't worry, your Aunt Shu is cooking herself, you know. At the end, Lin Ao even raised an eyebrow, hinting a bit, clearly very confident. At the same time, he replied to Lin Xie and the others, we'll eat soon, don't be impatient. At this moment, Lin Ao looked at his phone and then looked at a vehicle coming from the other side, saying, Old Li is here, let's go. The white vehicle pulled over, and under Lin Ao's lead, the group got into the car and then began to head to the ice wolf breeding base in the southern part of Linghu district. The location of Lin Ao's house was similar to Yemo's, basically stationed inside the breeding base, so that they could react immediately if anything happened.
After the car drove for about 10 minutes along the road, the group finally arrived at this relatively remote breeding base. After getting out of the car, the group first walked through the gate with the breeding base sign, and along the paved road, they soon arrived at Lin Ao's house. This was a 3-story villa, located in a spacious courtyard. The exterior walls of the villa used warm-toned stones, making people feel warm and comfortable. Walking into the courtyard, along the path paved with various colored gravel stones, Emo and his group walked into the villa. "Aunt Shu, I'm here to freeload a meal," Emo greeted, seeing the gentle and virtuous woman who was carrying dishes to the table. Lin Xiang's mother, Shu Wanxian, who looked very gentle and virtuous, turned around and smiled after hearing this. "Little Mo, you've arrived. The dishes will be ready soon. You guys sit down and have something to eat first." "Mom, I'm back," Lin Xiang shouted casually, and then skillfully ran to the kitchen, looking at the stir-fried dishes and couldn't help but taste a bite. Lin Xia, on the other hand, carried her bag and ran straight upstairs. "Little Mo, congratulations on successfully obtaining the Secret Realm qualification this time," Lin Ao said with a smile, already sitting down. Because the living room used large floor-to-ceiling windows, the interior was full of bright atmosphere, making the whole environment look a lot more comfortable. Sitting in the window seat, Emo nodded slightly and replied simply, "It's just a qualification. We'll have to see how the Secret Realm trip goes. By the way, Uncle Lin, as the main person in charge this time, is there anything you can say about this Secret Realm?" At the end, Emo looked at the other party with a curious gaze. Seeing this, Lin Ao thought for a moment, touched his chin, and said, "Someone from the neighboring Yulin city is also participating in this Secret Realm. You should know that, right?" The message Grandpa sent before mentioned that in addition to North Frost City, the 3 surrounding base cities would also send people to participate in this Secret Realm, and Yulin City was the only second-tier base city. Thinking of this, Emo nodded and said, "Grandpa told me that the people participating from their side should be quite strong. After all, it's a big city. However, why be careful of those beast tamers with ordinary spirit pet species? Could it be that even if the spirit pet species level is low in big cities, their strength is very strong?" Faced with Yemo's confusion, Lin Ao first asked, "Do you know about soul crystals?" "Soul crystals?" Yemo thought carefully. It seemed like he had some impression but not deep, so he replied, "It seems like I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is." Lin Ao was not surprised by this. Soul crystals were rarely seen in third-tier base cities, and the people in their Linghu district were even less likely to know about them. "Change the name, Skill Crystal, you know that, right?" Hearing this, Yemo exclaimed in surprise, "What? Skill Crystal?" The name Skill Crystal sounds familiar. Yemo had heard of this thing before. It's about the same size as an energy crystal. Using it allows a spirit pet to quickly learn the skills contained within. It can be said to be a treasure that enhances the strength of spirit pets. Hearing Yemo's exclamation, Lin Ao continued, "That's right, skill crystals are soul crystals. The production of this resource isn't very high, but the demand is. They are usually only sold in second-tier or higher base cities. Speaking of this, you should be very clear now. Most of the spirit pets of the rookies from Yulin City who obtained the qualification to go to the Secret Realm have used soul crystals. They have mastered multiple skills, and their combat power is much stronger than normal spirit pets of the same level." Yemo lowered his head and pondered. Indeed, everyone is a rookie beastmaster who has only cultivated for a month. Their spirit pets are also extraordinary, and the skills they have mastered are few. However, the spirit pets of these Yulin City beastmasters have learned many skills using soul crystals, so their strength must be much stronger than theirs. For example, even without his talent, if Silly could learn a mid-level long-range skill through a soul crystal, there would be a good chance of winning against that iron-winged bird again. Google search TWKAN. After thinking about it, Yemo asked suspiciously, "Uncle Lin, what is the source of those soul crystals? How can they allow spirit pets to learn skills?" Although he had previously understood the magic of skill crystals, he really didn't know the source of this kind of thing. Faced with the question, Lin Ao's face sank slightly, and he replied, "Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals of the soul. Each soul crystal is formed by the gathering of the soul of a monster. Decades ago, someone discovered that spirit pets' learning skills relied too much on comprehension. Inspired by the spirit crystals contained in every monster, they developed a method of stripping the souls of monsters to condense crystals containing the monster's skills. This is the origin of soul crystals. After listening, Emo fell into deep thought. The person who developed this technology is truly a genius, but why hasn't he seen this kind of person in books? With doubts, he asked, Uncle Lin, what is this person doing now? Why haven't I heard of him? In response, Lin Ao shook his head and said, the news of this person will not be recorded in books. If you really want to find his information, you have to look at the Alliance's most wanted list, where it is written clearly. Ha! Emo was shocked and said, this person is a wanted criminal? What mistake did he make to be on the most wanted list? This time, he was really shocked. As the Alliance's highest level wanted list, anyone who can be on the list has committed extremely vicious incidents or is a very dangerous existence. What did this person do to be on the list? Fortunately, Lin Ao didn't have the habit of only saying half of what he wanted to say, and continued, you need to know that soul crystals are condensed from the souls of monsters, so you can also use this method to strip the souls of spirit pets to condense soul crystals. Even the latter has a higher probability of success, because of the contract relationship between the Beastmaster and the spirit pet's soul will be more tenacious, so the soul crystal that is stripped, cut, and condensed will be easier to form. Therefore, the founder of Soul Crystals later focused on Beastmasters in order to study the method of stripping monsters' talents, which directly led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Beastmasters and hundreds of thousands of spirit pets. Even the now famous poacher organization was born because of him. It's not surprising that he's on the most wanted list. After listening, Emo felt emotional. He had also heard of the poacher organization. Unlike the Hunter Council and the Yanhuan Alliance, hunters mainly hunt monsters, while poachers mainly hunt beastmasters and spirit pets. They are a famous large dark organization. He just didn't expect that this organization was born because of the founder of Soul Crystals. Just then, Anshu finally finished preparing the meal and started calling them to eat. At the dinner table, there were no rules about not talking while eating at Uncle Lin's house, so the group ate the rich meal while chatting. Faced with Anshu's enthusiastic appearance, Emo, whose bowl was filled with dishes, showed a helpless expression. Xiang, Xie, and Xioma, you three must be careful in this secret realm, and safety is the most important thing. Faced with Anshu's constant instructions, Emo and Lin Xiang could only nod in response, unable to interrupt. At this moment, Lin Ao, who was happy, poured a small glass of shochu and sipped it slowly. The rich lunch finally ended. After eating, Emo followed Lin Xiang to his room. Inside the bedroom, Emo sat down, looked at the bright and sunny weather outside the window, and thought about asking the other party what they were thinking about these days. Lin Xiang, what are you planning to do these days? What else can I do? Let little Bing train her skills well, and prepare some food that the young monsters like, so maybe I can trick some young ones into making a contract with me. After eating his fill, Lin Xiang burped and replied casually. Hearing this, Emo nodded slightly in his heart. What he was going to do next was similar to the other party, but there was one more important thing, which was to upgrade the Beastmaster skill telepathy to LV3. With level 3 telepathy, he could talk to other monsters without any obstacles, which would make it much easier to find treasures or make contracts with spirit pets. Thinking of this, Emo, who couldn't wait, shouted, no, I can't waste time. I'll go back first. You can tell Uncle Lin and them later. Lin Xiang was a little surprised and persuaded, going back now? Why don't you stay a little longer? My family's breeding base has been renovated recently, and there are many places you haven't seen before. Do you want to take a look? After speaking, the two prepared briefly, went downstairs to say hello to Aunt Shu, and walked towards the inside of the Ice Wolf breeding base. Although this place is not as big as the Giant Bear breeding base, there are more ice wolves and ice soul wolves inside. After walking through a small forest, Emo saw nearly 100 ice wolves. In Emo's exploration, the further he went, the higher the strength of the ice wolves he saw. Before long, the two came to the location where the extraordinary ice wolves and ice soul wolves were. At this time, Lin Xiang took out a square and handed it over, explaining the function of this thing at the same time. Here we are. I'll give you this. With this thing, those ice wolves will recognize your identity and won't actively attack you. After putting away the sign, Yemo said with a smile, okay, then I'm going to have a good fight here. You go do your thing. My silly likes to fight too much. I guess it won't stop this afternoon. After speaking, Yemo turned on the star map, summoned the spirit pet, and then walked in with a smile, looking for a suitable opponent. Cute ice wolves and ice soul wolves, let's have a good fight. As dusk descended, the world seemed to dim considerably. On a patch of grass in the ice wolf breeding base, several ice soul wolves lay charred on the ground, while the ever-diligent Hanin, now even more skilled at controlling lightning, levitated in the air, never forgetting to practice its skills. Not far away, Yemo skillfully took out potions for healing and recovery, feeding them to these adorable little wolves for what felt like the 100th time. He hadn't wasted a single moment all afternoon, either having Hanin fight or training his telepathic abilities. And because these ice wolves liked to train in groups, Hanin had defeated so many ice wolves and ice soul wolves throughout the afternoon that its growth level was now extremely close to level 18. His telepathic abilities, possibly due to choosing ice wolves and ice soul wolves, with whom he had almost no prior communication, as his targets, gained experience very quickly, directly breaking through to LV3, which Yemo hadn't expected at all. Gaining such a significant improvement in just one afternoon could only mean this place was his blessed land. Yemo chuckled as he took out his phone to check his messages, seeing that Lin Xian was calling him over for dinner. I'll be right there. After typing the message, Yemo looked at Hanin in the distance and called out, let's stop here for today, you can go back to the contract space. Hanin, still not satisfied, glanced at the gathering pack of ice wolves in the distance, regretting that the satisfying battle had to end. A stream of light flashed, and after recalling his spirit pet, Yemo returned along the same route. Inside the villa. Night had fallen outside, and the interior was brightly lit. Yemo pushed open the unlocked door and entered the hall, feeling a twinge of envy as he watched the harmonious scene of Xiang, Xia, Lin Ao, and Anshu getting along. In his mind, Hanin sensed this emotion through the contract and sent its comfort in confusion, the contract star slightly shaking, and a trace of warmth appeared in Yemo's spiritual sea. Don't worry, I'm fine, aren't we family too? After conveying his feelings through the contract, Yemo could clearly feel the contract star representing Hanin stabilize. Huff. Taking a light breath, Yemo walked in with a smile, Anshu, Uncle Lin, I'm here. Anshu, who was standing, immediately walked over upon hearing him, smiling gently, Xiaomo is here, dinner is ready, we can start eating. The dishes on the table were untouched, clearly waiting for his arrival. Seeing this, Yemo smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, I kept you waiting. Lin Ao, who had already found a seat, looked up and said with a smile, Xiaomo, why are you being so polite today? Hurry up and sit down to eat. Of course, if you really feel bad, you can have a drink with me. Before Yemo could answer, Lin Xiang curled his lips and said, I really don't know what's so good about alcohol. What do you know, kid? Lin Ao retorted directly, shaking his head after he finished speaking. Lin Xia, already seated, frowned and said softly, drinking, not good. Faced with his daughter, Lin Ao, who changed his expression in an instant, nodded with a smile, yes, drinking is indeed not good, I'll just have a little bit. Seeing the darkness of the night outside, Anshu advised, Xiaomo, it's so late today, why don't you just stay here for the night? Yemo thought for a moment and shook his head, no need to trouble you, Anshu. He would still feel awkward staying at someone else's house, even if it was Anshu's. Lin Ao, on the side, yawned and waved his hand, I'll get Lali to take you back, it's a bit troublesome to get a taxi here at this hour. Mo didn't refuse, of course he would choose the easier way to get home. Then, while waiting for the car, Mo could only helplessly accept the large bags of supplements and food that Anshu handed him, unable to refuse at all. At this time, Lin Xie also came over. Here, for you. Looking at the bag of potato chips that the other party handed over, Mo was silent for a moment. Didn't this girl think he really liked to eat potato chips? Seeing that the other party hadn't accepted it, Lin Xie raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a curious look in her eyes, her expressionless face appearing a bit cute. Okay, I'll accept it. I'll give you 2 boxes of potato chips in the future. After looking at the other party a few more times, Yemo coughed lightly and immediately took the potato chips from the other party. Hearing this, Lin Siya frowned and pursed her lips slightly. 1 box, this bag is for you. At this time, outside the yard, the lights of a car lit up, and Yemo picked up all kinds of items and ran towards the outside of the yard. The newest novel is first published on Lujiu Shuba. That extra box is also my gift to you. The moon rose into the sky, and its cold light sprinkled on the ground. After returning to the giant bear breeding base, Yemo simply sent a message to Aunt Zhao, who managed the base, and then opened the star chart to summon his spirit pet. The tall Hanin revealed its figure, and before it could even let out a long roar of catharsis after finally coming out of the contract space, several small packages were stuffed into its hands. Ha! Looking at Hanin's confused expression, Yemo said with a smile, since you're already out, hurry up and practice your levitation skill. Take these things too, maybe they can increase your training effect. As he spoke, he handed over all the remaining packages. Hanin, who was somewhat confused and puzzled, roared loudly upon hearing this, its eyes revealing a firm light, and it took all the packages in both paws, then floated into the air, following behind him. Since the master said so, there must be a deep meaning to it. Next time, I will practice levitation like this, but these things are a bit light. Next time I will change to heavier ones. Walking on the road, even at night, there were still many employees working in the breeding base, and the lights that were turned on directly illuminated the road. Facing the clear road, Yemo led the tyrant bear Hanin back to the manor. After putting away his things, he went up to the 2nd floor, walked into his room, and jumped onto the bed, collapsing onto the soft mattress. Ah, comfortable. Using his head to vigorously push the quilt and pillow, Yemo, who had relaxed his body and mind, turned around and lay on the bed, thinking about his plans for the next few days. Hanin's growth level was now close to level 18, and it was a high-level elite race with the blue-level profession blessing corresponding to the high-level elite race. Its strength was already extraordinary. In the giant bear breeding base, those transcendent-level young and juvenile bears who had been beaten into submission would no longer fight Hanin. As a result, if he wanted to increase Hanin's level, he could only turn his attention to those elite-level adult bears above level 20. After thinking for a moment, Yemo stood up, walked to the window, and looked at Hanin, who was still training in the courtyard downstairs, his eyes becoming more and more determined. Let's do it this way. These few days I'll fight some elite-level bears and see how high Hanin's current strength limit is. The next day, early morning. In the dense forest, on a clearing, 2 giant bears stood facing each other, with a figure standing at the edge not far away. Aoo, aoo. Covered in brown-yellow fur, with a strong physique, the elite-level rock armor bear, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, once again let out a confirming roar. Really want to fight? Me? Standing at the edge, Yemo used his LV3 mind induction to communicate, don't worry, my Han is not weak, you can go all out. Seeing this, the rock armor bear nodded indifferently. Since they had decided, then let's fight. It had just broken through not long ago, so it could use the opponent to practice. Start. As Yemo's words fell, the opposing tyrant bear Han and the rock armor bear both mobilized the energy within their bodies, releasing skills. Mid-level rock spike. Levitation. The power of the earth flowed from the rock armor bear's palm, quickly rushing along the ground towards the target's feet, and then a huge rock-constructed spike thrust upwards. At the same time, Han released levitation, flying into the air, and because of the extremely high proficiency, it finally dodged the opponent's spike at the critical moment, while the energy originally reserved in its palm to release thunder barrier instantly transformed into high-level thunder control. Boom boom boom. Thunder roared down from the sky, bringing destruction to the earth. The experienced rock armor bear protected its head with both palms, and yellow light quickly emerged from its body, petrifying skin. Bang! The collision of energy and energy produced a huge explosion. Facing the high-level thunder control enhanced by high-level lightning energy, even the elite-level rock armor bear couldn't withstand it. Feeling the petrified skin on its body instantly melt away, the powerful lightning ravaged its flesh. The rock armor bear's eyes turned bloodshot, and enduring the pain, it roared, gathering rock javelins from the earth behind it, and stabbed towards the sky.
Whoosh whoosh. The sound of piercing through the air rang out. Facing the attacking rock javelins, a strand of purple hair on Han Han's forehead dissipated, the lightning element mark was activated, and a barrier formed by lightning energy firmly surrounded it. Thunder barrier. Bang! 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 The stone spears collided with the barrier, making bursts of noise. The thunder barrier, blessed by the lightning element mark and amplified by lightning energy, was simply indestructible. The stone spears shattered one by one, only causing slight ripples in the barrier. Seeing this, the energy gathering in Han Han's palm began to surge, and high-level thunder control was released again. Yemo ran over, looked at the rock armor bear lying on the ground, and after quickly feeding it a bottle of level 2 healing potion, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it won so easily. Yemo muttered to himself, somewhat shocked. From childhood to adulthood, he had often heard people talk about the huge difference between the ranks of spirit pets, and wanting to fight beyond one's rank was as difficult as ascending to heaven, but he did it so easily today. Shaking his head, Yemo calmed down and thought carefully, feeling that it was normal for Han Han to win so easily. Not to mention Han Han's current terrifying talent attributes and skills compared to the same rank, its opponent, the elite-level rock armor bear, was not very strong either. The rock armor bear was just a spirit pet of the elite race, which meant that it was an extremely ordinary spirit pet at the elite level. In addition, with a level of only 21, it was undoubtedly the weakest elite level in the entire breeding base. Looking at the attributes, in the attribute panel that took almost 10 seconds to investigate, the total amount of attributes of the elite-level rock armor bear was indeed higher than Han Han's, especially the life strength. 55 life strength was extremely outstanding, but 34 energy strength and 21 mental strength were a bit lagging behind, not even comparable to the current Han Han. As for talent, the elementary life and elementary energy resistance made it more resistant to beatings compared to other spirit pets, but unfortunately it was only an elementary talent, and it still couldn't withstand Han Han's powerful attacks. Thinking about it, Yemo looked at Han Han not far away and called out, "The match is over, let's drink a bottle of recovery potion first." While speaking, he walked towards the other party. At this time, after confirming the victory, Han Han retracted the energy contained in its palm, and also retracted the thunder barrier on its body that was ready to be activated at any time. Glug, taking the potion, Han Han swallowed it in one gulp, and the energy consumed in its body began to slowly recover, and the aura on its body became more stable. Releasing high-level skills under the blessing of high-level energy enhancement, the consumption is too great for a 10-level spirit pet. Even if Han Han has a mid-level energy reserve, and the total amount of energy in its body is greatly improved, it can only fully release 2 high-level thunder controls. Of course, these 2 times are truly fully released twice. Like the previous battle with the rock armor bear, the released high-level thunder control was just a little more forceful than the regular release, and the consumption was still much less than the full power. The latest and most complete novels are available at 6-9 book bar first release. Truly going all out to release high-level skills requires a certain amount of preparation time, unless the proficiency reaches a very high level, such as perfect level. Perhaps no preparation time is needed anymore. Smoothing the fur of the tyrant bear Han Han, Yemo turned his head and shouted, "Han Han, let's go find the next opponent, find a stronger one, so that we can test your current strength." After swallowing the potion, Han Han lowered its head and looked at its master, nodded seriously. Although fighting against the elite level consumed a lot, it, which had mastered the proficient level lightning element mark, could condense 5 marks and could already release a lot of skills. After confirming each other's thoughts, Yemo took Han Han to settle the rock armor bear, and then walked towards the depths of the forest. This time they wanted to try the strength of other elite-level spirit pets in the base. Night fell, and the lights on the road lit up one by one, illuminating the entire night. Second-floor bedroom in the manor. A somewhat tired Yemo yawned, sat on the desk chair, and looked at the bed behind him from time to time, his eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, on the not-so-small bed, a giant bear more than 2 meters tall was lying on it, and the occasional snoring made people understand that it had fallen into a deep sleep. This giant bear was Han Han. After a day of fighting, it was greatly consumed and not lightly injured, and now it was sleeping soundly. After a day of fighting, Han Han's current strength was almost tested.
For the rock armor bear of the ordinary elite race, even if the opponent's level reached 25 or 6, it would be a one-hit kill, and if it was 28 or 9, it would take some effort to defeat the opponent. From this, it can be seen that the normal elite race's 20-level spirit pets are not a threat to Han Han. Of course, if the other party has a large number, then the burst flow mage-type Han Han would be a bit difficult. And the 20-level advanced elite race tyrant bear, EMO looked at the hairless pink skin on the left side of Han Han's belly in its sleep, and gently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's a bit difficult. After a full day of fighting, and facing spirit pets of a higher level than itself, Han Han didn't achieve complete victory. This book is first published on the entire network by EMO looked at the patch of tender pink skin that had clearly grown anew on Han Han, the area where it had been injured by a level 27 tyrant bear. In that battle, Han Han quickly floated into the air and activated its thunder barrier, but its opponent possessed high-level power enhancement, coupled with a much greater life force, allowing it to leap into the air with lightning speed, shattering the barrier with a single palm strike and hitting Han Han, knocking it out of the sky. Faced with such a powerful attack, Han Han, enduring damage exceeding its limits, was directly and heavily injured, rendering it unable to fight. It was this battle that made him understand Han Han's current limits and strengths and weaknesses. As for its strengths, Han Han's current burst of power is extremely terrifying, which is also the main reason it can fight opponents of a higher level. As for its weaknesses, its main body is still too fragile and lacks agility. The thunder barrier is indeed amazingly defensive, but once it's broken, it's like a mage caught in close combat, at the mercy of its opponent. Thinking of this, Yi-Amo shook his head. He understood that it couldn't really be said that Han Han's main body was too fragile, it's just that its opponents were all elite-level existences, which made its physique, which was decent compared to spirit pets of the same level, seem too fragile. After pondering for a moment, Yi-Amo stopped dwelling on it. Han Han is now guaranteed to win against rock armor bears below level 30, and has a high probability of winning against tyrant bears below level 25. With that in mind, he could have Han Han fight more battles in the next few days to improve its level. Looking at the level 18 displayed for its growth level on Han Han's attribute panel, if he works hard these next few days, it might reach level 19. With this thought in mind, Yi-Amo casually checked his phone and found that his grandfather hadn't sent a message in a long time. He wondered how things were on his end. Shaking off his thoughts, the exhausted Yi-Amo made a makeshift bed on the floor and fell asleep instantly. Beside him, a 6-meter-tall giant bear stood tall, its body constantly surging with immense energy, its eyes scanning the surroundings, carefully observing the conditions around it. How many days has it been? I wonder when Tyrant will master perfect grade rampage, the old man, Yi Rueton, muttered to himself. During this period, he had been letting Tyrant train high-level rampage here, because this ice cave was indeed a good place to practice rampage. In addition to the strong ice-type energy inside the ice cave, which could reduce some of the side effects of rampage, the leader-level behemoth inside was also a good opponent for Tyrant after it went on a rampage. Inside the ice cave, a 4-meter-tall tyrant bear with blood-red pupils was constantly roaring, frantically unleashing skills to fiercely attack a monster in front of it. The attacked monster was a leader-level icy shield turtle, level 45, with a leader-level rank 8 racial level. It used to be an overlord of this area, but now it was a qualified punching bag. The icy shield turtle, which was attacked every day, was actually very angry at first, but it knew that in addition to this bear, there was an even stronger one outside. Even if it fought back, it could only hurt its opponent but not kill it, so its response method had changed from fighting back at the beginning to simply giving up now. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded one after another, and strong energy fluctuations constantly impacted the surrounding environment. If this ice cave hadn't been reinforced, it would have collapsed long ago. The icy shield turtle, as the target, shrank its body and let out a long yawn. It was extremely skilled in defense, so facing the tyrant bear's attack only caused it to feel a slight vibration. Just wait a little longer, and when that tyrant bear runs out of energy, it will retreat, the icy shield turtle thought to itself. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was built with great difficulty, it would have run away long ago. At this moment, the tyrant bear with blood-red pupils was constantly venting the anger in its body, constantly pouring out the energy in its body, until, as Usual, when the power of Rampage began to dissipate, Tyrant suddenly gained some insight, and a blood-red aura once again enveloped its body. Unlike before, the Tyrant Bear, who obtained the augmentation, was still filled with Rampage thoughts in its mind, but its consciousness was unexpectedly calm. It could control this power now. This was perfect grade high-level Rampage. At the same time, as the skill reached perfect grade, Tyrant deeply felt the powerful potential contained within its body. This power, which had been suppressed for too long, was constantly restless, constantly urging it to bear this power. Outside the ice cave, through the mine contract, Yi Ruetong sensed the information transmitted by Tyrant. His face lit up with joy, and then his brows furrowed. It has mastered perfect grade Rampage, but it can't suppress the power of evolution. Does it have to start evolving now? Rock Lord, come in with me. Tyrant is about to evolve, and we have to quickly prepare for it. While speaking, Yi Ruetong quickly led Rock Lord towards the inside of the ice cave. Inside, the icy shield turtle, sensing that the other party had stopped attacking, stuck its head out and looked over curiously. It was all over, so why hadn't it left yet? Before it could think too much, a huge force of earth energy surged from the ground, knocking it back to the side, and at the same time, the area around the Tyrant Bear was cleared of this force, leaving only an open platform in place. You can leave now. I'm temporarily requisitioning this place, Yi Ruetong said in a deep voice, looking at the icy shield turtle in the distance. The latest and most complete novels are first published on Lujiu Shuba. Tyrant would have to evolve later, so this place must be cleared, and there could be no threats here. Beside him, the Earth Bear Rock Lord stared at the other party, and a powerful aura emanated, intimidating the other party. The icy shield turtle, which was already in a bad mood, widened its eyes, and its heart was filled with anger. This was its home, and the reason why it didn't use its full strength on weekdays was because it was afraid that this place would collapse. Did they really think it was afraid? This was simply too much bullying. Icy blue energy continued to spread, and all of the leader-level rank 5 power was released. At this moment, the icy shield turtle's fighting spirit was full. At this moment, Yi Ruetong narrowed his eyes slightly, the star chart unfolded, and the last contract star shone, and his last spirit pet was summoned. Also as tall as 6 meters, but its fur was grayish-black mixed with red, and its appearance was similar to that of a Tyrant Bear, except that the blood-red light in its pupils was very bright. Leader high-rank racial spirit pet, level 48 bloodthirsty Tyrant Bear, this was his last spirit pet, and also the spirit pet that was called Failed Evolution. Looking at the bloodthirsty Tyrant Bear that he called Fury, Yi Ruetong's eyes were deep. In the beginning, he spent a lot of precious resources in order to evolve Fury, but there was actually a problem with those resources, which almost led to the death of the spirit pet Fury. It was not until he used the level 6 resource Emerald Lifeleaf that he had left behind in his early years that it survived, and barely absorbed some of the energy from other resources, and finally evolved into a leader high-rank race bloodthirsty Tyrant Bear. Some things will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Inside the cave, the icy shield turtle, feeling the menacing aura in front of it, as well as the other party's revealed anger, felt wronged and mobilized its energy to quickly leave this place. It's just a cave, why didn't you just say so earlier? It was the morning of October 30th, 2118, in the Yanhuang Alliance, and the morning sun had already spread across the land. At this moment, the gate of Linghu No. 2 Middle School appeared somewhat quiet because the students were still in class. However, a large bus was parked on the road section that should have been empty in front of the gate, surrounded by many students, who were the ones who had obtained the Secret Realm qualification. Not far away, several identical off-road vehicles were parked, and a dozen people in uniform were leaning against the cars, chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. They were the security personnel escorting the students to Beihan City. At this moment, a car drove up and stopped not far away, then the door opened, and Lin Ao, with a high-nose bridge and a serious face, walked out, followed by Lin Xie and Lin Xiang. Chief Lin, you're here. Several security personnel came over to greet him. Lin Ao glanced at the bus and asked, has everyone arrived yet? A middle-aged security guard stood up and said, there's still one missing, the name on the list is YMO. Lin Ao took out his phone and looked at the time, 8:31, then nodded and said, I know, you guys prepare first, let the students get on the bus first, and we'll leave as soon as the last person arrives. The middle-aged security guard nodded and led the others to notify the students to get on the bus, while preparing to depart at any time. 3 minutes later, a car rushed over quickly and finally stopped at the gate of number 2 middle school. After Emo got out of the car, he took his backpack from the trunk and glanced in the direction of the bus. At this moment, the students going to the secret realm had already begun to get on the bus one after another. Seeing this, Emo quickly carried his bag and walked over quickly. Arriving at the bus, after putting down his things, he stepped on the footstool and went up from the door. "Emo, you're here. Good morning, Emo." In response to the greetings from several classmates, Emo nodded and looked inside. At this time, most of the seats in the front row were already taken, so Emo walked to the back, and at Lin Xiang's invitation, sat in a window seat. Although unlocking the new function requires level 20 or above, charging doesn't have so many restrictions. After filling the activation level first, he can directly unlock it when his level breaks through to 20 in the future. This was his main purpose. As for contracting a new spirit pet, it would depend on fate. With the detection function, he was quite picky. It was really difficult for the 4th level secret realm to have a demon beast cub he wanted to contract. 15 kinds, you're really amazing. After Emo sincerely exclaimed, he saw the surrounding scenery begin to move. The small convoy, accompanied by 5 cars, followed the avenue and began to head towards the center of Beihan City. Linghu District is not far from the center of Beihan City. If all goes well, it will only take about an hour or two, which is due to the slow speed of the vehicles. The reason why the vehicles don't drive fast is that the road from Linghu District to the center of Beihan City passes through many uninhabited areas. From time to time, some demon beasts below level 20 roam around in these places. Once the speed is too fast and they are hit, it will be troublesome. Although there are special beast masters in Beihan City who regularly clear the surrounding demon beasts, this clearing is mostly aimed at demon beasts above level 30, and a small amount is aimed at demon beasts above level 20. As for those below level 20, they are ignored. Even the tasks issued by the Beast Master Association and the Hunter Council are mostly like this. After all, the value of demon beasts around level 10 or 20 is too low, and the input and output are disproportionate. Along the avenue, the convoy quickly left the town center of Linghu District, and the surrounding buildings became less and less, and dense forests came into everyone's eyes. The direction to the city center belongs to the internal area, so there is no city wall to resist the impact of demon beasts, and the road is unimpeded all the way. Just as the vehicles were moving fast and had been in a jungle wilderness area, Lin Ao, sitting in the back seat of the off-road vehicle in the second position, watched the surrounding environment and said in a deep voice, "I remember that recently, many demon beasts have been rioting here, attacking passing vehicles. How much do you know?" He discovered this matter when he was reading the documents. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is very normal. In the past, there have been many demon beasts attacking humans, and even attacking towns, but those demon beasts were either in a period of food shortage, or due to their own racial talent for bloodthirsty and belligerent. Anyway, there was always a reason. But now there is still some time before winter, and this year is also a clear year of abundance. The surrounding Beast Master Association and Hunter Council have not issued a large number of tasks to hunt demon beasts in this area, and there has been no situation of external demon beasts invading here, so how did these things suddenly pop up? In the car, a younger security guard shook his head and said, "We have also sent many people to investigate this matter, but we only found out that many demon beasts that specialize in attacking humans have indeed appeared, and we don't know the specifics. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, say uptack is uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair." Chief Lin, you also know that most of our Linghu district's attention is on the east and north sides. The outside of the wall is outside the national border, and the demon beasts there are the real danger. After listening, Lin Ao was silent. What he said was right. As the only 2 border defenses in Beihan City, Linghu district faces a danger that is not low at all. Now that it is almost November, once the demon beasts there move, they will have to fight for a while. Compared to those, the demon beast riots here are just a trivial matter. The convoy moved forward quickly, and the scenes on both sides flashed by quickly. Before long, they had passed most of the jungle wilderness area.
At this moment, all the vehicles received a warning from the vehicle in front and slowed down and stopped one after another. For a time, 5 off-road vehicles and a bus stopped in the middle of the road. At this moment, Yemo, who was looking at the scenery, felt the vehicle stop, and then the speed dropped sharply and gradually stopped, feeling a little confused in his heart. At the same time, the students in the bus felt something was wrong. Why did it suddenly stop? Is there something wrong with the car? Look over there, so many wolves. Are those forest wolves? What do they want to do? They're not going to attack us, are they? While there was a lot of discussion in the bus, the personnel in the other 5 cars had already gotten out of the car. Lin Ao stood up straight, watching the pack of wolves constantly surrounding them from a distance, frowning, feeling strange in his heart. The wolf pack that surrounded them numbered over 100, an elite and advanced species of forest wolf, all adults, mostly between levels 18 and 26. The leading wolf king was decent, having broken through the racial limit to reach level 31, belonging to the advanced elite class. But, with that kind of strength, they dared to attack them? After seeing the levels of those forest wolves with his beast-taming eye, Lin Ao frowned even more, still unable to understand the purpose of these forest wolves. The accompanying security personnel had already summoned their spirit pets, guarding each position, waiting for orders. As accompanying security personnel, their strength was naturally decent. Among the 15 people, 5 were high-level beast tamers above level 30, and the remaining 10 were intermediate beast tamers above level 25. Google search TWKAN. Moreover, among the 15 security personnel here, 12 were beast tamers specializing in defense. Facing the attacking wolf pack, protecting the students and the safety of the vehicles was more than enough. Chief Lin, are we going to attack? A young security guard asked. Lin Ao waved his hand and said, you guys protect the students' safety. I'll handle these forest wolves. Immediately, the iceberg 5-star diagram lit up, and an ice moon white wolf 3 meters tall appeared. Its lithe figure and snow-like fur made it extremely handsome, and the leader-level aura it emitted put immense pressure on the surrounding wolf pack. Seeing that the forest wolves did not retreat even under the suppression of the leader-level aura, Lin Ao couldn't figure it out, so he conveyed his words to his ice moon white wolf. His telepathy was only at level 2, unable to communicate with these wolves, so he asked the leader-level ice moon white wolf to inquire. Its snow-white fur fluttered in the wind, the ice moon white wolf held its head high, looking at the surrounding forest wolves with disdain, and then asked the forest wolf king. Unfortunately, facing the question, the forest wolf king only showed anger, raised its head and howled, and the remaining nearly 100 adult forest wolves went crazy, rushing towards the convoy regardless of life and death. And the target was the bus with the most and weakest auras. Seeing this, Lin Ao sighed, and through his mind contract, ordered the ice moon white wolf to attack and clear out the wolf pack. The surrounding security personnel also had their spirit pets release defensive skills to resist the surrounding attacks. Although they were stronger, it was better to be safe when facing these wolves who didn't care about their lives. Awah! The ice moon white wolf let out a long howl, looking at the oncoming wolf pack with contempt in its eyes. At the same time, energy surged on its body, and white ice energy turned into a halo, spreading hundreds of meters around. High-level skill, Ring of Ice. Crack! Crack! The 100-plus forest wolves that were constantly charging, when faced with the passing ring of ice, most of the forest wolves were directly frozen into ice blocks, and the other forest wolves that were not frozen were also injured, with stiffness appearing in their bodies. The remaining forest wolves still launched a fearless charge, the fastest already within 50 meters of the convoy. Just as the ice moon white wolf was about to start the next wave of attacks, Lin Ao heard an eagle's cry from the sky. In the sky not far away, a blue giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters was rapidly charging towards them, with blood-red eyes. It was clear that it was an enemy, not a friend. Azure Wind Giant Eagle? Isn't that a monster beast residing in the neighboring Anlin district? Why did it come here, and still want to attack us? Lin Ao recognized the other party's identity at first glance. Its level was less than a leader, only level 38, but its race level was the early stage of a leader, the Azure Wind Giant Eagle. It usually had no conflict with humans, and had always stayed on the mountains in Anlin district.
However, now was not the time to think about these things. Looking at the forest wolves that had already attacked some of the security personnel's spirit pet defense shields, and then looking at the azure wind giant eagle flying towards them overhead, Lin Ao decided to prioritize solving the giant eagle, and he had to quickly solve it. He couldn't delay any longer. In case any more monster beasts came later, it would be troublesome. At this time, seeing the security personnel constantly deploying defenses around them, Emo quickly walked down from the bus, and several other students who were confident in their strength also walked down together. Among the other students sitting, some whispered after seeing this, "Those are all elite-level monster beasts, our spirit pets are only transcendent level, what are they? Going down to be a hindrance?" After getting out of the car, Emo looked around and summoned his spirit pet, Han Han, immediately. At this time, a young security guard who was having his spirit pet resist the attack saw this, raised his eyebrows, and shouted, "Why did you come down? These rushing monster beasts are all elite level, you can't handle them." An older security guard saw this and said instead, "It's good to come down, it's safer by our side." Seeing this, Emo looked at a direction without a barrier to defend, where two security personnel's spirit pets were fighting those forest wolves. "Han Han, attack those forest wolves." As the words fell, just as the young security guard was about to rebuke him, he saw several lightning bolts like pythons bombarding out, hitting several forest wolves outside, directly severely injuring them. Then, in the unbelievable eyes of the security personnel, several more lightning bolts flashed, and the several severely injured forest wolves were charred all over, directly killed. As for Lin Ao, after seeing that the security personnel were fine, he focused all his attention on the giant eagle in the sky. He also had a leader-level spirit pet, but he didn't summon it, because the other party was a flying monster beast, and he was not good at dealing with this type. Even if he summoned a second leader-level spirit pet, it would probably scare the other party away. It would be troublesome if the giant eagle kept harassing them without getting close. On the contrary, in the current situation, even though the Ice Moon White Wolf was leader level, it was only level 42. The other party would definitely not be too afraid, and would probably get closer, so that its own skill power would be maximized. At that time, it would be its death date. Lin Ao sensed the iceberg 5-star diagram unfolding behind him, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Screech! Above the sky, the azure wind giant eagle cried out, its wings waving, carrying azure wind element energy, rushing towards the ground like a rocket, generating bursts of air currents in the process. On the ground, the security personnel and Emo and others who had successfully annihilated the forest wolf pack noticed the situation in the air, looked up, and suddenly a powerful sense of pressure descended from the sky. Huff, huff. Emo, taking deep breaths, felt his heart beating constantly. This sense of pressure was stronger than even an ordinary commander-level beast, wasn't it? On the side, a middle-aged security guard whose expression only changed slightly said in a deep voice, "That giant eagle is only level 38. This pressure is definitely generated by a skill, everyone be careful." Although that's what he said, judging from the performance of the 15 security personnel, they didn't seem too afraid or nervous. Instead, a student who came down with them bent over, panting heavily, and said somewhat fearfully, "Are we really not in danger here? Should we hide?" "Ha, Chief Lin is here, what's there to be afraid of?" a security guard said with a confident smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the azure wind giant eagle had already rushed to a distance of about 100 meters from the ground, its wings shook, and its huge body suddenly stopped. At the same time, a flash of light flashed in its eyes, and a gale began to roll in the sky. As the energy in its body surged, the power of the wind element continued to gather, and a force like a natural disaster began to condense. Below, Lin Ao, seeing the moment the opponent stopped abruptly, had already communicated with his pet, raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. Beast Control Skill, Iceberg Star Chart, Release. The Iceberg 5-star chart appearing behind him suddenly sparkled, turning into a huge suspended iceberg composed of starlight. Instantly, a beam of white light shone from the iceberg onto the Ice Moon White Wolf. Suddenly, the 3-meter-tall Ice Moon White Wolf underwent tremendous changes. Its originally flowing white fur gradually turned ice blue, and chunks of ice crystals emerged from its strong and powerful limbs, like gemstone armor. Its size also increased accordingly, becoming more than 5 meters tall in a moment. At the same time, its own aura continued to rise, and its majesty became even stronger. The azure winged giant eagle, hundreds of meters high in the sky, felt the huge change in the white wolf below. Having accumulated most of its power, it could only frantically output energy, and the tearing gale continued to gather, completing the gathering of powerful forces. Superorder skill, Azure Wind Tornado. For azure tornadoes descended from the sky, carrying the power of destruction and the user's crazy eyes. At this moment, even the sky seemed to be avoiding them. Seeing this, Lin Ao snorted coldly, and the greatly changed ice moon white wolf beside him raised its head and faced the sky. Superorder Star Chart Fusion skill, Ice Meteor Light. Intense ice blue energy continuously gathered in its mouth, and then a beam of blue light with a diameter of only 40 to 50 centimeters shot out from its mouth towards the sky, passing through the tornado and hitting the enemy. In the blink of an eye, under the penetration of the ice blue beam, the raging azure wind tornado in the sky seemed to be stagnated, and then dissipated into pure wind element energy. And the azure wind giant eagle that was hit had a huge penetrating wound on its chest, and its body quickly froze, turning into a huge ice block, falling from the sky, with the madness in its eyes still preserved. On the ground, the dozen or so security personnel and Yemo and others, looking at the appearance that even the sky seemed to be frozen under one blow, couldn't help swallowing their saliva to relieve the shock in their hearts. Is this Chief Lin's strength? Too strong. The young security guard's eyes were filled with longing and shock. An obviously older security guard, looking at the shocked expressions of the crowd, couldn't help but cough lightly and said, "This is only part of Chief Lin's strength. You haven't seen Chief Lin's strongest state, that's the real horror." Fong Yuan, a transfer student from Beihan City Center, had seen a lot. After hearing this, she couldn't help but interject, "Releasing the star chart and empowering the spirit pet is already the strongest state of a master-level beastmaster, right? The strongest state you're talking about wouldn't be summoning a few more spirit pets, right?" The older security guard raised his eyebrows and shook his head, saying, "If it were other master-level beastmasters, it would be the same as what you said, but Chief Lin is different. In addition to being a master-level beastmaster, he is also a strong man who commands an entire beastmaster legion." Hearing this, Fong Yuan suddenly understood and recited, "Oh right, I remember that your Linghu district has 4 major beastmaster legions, the Linghu Legion, the Giant Bear Legion, the Snow Leopard Legion, and the Ice Wolf Legion. Among them, only the Linghu Legion, which is responsible for city defense, is composed of recruited beastmasters. The other 3 major beastmaster legions are composed of spirit pets cultivated by their respective breeding bases." After understanding, Fong Yuan's eyes lit up, and then she said, "That's indeed different. Commander level can already resonate with their highly compatible spirit pets to form a beastmaster army, greatly increasing the strength of the commander." Listening to their chat, Yemo felt a hint of curiosity. Although his family had the Giant Bear Legion, the main combat members and reserve members were those high-level elite-level violent bears above level 30, he had never seen the battle of a Beastmaster Legion, so he really didn't have any specific concept of these. On the other side, Lin Ao, after finishing dealing with the fallen Azure Wind Giant Eagle corpse, began to let the other security personnel deal with the corpses of those forest wolves. After all, they were all level 20 plus demon beasts. Although they weren't worth too much money, they could still earn a little. The newest and fastest novels are at 69shu.com. A few minutes later, when everything was dealt with, Lin Ao shouted to the students who got off the bus, including Emo, "You guys hurry up and get on." After speaking, the students who got off the bus took back their spirit pets and prepared to board the bus. At this moment, a security guard took a few small bags and shouted while looking at everyone, "Here, this is your harvest." While speaking, he handed the bags one by one to the students, and each student showed a slight smile after opening them. Yemo was also stuffed with a bag in his hand. Opening it, he saw 9 level 2 spirit crystals exuding a faint green light. These were exactly the 9 elite level forest wolves that he had let Han kill. Slightly stunned for a while, then smiled and stepped onto the bus. The other students also felt better. Although they didn't gain much, some even only had 1 level 1 spirit crystal, worth $100 or so. This kind of harvest obtained by their own strength was too wonderful. "Thank you for the monthly ticket of expectation of eternity,"
shouldn't be misspelled, your dear Dai, the person who took this name is really a talent.
Continue to ask for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, ==.
After the forest wolf attack, the team moved even faster, and Lin Ao's pet stayed close, protecting everyone's safety. As time passed, the desolate wilderness and chaotic jungle on both sides of the road gradually disappeared, replaced by towering trees and neatly arranged buildings. At this time, the team had arrived within the northern cold region, and most of the students sitting in the bus breathed a sigh of relief, finally reaching a populated area. Then, after passing through the northern cold region's giant wall inspection, the group truly entered the interior of the northern cold region along with the team. Shops and houses were everywhere, and crowds of people came and went along the road, a scene of prosperity meeting everyone's eyes. Along the avenue, the team drove from north to south, heading towards the city center. Here, prosperous streets and shops were everywhere, and tall buildings stood tall, with crowds of people coming and going, indeed much more lively and prosperous than the Spirit Lake district. As the vehicle stopped, the entire team parked in a parking lot in front of a luxurious hotel. Yemo and the others got out of the car one by one and gathered in front of the bus. Lin Ao walked over and said to everyone, "The place where we will be resting is this Cold Crow Hotel. The rooms have already been arranged for you. Go to the front desk to get your room cards later. Remember, at 7 o'clock tonight, everyone will gather in the conference hall on the 9th floor of the hotel. You can arrange your own time for the rest, just don't get lost. If you have any other matters, send a message in the group or contact me directly by phone." After speaking quickly, Lin Ao glanced at everyone and said, "Are there any other questions?" The 25 students shook their heads. "All right, then dismiss. You can arrange your own time next. I have something else to do and have to leave first." After speaking, Lin Ao hurriedly got back into the car, then left the parking lot and disappeared from everyone's sight in a moment. Among the remaining dozen or so security personnel, an elder stood up and said, "Then now, you should go get your room cards first and have a good rest." Everyone nodded in agreement and walked towards the Cold Crow Hotel together. After lining up and having the staff verify the information, Yemo took his room card and yawned as he walked aside. At the same time, Lin Xian, who had also received his room card, came over and asked, "Yemo, my room is 0615, what's your number? Is it close to mine?" Yemo glanced at it and replied, "I'm 0616, it should be pretty close. Let's go, let's put our things down first, and then go eat, I'm a little hungry." As he spoke, he touched his stomach. Lin Xie, who was traveling with them, was eating potato chips that she had taken out of her backpack at some point. After hearing about eating, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly nodded in agreement. At this time, 6 young students walked down quickly from the upper floor of the hotel, chatting happily. When they walked to the hotel lobby, a tall, short-haired girl saw these people who had come from the Spirit Lake district, and her eyes lit up, sneering, "Oh, isn't this Fong Yuan? Oh, and you guys, why are you all here? It seems that you got the secret realm qualification." After hearing the familiar name, the other 5 students turned their gazes over, with expressions of watching the excitement in their eyes. Seeing this, Fong Yuan and the other 4 transfer students, who saw their acquaintances, remained silent. Seeing this, the short-haired girl's mouth turned up, and she continued to speak. "I heard that you guys transferred to Spirit Lake District to get a spot. I have to say, you have a good sense of self-awareness. If you hadn't transferred, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen you here." At this time, the others also joined in, making the faces of the few who transferred to Spirit Lake District even more gloomy. Finally, Fong Yuan, who couldn't bear it any longer, opened her mouth and replied, "All right, everyone has a spot, Zhang Lily, you're not much better than us." Hearing this, the short-haired girl Zhang Lily smiled disdainfully, Don't even look at where your spot came from. Spirit Lake District, only that kind of rural place with no strength can allow someone like you to get a spot." Around, the students from Spirit Lake District who were watching the show were numb. This could even be dragged onto them. The students from Spirit Lake District present stared at the other party, their faces filled with anger. Even Yemo and the others, who were preparing to go upstairs, turned their heads to look over. Discovering that she had angered the crowd, Zhang Lily panicked slightly, then, thinking of the origins of this group of people, she immediately puffed out her chest confidently, what are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong. If you don't agree, come and fight. If you lose, I'll directly bow my head and apologize. There's such a good thing. Emo immediately checked the other party's level, below level 20, no problem. He quickly walked to the other party and said eagerly, since you said so, then I'll fight you. Tell me, where to fight. Hearing this, Zhang Lily's face changed, and after a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, let's forget it today, I really have something to do, let's fight again if we meet in the secret realm tomorrow. The newest and most complete novels are all available on 69shu.com. Hearing this, the Spirit Lake District students, who were originally a little angry, booed one after another, with teasing expressions on their faces. Emo, on the other hand, showed a regretful expression. The experience that came so easily was gone, and he shook his head and replied, alright then, if you meet in the secret realm, remember to fight me, don't go back on your word. Zhang Lily, who was being pulled away by her companion, turned her head and shouted, don't worry, Zhang Lily's words are as good as gold, if I don't fight you after meeting in the secret realm, I'll directly kneel down and call you daddy. As soon as she finished speaking, she was taken out of the hotel, and her figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, with nothing to see, everyone took their room cards and went to their rooms. Some were preparing to have a good rest, some were preparing to cultivate, and some were going to eat. Yemo's 3 rooms were very close to each other. After putting their things away, they went to eat together, and also learned about the situation of the Cold Crow Hotel. Like other large hotels, there is also a special training ground next to the Cold Crow Hotel for beast masters to train, and all expenses are free. Seeing this, Emo naturally wouldn't waste these few hours. He went to the training ground, summoned Han Han, whom he had been thinking about for a long time, and began to train in skills. Time passed slowly. Emo, who had been training in the training room for several hours, finally stopped after seeing the message in the phone group, and packed up to go to his room. On the 6th floor of the hotel, after taking a shower, Emo opened the door and saw Lin Xiang and Lin Xia waiting outside the door. Judging from their appearance, they should have been waiting for a while. You're finally out, it's almost 7 o'clock, let's go to the 9th floor quickly, Lin Xiang looked at the aisle and called out. On the side, Lin Xia, who had returned to her cold state, nodded slightly. Emo nodded in agreement and followed the two to the conference room on the 9th floor of the hotel. 9th floor of the hotel, conference room. Emo and the others walked in, and what came into view was a spacious and bright space, large enough to accommodate hundreds of participants. The surrounding walls were painted in soft colors, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and comfortable. At the top of the conference room, several chandeliers were suspended, emitting bright light, while at the bottom, hundreds of chairs were neatly arranged, with many students already seated. The students from their Linghu district were gathered in the front right area. Emo strode to the front right, found an empty seat in the front row closest to the podium, and sat down directly, with Lin Xiang and Lin Xia closely following behind. The dignified man looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I am Li Yan, the Vice President of the Beastmaster Association of Beihan City, and I am in charge of the affairs related to the Mystic Realm this time. Next, I will talk about the precautions for this Mystic Realm, and you all must remember them well. In the audience, the students from Beihan City nodded one after another. The Vice President of the Beastmaster Association must be a Master-level Beastmaster. Li Yan said in a deep voice, this Mystic Realm is located in the Qingxue mountain range, 50 miles outside the city. We will arrange for the Legion to escort you during the journey, so you don't need to consider safety issues. What you need to pay attention to are the matters inside the Mystic Realm. The teleportation when entering the Mystic Realm from the entrance is random, so encountering demonic beasts directly is a high probability event. You must prepare in advance and summon your spirit pets immediately after entering. In addition, since no information can be transmitted between the inside of the Mystic Realm and the outside world, we will issue a Yin Bloodstone to each of you. Once the contractor of the Yin Bloodstone is killed, the Blood Soul in the Yin Bloodstone will entangle the soul of the murderer, and when the corresponding Yang Bloodstone approaches the murderer, it will react. Therefore, after you enter the Mystic Realm, don't get carried away by temporary impulses. Everyone is just going to the Mystic Realm to find suitable spirit pets, so don't ruin your life because of this. Finally, no matter what, safety is the most important thing. You may not be able to find better spirit pets in the future, but you only have one life, so remember to act according to your ability. After speaking, Li Yan looked behind him and shouted, "That's all, now start distributing the Yin bloodstones." After he finished speaking, staff members came in carrying small boxes one by one, handed them to the students, and began to contract the bloodstones.
"This looks quite interesting,"
Yemo said in surprise, looking at the small box handed to him by the staff. Opening the box, inside was a bracelet, constructed of white metal. A red stone, about the size of a soybean, was conspicuous at the connection point.
Next to the box was a finger blood sampler and an instruction manual.
Yemo followed the instructions, took a drop of blood from his ring finger with the blood sampler, and then dripped it on the bloodstone on the bracelet. Suddenly, the red bloodstone emitted a faint light and absorbed all the blood. Then, after writing his identity information on the box, he wore the bracelet, closed the box, and waited for the staff to come and collect it. Watching the 100 students in the conference room, Yemo, who was a little idle after estimating that it would take a while, used his probing ability to look at the bloodstone on his hand. Level 2 resource, the function is indeed similar to what the chairman Li said, and wearing it will also calm and focus the user, a very good item. After a while, when all 100 students in the room had completed the contract, Li Yan on the stage said, "Finally, the bloodstone contract is completed, then everyone should go back and rest well, and get in the best condition to deal with the Mystic Realm trip starting tomorrow." After speaking, the 100 or so students in the room left the conference room with various moods, some excited, some worried and scared, and most were nervous. After the people had almost left, Yemo and the others finally followed and walked out, heading to the 6th floor together.
"When you go to the Mystic Realm, you must be careful,"
Yemo, who was rubbing the bloodstone from time to time, shouted to Lin Xiang on the side. Speaking of this trip to the Mystic Realm, besides being afraid that there would be no resources inside, he was also very worried about Lin Xiang's safety. There was no way, like Lin Xia, although her personality was quite dull and aloof, her hard strength was enough, and he would not worry about her at all. On the contrary, this guy Lin Xiang, no matter what, his spirit pet was only of the elite race, and the probability of something happening in the Mystic Realm was still not low. Faced with his friend's concern, Lin Xiang puffed out his chest, raised his head and said confidently, "Don't worry, you don't know how powerful my talent is. When the Mystic Realm trip comes, I will definitely surprise you."
"Powerful talent?"
Yemo, who had already used his probing ability to see the other party's attributes, expressed serious doubts. Lin Xiang's talent was called mental communication, and its function was similar to level 3 telepathy.
He could talk to spirit pets and demonic beasts. In terms of rarity and functionality, it was actually very good.
After all, level 3 telepathy was not easy to achieve, and even master-level Beastmaster Lin Ao had not been able to reach it. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. But in terms of helping with safety in the Mystic Realm, it can only be said to be very ordinary. He can't just kneel down and beg for mercy when a powerful demonic beast attacks him.
After all, language can communicate, and demonic beasts can still hear clearly.
Thinking of this scene, Yemo couldn't help but laugh, and then said, okay, I know you're powerful. Anyway, your spirit pet Xiaobing has already remembered the scent of me and Lin Xia, so remember to come find us as soon as possible." On the side, Lin Xia, who was standing quietly, nodded and replied, "That's right, Xiang, you remember to come find us as soon as possible, otherwise I'll tell Dad, and your pocket money will be mine again." Hearing this, Lin Xiang wanted to refuse with a tough attitude, but following the guidance of his heart, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I will
find you as soon as possible." Looking at his friend's unwilling look, Yemo didn't say anything.
Other things were fine, but when faced with things that could endanger his life, it was better to honestly follow the arrangements. He didn't want to have to attend his funeral after a trip to the Mystic Realm. After speaking, the three had already arrived at the 6th floor, and then separated and returned to their respective rooms. Lying down on the soft bed, Yemo communicated with the Pack Star where Han Han was located. It's been a month, and the Mystic Realm is finally about to open. The hard work of these 30 days can finally reap the rewards. The next day, the morning sun was bright. The rising sun shone upon the earth, beginning to warm the entire world.
Outside the giant wall at the northern gate of Beihan City, Beihan District, heavy transport vehicles passed by below, while on both sides of the convoy, spirit pets, Gale giant dogs of level 30 and above, carried their beast masters, closely following. If any local residents of Beihan City were to see this, they would surely be astonished as to what exactly needed the protection of the Gale Legion, one of the three major beast master legions of Beihan District. The city gates slowly closed, and the convoy slowly moved forward, heading north out of the city. Inside a transport vehicle, Emo stood quietly, somewhat dazed as he looked at the sturdy walls around him. He really hadn't expected that this was how they were transporting the students to the entrance of the secret realm. That morning, around 6 o'clock, all the students got up and came downstairs to the hotel, and that Chairman Li Yan sent them one by one into these heavy transport vehicles that looked so sturdy, and then they set off. It could only be said that it was fortunate that there was a staff member in the transport vehicle who specialized in explaining things about the secret realm, otherwise it would have been really boring. Through the other party's explanation, Emo also truly understood the situation of this secret realm. Among the three major entrances to the secret realm, the 100 students from Beihan City were going to the largest, entrance number 1. The 50 students from Yulin City, a Tier 2 base city, were going to entrance number 2. And the 30 students from Changtian City and the 20 students from Gu City were going to entrance number 3. The entry time was unified for all, because only at the calculated time and date would the space at the entrance of the secret realm be in its most stable state. At this moment, Lin Xiang, who was next to him, was scrolling through his phone. Seeing something, he directly patted Yemo's shoulder and shouted, "Look, another one with a commander-level spirit pet. What are the students from Yulin City thinking? They already have such powerful spirit pets, why are they here to join in the fun?" Emo looked at the other party's phone. It displayed a student's information, which had been uniformly distributed last night. It contained the information of all the students going to the secret realm this time, including himself. The information was very detailed. In addition to marking the spirit pet's race level and growth level, even the family background was filled in, probably to prevent some students from offending people they couldn't afford to offend. After all, this was a world with extraordinary power, and an individual's strength could really affect too much. Name, Zhou Tianxiang. Location, Yulin City. Spirit pet, level 19 twin-winged flying dragon, race level, commander middle rank. Background, youngest son of Zhou Hualong, vice president of the Beast Master Association of Yulin City. After reading it, Emo could only sigh that this was another second generation who was much stronger than him. He was only a beginner beast master, yet he already had a commander-level spirit pet. What was he doing participating in this? Level 4 secret realm? It could only be said that they were just idle. After a while, Lin Xiang, after reading all the information, exclaimed, "Emo, I didn't expect that there would be 3 people with commander-level spirit pets on this trip to the secret realm. Besides my sister, the other 2 are all from Yulin City. It's no wonder they are a Tier 2 base city, they are just different from us." Speaking of this, as if remembering something, Lin Xiang's eyes were filled with longing as he said, "And that Zhou Tianxiang, do you know, his father, Zhou Hualong, is a king-level beast master. He advanced 2 years ago. His monarch-level 4-winged flying dragon is really handsome. I want to contract a similar one in the future." King-level, Yemo's eyes lit up as he murmured. This was a king-level beast master that even the vast Beihan city didn't have, a true big shot of level 50 and above. He wondered when he would be able to become a king-level. After sighing in his heart for a moment, Emo thought for a while and said, "That Zhou Tianxiang, right? You just showed him to me. His father is indeed powerful, but his own spirit pet is also very strong. A commander middle rank race is the highest race level among our 200 spirit pets here." He wondered how Foolish was compared to the other party's twin-winged flying dragon. It was hard to say. The other party had a commander middle rank race, and even though it was only level 19, it should have at least high-level talent and high-level skills. Foolish didn't have an advantage compared to the other party. However, in terms of attributes and skill proficiency, Foolish might still have some advantages in this regard. Shaking his head, Emo stopped thinking about it. It was impossible to see much difference between these spirit pets on the surface.
If they really wanted to compete, they would have to fight a match, but he wouldn't go looking for trouble with the other party for no reason, so he should just focus on the secret realm. The monsters there were the ones that needed the most vigilance. Several hours later, under the protection of the Gale Legion, the entire convoy finally arrived at the entrance of Secret Realm No. 1 inside the Qingxue mountain range, at Camp No. 1. The heavy transport vehicles stopped, and the students standing in the vehicles got out one after another. Yemo also got out of the vehicle. What came into view was a huge, cleared flat ground, several hundred meters in diameter. Neat rows of tents were placed on the flat ground, and soldiers in military uniforms were walking around. At the edge of the flat ground, stone walls more than 10 meters high surrounded the area, and sentries on top were carefully observing the surrounding situation. Turning his head slightly, he could see all kinds of spirit pets performing their tasks. Some were standing under the stone wall, releasing earth-type skills to reinforce the wall, some were flying in the air, deterring the surrounding monsters, and some were relying on their powerful mental strength to explore the surrounding environment, never letting go of any threat. Everyone, follow me. The entrance to the secret realm will officially open in 40 minutes. I will now take you to the rest area. A middle-aged man in work clothes ran over and shouted. Yemo and nearly 100 other students followed the leader and walked inside. Along the way, they could see many soldiers and staff members looking at them with curious eyes. A few minutes later, on a piece of ground that had obviously just been cleared, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Yemo and the other students found their places and sat down to rest for a while. At this time, the middle-aged man who led the way said to everyone, "Please check your luggage carefully to see if there is anything you have not brought. We have a special supply station here. Healing potions, mind enhancement potions, spirit pet food, and other supplies are all available. If you are missing anything, you can come over and tell us, and we can replenish it for you. Don't worry, everyone has a certain free quota, and you can directly receive some supplies without spending money." By the time Emo and the others had taken their things, several tens of minutes had passed, and there was not much time left before the secret realm opened. At the very center of Camp 1, an oval-shaped, silver, mirror-like secret realm portal flickered with light. The area within 10 meters of the entrance was completely cleared, with only a few elderly researchers in research attire constantly testing something. In the resting area, Emo and the other students were all focused on the mirror-like portal, as they would soon enter the secret realm from here. At the thought of this, many of the 100 students present felt their hearts racing and their palms sweating. Even though they were the best of the beginner beast tamers, it would be strange if they weren't nervous about living alone in a secret realm for several days. A few minutes later, the secret realm entrance at the center suddenly changed. The flickering light stabilized, and the surrounding pressure decreased sharply. The researchers present immediately called out, "The space has stabilized. Quickly, let the students enter." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the male student who was pointed at tightened his backpack, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the light curtain. Then, the crowd only saw a flash of silver light, and the figure disappeared directly. Urged on by the middle-aged man, the remaining students began to enter the portal one by one, disappearing into the light curtain. "Be careful," Emo called out to Lin Xiang and Lin Xia as the number of people in front of him dwindled. Lin Xiang turned his head and replied, "You too." Lin Xia, following closely behind, nodded slightly and said seriously, "Everyone goes in complete, and everyone comes out complete." After speaking, Emo prepared himself, picked up his backpack, and stepped forward. At this moment, after seeing a familiar face, his expression paused, and then he smiled and said, "Hey you, don't forget to spar a little when we meet." Zhang Lily, walking in front, heard a slightly familiar voice, looked back, and realized it was the guy who said he would fight her yesterday. She immediately smiled in amusement and said, "Don't worry, I keep my word." After speaking, she walked into the portal. Emo smiled nonchalantly, sensed the simple and honest spirit within the star chart, clenched his fist, and stepped into the silver light curtain with determination in his eyes. As if multicolored lights appeared in his vision, accompanied by a nauseating feeling surging into his heart, Emo, feeling somewhat dizzy, instantly disappeared into the light curtain. Secret Realm, Howling Forest. Seen from high altitude, the entire forest was extremely vast, with conspicuous towering trees rising from the ground.
The huge canopies blocked most of the sunlight, making the forest appear quite dim. From a topographical point of view, whether it was the upright hills or the sunken swamps, all made the forest's environment appear diverse. On the east side of the forest, within a grove of spirit whisper trees that were 10 meters tall, a silver light suddenly flashed next to a tree, and then a figure appeared from the light. Yemo, who had been teleported out, supported himself with his hands on the ground and couldn't help but vomit. But, remembering the advice, he summoned the Great Sunstar chart at the first moment. A stream of light flashed, and a 2-meter-tall, sturdy violent bear, Han Han, was summoned, and he immediately released his mental power, alert to the surrounding environment. Why are there so many life auras? Before Han Han's mental power could spread out, around it and Yemo, monkey-like demon beasts. With white fur and a strand of black fur on their foreheads curiously gathered, discussing something while scratching their ears and cheeks. Han Han looked at the surrounding demon beasts warily, not speaking, because it couldn't understand. After all, the two races were different, and its strength hadn't reached level 40 to become a lord-level being. It was normal that it couldn't understand. And Yemo, after vomiting, looked around. With his level 3 telepathy, he could clearly hear the discussions of the surrounding monkeys. What is this thing? Can it be eaten? It looks a bit like us. Could it be a distant relative of our tribe? It doesn't have any fur and looks strange. It must be poisonous. It's a pity that the chieftain and elders are gone. Otherwise, they would definitely know what this thing is. That bear looks like it's not easy to mess with. Should we drive them away? No, I can sense that there's something good on that hairless monkey. We have to get that. Yeah, anything that appears in our territory is ours. Get it. Through exploration, Yemo finally knew the information about these monkeys, called White Whisper monkeys, race level elite intermediate, bloodline potential lord initial, growth level all in the teens, attribute ordinary, talent skills ordinary, but one White Whisper monkey actually had an extra spirit-seeking skill. It seems that this guy discovered that there was something good in his backpack. The intelligence of demon beasts is not low, especially those with very high bloodlines. Their intelligence after birth is almost the same as humans, but most of them are more simple and don't have so many tricks. Everyone is very clear about this, so he didn't find it strange to hear the discussions of these monkeys. Since these monkeys weren't much of a threat, now was his time. Thinking this, Yemo stood up, adjusted the shoulder strap of his backpack, coughed slightly, attracted the attention of the surrounding 12 White Whisper monkeys, and then used telepathy to say, "You can all hear what I'm saying, right?" Hearing this, the White Whisper monkeys' bodies paused, their eyes widened, and they were shocked. The other party's strength aura was obviously not strong, but they could actually talk to them? Before the monkeys could continue to be shocked, Yemo narrowed his eyes, showed a smile, and said, "Robbery, hand over all the good things you have on you." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding 12 White Whisper monkeys were stunned. After they recovered, anger filled their minds, and they kept roaring. Their White Whisper monkey tribe had always been the masters of this spirit whisper forest since ancient times. They had only ever robbed others, and now someone dared to rob them? It was simply ridiculous. This was a provocation, an insult to their White Whisper monkey tribe. Whoever it was, they would have to pay the price. Looking at the indignant White Whisper monkeys, Yemo didn't react, just shook his head and looked at Han Han beside him, signaling through the mental contract. Receiving the order, Han Han hid the energy gathering in his right hand and directly used his left hand towards the ground not far away. High-level thunder control. Bolts of lightning as thick as giant pythons passed through the monkey group, hitting the ground behind them, creating a violent explosion, and the resulting shockwave washed over the Spirit Whisper monkey group. Instantly, the originally angry and chattering White Whisper monkey group's bodies stiffened, not daring to move, and the noisy sound suddenly became silent. Thanks to Rinfu for the monthly ticket, thank you. New month, asking for monthly tickets, asking for recommendation tickets. Yemo revealed a sincere smile and said, "So, does anyone still have any objections to what I just said?" The simple and honest Han Han beside him very cooperatively bared a fierce expression and extended his left palm, where strands of lightning began to flicker. Thump! Thump! Led by the white nether monkey who possessed the spirit-seeking skill, 12 white nether monkeys all fell to the ground, squeaking and trembling.
We have no objections. You can take whatever you want, and if you need anything, we can help you find it.
Yes, 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 please spare our lives. The lightning just now had been too shocking for them. An attack of that intensity would probably kill them on the spot. They had better see the situation clearly and follow the words of the clan leader and the great elder. When it was time to admit defeat, admit defeat. Their lives were more important.
Looking at this group of monkeys, Emo couldn't help but laugh.
It was easier to deal with demon beasts that possessed intelligence.
But that wasn't quite right.
If the violet bears in the base were threatened like this, they would probably go berserk and fight head-on.
Different races, different ideas. After shaking his head, Emo looked at the monkeys huddled on the ground. They didn't have anything good on them, but their lair might. With Han Han's strength, no matter how many of these white nether monkeys came, it would be useless. Alright, all of you get up. What good things could you poor ghosts have? Now, take me to your lair and let me pick and choose.
Hearing Emo's words, the many white nether monkeys stood up, looking at each other in dismay. In the end, the thinnest of the white nether monkeys, the one with the spirit-seeking skill, stepped forward and howled.
I will take you to our lair right away. Please follow behind me.
After speaking, he took the lead and walked north. Seeing this, the other white nether monkeys quickly followed with anger and confusion.
Emo stayed close to Han Han, following along with them.
The other white nether monkeys were skeptical. Although the boss was very powerful, could he really beat that bear?
Thinking of the terrifying lightning from just now, doubt arose in their hearts.
Finally, under the thin white nether monkey's constant persuasion, the other white nether monkeys finally believed in their boss, and a surge of confidence began to well up in their hearts. Now they were so humiliated, but after returning to the lair, under the leadership of the boss, they would definitely teach those guys a lesson. Spirit Nether Forest, below the white nether monkey's lair, in the center of a clearing surrounded by several trees.
Thump!
The most robust spirit nether monkey skillfully fell to the ground, bowing its head in surrender, indicating submission. Not far away, 20 or so spirit nether monkeys also fell to the ground, pressing their heads to the ground, including the 12 white nether monkeys who had led the way. Emo curiously looked at the most robust white nether monkey, feeling a little amused in his heart. Just as he and Han Han arrived here, this robust white nether monkey suddenly appeared, saying that he wanted to stand up for the other white nether monkeys. As a result, Han Han released a bolt of lightning, and he directly surrendered. It could only be said that he was worthy of being the boss.
Alright, you're their boss, right? Quickly bring out all your treasures. If I'm not satisfied, you know what will happen.
Emo raised his eyebrows and spoke the words of a villain, while Han Han beside him puffed out his chest and released strands of lightning in cooperation. Squeak, squeak. The white nether monkey boss raised his head and nodded continuously, while straightening his body and angrily looking at the 12 clansmen who had led the way, ordering them to go and move the treasures. Damn it, it was all this group of idiots' fault for bringing such a powerful enemy to their lair. Now, if they didn't satisfy the other party, the entire clan might be wiped out. For the future continuation of the clan, they could only bring out everything that the clan leader had left behind.
During the waiting time, Emo didn't just stand there.
The white nether monkeys politely moved tree stumps for them to sit on, and several nimble white nether monkeys quickly climbed to the surrounding trees to pick fresh spirit nether fruits and hand them to them.
Crunch!
Taking a bite, the juice was full, crisp, and sweet.
Emo nodded in satisfaction.
He had just investigated the attributes of this spirit nether fruit. It was a level 2 spirit fruit, of the type that strengthens the foundation and nourishes the origin. The taste was really good.
Han Han, would you like some too?
Faced with the spirit fruit, Han Han shook his head. It was currently staring intently at this group of monkeys. Although the other party seemed to be surrendering, in the stories the master had told before, these types of people looked like they were going to betray and sneak attack, so it wouldn't be complacent in any way. Time slowly passed. After eating the spirit fruit until he was a little tired of it, Emo frowned slightly. Just then, on the tree, the 12 white nether monkeys from the beginning were climbing down with packages wrapped in animal skins. Looking at the bulging appearance of those packages, they should be carrying a lot of things. The white nether monkey boss walked over and carried all the packages to EMO, spreading them out one by one. All our good things are here. Without looking at the other party's apprehensive gaze, EMO activated the investigation function and checked the information of the treasures in front of him one by one. Fortunately, treasures such as resources and spirit fruits were different from living beings. They had no souls and could not resist investigation. So even if the treasure level was high, he could still investigate the target information. Level 3 Water-type Spirit Crystal, Level 3 Netherwood, Level 3 Water Crocodile Beast Skin, Level 3 Wood-type Spirit Crystal. After reading all the first few packages, they were all Level 3 resources, with a number of 40 or 50. EMO showed some pity in his eyes. If it was outside, selling these resources could earn a lot of money, but this was a secret realm. They couldn't be taken out, and they couldn't be used. They were purely useless resources. He turned his gaze to the remaining few packages. The more he checked, the more EMO's mouth couldn't help but rise, and his eyes lit up. Level 4 Wood-type Spirit Crystal, Level 4 Water-type Spirit Crystal, Level 4 Azure Water Crocodile Skin, Level 4 Wood-type Spirit Crystal. Good fellow, this should be all the white nether monkey's possessions. 2 Level 4 Wood-type Spirit Crystals, 1 Level 4 Water-type Spirit Crystal. The harvest was too great. If there were no accidents, the Wood-type Spirit Crystal should be left behind after the death of the White Nether Monkey Clan's leader-level existence, and the Water-type one must be from the Azure Water Crocodile Demon Beast. He had only just finished exploring the first Demon Beast clan, and he had already gained so much. This secret realm was the right place to come. EMO grinned, and at the same time took out the 5 Level 4 Spirit Crystals and used the gamified talent to start charging the sub-occupation function. A few minutes later, as 3 Spirit Crystals turned into dust, the activation of the sub-occupation function reached 26%. Congratulations, from today onwards, this group of white nether monkeys would be his good friends. After absorbing all the energy crystals, EMO glanced at the other items and, finding them all useless, shook his head and said, "Alright, you can take all the other things back." Hearing this, the white ape leader stared with disbelief, then as if realizing something, quickly prostrated itself and cried out, "Squeak, squeak. We also know where there are other treasures, please don't kill us, we are very useful." EMO was taken aback, then said softly, "I don't want to kill you, I only need those few things from just now. Do you know where else there are any?" It's not that he didn't want the other treasures, but he really couldn't use them. Most high-level resources often required strong individuals of the same level to activate the energy within before processing. He and Han Han were only at level 10-something, how could they activate those things that were easily level 30 or 40? At this moment, after hearing this, the white ape leader carefully considered the origin of those few items, and its eyes suddenly darted around as it squeaked, "I know where else there are some, just north of this forest we're in, there's a lake, and the water crocodile tribe lives there. They definitely have a lot of crystal cores too." Crystal cores, that must be what they call energy crystals, the name for spirit crystals, EMO thought. Since he had taken all the things here, then he would go take a look at the so-called water crocodile tribe. Anyway, judging from the resources in the package back then, these two tribes were likely enemies, so they wouldn't possibly team up to trick him. "Alright, you lead the way, we'll go there together and take a look." After EMO finished speaking, the white ape leader nodded repeatedly, and the other monkeys around, upon hearing this, all began to squeak, wanting to go alone. At this moment, the white ape leader looked at the many members of its clan, and then looked at him with an inquiring gaze. EMO rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and called out, "Then send 5 of you to come along." With 5, even if they betrayed him, he could easily wipe them out. Too many would take some time, and if these monkeys had no intention of betraying him, then they could also contribute when he had friendly exchanges with the water crocodile tribe later. After a noisy argument, the monkeys finally chose the 5 highest level ones, among them the thin white ape was surprisingly one of them. After packing some spirit-secluded fruit, led by the white ape leader and guarded by the other monkeys around them, EMO and Han Han followed them together towards the north. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the trees gradually thinned out.
Walking to the end of the road, the view suddenly opened up, and what came into view was a tranquil blue lake, like a painting, appearing harmonious and warm.
Guillermo couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this scene, it was too beautiful.
At this moment, 100 meters away, a small deer emitting a green glow quietly walked to the edge of the lake, looked around, and then, unable to resist its thirst, lowered its head and stretched out its tongue to drink water. Just as Guillermo skillfully prepared to activate his investigation to see the other party's attributes, a huge crocodile leaped out from under the calm surface of the water. At the same time, streams of water flew out from within the lake, like ropes, wrapping around and binding the deer in its terrified gaze, dragging it into the lake. The deer tried to resist, and the emerald green energy on its body constantly surged outwards, but the crocodile that leaped out directly swung its tail, heavily hitting its body. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the deer, unable to resist, disappeared into the lake, and at the same time, blue figures swam over from afar, and after a moment, the red of blood appeared on the surface of the lake. Hiss, this coordination, the water crocodile beasts inside are a bit fierce. Guillermo pursed his lips, wondering if he could successfully have a friendly exchange with them later. Just at this moment, Guillermo and the others, who were still about 10 meters away from the lake, suddenly saw streams of water ropes emerging from the lake, rushing towards them.
Good fellow, are they directly attacking?
Seeing this, Guillermo didn't panic, but instead felt like admiring the ferocity of these water crocodile beasts. At this time, just as the prepared Han Han was about to take action, the 6 white apes beside him, including the leader, all mobilized the energy within their bodies and released their skills.
Beginner skill, Inchi vines.
Strands of dark green vines constructed from energy danced from the palms of the white apes, and in a moment, they collided with the aggressively rushing water ropes, and then, as if the spiritual power was being absorbed, the water ropes that touched the vines lost their cohesive power and fell from the sky, leaving puddles of water on the ground. They've got a trick up their sleeves, Guillermo thought to himself, impressed by the effect of this beginner skill. It was precisely at this moment that, seeing their skills were useless, one after another, blue water crocodile beasts, 2 to 3 meters long, floated on the surface of the Emerald Lake, then swam ashore, their fierce eyes staring at the 1 human and 7 beasts in front of them.
Activating his investigation and seeing the other party's attributes, Guillermo raised an eyebrow.
The strength of these water crocodile beasts was not bad. Due to the secret realm, their levels were all below level 20. Their race level was high-level elite beginner, their bloodline potential was commander mid-level, and they possessed the talents of mid-level defense and mid-level strength, as well as 2 mid-level skills, water flow entanglement and frenzy. Overall, they were indeed not bad, whether in terms of strength or potential, they were definitely in the top ranks in the Spirit Lake area. It could only be said that it was worthy of being a secret realm. However, this kind of skill-talent configuration, placed in front of the current Han Han, was just a slightly larger side dish. Roar! The water crocodile beasts that came ashore, realizing that their only remote control skill was ineffective, all activated mid-level frenzy, their pupils instantly turning blood red, and a frenzied sense of power swept over them.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair.
Seeing the water crocodile beasts falling into madness, the white apes revealed a trace of fear in their eyes, but the firmness in their hearts kept them from taking half a step back, and the energy on their bodies continued to surge, preparing for the release of their skills. It seems that negotiations are impossible, Guillermo thought, while mentally communicating with Han Han.
After receiving the order, Han Han did not underestimate the opponent.
He spread his palms, and the surging lightning was like an obedient pet. Under his high-level lightning control, accompanied by the continuous input of energy, it instantly spread from his palms to the surrounding area of more than 10 meters. Then, in the shocked gazes of the white ape group, as if it were a divine punishment, powerful lightning roared down from the sky above the place where the water crocodile beasts were gathered, like a torrential rain, continuous and unending.
Boom boom! Bang! Explosions and roars sounded one after another.
After a wisp of lightning element imprint on his forehead dissipated, Han Han withdrew the wildly dancing lightning, suspended in midair, like a thunder god, coldly overlooking the front. The dust and mist dissipated, leaving holes in the ground that had been bombarded by lightning, and the 9 water crocodile beasts that had been hit were now riddled with holes, with only one charred corpse remaining intact. At this moment, a smile appeared on the corner of Guillermo's mouth.
After killing 9 opponents of the same level, Han Han's experience had increased by a small amount, and he was getting closer and closer to level 19 full experience. A new day, continue to ask for votes QAQ. The death of the 9-headed water crocodile beast did not frighten the other members of the lake into hiding. On the contrary, each water crocodile beast had anger in its eyes, constantly swimming out of the lake, scattered and lying in various positions, ready to tear apart the opponent at any time. As the dominant group in this area, they were being provoked by other creatures, and their kin were killed. This was simply unforgivable. As the largest water crocodile beast came ashore, a roar rang out, and all the other members of the group went into a frenzy. Apart from the water flow entanglement skill, close combat was their strongest method. Looking at the somewhat trembling white nether monkey group beside him, Emo communicated with Han Han through the mind contract, and at the same time shouted to the other monkeys, "Don't resist." Receiving the order, Han Han released the perfect level levitation technique, and a force immediately surrounded it. Immediately afterwards, Emo and the other 6 monkeys were taken into the air. Although levitation technique is only a beginner skill, its effect is much greater than that of an ordinary intermediate skill. Now that it has reached the perfect level, the skill can be applied to other people. Suspended in the air for the first time, the white nether monkey boss and the other monkeys were obviously a little uncomfortable. Emo didn't react much, he had experienced it many times. At this time, after seeing the target suspended dozens of meters in the air, the water crocodile beasts lying on the ground had no choice but to go berserk. Having already lost most of their rationality, they could only obey their instincts and release water flow entanglement. More than 20 water crocodile beasts released water flow entanglement together, like giant pythons emerging from the lake, spinning, flying, and constantly rushing into the sky. Unfortunately, the attack range of this type of skill was not that long. As the water flow rushed higher, the energy consumption became greater, and the energy contained within the water flow became smaller. By the time it was about to approach Han Han and the others, the power of the skill was already weaker than an ordinary beginner's skill. After stabilizing their bodies in the air, the white nether monkeys released the Yin Chi Vine skill, trying to show their value as much as possible. Just as the Yin Chi Vines and water flow entanglement constantly collided and dissipated, Han Han in the air shone brightly. Strands of electric light began to jump on its gray-black fur, and the thunder-type energy mobilized in its body was about to overflow. Swish, swish. 2 strands of purple hair representing the thunder element mark on the top of Han Han's head began to dissipate. Then, it slightly raised its right palm, and violent thunder quickly covered the entire sky, like an abyss or a prison. A powerful and terrifying aura continued to press down from the sky. If these water crocodile beasts were other demon beasts, they might quickly hide in the lake, or defend with all their strength. Unfortunately, they were just the ferocious water crocodile beasts, and they were still in a berserk state. Facing the huge threat above their heads, they only continued to increase the intensity of releasing water flow entanglement. Seconds later, the preparations were complete. Han Han's cold eyes stared at the enemies under its feet, and the thunder gathered in the sky was like a beast released from its cage, descending from the sky with a thunderous sound. At this moment, on the shore of the entire lake, purple became the most conspicuous color. The thunder, which was larger in scope than before, fell like a storm, bringing endless destruction. Boom, boom, boom. When the explosions ended, the shore of the lake was filled with the corpses and remains of water crocodile beasts. Some were heads, some were tails, and very few were able to leave behind a complete corpse. Seeing this result, Emo was not surprised. For Han Han, opponents below level 20, if they did not have energy resistance talents or life talents, would die as soon as they touched its thunder. Then, after communicating with Han Han, the group descended from the sky and landed on the other shore of the lake. Looking at the calm and peaceful blue lake, Emo stroked his chin and said to the white nether monkeys beside him, "The water crocodile beasts here should be almost dead. Now you go into this lake and find all the treasures of their group for me. Is that okay?" As he spoke, he looked at the white nether monkey who had the spirit-finding skill. With this monkey around, it shouldn't take too long to find them, right? After receiving the order, the white nether monkey boss puffed out its chest, squeaked, and quickly led its companions straight to the lake.
After these few incidents, the little calculations in their hearts had long since vanished. Obeying orders from this great killer was the wise choice. Looking around at the environment, Emo put down his backpack, took out 2 tubes of recovery potions from it, and handed them to Han Han. After a great battle, although it had not suffered any injuries, the energy consumption was not low. Gulp! Everything is here. Looking at the white nether monkey gesticulating and squeaking, Emo nodded, signaling them to open the package. Level 3 Black Jade Bead, Level 4 Water Element Spirit Crystal, still Level 4 Water Element Spirit Crystal, Level 4 Wind Element Spirit Crystal, Level 4 Wood Element Spirit Crystal. Looking at the attributes of each item presented in the detection, satisfaction appeared in Emo's eyes. As expected of a group stronger than the white nether monkey group, there were many good things. Although most of them were useless, there were 7 level 4 spirit crystals that could be used now. The charging progress of the secondary professional function would definitely increase by a large margin. Looking at this situation, if he got 1 or 2 more later, it would be fully charged. At that time, he would only be short of the level and a level 5 spirit crystal to fully activate it. Sure enough, this secret realm was a good place. The first day had not even passed, and his purpose here was about to be completed. Thinking about it, Emo happily absorbed all 7 spirit crystals, and the charging progress reached 91%. Then, he looked at other precious resources. Among these level 3 and 4 resources, demon beast materials were almost useless, but some other resources such as spirit fruits were still useful. After carefully picking and choosing, Emo finally took out 3 useful resources from this pile of resources. 1 level 3 Black Jade Bead, which could release black mist by injecting energy to resist mental detection, was somewhat useful but not much. 1 level 3 Thunder Crystal Stone, which would explode after a while when energy was used to trigger it. The power was similar to Han Han releasing a beginner's skill. If the other party did not resist, it was estimated that it could kill a demon beast of the strength of a white nether monkey boss. It was just a pity that his level was too low. If he was above level 30, he could completely quote the power of the Thunder Crystal Stone. The explosion power was estimated to be equivalent to a level 30 plus demon beast releasing a high-level skill, and it was the kind of high-level skill with the blessing of the corresponding intermediate talent. Pinching a long strip-shaped purple Thunder Crystal Stone, Emo sighed in his heart that he was really wasting this thing. However, compared to the last item, it was nothing. Using that one was a real waste of resources. Emo turned his gaze to the last resource he had selected, 2 petals, oval in shape, with reddish edges and mostly white insides, like beautiful jade. Wisps of white mist constantly flowed from the surface, giving them an ethereal appearance. A level 5 resource, petals from the Mist Moon Jade Lotus. After consumption, users with water, wind, or light attributes could improve their potential. Moreover, they had a high probability of gaining a mid-tier life talent. The only requirement was that the user's level must be greater than 42. Withstand the medicinal power and receive numerous enhancements. This was the first level 5 resource Emo had seen since arriving in the secret realm. The effects were indeed powerful, but the usage requirements were too high. However, what he found quite good was that these 2 petals were gentle spiritual materials. Although one needed to be above level 40 to absorb all the medicinal power, lower levels could consume them to restore their state to optimal, recovering from injuries or energy depletion. Furthermore, the recovery speed was related to the user's level. The lower the level, the faster the recovery. After thinking about it, Emo carefully took out a small bag from his backpack and gently placed the petals inside, then stuffed it into his pants pocket, sealing the zipper tightly. Such life-saving things had to be kept in the closest place. As for accidentally damaging them, according to the information provided by the exploration, these fifth-order petals were harder than steel, so there was absolutely no need to worry. Alright, you guys can take the other things here as a reward. Next, we'll go back and rest, Emo said, pointing to the supplies. Upon hearing this, the white nether monkey leader and its companions looked up at him in shock. After they recovered, they bowed their heads and thanked him repeatedly. Then, following the original route, Emo took Han Han back to the spirit nether forest, to the white nether monkey's lair. After some communication, the fearful white nether monkey clansmen became excited, especially when they saw the valuable supplies brought back by the white nether monkey leader, and the few fresh crystal cores from the water crocodile beast. The younger white nether monkeys danced and celebrated. Because of these few things, these white nether monkeys became even more convinced of Yemo and Han Han. Although fear and apprehension still existed, there was more submission and worship. Faced with this, Yemo peacefully leaned back on the new seat built by the white nether monkeys, a lounge-like design and soft animal skin padding, making him very comfortable. Perhaps because the weather was a bit hot, a white nether monkey was specially fanning him with a large tree leaf not far away, and there were also white nether monkeys on both sides holding spiritual fruits, ready to hand them over at any time. Comfortable, too comfortable, Yemo squinted his eyes, occasionally taking a spirit nether fruit from one side, scanning it, then opening his mouth to bite down, the juice overflowing in his mouth, sweetness floating in his heart. Was this the life in the secret realm? At the same time, on the western side of the secret realm, Nether Forest, halfway up the Howling Soul Mountain Range. Looking at the black giant trees around him, and the eerie, blue ghost fire-emitting small plants, Lin Xiang took a breath, slumped against the stone wall, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and relaxed his tense heart slightly. Beside him, the ice soul wolf, with a lot of fur missing, looking a bit embarrassed, crouched down, carefully observing the surrounding environment. After escaping the tree demons, he encountered a purple lizard-shaped monster, and its race was high-level elite middle tier. Its potential was definitely not low. He thought his luck had exploded. As a result, he used his talent to talk to the monster for a long time, and even opened his package to tell it that as long as it followed him, it could eat spicy food and drink good wine. As a result, the lizard actually called its companions to directly rob him, causing him to lose most of the prepared food along the way before running out. Too difficult. Just as Lin Xian was complaining, most of the other beast tamers who entered the secret realm were not doing well. On the southern side of the secret realm Nether Forest, outside the silent swamp, most of the beast tamers teleported here moved cautiously, not daring to make loud noises, for fear of alarming the elemental life, the spirit of the swamp. In the center of the secret realm Nether Forest, under the giant thunder trees, hundreds of bird-shaped monsters flew around, and most of the beast tamers teleported here hid their figures, relying on the trees and forests, not daring to expose their positions. The situation of the beast tamers teleported to the other locations was not much different from these. Most of the monsters here formed tribes, and the difficulty of contracting them was too great. If one was not careful, they would face life-threatening dangers, which was completely different from the level 4 secret realms they knew. This also led to the fact that only some powerful beast tamers, and some beast tamers who formed teams, were doing okay. At least they could find a temporarily stable place to rest. Outside the secret realm, inside the Green Snow Mountain Range, in the underground about 20 kilometers away from Camp Number 1. Inside the underground cave, a group of people wearing secretive clothes and masks were gathering, and not far from them, an oval silver space entrance was flickering slightly. If Yemo and others came over, they would find that this space entrance was almost exactly the same as the secret realm entrance, but they were not mistaken, because this was the fourth entrance to the secret realm. The latest and most complete novels are first published on 69shu.com. When do you think we can enter the secret realm? It's been so long, why can't we yet? Asked a man wearing a half mask, with several scars on his exposed skin. A slightly fat middle-aged man sitting opposite him said in a deep voice, "Keep your voice down." The scarred man shook his head indifferently, then asked in a low voice, "Do you think those few people are really that powerful?" Not only did they know the time and location of the secret realm's descent in advance, but they also raised the secret realm from level 1 to level 2. The slightly fat man said in a low voice, "Why do you care about these things? Anyway, the organization has its own decisions. We are just poachers. Just honestly complete the task and make money." The scarred man thought for a while and gave up. He was just a mid-level beast tamer. If this mission hadn't happened to need someone of his level, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to participate in such a big mission in his life. The organization said that all the gains from this mission belong to us. I don't even know how much I can earn this time. I guess I won't necessarily earn as much as I did in the whole year last year, the scarred man said with a smile, thinking about what he would do later.
The slightly fat man's eyes revealed excitement, and he said excitedly, not to mention the monsters in the secret realm, just the 200 students who entered can make a fortune. After all, those are all selected geniuses, and their spirit pets are not weak. As poachers, their primary goal is to obtain precious skill crystals. Unlike energy crystals, the price of skill crystals isn't necessarily higher with higher levels. The reason for this is twofold. First, level restrictions. Extraordinary level spirit pets in their teens can only use level 1 skill crystals, and leader level spirit pets in their 40s can only use level 4 and below skill crystals. Using them beyond their level, their souls cannot withstand it. Not only will the spirit pet fail to learn the skill, but it will also suffer severe damage. Second, the sealed skills. The skills sealed within the skill crystal are determined by the skills mastered by the original owner of the crystal. For example, some level 10 plus magical beasts master high-level skills. The skill crystals extracted after killing and refining their souls are highly likely to seal high-level skills. On the other hand, some ordinary level 10 plus magical beasts only master elementary skills. The extracted skill crystals only seal elementary skills. Both of these are level 1 skill crystals, but their prices are vastly different. The black-robed old man shook his head indifferently and said, "Then you should go and prepare. Anyway, your superiors have also told you that this mission is crucial. If you can't stop them, you'll be the one who suffers, not me." The burly man laughed in anger, looked at the other party warily, and snorted, "Isn't this all a problem with your ascendant sect? If the chosen place wasn't my territory, why would it be like this?" As a famous dark organization, the Ascendant sect's terror and threat to the Alliance are no less than that of the Poacher organization. However, 10 years ago, the Archbishop of the Ascendant Church was killed, causing the church to fall silent for many years. Now, they suddenly appear and seek cooperation with their Poacher organization. He didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Unable to figure it out, the burly man shook his head and waved his hand. "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll take a step first and make some preparations in advance." After speaking, the whole person directly left the cave. Seeing this, the black-robed old man said gloomily, "Humph, the Ascendant Church gave this way so many things, but I didn't see that guy say a word. Forget it, the mission is important. You guys give me a tight schedule and quickly upgrade the secret realm level." Faced with the old man's words, several other Ascendant sect members wearing grey robes nodded and shouted in unison. "Yes, Deacon." In the secret realm, the reflected moon rose, and the entire howling forest entered the night. In the spirit howl forest, Emo lay wearily on the chair. The foolish spur was a little messy, and some places were obviously injured. And most of the surrounding white howl monkeys had consumed too much spiritual power and lay weakly under the trees to rest. Huff! Emo exhaled a breath. His tired face could not hide the light in his eyes. After resting for a period of time at noon today, he took the foolish and a group of white howl monkeys to have friendly exchanges with the surrounding magical beast groups. Some groups understood the situation. After some communication, they presented him with spirit crystals. Other groups engaged in friendly sparring before they were willing to hand over the spirit crystals. There were also some groups with bad tempers and more ferocity, which allowed the foolish to gain a lot of experience before finding the spirit crystals. Overall, the harvest for the whole day today was not small. The charging progress of the level 4 energy in the sub-occupation function was full, only lacking the level and level 5 spirit crystals. And the foolish's level had also reached level 19 with full experience, waiting to break through and become an elite level after going out. However, the difficulty of finding level 5 spirit crystals was a bit too great. After a whole day of fighting in the secret realm, Emo even suspected whether level 5 spirit crystals existed in the secret realm. According to common sense, level 5 spirit crystals are mostly left behind after the death of level 50 plus magical beasts, but he has seen many leader level potential spirit pets in this level 4 secret realm, but he has not yet discovered a monarch level potential one, which makes him have to doubt. Thinking about it, Emo took out a level 4 thunder type spirit crystal from the bag beside him, touched it, and it seemed that he would have to leave here tomorrow and go to other places in the secret realm to take a look. At the thought of leaving here, he felt a little reluctant. Without the care of these white howl monkeys, the
the quality of life in the secret realm would have to drop by several grades. A night without words. The next day, dawn barely broke. The newest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Getting up, EMO washed up a little, tidied up his things, and said goodbye to the group of white howl monkeys, carrying his backpack. I'm leaving today, leaving here. Hearing this, the white howl monkeys were stunned. Then, after recovering, some monkeys were about to wave their hands and feet when the white howl monkey boss directly slapped them to the ground. At the same time, the thin white howl monkey with the spirit-seeking skill squeaked in a low voice, "Be careful on the road, we will miss you." Seeing this, the other monkeys followed suit, calling out reluctantly, as if the one leaving was not Yemo, but their close friend, blood relative. Seeing this, Yemo joked, "You are so reluctant to let me go, then I should leave later." As soon as the words fell, all the monkeys in the field opened their mouths wide and froze in place. However, Yemo continued, "Okay, I'm just kidding with you. I'm really leaving. However, besides me leaving here, you have to come with me too." The thin white howl monkey breathed a sigh of relief when it heard the first sentence, but the next sentence directly stunned it. Watching the thin, pale white monkey freeze in place, Yemo's heart was calm. As early as last night, when he was preparing to leave, he had already decided to take this white monkey with him. Although its strength, talent, and potential were all very ordinary, possessing the spirit-seeking skill was enough. He didn't plan to contract with it either. It was just that searching for level 5 spirit crystals would be too slow if he relied only on himself and Han Han. On the contrary, although this white monkey's spirit-seeking skill was only elementary, and it couldn't sense treasures that had their aura concealed, this was only a level 1 secret realm. Everyone here was a transcendent being around level 10, so how many of them could possess the ability to conceal the aura of treasures? Therefore, in this secret realm, this white monkey was a true treasure-hunting master. At this moment, Yemo looked at the thin white monkey with an unwilling expression but not daring to refuse, and immediately said with a smile, "It's okay if it doesn't want to come with me. You, and you, if it doesn't come with me, then you will come with me." The 12 white monkeys he pointed at were precisely the 11 white monkeys he had encountered earlier, as well as the white monkey leader. Anyway, these are the two choices. You can decide for yourselves. Faced with the choice given by Yemo, the white monkey leader led the other 11 white monkeys to have a friendly exchange with the thin white monkey, ultimately making the thin white monkey voluntarily choose to follow Yemo, completing a happy ending for everyone. Looking at the white monkey with a mournful face following behind him, Yemo thought for a moment and said, "Alright, as long as you work hard in the future, you can come back in 5 days at most. Is that okay?" The total time he could stay in this secret realm was 6 days. Subtracting yesterday, he would be rejected by the secret realm's space in 5 days and directly teleported out, at which time he would naturally no longer need it. Not understanding these things, the thin white monkey's mournful face immediately straightened up after hearing this, and its spirits also improved a lot. It began to eagerly carry the package made of animal skin, squeaking and following beside him. Seeing that the other party had motivation, Yemo nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and said, "Then let's go, Han Han." With Han Han nodding in response, the group, consisting of 1 human and 2 beasts, walked away from the spirit tree forest, heading east towards the center of the secret realm. Along the way, passing through forests, crossing streams, and witnessing many demonic beasts, Yemo's group got closer and closer to the center of the secret realm. During this trip, he even discovered a demonic beast with king level potential, which made him even more confident that level 5 spirit crystals existed in the secret realm. And through the spirit-seeking skill, the white monkey discovered the aura of many powerful spiritual objects along the way, but when Yemo took out the level 4 spirit crystals from his backpack for comparison, those so-called powerful auras were at most similar to level 4 spirit crystals. Even if he went to find them, he estimated that they would only be level 4 spirit crystals at most. If he had just arrived here, he might still be interested, but now level 4 spirit crystals were of little use to him. Only level 5 spirit crystals were his main goal. As time passed, after walking through another white forest, Yemo looked at the small hill in front of him, as well as the tall, towering trees, and gasped for breath. At this time, the white monkey following behind him had bright eyes, and its somewhat tired body immediately recovered its energy, constantly waving its hands and feet and squeaking. Here, there is a treasure here, a very powerful treasure. Seeing the white monkey's actions, Yemo carefully asked it in detail and finally understood that the white monkey, upon arriving here, sensed an energy fluctuation much stronger than level 4 spirit crystals through its spirit-seeking skill. If there were no accidents, it was definitely a level 5 resource. Finally finding a clue, Yemo's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Quickly find out which direction it is. Once you find it, just take us there directly." After speaking, he turned to Han Han and said, "Han Han, I'm counting on you for safety. If you discover something that can't be defeated, repel the opponent and take us away immediately." If it really was a level 5 resource, then there must be a guardian, possibly a demonic beast with powerful talent, or possibly an entire demonic beast clan. In any case, there would definitely be a hard battle, so they had to be careful. Then, led by the white monkey, Emo and Han Han followed it, walked around the small hill in front, and finally discovered a huge cave. The entire cave entrance was about 14 or 15 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide. Strands of thick vines fell from the top of the cave entrance, blocking the entrance tightly. The surrounding trees and weeds also hid the location of the cave entrance very well. If it weren't for relying on the white monkey's spirit-seeking skill, even if the cave entrance was so big, the difficulty of discovering it would definitely be not low. Squeak, squeak. The white monkey pointed excitedly at the cave entrance, constantly squeaking. "It's in here." At this, Emo looked at Han Han beside him. After receiving the other party's nod, he commanded the white monkey to release the skill, Inchi vines, to move the vines on both sides of the cave entrance outwards, leaving an entrance. After Han Han carefully sensed and confirmed that there were no other demonic beasts nearby, Yemo's group cautiously walked into the cave. At the moment of entering, Yemo looked inside and found that the cave was not dark because of the vines blocking it. On the contrary, perhaps it was because the light element energy was abundant, it was very bright inside, and the air was also very fresh and clean. The depth of the entire cave could not be seen at a glance, but from the cave entrance, the road of the entire cave was generally going downwards, then the interior of the cave must be in the deeper underground. If there was danger inside, the difficulty of them escaping would obviously be higher. Slightly pursing his lips, Yemo made up his mind and prepared to go down and investigate. How could he retreat at the entrance after finally finding a clue? With this in mind, with the white monkey at the front, Yemo in the middle, and Han Han at the back, the group walked towards the depths of the cave. The reason for choosing Han Han to be at the back was also to allow it to release skills at the first time, whether it was attack or defense. Releasing skills from the back was not easy to be interrupted, and it didn't matter if the white monkey was at the front, it was still a demonic beast after all, and could withstand some attacks. He couldn't let Emo be at the very front himself. After slowly moving forward, stepping on the road formed by hardened soil, Yemo's group came to a bend. When they carefully walked past the bend, they saw a lizard-type demonic beast, 4 meters high and nearly 10 meters long, staring at them with dead eyes, and a powerful pressure came over them. The white monkey at the very front could clearly feel this pressure comparable to the king level, and instantly rolled and crawled backwards, hugging Emo's leg and lying on the ground. After feeling it, Han Han at the very back stood up its fur, looked at the front with terrified eyes, and at the same time quickly ran to Yemo's front, the lightning in its palm gathered a beat slower than usual. At this moment, Yemo's heart was beating violently. This kind of pressure far exceeding ordinary commander level made it difficult for him to even breathe. Impossible, how could there be this level of demonic beast in a level 1 secret realm? Remember the primary website domain. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Emo braced himself against the discomfort and initiated a scan. Before long, the attributes of the lizard ahead appeared in his mind. Huff. Calming his heart, Emo exhaled a long breath, and the tension instantly dissipated by more than half. This lizard was just a corpse, not alive. He was almost scared to death just now. Understanding this, the pressure he felt on his body seemed to lessen quite a bit. This guy is dead, no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, the energy that was manifesting in Han Han's palm receded back into its body, but facing such a powerful pressure, it didn't dare to relax for a moment. As for the white nether monkey clinging to Yemo's leg, it slightly opened its eyes and glanced over upon hearing this, then released its hands and carefully moved to the side. Alright,
let's continue. Looking at the remains of the lizard beast in front of him, Emo became even more interested in the interior of the cave. According to the information given by the scan, this corpse came from a leader-level monster with powerful talent. Yet, it was simply placed in the cave. He wondered how strong the original owner of this cave was. Following the wall, led by the white nether monkey, Emo and his group continued to walk into the depths of the cave. However, this time, their progress was noticeably slower, and the reason, besides being more vigilant, was that the pressure from the monster's corpse still lingered. Several minutes passed. The deeper they went into the cave, the larger the space became, and the smooth walls and floor all indicated that this cave had been modified. After passing through another bend and exiting the cave entrance, Emo finally arrived at the deepest part of this cave. What entered his eyes at this moment was a spherical, enormous space. The top was dozens of meters high from his current position, and the diameter of the space was roughly close to 100 meters. In this open space, there were several trees emitting a faint blue light, identical to those beside the river. In the center of the open space, a patch of ground was covered with the hide of a monster. On this hide, spirit crystals, shining with various lights, were neatly piled into a 3-meter-high hill, which was the most eye-catching. Holy crap! Even Emo couldn't help but utter a curse. This was the first time he had seen so many spirit crystals placed together. At this scale, it would probably take several thousand spirit crystals to form it. Nearby, sensing the reaction from the spirit-seeking skill, the white nether monkey pointed at the spirit crystal hill in front of them, squeaking excitedly. It's there? Emo nodded to show he understood, then looked forward with fiery eyes. He didn't rush over immediately. After all, in a place like this, there couldn't possibly be no living creature. Anyway, that hill wouldn't run away. Being cautious was the best choice. Rubbing his hands, Emo looked at his companions and said, Han, use your levitation skill to take us over there. Fly slowly, and reserve some energy to prepare your skills. If anything goes wrong, just blast it with lightning. Han nodded and used its perfect grade levitation skill to float Emo and the white nether monkey into the air, stopping about 10 meters above the ground, then slowly flew forward. Crossing the underground river, flying over the blue forest, and then over the meadow, Han, under Emo's direction, slowly landed on the edge of the open space in the center of the cave. Emo, who had kept the scan active, felt somewhat puzzled. Whether it was the underground river, the meadow, or the forest, he hadn't found any signs of danger. Among them, the blue glowing trees were called dark marrow trees, similar to the spirit nether fruit trees from before, belonging to fruit trees, but with higher quality. Some of the fruit trees could even produce third-level dark marrow spirit fruits, which could be enjoyed by monsters of all levels, replenish energy, and increase dark affinity. They could be said to be true treasure trees. As for the light blue meadow, the blue crown grass on it could gather energy, making the energy here more abundant, allowing for faster cultivation, and also purify the air and eliminate simple toxins. It was also a useful spirit herb. This was simply a blessed land. Could this really be the lair of a powerful monster? Because it had transformed into a secret realm, the original owner had not yet arrived, leaving behind this cave and the treasures and resources inside? Rubbing his chin, Emo speculated in his heart. Forget it, never mind so much. Let's focus on this hill for now. Looking at the spirit crystal hill less than 10 meters away from him, Emo chuckled. Why bother thinking so much? He would deal with whatever came his way. Let's go over there carefully. As he spoke, Emo and his group slowly walked forward, 1 step, 2 steps. Constantly scanning the surrounding environment, he still hadn't found anything abnormal. The spirit crystals in front of him were indeed real, and not illusions or transformations. However, this quantity is a bit troublesome. Looking at the spirit crystal hill close at hand, Emo muttered with some distress. The newest novels are at 6-9 book bar. According to the data from the scan, most of these spirit crystals were first level and second level, and occasionally he could see third level, but he didn't see a single fourth level or higher at a glance. Although it was just a cursory glance, with this number of spirit crystals, it would still take some time to find them. Shaking his head, Emo pointed at the white nether monkey on the side and said, "You and I will search together. Remember, the aura cannot be lower than the spirit crystal I showed you before." The white nether monkey nodded and jumped to the side, activating the spirit-seeking skill, then using both hands to continuously dig through the spirit crystals. Seeing this, Emo took 2 steps forward, then squatted down and activated the scan, occasionally digging through the spirit crystals, carefully searching for high-level spirit crystals. As for Han Han, it maintained its best condition, standing quietly in place, protecting their safety. Time slowly passed. With the continuous search, the perfect spirit crystal hill was dug into an unrecognizable shape, and to make it easier, Emo and the white nether monkey casually threw some low-level spirit crystals aside. Just then, dozens of meters away from the spirit crystal hill, on a dark marrow tree that had been scanned and confirmed to be normal, an aura of anger seemed unable to be suppressed and directly erupted. Emo, who was checking the spirit crystals, paused, then stood up and, along with Han Han, looked at the tree not far away. There was actually a monster nearby? And so close? The previous scan hadn't detected it at all. Could it be an aura concealment skill? The location emitting the aura was just to the left of the spirit crystal hill, about 50 meters away. Although he and Han Han had sensed and scanned it before, the farthest they had sensed and scanned was just under this hill. If the opponent really had some kind of aura concealment skill, it would be really difficult to detect. Emo thought to himself, but he wasn't too nervous in his heart. After all, if the opponent was strong, they would have appeared when they entered, or their aura concealment ability was extremely strong, then they wouldn't have revealed themselves so easily. Just then, on the dark marrow tree, accompanied by an angry roar, a figure jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground. "Please remember our domain name." Seeing the figure appear, Emo took a curious look, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The figure that jumped down was a small cat, only 30 or 40 centimeters long, with snow-white fur, shimmering with a faint luster, and eyes as bright as golden gems, revealing an angry expression. At this moment, it was crouching down, opening its mouth and gnashing its teeth at them. "Awood, you thieves, get out of here." Hearing the meaning in the other party's words, Emo didn't feel anything, but instead thought that this little cat was fiercely adorable. This might be the influence of its appearance. If it were a blue crocodile beast, he would have directly asked Han Han to educate it properly. Shaking his head, Emo stopped the impulse in his heart. Although the little cat's fur looked very good to touch, he was here to do serious business. Even if the other party was cute, he was still determined to take the spirit crystal. "Why am I a thief? I didn't steal anything. We just came in openly to take something. On the contrary, you have been sneaking around. It seems like you are more like a thief." Hearing Emo's words, the white kitten almost fainted from anger. It was obviously them who broke in, but they turned around and accused her. Her body trembled slightly from excessive anger, and she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Awo! You humans are too bad, and you too. I will definitely teach you a lesson." Hearing the other party's words, Emo was stunned. It actually knew he was a human, quite knowledgeable. This was the first time he had encountered a demon beast in the secret realm that recognized humans. Beside him, Han Han, who was already familiar with the process, mobilized the energy in his palm. Under the control of high-level thunder control, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a wrist directly blasted out, passing by the little cat in an instant, directly hitting not far from the tree, creating an explosion and leaving a shallow pit. At this moment, feeling the shock wave of the explosion, the white kitten with its fur standing on end opened its mouth and stood there blankly. How could it be so strong? The other party's aura was not that powerful. Just as the white kitten was doubting its life, Emo activated his exploration to check the other party's attributes. Although the other party's aura intensity was not high, it was better to understand more, otherwise, if he capsized, it would be over. White Spirit Cat. Growth level, Transcendent level 8, level 18. Race level, Elite level 1, level 21. Attributes, Light, Gold. Life strength, 30. Energy strength, 13. Mental strength, 15. Talents: mid-level strength, elementary life, elementary agility, elementary endurance, elementary energy resistance, elementary defense. Skills: high-level light element enchantment, mid-level. Golden Claw, mid-level light healing, mid-level diamond body, elementary intimidation. Before he finished reading, Emo revealed an undisguisable look of surprise. These skills, you're telling me it's an elite race? That's a joke, and these talents, although not that outrageous, are too many. It was precisely after seeing this that he understood why the little cat dared to jump out. This combination of talents and skills was considered good even among high-level elite races. Unfortunately, although Han's race was only a high-level elite, his strength was far more than that. He could only blame this little cat for its bad luck. It's also a dual attribute, a bit rare. With this thought, Emo continued to look down. Bloodline potential, Upper King level 3, level 63. Seeing this, Emo widened his eyes, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. This was the first time he had seen a demon beast with such high potential. No wonder its talents and skills were so strange. I admit that I just spoke a little loudly. Is it too late to apologize now? The thought of contracting the other party flooded into his mind. Emo swallowed and looked into the distance. At this moment, the white kitten, who had recovered, had anger overflowing in its eyes. What to do? He coveted the other party's body. How can he make the other party willingly sign a contract with him now? A beast master cannot force a spirit pet to contract, or rather, it is not recommended to force a contract, because if the spirit pet and master cannot trust each other in their hearts, it is said that they will encounter unimaginable obstacles when breaking through a certain realm in the future. Moreover, Emo himself did not want to force a spirit pet to contract. What he wanted was family, partners, not thugs. What kind of master would he be if there was no trust between them? Taking a deep breath, Emo calmed the excitement in his heart and decided to just do it normally. He wouldn't know how to please the other party even if he wanted to. Ahem, you have also seen our strength. Even if you want to rob, you can't stop us. However, we are only here to take one item. We won't take your things for nothing. We will give you compensation. These three types are practical and expensive, and the biggest feature is that they taste excellent. The comfort from the mental strength and body after eating this kind of food will shock any creature the first time they eat it. After Emo bought it, he specially shared a can with Han and tasted it. He could only say that some medicines might not be as potent as this. Unfortunately, this kind of food is only so powerful. Other effects such as helping the spirit pet strength can be regarded as non-existent. At most, it can only restore physical strength, mental strength, and the like. When the can was opened, there were translucent objects inside, like jelly, looking cute and bouncy, but the color of the food varied because of the different types. Afraid that the other party would think that these foods were poisonous, Emo specially took out a spoon and tasted it in front of the other party. Feeling the rise of vitality and mental strength in his body, he couldn't help but hum. Even if he had eaten it before, he couldn't help but eat it again. Just as Emo was thinking in his heart, the white kitten with its fur standing on end glanced at the three cans in front of it, smelling the fragrance of life emanating from the green can, and couldn't help but stick out its little tongue and gently pursed its lips. White spirit, how can you accept the other party's apology because of some food? You are the most proud daughter of mother. Even if you die in battle here today, you cannot damage your own and mother's dignity. After strengthening her heart, the white kitten smacked her lips and tried her best to move her gaze away from the green can. Just as she was about to stand up and tell the human her determination. On the dark marrow tree behind her, a black figure swept past like a shadow. Then, the black figure rushed to the food with lightning speed, hugged the transparent can in front of it, and directly stretched out its little tongue, and began to taste the deliciousness of the food. Seeing this, the white kitten was stunned in place, and Emo, who had reacted aside, took a step back before looking at the black figure, the black kitten that was extremely similar to the white kitten. Thanks for the monthly ticket, thank you. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets QAQ. The small cat in front of me had fur like black velvet, reflecting a slight blue luster when illuminated by light. Its eyes were like emeralds, twinkling with a lazy and mysterious light. There were actually 2 cats. Yemo was still shaken. At this distance, coupled with the opponent's speed just now, if he were to be attacked, he would probably be either dead or seriously injured. It seemed that he was not cautious enough, and he must remember this lesson next time. The black kitten ignored Yemo's existence, and was taking small licks of the transparent can that nourished mental power. With each lick, its eyes became brighter, and joy and excitement were evident. Who is this? After taking a few steps back to behind Han, Yemo looked at the white kitten and asked. The white kitten, already stunned, ignored him, a look of incomprehension in its eyes, and said indignantly to the black kitten, Taiwan Fiction Net. How can you eat food he gave you? Do you have no dignity? The black kitten, having quickly enjoyed the food, raised its body, squinted its eyes, and then a lazy female voice spoke from its mouth. People have already said it's compensation for us, don't refuse free stuff. Before the white kitten could react, Yemo took a step back directly, shocked. You can actually talk? This was the first time he had encountered a monster that could speak human language, and the language it spoke was the same as his. Hearing this, the black kitten stretched out its fleshy paw, gently scratching its cheek, squinting its eyes and saying, Is it so strange to be able to talk? You humans are really making a fuss about nothing. Listening to the other party's low and magnetic female voice, similar to that of a mature woman, with its own maturity and composure, Yemo always felt strange. When in doubt, explore first. After the function was activated, the other party's attributes appeared in his mind. Black Spirit Cat. Growth level, Transcendent level 9, level 19. Race level, Elite level 1, level 21. Attributes, Dark, Mental. Life strength, 12. Energy strength, 16. Mental strength, 32. Talents, Intermediate Mental Enhancement, Intermediate Mental Power Reserve, Elementary Life, Elementary Agility, Elementary Mental Resistance. Skills, Understanding all languages, Intermediate Shadow Cloak, Intermediate Breath Holding Technique, Intermediate Mental Impact, Intermediate Soul Perception, Intermediate Mental Link, Intermediate Dark Shadow Space. Bloodline Potential, Upper King level 9, level 69. So that's how it is. After carefully reading the other party's attributes, Yemo finally understood why this kitten could speak human language. It all depended on the skill of understanding all languages. As long as it was within a certain distance of intelligent beings, and the other party's mental strength was lower than its own, it could directly master the language of the intelligent being. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this black kitten actually had higher potential than the previous white cat, and had already reached the highest level below legendary potential. Thinking of this, Yemo's eyes became fiery when he looked at the black kitten. Compared to the previous difficult to deal with white kitten, this black kitten was obviously easier to get close to, and had even higher potential. Thinking about it this way, this black kitten was the best choice for a contract. After thinking about it, Yemo took out a few more transparent cans from his backpack, handed them over and said, You like to eat this? I have more here, you can try it. The black kitten didn't refuse anyone who came, and a black shadow appeared under its body. Then all the cans were swallowed by the black shadow. After finishing, it raised its head and said lazily, That's enough. You can take whatever you want yourself. My sister and I won't stop you. Through soul perception, it understood that this human currently had no great malice. As for taking things, not to mention that this human was stronger, the things here were not really owned by them sisters. Their master just had some relationship with them. After listening to the other party's words, Yemo nodded, asked the white nether monkey to go back and continue searching, and he himself prepared to cultivate a good relationship with these 2 cats here, at least to turn from enemies into ordinary friends. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yemo. As you can see, I am a human, and also a beastmaster. Faced with Yemo's introduction, the black kitten yawned, moved its body, maintained a most comfortable state, and said lazily, You can call me by you. Next to me is my sister by Ling Beastmaster? What kind of profession is that? Is it the same as a summoner? Seeing the other party's curiosity, Yemo said seriously, a beastmaster is a profession where humans and spirit pets make contracts. After the contract, the beastmaster and the spirit pet will grow together, fight together, and live together, becoming family and partners. After the words fell, he turned to look at Han Han on the side, and Han Han also looked back with his head lowered. Sister, don't listen to him, he is a liar, that so-called contract must be a trap. Hearing these words, Yemo was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the things he said and did at the beginning still brought a bad impression to this kitten named Bai Ling. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. But it was also normal, who would believe the words of a stranger, and this stranger was still preparing to take things from their house before. Just then, the black kitten shook its fur, and the lying body stood up directly, raised its head, and looked at him with gem-like eyes, and said seriously, "Then let's try it, I'm quite curious about the contract you mentioned." As soon as the words fell, the kitten Bai Ling, who was standing tall and proud, petrified instantly, fell into silence, while Yemo let out a surprised cry, which was a bit unexpected. Looking at the other party's trusting eyes, Yemo walked out from behind Han Han directly, sat down in front of Baiyu, and said seriously, "I'll just sit here. If my contract is a trap, you can let your sister attack me directly." This time, he really didn't think about accidentally contracting the other party. He proposed to let the other party feel the content of the contract just because action is more powerful than words. Since he wanted to contract the other party, then naturally he had to let the other party understand the relationship between the Beastmaster and the spirit pet, and what the contract contained. Seeing the other party's actions, Baiyu nodded lightly, her eyes obviously much gentler than before. Yemo took a deep breath and began to condense the equal contract. After a moment, a dim star within the star chart began to shine brightly. Then, this bright star transformed into countless strands of contract light, surging towards Baiyu in front of him. Nearby, the little cat Bai Ling, still brooding over her sister's unauthorized decision, was nervously watching, afraid of any unexpected events. Baiyu, as the one personally experiencing it, closed her eyes, feeling the content brought by the contract light. So that's how it is, that's what a contract is, master and spirit pet. Seconds later, the black cat Baiyu, having fully understood the function and content of the contract, and understanding what a beast master was, opened her eyes. Her bright eyes were clear and incomparable, and the contract light surrounding her overflowed, then turned into strands of light dust and disappeared into the air. Feeling the contract being interrupted, Yemo didn't feel surprised. He directly adjusted his breath to recover, then retracted the star chart and said with a smile, "Baiyu, you should now understand what a beast master is, right?" The black cat Baiyu nodded and slowly said, "Yes, thank you, I understand now. If possible, could you let my sister experience it too?" Hearing this, Yemo was stunned, then turned to look at the vigilant white cat beside him and said, "I certainly can, but as for her." Even if he was willing, this white kitten who was clearly resisting him wouldn't agree, right? As he thought, the white kitten, who had been listening all along, suddenly bristled, retreating while shaking her head and calling out resistantly, "Oh, I don't want to feel that contract thing, I don't want to, I refuse, I object." As expected, seeing this situation, Yemo smiled and was about to say something politely when the black cat Baiyu skillfully lay down, found a comfortable angle, and slowly said, "Really? Didn't you say before that this was a trap? How come you're afraid to even experience it yourself? Could it be that you're scared?" Yemo wanted to laugh when he heard this. Who would fall for such a simple trick of reverse psychology? Oh, whoa, whoa. "I'll go, I'm not scared," the little cat Bai Ling gritted her teeth and shouted stubbornly. "Ha!" Just as Yemo was about to complain that someone would actually fall for that, the black cat Baiyu opened her eyes, her emerald-like eyes showing him a smug look. "Humph," she agreed. "Okay then, whatever makes you happy." Yemo, not wanting to complain, activated the star chart and said to the white kitten, "Then I'll pass the contract light to you." After the other party nodded, the dim star of the star chart lit up, turning into countless strands of contract light that surged towards the other party. It was also at this time that Bai Ling gradually understood the principle and content of the contract, and her resistance to that human decreased a lot. Outside the field, Yemo looked at the increasingly bright white cat and felt a little strange. How long has it been? Why hasn't she interrupted it yet? If this continues, the contract will be completed.
After a few more seconds, seeing that the contract was about to be completed, and the little cat by Ling, shrouded in the contract light, was silent, Yemo thought for a while, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and directly interrupted the contract. The light dissipated, and Bai Ling, the target, stood there blankly after feeling the warmth disappear, not reacting. Yemo, on the other hand, felt heartache. Just now, as long as he hadn't interrupted it, the spirit pet with the potential of an upper king would have been successfully contracted. However, he also had his considerations. The other party didn't recognize him, so he should forget about this kind of contract that takes advantage of others' misfortune. He clearly promised the other party to just experience it, but he contracted her in front of her sister, which was a bit unethical. Of course, the main reason was because the other party was not a lone demon beast, otherwise he would definitely not have refused, right? Anyway, he didn't force her, so he could slowly cultivate their relationship later. At this time, the black cat Baiyu, who seemed to be resting comfortably, narrowed her eyes again, and the black shadow beside her body quickly returned to her body. As for the simple and honest Han Han, who didn't know when she had walked behind Yemo, expressionlessly retracted the lightning barrier that was brewing in her palm back into her body. "It's done, you should have felt it too, right?" Yemo said with a smile, unaware of the actions of the two beside him. The white kitten, who had recovered, nodded with a complex look in her eyes, then remained silent, her thoughts flying to who knows where. After confirming that the other party was not lying through soul induction, the black cat Baiyu thought carefully, then opened her mouth and called out, "I heard about similar things from my mother about the secret realm you mentioned, which is similar to what you said, but I didn't expect this kind of descent to happen to the place I'm in. Also, I heard that this kind of descent is gradual, first descending the weakest, and only after the strongest descends will it completely descend into another world. So, I want to ask, what is the strength of the strongest that will descend in this howling forest, which you call the secret realm?" Looking at the curiosity revealed in the emerald-like pupils of the black cat Baiyu, Yemo directly replied, "According to what I know, this secret realm is a level 4 secret realm, which means that when it becomes a secret realm, the strength of the strongest here is at the commander level, which is the level when the lizard demon beast at the cave passage was still alive." Soul perception was turned on to the maximum. No matter how he looked at it, the other party was not lying. After accepting this news, Baiyu forced a smile, then replied weakly, "Then you go find what you need first. I'll have a good chat with my sister here." Seeing that the other party's spirit was obviously not good, Yemo didn't know why. He scratched his head, took out a few more cans from his backpack, and shouted worriedly, "Then I'll go over there first. You guys chat slowly. If anything happens, just call me." After finishing speaking, Yemo walked towards the Spirit Crystal Mountain with Han Han. Looking at the other party getting farther and farther away, the black cat Baiyu directly lay on the ground, her head slumped on her front paws, her emerald-like eyes becoming lifeless, and the whole cat became listless. Noticing that her sister was in a bad mood, the little cat Bai Ling, snapping out of it, looked left and right, then quietly approached, meowing with her head raised, "Meow? What's wrong? Is it because of what that person said just now? Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Although I can't beat that bear, I'll give that human a 2-leg handicap, and he still won't be my match." Humph, just thinking about this scene, Bai Ling couldn't help but feel proud. The black cat Baiyu gently shook her head and sighed, "Meow, meow. It has nothing to do with that person, it's just that I've confirmed something myself." Thinking this, Baiyu turned her head, her eyes revealing a solemn expression, and earnestly asked, "Meow, meow? Bai Ling, I want to ask you, if you were to go to a strange place, where there is no mother, no familiar friends, what would you think?" The little cat Bai Ling tilted her head, puzzled, "Meow? Why go to a place where mother isn't?" Seeing this, the black cat Baiyu smiled helplessly, "Meow, meow? If, regardless of whether we go or not, mother isn't there, what would you choose?" The little cat Bai Ling thought for a moment, then shook her head and shouted loudly, "Awoo! If mother isn't there, then I can go anywhere, but I must be with you, sister. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" After speaking, the little cat Bai Ling shrank her body and looked at the other party pitifully. Seeing this, Baiyu stood up, leaned over, rubbed her face against the other's cheek, and smiled, "Meow. Don't worry, we will never be separated. On the other side. Under the spirit crystal hill, the Bayou monkey was diligently searching for high-level spirit crystals, the shimmering energy crystals beside it being its harvest. Yemo, who had rushed back here, felt relieved and concentrated his mind to search one by one. Time slowly passed, and after several tens of minutes, the entire spirit crystal hill was overturned onto the animal skin, and the high-level spirit crystals inside were found by the Bayou monkey and Yemo one by one. Looking at the 22 spirit crystals in front of him, Yemo revealed a joyful smile. This harvest was pretty good. Among the 22 spirit crystals, there was one level 5 wind attribute spirit crystal, 12 level 4 dark attribute spirit crystals, 4 level 4 lightning attribute spirit crystals, and 5 other level 4 spirit crystals of various attributes. Although he couldn't use many level 4 spirit crystals even if there were more, this level 5 wind attribute spirit crystal was a truly good thing. Picking up the cyan level 5 spirit crystal, Yemo's face was filled with a smile, and he used his talent to absorb it. Strands of light cyan gas continuously rushed into his body, the energy within the spirit crystal was continuously absorbed, and after a period of time, when the spirit crystal turned into dust and dissipated in the air, the sub-profession function activation on his talent display panel had reached 100%. The main purpose of coming to the secret realm this time had been completed, and he could play around for the remaining time. After letting out a long breath, Yemo relaxed a lot. This trip to the secret realm was unbelievably smooth. It was only the second day, and he had already completed all the goals he had set before coming. Now there were still 4 days left, and he had to think carefully about how to arrange them. For a moment, Yemo smiled a little awkwardly. What to do if he was caught peeking? Fortunately, the black cat Bayou didn't react much. Instead, after seeing that Yemo had finished his work, she took the little white cat and turned into a shadow, quickly darting over. Did you find what you were looking for? A magnetic female voice came from the black cat Bayou's mouth, her lazy eyes curiously looking at Yemo. Yes, I found it. What I needed was a high-level spirit crystal. Yemo stood up and continued, next, I have to leave here for a while. I have friends who also came to the secret realm, one of whom is a little weak, and I want to go find him. Hearing this, Bayou fell silent. Seeing this, Yemo felt a little regret in his heart, sorted out his thoughts, and smiled. I'm not sure where he is either. I'll go to the center first to take a look. If I don't find him in 2 or 3 days, I'll come back here again, and then. Before Yemo could finish speaking, the black cat Bayou under his feet raised her head and said seriously, Bai Ling and I have already discussed it. If you want to make a contract with us, it's very simple. As long as you can get Bai Ling to agree to make a contract with you, then I will also make a contract with you. You should be able to contract with 2 at the same time, right? Bai Ling? Looking at the white kitten following behind the black cat, raising her head with a proud and confident face, she was indeed very white. Thinking about it, Yemo replied, there's no problem contracting with 2 at the same time. His star chart was only a 6-star chart, and he could contract with 6 spirit pets, but he had 2 star charts, 12 contract slots. Contracting with 2 wasn't a big deal. And if he really wanted to contract with the 2 of them, one could be contracted to the Great Sun star chart, and the other to the Frost Moon star chart. The attributes matched, and if he broke through to become a master-level beast master in the future, releasing the power of the star chart and attaching it to them could also unleash even greater power. After receiving the answer, the black cat Bayou licked her fur and continued, okay, in the next few days, I will bring my sister with me to follow you. We will observe to judge whether you are suitable for us. Of course, the main decision is still up to my sister Bai Ling. If she agrees, then it's fine, if she feels it's not suitable, then it's not fine. After listening to her sister's words, the little cat Bai Ling looked up at Yemo, her clear eyes watching him, and proudly meowed, meow. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. I won't make any contracts with you or anything, but after all, it's my sister's request, so I'll follow you these few days. Hearing this, Yemo was slightly excited in his heart, nodded, and said, thank you for giving me this opportunity, please give me more guidance in the days to come. After speaking, he looked at the silly one beside him and said, this is my first spirit pet, Han Han.
say hello to each other and get to know each other. Although logically speaking, the language was not the same, but with the black cat Baiyu here, there was no problem at all. After the words were spoken, unsurprisingly, the lazy black cat Baiyu activated the mental link, connecting everyone's mental power together. This way, there would be no problems with communication. The reason why it wasn't used before was because it wasn't necessary, and also, releasing skills required a lot of mental power. After the mental link was completed, the 2-meter-tall Han Han lowered his head, with a puzzled look in his eyes, and first called out, "Awo, awo. You can just call me Han Han. I don't know why the Beastmaster took a fancy to you, but I want to tell you that the Beastmaster is definitely an excellent existence. It was with his help that I became so powerful. If you make a contract with my Beastmaster, you will definitely not regret it, you must know that back then." Seeing that Han Han couldn't stop talking at all, Yemo coughed softly. After finding that it was useless, he directly nudged it with his elbow, looking at its lowered head and innocent gaze, and said softly, "That's enough, don't talk for too long." Hearing this, Han Han's face became serious and he howled. "You will be following me and the Beastmaster next. I can't say anything else, but in terms of safety, I will definitely do my best to protect the Beastmaster and you." After speaking, Han Han looked at the Beastmaster, with worry in his eyes, and called out, "Awo, awo. If possible, I hope you can also protect my Beastmaster, he is still too weak compared to you." After hearing this, the two little cats, Bai Yu and Bai Ling, reacted differently. This book is first published on the entire network by. The lazy Baiyu widened her eyes slightly, nodded, and said, "My name is Baiyu, and she is my sister, Bai Ling. Don't worry, my sister and I won't hold you back. As for protecting EMO, I will do my best." Bai Ling's golden eyes stared intently at the other party, and she raised her head and shouted unhappily, "Meow. Humph, who needs your protection? I will protect myself and my sister. As for protecting your master, since I chose to follow him, I will naturally protect him well." Yemo, who was standing aside, could only smile awkwardly. He was so weak, he was really sorry. After getting to know each other, Yemo turned his gaze to the Baiyu monkey who was a little at a loss not far away and walked over. The reason he brought it along before was because he liked its spirit-seeking skill. Now that the level 5 spirit crystal has been found, it is of no use to him. After all, the beginner spirit-seeking skill is still not very good. I have already found what I was looking for. Thank you for your help. Now you can go back. You should know the way back, right? Do you need us to take you back? Looking at Yemo's smile, the Baiyu monkey shook its head desperately and responded with squeaks. "I can go back by myself. I always remember the way." Just kidding, it led the way from the spirit willow forest to here, how could it not remember? As for the danger, all the slightly larger groups along the way have been raided by this human, so what is there to be afraid of? On the contrary, if it were to take this human back, then it would be the second time it had taken this human back to its lair, and it would probably be beaten to death by the clansmen. How could it dare? After receiving the response, Yemo felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to go back and get some more spirit willow fruit. The fruit tasted really good, but it was okay not to go. There was no need to waste time satisfying his appetite. "Okay, then you wait and leave this cave with us, and then you can go back by yourself." After speaking, Yemo put the level 4 spirit crystals into his backpack one by one. Although he no longer needed these spirit crystals, this kind of crystal containing a lot of energy, even if carried on the body, the energy it emits would help with cultivation and recovery. Moreover, the spirit crystals are not big, the largest being only about 5 centimeters long. With his current extraordinary physique, carrying such a small amount of spirit crystals really has no impact. "Then let's set off after we finish lunch now, what do you think?" Yemo took out green and transparent cans, a tube of potion, and a few spirit willow fruits from his backpack, and placed them one by one. The simple and honest Han Han sat down, skillfully picked up a tube of potion, peeled it open, and drank it directly. This kind of potion, although the taste is average, is particularly useful. After drinking it, it can replenish a lot of nutrition and energy. If you don't fight, you don't have to eat all day. This kind of convenient food has always been its favorite. Looking at the transparent can being pushed in front of her, the black cat Baiyu raised her head and glanced at it, and said, "Thank you, I also have a lot of dark marrow fruit here, you can try it." Her black tail swept, and a piece of black shadow appeared on the ground. Then the black color dissipated, and 2 level 3 dark marrow fruits appeared. On the other side, after seeing her sister's actions, the little cat Bai Ling looked at the can and pursed her lips. After thinking carefully, she had nothing. Just as she was about to refuse, Yimo's words came over. "Then I won't be polite, you can also try these 2 cans." Picking up a dark marrow fruit shaped like a snow pear with black patterns intertwined on the skin, Yimo directly took a bite, and immediately felt his spirit and body cool down. The taste was good. The black kitten used the power of shadow to open the can, and then skillfully licked it, her eyes narrowed, with a look of enjoyment. At this time, the little cat Bai Ling, seeing that both her sister and that human were eating happily, finally made up her mind and prepared to try this green thing to see if it was really so delicious. Raising her cat's paw, golden energy surged, and with a light stroke, the top of the can, together with the lid, was cut off. Then the familiar smell came out. Bai Ling sniffed hard a few times, and then immediately looked around, and after finding that no one was paying attention, she stretched out her tongue and gently licked it. Meow. Bai Ling, who felt like her body was about to fly, couldn't help but shout. After reacting, she immediately raised her head and saw that the human and her sister were looking at her curiously. The ashamed and indignant Bai Ling immediately lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the ground, in order to cover up the shyness in her heart. Yimo ate the fruit and glanced at it with interest before turning his gaze away and continuing his lunch. 10 minutes later. After everyone and the beasts had finished their lunch, Yimo put the bag on his back and said gently, "Then let's set off now, destination, the central area." The black cat Baiyu nodded, and then took Bai Ling and turned into a shadow behind Yimo. "We're finally out. You can go back now. Be careful on the way." Hearing Yimo's words, the Baiyu monkey, who had no sense of existence, nodded, and then couldn't wait to run to the side of the forest, wishing it could immediately get away from this place or away from someone. To this, Yimo smiled indifferently, and then turned his gaze to the center of the secret realm, where several towering giant trees were very conspicuous. The huge canopy blocked the sky, and even if the sunlight worked hard to penetrate through it, the purple mist surrounding the tree also blocked most of the light. Is that the center? Those trees are really magnificent. After Yimo sighed, from the shadows behind him, Baiyu's melodious female voice reached his ears. Those trees are called thunder giant trees. They grow by absorbing thunder. Although they have not given birth to spiritual intelligence, the purple spirit bird clan that on the trees has an irritable temperament. You have to pay more attention when you go there and try not to provoke them. Purple spirit bird, Yimo covered his chin. Why does it sound so familiar? Thanks to Wang Tianlei Prison, Chenjinghao, and Wan's monthly tickets. Continue to ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets every day. After carefully reviewing his memories, Yimo finally recalled the name. Wasn't the violet spirit bird on Grandpa's list of spirit pets with king potential? It seemed to be a high-level elite tier 5 spirit pet, and the furious lightning violet eagle it evolved into was a king tier 3 spirit pet. He didn't expect to hear this name here. It was a spirit pet with king potential, worth tens of millions. Unfortunately, not to mention that he wasn't interested in the violet spirit bird, even if he were, a group of high-level elite tier spirit pets that could fly and were of the lightning element, with Han's attack methods and flight speed, it was best not to provoke them. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath, and after gathering his spirits, Yimo pointed to the thunderous giant tree in the distance and shouted, "Let's go." In the following time, guided by the giant tree, the group slowly advanced towards the center of the secret realm. When tired, they would rest and eat something. When energetic, they would continue on their way. If they encountered something interesting, they would take a look. If they encountered a battle, they would rely on Han to resolve it. Sometimes, if their luck was bad and they encountered a large, belligerent monster clan that Han couldn't quickly deal with, Baiyu and Bai Ling, hidden in the shadows, would also come out to help. One would enter the battlefield like a god of war, wantonly charging and killing, while the other would closely follow Yimo, seemingly slacking off but appearing as if they were trying their best. Several hours passed, and after experiencing many things, Yimo became much more familiar with the 2 little cats in the shadows behind him, and they could even joke around sometimes. Although these two cats might be more intelligent than other monsters of the same level due to their bloodline, in Yemo's eyes, they were still very simple. Night fell, and the moon rose. Under the soft moonlight, Yemo and his group were huddled together in an open space surrounded by several trees. In the center of the open space, a pile of wood was ignited by Han Han with lightning. As more wood was added, the pale yellow flames turned orange-red, then to a scorching golden color. On the bonfire, the dancing flames were like elves, and the light reflected on the surroundings, casting shadows. Clasping his hands together, Yemo breathed into them, looking at the rapidly cooling night, and couldn't help but put his hands next to the fire to warm them. The warmth made his whole body feel comfortable. Although making a fire in this forest full of monsters was not recommended, as it could attract a large number of monsters. He had taken Han Han in the afternoon and skillfully beaten up all the surrounding monsters, greatly reducing the risk of attracting monsters. It looks like we won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Let's rest here tonight, Yemo said to Bai Yu and Bai Ling while warming himself by the fire. Meow, Bai Ling, biting on a grilled fish and licking it piece by piece, replied indifferently. For her, the food in front of her was the most important thing. On the other side, Bai Yu, who had finished eating the food Yemo had grilled earlier, was resting comfortably, squinting her eyes and slightly shifting her body, whispering, After saying that, she closed her eyes, as if she were about to fall asleep. Seeing this, Yemo yawned, drank a bottle of energy potion, and perked up, preparing to keep watch. Your strength is too weak, keeping watch definitely isn't safe, so for the sake of safety, I came over to help keep watch. The more she spoke, the louder and more confident Bai Ling's voice became. In the end, she even directly advised Yemo to go to sleep, because it didn't matter if she was here or not. Hearing this, Yemo couldn't help but smile. Finally, in Bai Ling's golden eyes that were filled with shame and indignation, he stopped laughing and said, "It's okay. Although I'm weak, we can chat together while keeping watch, and relieve boredom." Hearing this, Bai Ling's fur bristled, and she stood up and retorted, "Awo, awo. I don't need to chat, and I don't feel bored. It's fine for me to keep watch by myself." Yemo, unable to stop the laughter in his heart, forcefully suppressed the corners of his mouth, coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Actually, I'm bored. I feel bored, so I want to chat with you." Hearing this, Bai Ling shook the white fur on her body, sat down contentedly, and raised her head and called out, "Meow. Alright, since your grilled fish is quite delicious, I'll chat with you." Seeing the opportunity to get to know the other party better, Yemo thought carefully and asked, "I heard you mention your mother before. What kind of existence is she?" If he really contracted these two kitten sisters, Bai Ling and Bai Yu, would he be beaten to death if he encountered their mother in the future? He should understand her personality. Hearing him mention her mother, Bai Ling stood up, her eyes seemingly shining with pride, and called out, "Oh, my mother is super powerful. The lizard in the cave was killed by my mother because it blocked my way, and also..." Listening to Bai Ling's introduction, Yemo's face turned dark. Good heavens, she just killed it because it blocked her way. If I take her daughters away, wouldn't I be torn to pieces when I meet her? Moreover, to kill a powerful lord-level monster so easily, I'm afraid even Grandpa wouldn't be able to stop her. At this time, Bai Ling, who had been talking for a long time, was still full of enthusiasm, looking at Yemo with anticipation in her eyes, and asking, "Meow. How is it? Isn't my mother amazing?" Yemo nodded vigorously, repeatedly responding, "Amazing, your mother is too excellent, too amazing." He only hoped that he could keep his life when he met her in the future. In the following time, Yemo and Bai Ling chatted with each other, from their birth to the interesting things they encountered, to their yearning for the future. Even after the bonfire had burned out, the soft voices of their conversation still hadn't stopped. Through such a long time of chatting, the distance between Yemo and Bai Ling's hearts had grown closer. After a long time, as Bai Ling was talking about her and her sister's past experiences with shining eyes, Yemo, who was listening quietly, suddenly felt something was wrong. The air seemed to have solidified. At this time, centered on the open space, nearly 100 meters away, several strands of black shadow, as thin as hair, turned into streams of flowing black light, quickly coming to Bai Yu. Then, Bai Yu instantly opened her eyes,
revealing emerald-like pupils. The Spirit Link was instantly activated, forcefully connecting Emo, Han Han, and Bai Ling's spiritual power, forming a spiritual channel. Someone is coming, and they don't have good intentions. Upon receiving Bai Yu's reminder, Emo and Han Han immediately stood up, ready for battle. A wisp of shadow moved, and under the manipulation of Shadow Step, Bai Yu skillfully brought Bai Ling into the shadows, maximizing the breath concealment technique. In fact, it could also bring Emo and Han Han into the shadows through Shadow Step, but the consumption would be relatively large. However, Emo refused. If they were all hidden in the shadows, Bai Yu's risk of exposure would be even greater. It's better to be like this now, so that it can quietly take action in case of any unexpected events. The sound of the wind blowing rang out continuously, and the sound of trees being pushed down in the dense forest occurred one after another, and with the passage of time, the sound became louder and louder. From this undisguised behavior, the person who came was obviously very confident in his own strength. Almost there, it should be here. After searching for so long, we finally found it. Are you sure there won't be any mistakes? If we get it wrong, I won't do it. I've already wasted a day. Don't worry, there's absolutely no mistake. My spirit pet told me that there is the aura of a tyrant bear ahead. It better be. The voices of 3 people came from a distance. These undisguised words, if nothing unexpected happened, were looking for him. Emo frowned slightly, unable to figure out why anyone would be looking for him. He had read all the information of the 200 students in this secret realm, and there was definitely no one else with a tyrant bear as a spirit pet. However, there's no use thinking too much. He can only adapt to whatever comes. Here they come. Several trees at the edge of the clearing were easily pushed down by a 3-meter-tall iron puppet, smashing onto the ground on both sides, stirring up bursts of dust. A slightly fat teenager was standing on the puppet's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, a 2-meter-tall galehound was carrying a pockmarked teenager on its back, sniffing the scent and slowly walking out. As soon as these two appeared, they looked at Emo. After taking a closer look, they seemed to confirm something, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but reveal a smile. Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong. My galehound has master-level scent tracking, how could it be wrong? The pockmarked teenager laughed loudly. On the side, the fat man standing on his spirit pet's shoulder also smiled and said, all right, as long as we find it. At this time, Emo also used his investigation to check the attributes of the other party's spirit pets and beast masters. Among them, the pockmarked teenager's talent was wind attribute amplification, which increased the power of the spirit pet's wind attribute skills, but the degree of increase was very ordinary. It should be a relatively weak wind attribute amplification. His spirit pet, the Galehound, was a high-level elite race spirit pet. Its talents and skills were very ordinary, but like Lin Xian's Frost Soul Wolf, it possessed the rare skill of scent tracking. The other fat man's talent was an ordinary-level physical enhancement, a talent that could improve the beast master's own strength, mainly increasing strength. When used, his personal strength should not be inferior to a power-type spirit pet of the early stage of the elite race. His spirit pet, the Iron Puppet, was also a high-level elite race spirit pet, especially good at defense. Even at the extraordinary level, it possessed high-level defense talents. After a moment, after reading the other party's attributes, Emo thought for a moment, and then knew that this was probably aimed at him. The Galehound must have been exposed to the scent of other tyrant bears in advance, and then relied on scent tracking to find Han Han, while the Iron Puppet was extremely good at defense, especially against attacks that consumed life force. For a normal tyrant bear, this kind of enemy would be a difficult chasm to cross, too targeted. Clenching his fists, Emo, who was hiding behind Han Han, was about to ask a question when a gust of wind swept in from the sky. A huge figure spread its wings and descended from the sky, blowing the charcoal and other debris in the bonfire in the clearing to pieces. Two-winged wyvern. Seeing the figure of the newcomer, Emo couldn't help but be surprised and blurted out the other party's name. The one who descended here was the only middle-stage leader race spirit pet among the 200 students this time, the two-winged wyvern. Sitting down, it was nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was slender and strong, its limbs were strong and powerful, and it had bat-like wings. The skin on its body was metallic blue or green, its head was narrow and long, it had sharp dragon horns on both sides, its eyes revealed a green glow, and it had a ferocious and sinister look. On the back of the two-winged wyvern, a young teenager was full of arrogance, looking down at the person in front of him with disdain. Yemo pursed his lips, looked at the other party with a solemn expression, and asked, "You are Zhou Tianxiang from Yulin City?" Although it was a question, he already had the answer in his heart. At this moment, it was just to buy more time to use his investigation to understand the other party's spirit pet's attributes, talents, skills, and the other party's beast master's talent. On the other side, Zhou Tianxiang, who was standing on his spirit pet's back, smiled lightly, then ignored the flattery of the two people behind him, and directly said, "It's good that you recognize me. That's right, I am Zhou Tianxiang. My spirit pet is a leader race, wind and poison dual-type two-winged wyvern. With your knowledge, you should understand what this means. Let me be frank with you, see those two people behind me? They received orders to specifically come here to deal with you." As soon as the words came out, Yemo's pupil shrank slightly, sure enough. The pockmarked teenager and the fat man behind him both had bitter expressions. They were originally prepared to get closer, but now they can only go hard. But there's no way. Who told them that the person in front of them is not only someone they can't afford to offend, but also someone they can't beat? Without caring about other people's feelings, Zhou Tianxiang confidently said, "I also received a lot of benefits to come here as insurance. But I'm relatively kind and can't bear to see people die. I remember you awakened a 6-star chart, right?" Speaking of this, Zhou Tianxiang showed a trace of gloom in his eyes before continuing to smile. "How about this, you let us kill your spirit pet, and then we'll help you contract 5 spirit pets, and then kill them one by one. This way, I'll let you live, how about it? Although after doing this, you will never be able to be a beast master again, but at least your life is saved. Isn't this a good choice?" Listening to such vicious words, even the pockmarked teenager and the fat man behind him turned pale. If he really chose to do this, I'm afraid he would be better off dead. Yemo remained silent. Through investigation, he learned that the other party's beast master's talent was an ordinary mind link, which could communicate with his beast in his mind. It was rubbish. Every beast master who reached the second level of mental induction could have the same function. The star chart only had 4 stars. This was the descendant of a king-level beast master. Although the upper limit of contracting stars in the star chart is difficult to be affected, the lower limit can be improved through good nutritional supplements and other methods. Ordinary people may awaken a 1-star chart, but families that are slightly wealthier will basically awaken a 2-star chart or higher. King-level beast masters have even more resources, and their descendants will awaken a star chart of at least 3 stars. Of course, the lower limit is just the lower limit. No matter how much the talent is improved, awakening a 3-star chart is already the limit. The one in front of him awakened a 4-star chart. With his family situation, his talent is only slightly higher than the so-called extremely poor talent. However, although the beast master himself is very lame, the other party's spirit pet is very powerful. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a middle-stage leader race spirit pet. Twin-winged wyvern. Growth level, Transcendent rank 9, level 19. Race level, Overlord rank 5, level 45. Attributes, wind, poison. Life strength, 30. Energy strength, 30. Mental strength, 20. Talents, high rank life, mid-rank endurance, mid-rank energy resistance, mid-rank defense, mid-rank strength, low-rank agility, low-rank stamina recovery, low-rank wind energy enhancement. Skills, high-rank twin-winged wind blade, high-rank gale claw, mid-rank intimidation, mid-rank wind needle, total of 2 high-rank skills, 4 mid-rank skills, and 2 low-rank skills. Bloodline potential, monarch rank 9, level 59. After reading the attributes of the opponent's spirit pet, Yemo felt a bit down. Although its base attributes, except for life strength, were not as high as Fatty's double buffs, as a dragon-type spirit pet, its talents were just too solid. Whether it was high-rank life or mid-rank energy resistance, they could greatly resist Fatty's burst damage. The only thing to be thankful for was perhaps that the opponent had not awakened any super rank talents or super rank skills. But thinking about it, that made sense. Although Overlord race spirit pets were bound to awaken super rank skills, this one was only level 19, and by age, it was still a baby. After mentally complaining a little, Yi Mo looked solemnly at Zhou Tianxiang in front of him. If this battle were to break out, it would be up to fate. With that thought, he began to communicate with Fatty. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang, seeing that there was still no response, his face darkened. Feeling that he had been offended, he spoke again. You're called Yi Mo, right? You need to understand that you only have two choices now, either die, or listen to me, understand? The two workers behind him, Fatty and Scarface Teen, were staring intently ahead. Although it seemed foolproof, they had taken on this task with their lives, and they absolutely could not allow any mistakes to occur. Yi Mo, who had been silent for a long time, raised his head to look at Zhou Tianxiang, a hesitant expression on his face, somewhat conflicted as he said, I. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxiang's face lit up with joy as he laughed. Hurry up and choose. If you choose to listen to me, maybe you can still save your little life. I choose. Just as Zhou Tianxiang was waiting for the follow-up, Yi Mo lowered his head, his eyes turning fierce. At the same time, Fatty, who had been preparing for a long time, quickly ignited the lightning element mark on his forehead. In order to pursue the fastest and most concealed attack, this time he didn't even charge up, directly relying on the energy of the lightning element mark to release the skill. Before the words were finished, under the control of high-rank lightning manipulation, Fatty's attack, the tyrannical lightning, like a giant python, before even the twin-winged wyvern could react, instantly rushed towards Zhou Tianxiang's position. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang's terrified face and his attempt to retreat could vaguely be seen. Bang! A huge explosion occurred, and the faces of the Scarface Teen and Fatty behind him changed. Damn it! Not good! After the two shouted in horror and anger, they turned their gazes from Zhou Tianxiang to Yi Mo, their pupils revealing unspeakable anger and fear. Once something happened to Zhou Tianxiang, even if they killed Yi Mo, they would definitely be held accountable. At that time, it would be difficult to even save their lives. At this moment, Yi Mo stared intently ahead. If this sneak attack could succeed, the master's death would cause considerable damage to the twin-winged wyvern as a spirit pet. At that time, it would be easier to deal with these people. At this moment, Fatty, not daring to relax, continued to mobilize the powerful lightning power in his body, and streams of lightning surged out of his body, appearing as if he were the god of thunder. Cough! Damn it! At this moment, accompanied by a slight cough, Zhou Tianxiang, with a pale face, appeared unharmed in front of everyone on the twin-winged wyvern. Around him, a golden barrier quietly shattered, then turned into dust, and a necklace he was wearing, inlaid with a yellow gemstone, also broke apart. What? Seeing that the other party was fine, Yi Mo suppressed his inner surprise and activated his investigation to look at the suspicious necklace. Yellow jade necklace. Transcendent equipment. It was actually this. Somewhat annoyed, he had no time to think more. Yi Mo immediately commanded Fatty to continue attacking. Fatty waved his palms, and the energy within his body was fully mobilized. Tyrannical lightning brewed in the sky, forming a huge purple cloud, and then lightning fell, ravaging this land. In the distance, under the command of Scarface Teen and Fatty, the Ironhide Golem and Galehound, who were preparing to attack, could only protect their masters first. A Cyan Wind-type barrier appeared from the Galehound's body. Under the master's talent enhancement, the barrier's color was much deeper. The Ironhide Golem bent down, directly relying on its body to resist the lightning for the master squatting below. As for Zhou Tianxiang, who was about to curse a few words, seeing that his transcendent equipment was damaged, he still cowardly hid under his spirit pet. Boom! 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 Waves of lightning bombarded. Fatty, who was constantly bombarding his opponents through skills to suppress them, was now somewhat tired. The consumption of high-rank lightning manipulation was still too great. In the rear, the Galehound's barrier was finally shattered. Because its master couldn't dodge, it could only endure the attack with its body. It could only be said that it was fortunate that these lightning strikes were area attacks, dispersing the skill's power, otherwise, these few lightning strikes would have killed it long ago. The Ironhide Golem's condition was better. Even though it was not good at enduring energy attacks, it was, after all, relatively tanky, and it could still withstand a few more hits, but judging from the tremors and movements on its body, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this time, Scarface Teen and Fatty had long lost their initial confidence, and they were constantly cursing the task's issuer in their hearts. The opponent's strength was like this, yet they were sent here. Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? Just as the two were panicking, afraid that their spirit pets wouldn't be able to withstand it and fall down, a gust of wind swept in, and then two clearly visible giant wind blades rushed into the sky, directly cutting open the purple clouds, and the surrounding lightning instantly disappeared. Fatty, who had consumed too much energy, took a step back, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the front. Under the twin-winged wyvern, Zhou Tianxian, with an angry face, shouted loudly, "Kill them for me!" Roar! The twin-winged wyvern raised its head and roared loudly, and the mid-rank intimidation was released. The surrounding air became thick, and the actions of Yemo and Fatty, and even Bayu, who was hiding in the shadows, became less smooth. Not far away, the Gale Wolf finally fainted to the ground, losing its ability to fight. It couldn't withstand it after taking too much damage. The Ironhide Golem, under the command of its master, rushed forward together. Yemo steadied his body, looking at the twin-winged wyvern in good condition in front of him, his eyes somewhat gloomy. Everyone was a beginner beast master. Without the protection of a beast skill-enhanced connection, they were all fragile, including Yemo himself. Unfortunately, the initial ambush failed to kill or seriously injure Zhou Tianxian, so now he could only go head-on. As for relying on Bayu for a sneak attack, the idea was good, but compared to the wyvern, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. Under the pressure, it would likely be discovered when approaching a certain distance. Moreover, with Bayu's life strength, without defensive skills, it would probably lose its combat ability or even die after enduring a single blow from the opponent. The risk was too great, and Yemo didn't think he was qualified to let Bayu do this. In the end, the other party was targeting him. Bayu and Bai Ling could completely leave this place. Time waits for no one. Through the mental connection, Yemo closely followed behind Han Han. Thousands of lightning bolts danced wildly. Another strand of purple fur on Han Han's forehead dissipated, leaving only 3 of the 5 lightning element marks. ZZZZT. The surging lightning swept forward. Faced with such an attack, the wyvern, upon receiving its orders, waved its wings, its powerful life force disrupting the gathered lightning elements in the surrounding air. Then, using its body as a shield, it forcibly blocked the attack in front of it. It could only be said that it was worthy of being a dragon-type beast. With the blessing of a high-level life force, enduring Han Han's regular burst attack only resulted in some scorch marks on its skin. Step. Step. Not far away, seeing that the two sides were in a stalemate, Fatty immediately seized this opportunity. White energy surged from the iron skin puppet's body. He took 2 steps forward, and then, like a truck, charged towards Yemo's direction. Whoosh! 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 Seeing this, the wyvern's pupils glowed. It directly spread its wings and waved several powerful wind blades, using them to coordinate its attack. Attacked from both sides, Han Han's eyes flashed with lightning. Whether it was its master behind it or its own speed, it was destined to stay in place. Just as it was preparing to release a lightning barrier to expend energy to resist the attack. From within the shadows behind Yemo, Bai Ling, who had been waiting impatiently, directly rushed out. Diamond body activated, the white fur on its body was like gold plating, sharpness and hardness simultaneously blessing it. Diamond claw. The little cat Bai Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The life energy within its body surged continuously. Leaping out, it directly rushed over, gritting its teeth, and fiercely swung a claw towards the charging iron skin puppet. The golden energy seemed to solidify, and the entire right claw became as if it were carved from gold. Compared to the 3-meter-tall iron skin puppet, which charged like a truck, the attacking Bai Ling looked too small, but it was this small figure that, with the blessing of the skill,
fiercely collided with the opponent, successfully stopping it from advancing. TZZZT. After stopping the opponent, sparks from the friction scattered everywhere. The power of the diamond claw left 3 shallow scratches on the iron skin puppet's body. What is that? For a moment, noticing the appearance of the new beast, both Fatty and Zhou Tianxiang couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. Without the harassment of the iron skin puppet, Han Han converted the energy it was preparing to release for the lightning barrier into high-level lightning control. With its energy already low, it had to expend its energy on attack as much as possible for the sake of victory. Several more lightning bolts, as thick as wrists, flew out. Under the amplification effect of high-level lightning energy, they easily shattered the wind blades, and then, with remaining force, bombarded the wyvern. Using detection magic from the side, Yemo, who was closely observing the situation, frowned. Continuing to fight like this would result in a low chance of victory. That wyvern was too tanky, and the fatty and his pet on the side were also a bit annoying. After a little thought, looking at Zhou Tianxiang, who had been staying behind the wyvern, Yemo briefly communicated with Han Han and made a risky decision. Levitation. Han Han rose from the ground and slowly flew into the air. Suddenly, the purple dark clouds reformed, and the purple lightning emanating from its body instantly became completely different from before, as if solidified. Looking at it, one could feel the powerful force contained within. At the same time, as time passed, the energy on its body surface became stronger and stronger. Feeling this powerful force, Zhou Tianxiang, who had been looking at Bai Ling and the iron skin puppet fighting, turned his gaze to the sky, and the contempt in his eyes had mostly disappeared. The wyvern beside him raised its head, waved its wings, and continuously released ordinary wind blades to interfere with the opponent. It was at this moment that Fatty scurried to the ground beneath the wyvern, finally hiding beside Zhou Tianxiang. Compared to the sense of security brought by his own pet, this place was more reassuring. After Fatty sighed, he asked, "What do we do now?" "That guy's bear is probably mutated. It can master the power of lightning so skillfully, and it's so fierce." Zhou Tianxiang looked at Yemo, who was alone on the ground a dozen meters away, and then looked at Fatty beside him. His eyes lit up, and he said, "I remember that your talent seems to be to enhance your own strength. Later, I'll have the wyvern go all out to distract that bear, and then you rush over and kill that guy." Hearing this, Fatty's face stiffened, and he shook his head. "Although my talent can enhance my strength, it's not very strong. If that bear hits me with a bolt of lightning, I'll be gone. Besides, Zhou Xiao, isn't your wyvern more powerful? Just let it attack." Zhou Tianxiang's face darkened, and he said, "You have to know that although that guy is alone on the ground, with that bear distracting, my wyvern doesn't have much energy left to attack him. Even if it attacks, it will be blocked. Don't worry, my wyvern is good at close combat. When it rushes into the sky, it will definitely be able to stop that bear. This is a hard-won opportunity. If we wait for that bear to fall back to the ground, we won't have another chance. Alright, are you going or not?" Listening to the other party's tone, Fatty understood that he had to go even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, if this young master got angry, he might directly have the wyvern kill him. "I'll go right away. Zhou Xiao, quickly have your wyvern distract it." Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, communicated with the wyvern through the mental connection. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared in the wyvern's eyes. It spread its wings and directly rushed into the sky. Having been hit so many times, it was already angry. Its physical strength was rapidly consumed, and a stormclaw began to condense. Upon receiving its orders, Han Han let out a long roar. 3 strands of purple fur dissipated, releasing all the remaining lightning element marks. The lightning around its body continued to gather, becoming as if viscous. In order to block the opponent as much as possible, its eyes revealed a crazy look, and it directly dived down with thousands of lightning bolts. Bang! Rumble! Seeing the huge energy fluctuations in the sky, both Yemo and Zhou Tianxiang revealed satisfied expressions. "It's time." Yemo pinched a level 3 thunder crystal, a fierce look in his eyes, and ran directly towards the opponent's position. Remember the original website domain name.
On the opposite side, Zhou Tianxiang was stunned when he saw Yimo rushing over, then overjoyed, while the fatty beside him was a little worried when he saw it, but unable to refuse, he could only activate his talent. Physical enhancement. After the talent was activated, the fatty's body instantly became taller, and the fat on his body turned into strong muscles, and powerful strength was immediately reflected in him. Prepare to die. Seeing the opponent rushing over like a car, Yimo couldn't think too much, and could only activate the level 3 Thunder Crystal in advance, feeling the riot of energy inside, and after calculating the time, threw it forward with force. The strong fatty, who had rushed out a considerable distance, did not stop. He had no idea what the opponent had thrown, and subconsciously blocked it with his hand, while Zhou Tianxiang and Yimo both moved away from the stone. Bang! Rumble! An explosion sounded, followed by thunder, lightning and flames appeared at the same time, and dust scattered everywhere. After the smoke dissipated, only a broken, charred corpse remained in place. Not far away, the Tin Man puppet fighting Bai Ling let out a painful cry. The death of the master caused severe damage to its soul. Taking this opportunity, Bai Ling activated the light element enchantment. Every claw hit the opponent as easily as a hot knife through butter, causing several times the damage in a short time than before. In the sky, after experiencing a full-strength burst collision, and then fighting a few more times, the double-winged wyvern, with its skin charred and blood flowing, finally suffered considerable damage, while the silly-looking Han Han, as the opponent, was in good condition on the surface because he had activated the thunder barrier, but the thunder energy in his body was almost exhausted. But there was no way, mages are like this, if they don't activate the barrier, they might be instantly killed. Just as the sharp blades were about to hit, a faint white barrier appeared, blocking all the shadow blades. Yimo's pupils shrank in the distance. Damn it, it's an extraordinary equipment again. At this moment, the dark light in Baiyu's eyes, who had revealed his figure, sank, and the mental shock that had been condensed was released. This was its ultimate move. Ah! The left-hand bracelet resisted the mental shock, but the aftershock still made Zhou Tianxiang feel a lot of mental shock, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Unfortunately, seeing that the opponent was still alive, Baiyu, who had no time to release a second mental shock and retreated backwards. In the air, the double-winged wyvern and Han Han were already very close to the ground. Just as Yimo couldn't help but feel sorry and was retreating, taking advantage of the barrier still being maintained, Zhou Tianxiang, with blood dripping from his mouth and nose, took out a small purple card from his pocket. From the color, it was very similar to the thunder crystal, and then pointed the card at Yimo in front of him, and roared with a distorted face, "Die for me." What? The small card in front began to gather energy, and the aura of thunder was constantly condensing, and wisps of lightning appeared around it, and then a beam of thunder shot towards the front like a laser. In the air, when he noticed the energy fluctuations on the ground, Han Han burned the last energy in his body, and the reverse levitation technique was activated to the maximum, like a meteor, and fell in front of Yimo in an instant. Whoosh! The thunder beam directly hit Han Han, who had no time to prepare for defense, first pierced the outermost basic energy film and fur, and then passed through the flesh. After a large amount of thunder energy was absorbed by Han Han subconsciously, a small beam of light remained, and it still pierced a wound in Yimo's stomach behind him. Bang! Suffering severe damage, the dying Han Han, with his last remaining consciousness, fell to the side, not hitting Yimo. Because the blood from the huge wound was almost completely evaporated by the attack, blood flowed from him after a while. Cough! Enduring the pain in his body, a little dizzy, Yimo looked at Han Han in front of him, and used all his strength to take out the bag containing the petals of the mist moonjade lotus from his pocket. After opening it, he took out a petal and quickly stuffed it into the other party's lips. Suddenly, the jade-like petals of the mist moonjade lotus turned into wisps of white mist, which quickly poured into Han Han's body from various places. The huge pierced wound was slowly healing, and his life was also stabilized, no longer precarious. Looking at the remaining petal, Yimo looked at his wound again, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, gritted his teeth and put it back into his pocket. He would not die for the time being, keep it first, after all, what if one petal is not enough for Han Han? Bai Ling, who had severely injured the Tin Man puppet in the distance, rushed back anxiously, without bothering to give the opponent a finishing blow.
Bai, who was lurking in the shadows, directly brought Yimo and Han Han into the shadows through mental connection, and then brought Bai Ling, who was rushing over, into the shadows, and quickly to the distance. Zhou Tianxiang, who was paralyzed on the ground, watched the actions of Yimo and others in front of him, without responding. Now he has used up all the extraordinary equipment on his body, and the 3 protection-type equipment given by his father have also been broken one by one. Now he can be said to be extremely lacking in security. Moreover, the double-winged wyvern next to him was already in poor condition, and the wind energy in his body had been exhausted. What if the other party had hidden monsters? He didn't have any life-saving equipment. Because of these, when he saw the other party fleeing here, Zhou Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and didn't think about chasing the other party at all. Damn it, it's all that dead fatty's fault, and that guy, they didn't even investigate the target's strength clearly. And that guy named GMO, not only almost cost him his life, but also damaged so many extraordinary equipment. Zhou Tianxiang punched the ground to vent the anger in his heart. Not far away, the pockmarked teenager who had been lying in the forest to escape the disaster walked over. Young Master Zhou, are you still going to kill this GMO? My spirit pet is still alive, and I can find him after I recover my state. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang's face was gloomy, and he scolded, kill what kill, the other party's strength is not low, how can I kill him? Damn, if my double-winged wyvern could reach the elite level, it wouldn't have become like this. A flying dragon that can master superorder skill talents at the elite level, even if the other party is also at the elite level, it's still not easy to abuse and kill. It's all this secret realm's fault, how is it just a level 1 secret realm? Seeing young Master Zhou's angry look, the pockmarked teenager leaned over and said in a low voice, young Master Zhou, what if this secret realm will be upgraded to a level 2 secret realm soon? The angry Zhou Tianxiang was stunned, turned his head to look at the other party. How do you say that? The pockmarked teenager chuckled and whispered, young Master Zhou, you don't need to doubt the truth of my words. Just wait until tomorrow or the day after, and you'll know. The secret realm will definitely be upgraded to a level 2 secret realm by then. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, if what you say is true, then after my pet breaks through to the elite level, we'll go find that Yimo together. At that time, I'll make him wish he were dead. As he spoke, Zhou Tianxiang revealed a fierce look. A mutated violent bear is still just a violent bear. Once it reaches the elite level, unless the other party can evolve, what can he use to fight against my wyvern, which has mastered super tier skills? As if already seeing Yimo's miserable state, the corners of Zhou Tianxiang's mouth couldn't help but rise. Let's go. We'll leave here first and find a place to recover our strength. But, that... The pockmarked teenager looked with some apprehension at the place where the fatty had died not far away. If possible, he still wanted to dig a pit and bury him properly, so that he wouldn't be left to rot in the wilderness. Walking to the back of the wyvern, Zhou Tianxiang turned his head and saw the other party's gaze, and snorted coldly. Don't bother with that trash, or his trash pet. They're completely useless. Let's go quickly. Feeling a chill in his heart, the pockmarked teenager smiled and said, all right, I'll come over right away. He was currently in poor condition, and his pet was severely injured. Not to mention the difficulty of completing the mission, even his safety couldn't be guaranteed. For now, he still had to follow this young master's lead. As the wyvern flapped its wings, the group left this place, leaving only the heavily injured iron puppet lying on the ground, waiting to die. Shuoyang City, Northern Province, is a level 2 base city located several base cities away from Beihan City. At this moment, in the president's office of the Zhuoyang Beastmaster Association. Hearing this, the thin man's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head and muttered, well, isn't the president of the Beihan City Beastmaster Association my old classmate? I just went to catch up with him and invite some people to attend the opening ceremony of my duel arena. Seeing that his son couldn't even tell a lie, the old man laughed angrily. He was the president of the Zhuoyang Beastmaster Association, a rank 9 king-level beastmaster. How could he have given birth to such a son? The old man said with an angry laugh, see an old classmate? I'm afraid you went to see that kid Wei Taijun, didn't you? I've always told you before, telling you not to contact those poachers, but you just won't listen. Tell me, what did you go to see him for this time?
Hearing the familiar name, the middle-aged man who had been seen through immediately complained, "Dad, I did go to see Wei Taijun, but it wasn't for my own sake. You probably don't know, but Yi Ruitang's grandson participated in the secret realm of Beihan City. The reason I went to see Wei Taijun this time was to have him arrange for someone to go to the secret realm and kill him."
Yi Ruitang.
As soon as he heard this name, a murderous intent appeared in the old man's eyes. After calming down, his eyes became serious.
Pa! Another slap was thrown out.
This time, the blow containing energy directly swelled the middle-aged man's cheek.
Still lying? I'll give you one last chance.
Tell me about this matter clearly. Looking at his father's fierce gaze, the frightened middle-aged man finally couldn't lie any longer and honestly told the truth.
Wei Taijun contacted me first.
He said he was arranging for a few people to get qualifications to enter the secret realm to look for things, so he asked me to provide some relevant information about Beihan City. He also asked me to pull some people away from Beihan City during this period, so that he could pick up people from the entrance of the secret realm. As a condition, he gave me some things and arranged for someone to go to the secret realm to kill Yi Ruitang's grandson, Yimo. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man continued to explain, I looked at the two people who were arranged to enter the secret realm. Their pet combinations are very effective against violent bears. When they join forces, they will definitely be stable. Moreover, Wei Taijun said that he also spent a lot of money to pull in someone even more powerful.
Yi Mo will definitely be dead by then.
After speaking almost everything, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, so, I'm also thinking about you.
Killing Yi Ruitang's grandson will make you happy too.
Heh, the old man had a cold smile on his face. He had a feud with the Yi family, and everyone knew it, but the Wei family must know it too.
What do you mean by arranging for someone to go to the secret realm to find things? As for letting his son pull away the president of the Beihan City Beastmaster Association and several Grandmaster-level Beastmasters at this time? The entry quota for the Beihan City secret realm is already scarce. It would be good if Wei Taijun could arrange 3 or 4 people. As a result, it just so happened that the pets of 2 people cooperated very well to restrain the violent bear. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy about this?
It seems that the Poachers Association will have a big move in the Beihan City secret realm.
I just don't know how big it will be.
As for his son, he is just a fool. It is obvious that he was greedy and was used.
Kill Yi Ruitang's grandson? Is it necessary to kill him at this time?
The old man's eyes were deep. Under his arrangement, Yi Ruitang's pet had already failed to evolve. Next, he would be deprived of the position of director of the Linghu district. At that time, without the status of the director of the border area, wouldn't it be easy to kill a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster? Deep in the dense forest, a gathering place for a monster beast clan that had once been defeated by Emo. On the flat grassland, after a dark shadow carefully confirmed that there were no other auras around, several figures slowly emerged from the huge dark shadow. Among them, besides the still unconscious Han Han, Emo, clutching his stomach, with a pale face and fading spirit, was also present.
Meow, meow.
The white cat's figure appeared, calling out anxiously. Baiyu, who appeared last, scanned the surrounding area with her mental power again, confirming that the previous investigation was correct, and then said, Okay, Xiao Bai, quickly use light heal to stabilize Yemo's injuries. Unlike Han Han, whose aura was slowly increasing, Yemo, who didn't have time to open his backpack and use potions, had visibly deteriorated in physical condition over this period. Remembering that she also had healing skills, Bai Ling paused, and then released the light heal spell with all her strength.
A sacred white light immediately shone on Yemo.
The golf ball-sized opening on his stomach was slowly healing, and the remaining lightning power within the wound was constantly being eliminated.
Cough.
Feeling his body warming up, Yemo, whose spirit had recovered a lot, looked around. After confirming that it was relatively safe, he focused his gaze on Han Han lying on the ground. After confirming that there was no life-threatening danger through investigation, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you, Xiaobai.
The newest novels are first published on 697shu.com. Guillermo forced a smile, replied softly, and then, panting, took out the backpack with a hole in it. He rummaged through it, found a bottle of the most precious life potion, and swallowed it in one gulp. Han Han had taken more advanced resources, so these were useless to it, and he didn't take more. Rich life force surged from his body, constantly restoring the injuries within him. After suppressing his injuries, Guillermo then poured out the items inside one by one. First, he set aside some damaged items, then took out 2 bottles of recovery potions, and then said, "These are recovery potions. Your consumption before was also not low, use them. Also, Bayou, there's a hole in my backpack, it's not easy to pack things, so could you please help me carry the things inside?" The black cat Bayou, who was sitting, nodded upon hearing this. With a hook of her little tail, a shadow swallowed all the remaining items into the darkness. At the same time, she walked over and drank the recovery potion. Carrying so many people such a long distance was a huge drain on her. Bai Ling on the other side did not drink the recovery potion. Her attention was almost entirely focused on Yimo's physical condition. The not very skilled light heal, released without regard for consumption, emitted a dazzling light. As his body continued to recover, Yimo was ultimately unable to suppress the fatigue brought on by his body and spirit. After his head bobbed a few times, he tried hard to open his eyes, and finally fell to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Not long after, as the light energy in her body was exhausted, the light emitted by the light heal skill became smaller and smaller, until it went out. Feeling her body empty, Bai Ling fell to the ground, unaccustomed to the feeling. Meow. Raising her head, Bai Ling opened her eyes and asked somewhat fearfully, "Sister, will they be all right?" Bayou, who was constantly vigilant about the surrounding environment, smiled and said, "Don't worry, their life auras have all stabilized, and they are in a state of continuous recovery. After they wake up, they should be able to return to their original state." Meow, meow. After receiving her sister's answer, the worry in Bai Ling's heart lessened a lot, so she propped herself up, trotted over, and drank the recovery potion. In the current situation, it's unknown when danger will be encountered, so it's best to restore the state to its best as soon as possible. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the rising sun cast its light on the earth, and the warmth dispelled the chill of the night. Feeling a warm sensation, Guillermo woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and immediately shouted, "Han Han." Coming back to his senses and realizing that it seemed to be a dream before, he immediately looked around. The vigilant Bayou glanced at him and then turned her head, while Bai Ling, who was constantly patrolling the surroundings, happily trotted over, but stopped halfway, trying to hide the joy in her heart, and walked over step by step with her head raised. As for Han Han, it was facing the morning sun, guarding him closely behind him, and the huge wound on its body had disappeared. After carefully observing the other party's condition, Guillermo breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's good that you're okay, it seems that the petals were quite effective." Han Han lowered its head, nodded to indicate, and then continued to look at the morning sun. The thunder on its body flickered faintly. In its opinion, its strength was still too weak, otherwise it would not even be able to protect the master. Feeling somewhat scared in its heart, it couldn't say more. It could only start training as soon as it recovered, doing its best to improve its strength. It didn't want to be so powerless after encountering danger next time. Not paying attention to Han Han's sudden coldness, as long as its body was okay, Guillermo smiled and looked forward. Bai Ling, who was walking, but faster than running, had already come to his front. Meow. Turning her head, Bai Ling called out softly without making eye contact with him. "Are you okay?" Guillermo said with a smile, "I'm fine, I drank a bottle of life potion, and I'm fine, don't you believe me, hiss." Standing up to show that his body was fine, he clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. Although the wounds on the surface of his body were similar to Han Han's, and had all closed and recovered, the internal injuries were still far from it, but it was also normal. How could his most precious life potion be comparable to a level 5 resource, even if Han Han's injuries were much greater than his? Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Seeing Yimo's forced composure, Bai Ling immediately raised her head and cried out anxiously, "Meow. Remember our website address. Don't you still have that pedal-like thing? If your injuries haven't healed, hurry up and use it, your health is important. During the previous battle, Bai Ling and Bai Yu both clearly saw Emo feeding the silly panda that petal. After consuming it, even such severe injuries could be healed, demonstrating its powerful effect. Emo shook his head. Of course, he knew the powerful effects of that petal. Consuming it would definitely quickly heal all his injuries, but precisely because he knew, he wouldn't use it. This was a secret realm, and after experiencing last night's battle, he didn't think the next few days would be safe. Besides, his current injuries had already mostly recovered. Although his movements were slightly inconvenient, he could endure it. He didn't need to fight, so he should save that petal for a more useful time. It's just that I haven't fully recovered yet, so for the next few days, can Xiao Bai protect me? Hearing this, Bai Ling turned her face away, her white little tail pressed tightly against her body, and she meowed softly, meow. Humph, you brought such serious injuries upon yourself. Considering what you gave me to eat before, I'll reluctantly protect you. Seeing this, even though his body was still somewhat painful, Emo couldn't stop the smile on his face. Bai Yu, where are we? The black cat Bai Yu looked around, yawned, and said, this is the territory of the mad thornboars, the group that I scared away. Last night, I kept running, and along the way, I thought this place was good, so I brought you all here. I've checked this place, and it's currently very safe. After listening, Emo smiled and replied, thank you, Bai Yu. If it weren't for Bai Yu and Bai Ling, he and the silly panda would most likely have died in the secret realm last night. Bai Yu didn't react much, just glanced at Emo's body and said, you haven't recovered yet, rest for a while first. After listening, Emo gently sat down, lay on the grass, squinted his eyes, and his thoughts flew to last night. Although he wasn't sure whose mission Zhou Tianxiang and those two had taken, or why they came to the secret realm to kill him, the other party was undoubtedly an enemy. Last night's battle was too hasty, and there wasn't much preparation, which led to such a situation. However, even if it happened again, he didn't think he could defeat or even kill Zhou Tianxiang. The main reason he had this idea was Zhou Tianxiang's endless stream of extraordinary equipment. If it weren't for those equipment, his silly panda would have succeeded in the sneak attack long ago, and he wouldn't have wasted a lightning element mark in vain. He had heard of the name extraordinary equipment long ago, and had seen many low-level ones, but he had never seen the high-level ones that Zhou Tianxiang had. As the name suggests, extraordinary equipment is equipment used by transcendence. It is made of materials of various levels, through specific forging techniques, to create containing transcendent power. Although it sounds simple, in reality, there are very few blacksmiths who can forge extraordinary equipment in the entire Yanhuang Alliance. Even slightly more powerful blacksmiths are fewer in number than master-level beast tamers. The main reason for this is, first, the forging technique. Blue Star's spiritual energy has only recovered for 100 years, so how many people can study the forging of extraordinary equipment? Nowadays, most of the forging techniques of the Yanhuang Alliance are the results obtained after going to the West Continent to study. The West Continent, since the revival of spiritual energy, is the largest secret realm descending on Blue Star from another world, a whole continent, with several powerful kingdoms from another world inside, with extremely strong strength. The extraordinary equipment technology, namely magic equipment technology, was learned from there. Secondly, there are the requirements of the blacksmith himself. To become a powerful blacksmith, in addition to perseverance and comprehension, one also needs enough strength and physique. What can you forge if your body isn't up to par? However, the people of the Yanhuang Alliance are different from the people of the other world in the West Continent. The people of the Alliance almost only have one profession, which is beast tamer. Beast tamers are not weak in combat power, but the beast tamers themselves are not so powerful. Even if they possess the extraordinary transformation of beast taming skills, most people only have 1 or 2 levels of extraordinary transformation, and their body strength is still no different from the weakest monster of the same level, and they simply cannot meet the body requirements to become a blacksmith. And some talented people, even if their bodies meet the requirements, who would choose to become a blacksmith. Isn't it good to be a beast tamer? After becoming strong, their status is not weaker than that of a blacksmith. It is because of these reasons that there is a shortage of blacksmiths in the entire alliance, and good extraordinary equipment is difficult to obtain even with money.
Thinking of this, Yemo sighed softly. If it weren't for this, how could he not prepare some extraordinary equipment for himself, or get a set of equipment for the silly panda? It was all because good equipment was too expensive and too scarce. The latest novels are available first on 69shu.com. I just thought that the Galehound from yesterday didn't die, which means that the people from yesterday are likely to find me again. When the time comes, we will have to fight another battle, so I have to leave here quickly with the silly panda. Bai Yu and Bai Ling, do you still want to stay by my side? The other party's two-winged flying dragon is too strong. You can actually return to your previous cave. This is my battle with them, and you don't need to risk your lives to participate. Sitting upright, Bai Yu ignored his words and continued to use his mental power and the power of shadows to constantly check the surrounding situation. On the other side, Bai Ling was very angry. She ran to Emo with a puffed-up face, and with a snap, her tail gently hit the other party's palm. Then she looked up, glared, and shouted, "Oh! What do you mean by this? I just said I would protect you, and now you want me to leave. Are you looking down on me? I won't leave these few days. So what if it's a flying lizard? I'm not afraid, humph." Looking at the attitude of the two little cats, although he really hoped that they would stay in his heart, Emo was a little worried instead. He was worried that if he couldn't beat the other party, wouldn't he be harming them? After constantly thinking about the attributes of the two-winged flying dragon in his heart, Emo, who had been contemplating for a long time, slowly said, "If you are willing to continue following us, then let's set off now and return to the cave where you were before." Return to the cave? Why? Bai Yu, in his black form, raised his head and asked curiously. If they really came after us, wouldn't hiding in the cave be like being trapped in a jar, with no chance to run? Emo naturally knew this, but he also had his own ideas, and said directly, "Returning to the cave is safe, as almost no other demonic beasts will intrude. Secondly, the location is good. Although once we enter and a battle starts, it will be difficult for us to escape, the same goes for them. Running in the forest means we will likely be caught up, and they are inherently skilled at flying due to being twin-winged wyverns. If we try to escape, we'll have no way to stop them, they can come and go as they please. Fighting like that would be too disadvantageous for us. So, it's better to stay in the cave. If they dare to come in, we'll just fight with all our strength. Our strength isn't that far apart from theirs, so who will win is still unknown." After listening, Bai Yu carefully considered it and nodded. Then, the group quickly headed towards the cave along the route they had come. Unlike before, Emo, who should have been walking on his own, was ultimately carried back by Han Han due to his injuries. Time slowly passed, and the rising sun was shining directly overhead. Outside the secret realm, deep underground within the Qingshui mountain range, at the location of the fourth entrance to the secret realm. Ha ha ha, it's finally done. Half of this plan has already succeeded, the black-robed elder of the Ascendant sect cackled. A group of grey-robed cultists beside him bowed and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Deacon." Seeing that the preparations for upgrading the secret realm had been successfully completed, the black-robed elder couldn't contain his joy. "Don't worry, you won't be short of rewards once this plan is completed. Perhaps one of you might even become a new deacon." "Thank you, sir." After speaking, the black-robed elder looked at the silver-white entrance to the secret realm in front of him and said, "Begin." At this moment, inside the Qingshui mountain range, at the camps located at the other three secret realm entrances, alarms sounded, and many researchers and camp managers gathered at the secret realm entrances. The secret realm entrances here, like the Ascendant sect's secret realm entrance, had calm surfaces that were now churning like stormy seas. What exactly is going on? Why has the secret realm entrance suddenly become like this? Li Yan, the vice president of the Beihan City Pet Master Association, who was also the person in charge of the secret realm affairs, asked upon seeing this situation. "President Li, I really don't know. It was clearly fine before, and we've never encountered this situation when dealing with secret realms in the past," a middle-aged researcher said with a panicked expression. Pressing his lips together, Li Yan frowned and said, "Then tell me, what impact will this situation at the entrance have, and will anything happen to the students inside?" He wouldn't care even if the entrance exploded,
but he absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to the students inside. Looking at his investigation results, as well as the same results given by his colleagues, the middle-aged researcher swallowed and said softly, "The students inside are temporarily fine. After our investigation of this secret realm entrance, we discovered that it is in a state of advancement, which means that before long, the secret realm entrance will be upgraded to level 2. Hearing this, Li Yan's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Level 2 secret realm? Didn't you say that this secret realm would need more than half a month to be upgraded to level 2? Why is it being upgraded to level 2 now?" "I don't know either. We can only guess that some external factors have caused the secret realm to accelerate its descent, which is why it's like this," the middle-aged researcher muttered softly. "A level 2 entrance means that the secret realm will be upgraded to level 2, and elite-level demonic beasts of level 20 or higher will begin to descend inside. The students who went to the secret realm are only level 10 or higher beginner pet masters. Once they encounter them, who knows how many students will die." Frowning deeply, Li Yan shouted to the people beside him, "You guys quickly notify the garrison of Beihan City and have them quickly transfer a group of elite intermediate pet masters to enter the secret realm to protect those students, quick. The soldiers who can come to the camp are all elites. After all, they have to protect the safety of the camp overseas. How can they be weak if their strength is low? So they are all advanced pet masters, and there are no intermediate pet masters at all. There are quite a few intermediate pet masters among those researchers, but with their strength, let alone protecting the students if they entered the secret realm, it would be good if they could come out alive." The more he thought about it, the bigger his headache became. Li Yan covered his forehead and looked at the secret realm entrance. Now he could only pray that those students would act carefully, hide if they could, and run if they could. Alas! Deep underground within the Qingxue mountain range, at the fourth entrance, the constantly fluctuating secret realm entrance finally stabilized, and at the same time, the entrance became much larger than before. Upon seeing this, the black-robed elder immediately looked at the hunters in the distance and said, "The secret realm has been upgraded. You can go in now. Remember to kill more of those so-called genius students." Oh. The latest and most complete novel is available on 6ix9ine Bookbar first release. It's finally done. My body was stiff from waiting for so long. Needless to say, it's all walking money. I'll definitely kill a few more. After all, they are genius students. We should be careful. Just a group of beginner pet masters who have awakened for a month. Do we need to be careful? Let's go. The dozens of intermediate pet master hunters gathered on the side discussed, their faces overflowing with joy. Under the instructions of the black-robed elder, they walked into the secret realm entrance one after another, and then were teleported into the secret realm one by one. After all the hunters had entered, the black-robed elder looked at the few gray-robed cultists beside him and said, "That group of hunters has all gone in. They will make a big fuss inside to attract everyone's attention. And you are to take this opportunity to complete the task arranged by the Holy See. There must be no mistakes, do you understand?" The few gray-robed cultists responded one after another, "Understood." After receiving the response, the black-robed elder said, "Good, then you go in now. Remember to act carefully and be sure to protect the safety of the items and bring them back intact." After nodding to indicate their understanding, these gray-robed cultists each carried a box and walked firmly into the secret realm entrance. After the silver light flashed, only the black-robed elder remained in the huge underground cave. "Now, I can only hope that Wei Taijun can hold on for a little longer." The elder's low voice echoed in the cave. Thanks to Anime Devil's monthly ticket. A new day, continue to ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Omega. Remember the first website domain name. Secret Realm, Howling Forest. At this moment, along with the level increase of the outer secret realm entrance, the secret realm itself began to leap. First, a beam of silver light flashed across the sky, covering the entire sky, and a majestic spatial force enveloped the entire forest. At this time, both the monsters and the students in the secret realm were subjected to spatial suppression and were temporarily restricted in place. Those who didn't know the inside story felt fear and worry, while the students who knew about this phenomenon were shocked and couldn't believe it. A few minutes away from the cave, Emo and his party were also subjected to spatial suppression, their bodies restricted in place. Looking at the frozen picture around him, Emo explained, "If I guessed correctly, this should be a secret realm leap. After we can move, elite-level monsters will descend in this secret realm, and the level restriction within the secret realm will also be reduced to elite level." Bai, who already understood the concept of elite level, did not appear to not understand the situation. After knowing that it was a secret realm leap, he immediately shouted, "Then after the leap is over, let's quickly return to the cave. Even if elite-level monsters descend outside, the cave is still relatively safe." Hearing this, Emo agreed in his heart. Although it wouldn't be difficult for Han Han to kill some elite-level monsters above level 20, it would be a bit difficult if the opponent was a high-level elite race. Just like before at the giant bear breeding base, Han Han could easily defeat the level 29 rock armor bear, but he might capsize when facing the level 25 tyrant bear. Although Han Han's strength has improved a lot compared to the beginning, even if he can win against a high-level elite monster, he would have to fight a hard battle. The spatial suppression continued, but he could already feel the weakening of the suppression force. Except for the inability to mobilize the energy in his body, he could still turn his head slightly. At this moment, Emo and his party found a silver light flashing not far to the left, and then the figure of an adult man with half a mask and several scars on his face appeared. "Ha! I thought it would be the arrival of a secret realm monster, but it turned out to be a human. What's going on? The secret realm entrance can't allow others to enter, right? Could it be that the outside sensed the secret realm leap, so they arranged for someone to come and rescue?" With many doubts in his mind, Emo cautiously looked at the other party. At this time, after regaining his senses, the scarred poacher who was teleported here did not panic after feeling the spatial suppression. Having already understood this, he began to look at the surrounding environment. With this look, his eyes fell on the most conspicuous Emo and his party not far away. "Yo, my luck is actually so good, I ran into one as soon as I teleported over, ha." Hearing the other party's tone, Emo, who didn't expect the other party to answer, tentatively asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you here to protect us?" The scarred man didn't mean to hide his purpose at all, and laughed directly, "Protect? What you said is also correct, I am here to protect you and your spirit pets to another world together. Alas, I can only say that your luck is not good. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death later." He is an old intermediate beast master, and the other party is just a student. Moreover, he happened to encounter the secret realm leap. No matter how high the other party's talent is, it is impossible to break through now. So what if he tells everything? The other party's appearance and spirit pets are not the three people who need to be careful. The highest level of spirit pet race is only high-level elite. With this strength, can they still turn the world upside down? You actually want to kill me, how dare you do this?" Emo pretended to be afraid and shouted. The scarred man didn't care and said, "The number of people I have killed is not short of you. What if I kill you? To tell you the truth, I am an intermediate beast master, and also a poacher. Do you know what a poacher is? If you don't want to be tortured, stay still in place obediently, and I can give you a quick death." At this moment, the silver light in the sky disappeared, and the spatial suppression on everyone's body dissipated directly. Immediately, Emo quickly communicated with Han Han through the spiritual connection. He saw thunder roaring, and Han Han, with lightning flashing in his pupils, quickly mobilized energy, and a beam of purple lightning quickly blasted out. The scarred man was, after all, a skilled poacher. Although he looked down on these students in his heart, his actions were not slow at all. A 3-star map quickly appeared, and then a level 29 rock armor beast, similar in appearance to a pangolin, appeared in front of him, stretched out its claws, and relied on its thick scales to resist the lightning. The newest and most complete novels are all on 69shu.com. Boom! Buzz buzz. The sound of explosions and electric currents sounded, creating a wave of air, causing the scarred man to reach out and resist the front, while a star in the star map behind him lit up again, and a level 24 black shadow leopard slowly revealed its figure. This is his confidence. The rock armor beast is his first spirit pet.
Although it is only an elite race, its level is as high as level 29, and it is good at defense. The Black Shadow Leopard is his first high-level elite race spirit pet. Its level is low, but it is good at assassination. The combination of the two can often exert greater strength. At this time, Han Han used the time for the other party to summon the spirit pets, and once again released advanced thunder control. The tyrannical thunder converged its aura, compressed into a javelin, and rushed straight into the rock armor beast at the front. Boom! It's useless. What if I let you attack a few times with a mere extraordinary spirit pet's attack? The scarred man said disdainfully, crossing his arms and summoning all the spirit pets. Rock armor beast, give me. Before he could finish speaking, the rock armor beast, as solid as a rock in front of him, stiffly fell to the ground, and a huge wound on its abdomen was revealed. The front was charred due to the lightning, and although its life aura was still maintained, it had obviously lost its ability to fight. Seeing this, the scarred man was a little unbelievable for a while, and said in shock, "How is it possible?" Yemo and Hanin ignored the other party's shock and directly attacked. Remember the domain name of the first website. In an instant, after burning a thunder element mark, accompanied by Hanin's smooth release of high-level thunder control skills, several lightning bolts, like wildly dancing giant snakes, struck the scarred man. At this moment, the scarred man came back to his senses. Seeing the incoming lightning, the Shadow Leopard, who was good at concealment and assassination, had to step forward. The power of darkness surged from its body, and then turned into a simple black barrier. ZZZ. Faced with the high-level thunder control enhanced by high-level thunder energy, this black barrier, which couldn't even be called a skill, shattered upon contact. Helpless, the Shadow Leopard could only rely on its physical body to withstand the attack. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded. The Shadow Leopard, having fully endured this attack, lay weakly on the ground, most of its body charred black, and the freely flowing blood stained the ground red. At this time, the scarred man sitting on the ground was dumbfounded and didn't react at all, not knowing how it had become like this. Through exploration, Yemo finally obtained the basic attributes of the other party's pet. The armored beast was useless except for its high level, and its defensive skills couldn't be used. It was likely paralyzed by the first attack. As for the Shadow Leopard, its skill-talent combination was good, but it was a pity that as an assassin, it used its physical body to resist the burst attack of a mage, directly crippling itself. Yemo shook his head. If the other party were to launch a sneak attack, it could pose some threat to him, but once a head-on fight started, losing was only a matter of time. And like now, letting him go first and then resisting damage was simply suicide. Alright, Hanin, finish them all off. Since the other party wanted him dead, Yemo wouldn't show any mercy. The scarred man sitting on the ground also understood his current situation. Looking at Hanin with lightning flashing in its palm, he retreated while kicking his legs, and kept saying, "Don't kill me, I have a lot of money, I also have precious skill crystals, I can give them all to you, ZZZ. Boom boom. 3 lightning strikes descended, interrupting the scarred man's words. The Shadow Leopard, the armored beast, and him were all struck by lightning, and their life signs disappeared. After activating the exploration again and confirming that they were all dead, Yemo solemnly looked at Baiyu and the others, and shouted, "Let's go quickly, the secret realm has been upgraded, there should be many elite-level monsters in the forest now, and just now that person said he was a poacher, according to what I know, poachers often act in groups, the current secret realm is too dangerous, let's hide back in the cave first." Moreover, thinking of the secret realm that had become level 2, Yemo was thoughtful. If he guessed correctly, although this was a crisis, it was also an opportunity for him. Meow. Bai Ling shook the fur on her body and nodded in response. Baiyu on the side simply. The group quickly rushed to the cave. A few minutes later, inside the cave. After passing the corpse of the leader lizard, Yemo and his group finally returned here. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, the flowing underground river, the light blue crown grassland, and the dark marrow fruit tree, everyone relaxed a lot. When crossing the river, Baiyu skillfully washed her fur with the river water, and then removed the water from her body through the shadows. But Bai Ling was different. When she saw the river, she crossed it directly without looking back, clearly not wanting to touch a trace of water. They were obviously two sisters, but their personalities and habits were so different. Yemo, who was amazed, brought Hanin and the others to the center of the cave, the ground covered with animal skins. Hearing this, Hanin was stunned. After calming down, it felt it for a while, and then found the bottleneck, and it was completely different from before. There was no indestructible feeling, as if it could break through and transform as long as it used some force. Thinking of this, Hanin's eyes lit up. If it broke through, its strength could be improved again, and then it could better protect its master, and the previous situation would never happen again. Nodding, Hanin mobilized the energy in its body, trying to break through. Yemo interrupted, "Don't break through yet. You consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. Wait until you recover to your best condition before breaking through. Moreover, after you break through, I will let your strength be greatly improved again." Listening to the master's confident words, Hanin, who had always believed in him, nodded seriously, took the recovery potion, and began to recover energy, while looking forward to the improvement after its breakthrough. The latest novel is first published at 69 Books Bar. Breakthrough? It was still some distance away from its own breakthrough, but Bai Ling looked at her sister on the side and shouted expectantly, "Meow. Sister, can you break through?" Hearing this, Baiyu shook her head gently, yawned, curled up her body, and fell asleep, feeling a little tired. She had already reached level 19 and could actually break through, but she didn't want to break through now, because after feeling the light of the contract, she understood that she couldn't be contracted after breaking through. Meow. Seeing this, Bai Ling cried out helplessly, then ran to the side and began to practice skills, especially the light healing skill. She had never practiced it before, and as a result, it was useless when she needed to use it. If her proficiency was high, that person wouldn't have had to recuperate for so long. White light kept flashing on the side. Seeing this, Yemo carefully sat on the animal skin and began to think about the next arrangement. After Hanin recovers, it can start breaking through to the elite level. Although it is a breakthrough of a major realm, the difficulty is not actually high. There are so many spirit crystals here, so the breakthrough will definitely be successful. After reaching level 20, Hanin can start to change jobs, changing to the light orange level profession Thunder Tyrant, comparable to the King race. The job change requirement is to master proficient high-level thunder skills. Hanin's high-level thunder control has already met the requirements, and the second condition is 5 5th-order spirit crystals or 5 4th-order thunder spirit crystals. If it were outside, these things would be a bit troublesome to get, but now it is in the secret realm. There are no 5th-order spirit crystals, but there are a lot of 4th-order thunder spirit crystals. Although it is not clear why, Yemo, who has harvested many spirit crystals, found that most of the high-level spirit crystals in this secret realm are thunder and dark elements, so 5 4th-order thunder spirit crystals are completely no problem. At that time, how strong will Hanin be after breaking through and changing jobs? No matter how you look at it, defeating the two-winged flying dragon should be no problem. After all, the Thunder Tyrant is a profession comparable to the King race, and the opponent is only a leader race. Time flowed slowly, and Han's aura became increasingly powerful. Beside it, piles of first and second level lightning-type spirit crystals were placed. Anyway, there were plenty of spirit crystals here, so taking more wouldn't hurt. Just as Yemo was continuing to search for lightning-type spirit crystals, he suddenly felt a strong surge of lightning energy gathering, and he immediately turned his head to look. He saw Han, who had recovered to its best condition, with its eyes closed. The lightning-type spirit crystals around it swayed as if being pulled, and at the same time, streams of lightning energy flowed out, pouring into its body. After a moment, as if everything was falling into place, its aura suddenly increased significantly. Han, whose body had grown slightly larger, successfully broke through, and lightning flashed faintly in its open eyes. Yemo, his face full of smiles, got up and walked over. With Han's breakthrough, he received feedback and his level directly increased to level 18. He wasn't far from breaking through to level 20 and becoming a true intermediate beastmaster. As he approached, he activated his investigation skill, and Han's elite level attributes appeared in his mind. Ferocious Bear. Growth level, Elite level 1, level 21 0%. Race level, High Level Elite Level 5, Level 35. Attribute, Lightning. Class, Lightning Elementalist. Life Strength, 36 plus 6, later is the class bonus. Energy Strength, 56 plus 12. Mental Strength, 30 plus 4. Talents, High Level Strength, High Level Lightning Energy Enhancement, Mid-Level Energy Reserve, Elementary Level Energy Resistance. Skills, High Level Lightning Manipulation, Proficient Level 63%, Frenzy, Skilled Level 6%, Mid-Level Lightning Element Mark, Proficient 96%, Lightning Barrier, Proficient Level 12%. Elementary Levitation, Perfect Level 89%. Bloodline Potential, Monarch Level 4. Evolution, Violet Glory Giant Bear, Monarch Level 4. Job Change, Lightning Tyrant, can change job. King Tier Skill, Tyrant. As the first King Tier skill that Han Han mastered, and also the first King Tier skill that Yemo had ever seen, it was truly intriguing, and he immediately used his talent to examine it carefully. Tyrant is a typical state-enhancing skill. After use, one can enter Tyrant form by consuming energy or life force. After entering this form, it is similar to Berserk, and will bring some temporary changes to the user's personality, but it will also bring a huge increase in strength. The Mastered Lightning is infused with a hint of destructive power, greatly increasing its power, and the talent, Pseudo, Monarch's body will be transformed into Tyrant's body, with all basic initial stage talents upgraded to intermediate stage talents, not only providing stronger bursts but also greater versatility. However, after understanding it, Yemo still sighed. Although the improvement is significant, as a King Tier skill, the consumption is too high. Even with Han Han's current advanced stage energy reserves, it still can't last for too long. After reading the most anticipated King Tier skill, he then turned his attention to other skills. Advanced Stage Thunder Control is nothing to talk about, it's just an enhanced version of High Stage Thunder Control, but the Advanced Stage Thunder Crown converted from the Intermediate Stage Lightning Element imprint is very interesting. As a converted skill, the Thunder Crown retains the storage and enhancement ability of the Lightning Element imprint, and has two forms. In the passive form, Han Han can continuously store Lightning Element energy into the Thunder Crown, and can mobilize the energy within the crown at any time to release skills, etc. In the active form, Han Han will wear the Thunder Crown containing stored energy, and activating the crown will continuously consume energy, thereby gaining multiple functions. First, after activation, it will slightly increase the power of lightning-based skills. Although this increase will be ineffective during full bursts, normal attacks can still be greatly enhanced as a result. Secondly, after activation, the crown will absorb lightning element energy from the air. For example, after lightning-based attack skills are released, some of their dissipated energy will be absorbed back. Although it's not much, it's quite useful. Finally, after the crown is activated, it can automatically or actively activate the crown's protection in case of danger, forming a barrier with defensive capabilities comparable to normal high-stage energy defense skills. Overall, a single skill possesses multiple abilities such as enhancement, storage, recovery, and defense, which can be said to be very practical. After seeing Han Han's improvement, Yemo nodded in satisfaction and finally turned his attention to job advancement, looking at Han Han's subsequent job advancement path. Job advancement, Heavenly Thunder Monarch, Orange Grade. After advancing to Thunder Tyrant, there is actually only one job advancement option. Although it is a profession comparable to an upper-level monarch race, one is too few. Somewhat puzzled, Yemo continued to check the specific information of the job advancement. Heavenly Thunder Monarch Job Advancement Requirements. Requirements: growth level above level 40, mastery of the King Tier skill Tyrant to the proficiency level, defeat or kill 6 opponents of the same rank from monarch races, and requires a level 6 energy crystal or 5 lightning-based energy crystals during job advancement. Note, the energy crystal requirement can be replaced with other spiritual materials of the same level. Good heavens, no wonder there is only one job advancement path. These requirements clearly indicate that the previous profession must be Thunder Tyrant, otherwise the Tyrant skill would not appear in the requirements. In addition to the essential energy crystals, this requirement actually includes a challenge requirement: defeat or kill opponents of the same rank from monarch races. This difficulty is not low. Not to mention whether the current Han Han can beat them,
just finding these opponents is going to take who knows how long. Monarch races are not cabbages. Elite level ones are probably hopeless. I can only wait until level 30 and go to the big city to see. Most of those spirit pets with monarch potential evolve into their final forms after level 30. I should be able to find some by then. Yi-Mo shook his head. These are still far away, so I'll think about them later. At this moment, Han Han, feeling the qualitative change in strength, revealed a look of joy and directly started practicing the new skill. Yi-Mo grinned and replied with a smile, if you agree to form a contract with me, I can make you stronger too. Humph, Bai Ling disdainfully turned her head away. She wouldn't sign a contract just because of these things. Even if she did sign, it would be because she recognized the other person, not because of these external things. Although that's what she thought in her heart, it could still be seen from her occasional glances at Han Han that Bai Ling was somewhat concerned about it. On the other side, Bai Yu, after seeing the situation on Yi-Mo's side, immediately turned his head and watched his sister's performance with great interest. From his bright and spirited eyes, it could be seen that he was in a very happy mood. Whether it was the breakthrough or the job advancement, both have now been achieved. Yi-Mo, who had spent half the day searching for spirit crystals, felt a little sleepy. In addition, his injuries had not fully recovered, so he said a word to Bai Ling and the others, carefully covered his wound, and lay down on the animal skin, falling into sleep. Seeing Yi-Mo start to rest, Bai Ling didn't continue to raise her head. Instead, she lowered her head, gently moved her feet, and slowly walked over. Looking at the other person's sleeping face, Bai Ling fell into contemplation. What should she choose? According to her sister's words, this silent forest will become part of another world in the future, and their mother will not come along. After that, only she and her sister will be left. Then, should she choose to follow this human named Yi-Mo? She had personally experienced the power of the contract. It was an irresistible force, a contract that could only be signed with mutual recognition, so the content of the contract was not in doubt, and she only needed to look at the decision in her heart. If she followed the other person, it would mean that she would grow together with him in the future, fight together, and experience everything in the world together. These things were both yearned for and feared by her now. Meow. Shaking her head vigorously, Bai Ling gritted her teeth and stopped thinking about these things. Why should she decide such a lifelong matter? Her sister could decide, and she could just follow her sister's choice. Several tens of minutes later, Yi-Mo, having woken from a nap, comfortably stretched, rotated his neck, and habitually scanned his surroundings. Beside the dark marrow tree, Bai Ling was skillfully practicing her skills, golden light flashing as attacks relentlessly struck the ground, as if fending something. And Bai Yu, who was lying beside him, seemed to be asleep. Ever since they were safe, Bai Yu had been in a lazy state, and hadn't moved much for a long time. As for Han Han, perhaps because her movements while practicing skills were relatively large, she flew to the side, releasing lightning as restrained as possible. I'd like to set off again and wander around. What do you guys think? Yi-Mo asked. Although his injuries hadn't fully recovered, they were no longer a major concern. And now, within the secret realm, due to the level increase, there were a large number of elite-level demonic beasts, as well as poachers who had somehow entered, which were very dangerous for other students. Now, because of Han Han's breakthrough and class change, her strength had greatly increased, so he wanted to go out and see if he could find other students and protect them if possible. Of course, the main thing was to find Lin Xian and Lin Xie. After he finished speaking, Han Han indifferently continued to practice her skills, as she would be wherever Yi-Mo was. Bai Ling, under the tree, trotted over. Going out was fine with her, she wasn't afraid even if she faced elite-level enemies. Well, even if she couldn't win, she still wouldn't be afraid. Opening her eyes, Bai Yu hesitated slightly upon hearing this, and pondered, while looking at her approaching sister. Before, the enemies were all transcendent level, so she could still protect her sister well, but now most of the opponents were elite level, which was a bit difficult with her strength, unless she also broke through, but... Seeing this, Yi-Mo persuaded, this time, I want to see if I can find my friends. You don't need to come with me to take risks. It's not like I won't be back. I'm still thinking about forming a contract with you. In his opinion,
both Bai Ling and Bai Yu were still too weak, and their safety couldn't be guaranteed if they followed him. Although their potential was high, they were, after all, just elite races with weak foundations. It was okay to face opponents around level 10 before, but now they had to face opponents over level 20, which was too dangerous. Moreover, Han Han wasn't good at defense, so he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if something happened to them. Hearing the meaning of his words, Bai Ling puffed out her cheeks and angrily stomped her white paws on the animal skin, venting her inner displeasure. Seeing his sister's reaction, Bai Yu pondered slightly, then raised her head and said, "Why don't you, Xiao Bai, form a contract with EMO? That way, he can recall you to the contract space when you encounter enemies, and safety won't be a problem." Ha! Just as EMO was stunned, Bai Ling, hearing her sister's words, immediately tucked her tail, lowered her ears, and hurriedly cried out, "Meow, meow. How about this? In a moment, EMO, you can directly contract Xiao Bai. Anyway, the contract must be approved by both parties to succeed. If it succeeds, I will follow you with her. If it doesn't succeed, you can go out by yourself and don't need to come back next time." Hearing her sister's words, Bai Ling raised her head and looked over dissatisfied. "What do you mean, don't need to come back? That's too harsh." Getting the desired reaction, Bai Yu straightened her body, looked solemnly at both of them, and decided, "It's decided then. EMO, activate the star chart and start the contract now." Still not reacting, EMO was a little confused, but hearing Bai Yu's tone, he first subconsciously glanced at Bai Ling. "Don't mind her. No refusal means consent. Hurry up and start the contract," Bai Yu said, while her gaze fell on her sister. Looking at Bai Ling, who was still lowering her head and not reacting, EMO, facing Bai Yu's urging, activated the star chart and said seriously, "Actually, the main reason I wanted to contract you was because of your potential. However, after spending almost a day together, and after that battle, I have indeed come to like you in another way. It's no longer simply because of your potential that I want to contract you. I don't know what to say, I just want to tell you that I really want to become companions with you from the bottom of my heart." Whether it was Bai Ling's fearlessness when facing the double-winged wyvern before, or Bai Yu's never giving up when leading them to escape, he really couldn't just regard them as spiritual pets with high potential now. The Great Sun Star Chart was activated, and a masterless contract star turned into light, pouring into Bai Ling's body. Tightly wrapping her tail around her legs, Bai Ling, with her head lowered, pursed her lips, looking at the animal skin with several marks scratched on it, feeling the warmth of her body due to the light of the contract, and her somewhat chaotic heart gradually calmed down. When did I approve of him? Perhaps it was when I saw that stupid bear desperately helping him resist the lightning, perhaps it was that petal he still kept after being seriously injured, perhaps it was the complete trust between him and that bear. Perhaps it was that I also hoped to have such a family /n/n most uptack new uptack small uptack speaking uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. The white light grew brighter and brighter, and finally, at a peak, the light turned into dust and dissipated in the air. At this moment, both Bai Ling and EMO could vaguely sense each other's feelings. The contract was completed. A faint light emerged from Bai Ling's body, gradually spreading, and then ripples gradually appeared. Finally, Bai Ling turned into a ray of light and directly crashed into the corresponding contract star. The dim contract star slowly lit up with faint light, becoming brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a shining golden star from bottom to top. The contract space remodeling is complete. After a while, Bai Ling, not wanting to be bound into space, turned into a stream of light, fell to the ground, revealed her figure, and returned to her previous position. Not far away, Bai Yu quietly sneaked to her side and whispered, "Ah, why did you contract? You won't forget that you can interrupt the contract like last time, will you?" Bai Ling, embarrassed and annoyed, flicked her tail, bit her teeth, wanting to say something, but didn't, and finally ran back to the dark marrow tree in the distance in anger. After a few skills, the dark marrow tree trembled, and a few more fruits fell down. Seeing his sister's behavior, Bai Yu smiled enjoyably, then raised her head and said, "Now that you have contracted, then it's my turn, no problem, right?" EMO had no reason to refuse. Feeling the experience gained from the feedback of contracting a new spirit pet, he retracted the Great Sun Star Chart and activated the second star chart, the Frost Moon 6 Star Chart.
The moon-like star chart was reflected behind him. Unlike the great sun star chart, all the stars above it were dim and lightless. After the star chart appeared, Yemo began the contract according to the agreement. Instantly, a star fell, turning into the light of contract and enveloping Baiyu. Just like the previous contract, the process was very smooth. After countless rays of light were absorbed by Baiyu one by one, the contract was completed when the two hearts felt each other. Baiyu then followed the faint light, turning into a shooting star flying in reverse, and flew back to the contracted star. Immediately, one of the 6 dim stars on the frost moon star chart gradually turned black. Who? After exhaling a long breath, Yemo, who had gained experience from contracting another new spirit pet, finally broke through to level 19, only one step away from becoming an intermediate beast master. Taiwan Novel Network. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little emotional. It had only been a few days since entering the secret realm, and he had already contracted 2 more spirit pets. He probably couldn't have imagined it before he came. After the contract space was remodeled, the black star fell, and Baiyu's figure appeared on the ground. Just as Yemo was about to say something, he heard Baiyu's voice slowly arrive. Now that we have a contract, you can call me Yu from now on. It's my mother's nickname for me. Yemo was stunned when he heard this, then nodded seriously. At this time, Baiyu continued, also, I'm about to break through. Huh? Breaking through already? Although he knew that the other party was already level 19, it was still somewhat sudden. Yemo looked surprised and said, breaking through now? Is there anything I need to help with? Baiyu shook her head, sensing the energy in her body. Countless shadows emerged from under her feet, then covered her in a black sphere. Unable to provide any help, Yemo opened the investigation and began to carefully check Baiyu's panel. A moment later, the aura within the black shadow sphere greatly increased. The black sphere, like a burst water balloon, turned into black ink and flowed on the ground, then sank down. Elite level, achieved. Retracting his gaze, Yemo was about to offer his congratulations when he saw an even darker power gushing out from Baiyu, soaking a large area around her. The entire area within a dozen meters was covered in darkness. This is evolution? Seeing this, Yemo remembered that Baiyu could evolve for the first time at level 21, and there was only one direction for evolution. With her eyes tightly closed, Baiyu felt the surge of blood in her body. Endless dark power began to gather here. After reaching a peak, the dark elemental power within dozens of meters around her instantly poured into her body. Leaping, transformation, only these 2 words could describe her current change. After the dense darkness receded, what came into Yemo's eyes was a completely new Baiyu. Her body was still about the same size as before, only 30 centimeters long, but the black fur on her body became more profound, faintly revealing wisps of pale dark light. Her emerald-like eyes became brighter, and a white crescent pattern appeared on the top of her forehead. Moon Shadow Spirit Cat. Growth level, Elite level 1, 21. Race level, Lord level 1, 41. Attribute, Dark, Mental. Life strength, 35. Energy strength, 42. Mental strength, 78. Talents, high-level mental enhancement, high-level mental reserve, mid-level life, mid-level agility, mid-level mental resistance, mid-level energy resistance, beginner-level defense. Skills, understand all languages, no-level, super-level light moon canopy LV1, high-level shadow escape LV4, mental impact LV2, soul induction LV3, mental link LV2, shadow space LV2. Bloodline potential, high-level monarch 9th grade, 69. There is still only one evolution route. It seems that the power of the bloodline is still too strong, which leads to this. It seems that there are 2 choices in terms of job transfer, but in reality, there is only one choice, which is the soul manipulator. It is impossible to give up a rarer profession and choose an ordinary profession. Besides these, Baiyu's skill proficiency is somewhat beyond Yemo's imagination. She clearly looks very lazy, but as a result, even if the shadow escape skill is upgraded to high level, the proficiency still reaches the perfect level LV4. Entry, proficiency, mastery, perfection. The perfect level of LV4 is already the highest level of skill mastery, and further improvement would transcend the skill itself. At this time, after completing the evolution, Baiyu, whose strength had greatly increased, withdrew her overflowing power, looked at Yemo, and said, "I have successfully evolved. In addition to a significant increase in strength, I have also mastered a new skill. After releasing it, I can turn the surrounding area into a domain, restricting the targeted target." Just as Baiyu was telling Yemo in detail about her changes, Bai Ling, who was venting her anger on the side with a tree, was dull-eyed and on the ground. She clearly said that she couldn't break through before, but as a result, not only did she break through, but she also evolved. Now, she's the only one who needs protection. At this time, after listening carefully to Baiyu's words, Yemo said with a smile, "You should have seen that Hanin's strength has suddenly increased a lot, right? That's actually my ability. The newest novel is at 69 Shuba. Now I can also apply this ability to you." Hearing this, Baiyu's ears perked up and looked over curiously. She had never seen or heard of this method of improving strength. Now that she could experience it, of course, she had to feel it carefully. Seeing this, Yemo took out a 4th-level mental-type spirit crystal from his backpack, handed it to the curious Baiyu, and then activated his talent. Job transfer soul manipulator, target selected. Colorless energy poured into Baiyu's body. The ability brought by the profession made her aura become powerful and even more profound and secretive. The most conspicuous thing was her green eyes, which were emitting white light. Yemo just glanced at it and felt that his soul was being attracted. Compared to Yemo's shock, Baiyu's heart was even more shocked at this moment. It was just a 4th-level spirit crystal, but under the master's ability, she underwent a transformation from the inside out that was no weaker than evolution. Her mental power became stronger, and several powerful skills appeared in her mind. Is this the master's ability? This is too terrifying. After truly experiencing it once, she finally understood why Hanin, whose aura was not strong when they first met, could unleash such powerful power after releasing his skills. It turned out it was all because of him. While her heart was shocked, she couldn't control her skyrocketing strength, and her tyrannical aura spread out. Although it was fleeting, it was still felt by Bai Ling, who had been observing. How did she get stronger again? Why haven't I changed much? Didn't we sign the contract together? Pouting her lips and lowering her head, Bai Ling suddenly felt that she was a little out of place with the others. Target has successfully changed job to purple grade class soul manipulator. Learned class skill, super grade soul control technique. Learned class skill, high grade mental domination. High grade mental enhancement has been converted to super grade mental enhancement. Awaken talent high grade mental reserve. Because this talent already exists, it has evolved into high grade mental reserve LV2, cannot be upgraded through conventional methods. Each level increase of the talent increases the amplification of LV1 by 10%. Lines of promotion information after the job change appeared, and Yemo also opened the panel immediately to check the attribute changes. Life strength, 35 plus 11, the latter is a class bonus. Energy strength, 42 plus 11. Mental strength, 78 plus 22. After receiving the class bonus, Baiyu is now only elite level 1, but its mental strength has reached 100. You must know that the attribute strength of a normal level 31 monster is only about 100. In terms of talent skills, in addition to an extra super grade skill and super grade talent, the others are normal upgrades. After reading the upgrade of the job change, Yemo habitually looked at Baiyu's subsequent job changes. Job change, Undead Monarch, orange, Shadow Hunter, orange, Soul Dominator, light orange. After the soul control technique was released, what appeared in Baiyu's eyes were soul prototypes in various states. Bai Ling, who was rushing over from a distance, had a transparent and blurry kitten soul as its soul prototype deep within its body, while its own soul prototype was a kitten that was much stronger, mixed with gray and black light. Looking to the side, Han Han, who was cultivating, had a small bear as its soul prototype, with a small crown on its forehead, flickering intermittently, flashing with a trace of lightning from time to time. After looking at them, Baiyu cast his most anticipated gaze on Yemo, who was left in the last position. A transparent and blurry humanoid soul prototype sat upright, no different from Bai Ling at the beginning, as if it would shatter with a touch, but beside the humanoid soul, a blood-red wraith closely followed. Immediately, Baiyu frowned slightly. Although this blood-red wraith didn't seem to cause any bad reaction to Emo now, who knows what will happen in the future. Emo, I just used my newly learned skill and found that there is a blood-red wraith entangled in your soul. Do you know why? If needed, I can take that wisp of wraith out to control or destroy it. Listening to Baiyu's slightly worried voice, Emo paused in his heart, and roughly guessed the reason after a little thought. Presumably, this blood-colored wraith was the wraith on the Een bloodstone on the body of the fatty who died before. Because he was facing a life-threatening situation, he didn't think too much and directly killed the other party. Looking at it now, this thing is still a bit troublesome. He also doesn't know what those people who came to kill him were thinking. Did they have something that could eliminate the blood soul? Although the Yin Yang bloodstone is only a tier 2 resource, things like souls are generally only involved above level 40, and only after level 50 can they truly be interfered with and controlled in detail. The reason for this formation, he asked his grandfather before, is because below level 50, whether it is humans or monsters and spirit pets, their souls are not fully formed, so they can only use part of the soul's power, that is, mental energy. Therefore, if you want to safely and correctly deal with the blood soul entangled in your soul, even if it is only a blood soul formed by a tier 2 resource, I am afraid that you need items above tier 5. Of course, this is not to say that tier 5 and below items are not possible. Some mental attribute resources with extremely strong targeting, even if the level is low, are not impossible, but according to their rarity, I am afraid that the price will not be lower than ordinary tier 5 resources. Moreover, the biggest difficulty in dealing with this kind of blood soul is the safety issue. After all, the blood soul is next to your own soul. If you accidentally hurt your own soul, it will be difficult to handle. After thinking a lot, Emo finally said, "Then please help me control that blood soul, and then just put it aside." Originally, he wanted to destroy it directly, cleanly and neatly, but when he thought that if this Een blood soul was destroyed, it would be bad if the corresponding Yang bloodstone had any reaction, so he still controlled it and threw it in a place, waiting for it to fend for itself. After getting the answer, Baiyu activated the soul control technique, and an invisible and intangible force surged out. Then, next to the little soul prototype, a dull blood-colored wraith suddenly froze, and then slowly flew out, flying all the way to a dark marrow tree before stopping and clinging to the tree. Okay, that blood soul has been placed on that tree. Listening to Baiyu's words, Emo still felt a little strange looking at the dark marrow tree that the other party was pointing at. It was over so simply? After all, from his perspective, he didn't see anything. However, since he can control the blood soul to entangle on trees, then can he entangle the blood soul on other people? After thinking about it, Emo still gave up this idea. With this effort, he could directly kill the other party anyway. With Baiyu around, destroying the body and eliminating traces is not a problem. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Meow. Bai Ling, who trotted over, couldn't help but be tempted to become stronger, tilted her head and walked to Emo's feet, rubbing and shouting. That, I also want to be like my sister. Coming back to his senses, Emo lowered his head, looked at Baiyu who didn't dare to look at him, and said with a smile, "Okay, you sit here first." Before, after signing a contract with Bai Ling, he was ready to change her job, but unfortunately Baiyu came to sign a contract with him, and the other party ran a little fast because she was shy, so he left it until now. Originally, with Bai Ling's personality, he thought that he would have to go over for the job change, but he didn't expect the other party to come over by herself. It was another familiar job change process. A tier 4 gold-type spirit crystal was taken out, and Emo started the job change. Different from Han Han and Baiyu, Bai Ling only has one job change route, but perhaps because of this, the strength of this class is quite good. It requires level 10, but the class level reaches the purple grade comparable to a commander. Golden spiritual power continuously poured out from the spirit crystal, and then, with a sharp aura, pierced into Bai Ling's body. As time passed, Bai Ling's aura became stronger and stronger, until a certain point, the aura finally stopped. Job change completed. Target has successfully changed class to the purple grade profession, Sword Forger.
Learned exclusive profession skill, Gold Devour. Learned profession skill, Advanced Sword Forging. Learned profession skill, Advanced Sword Control Space. Talent, Intermediate Strength, has been upgraded to Advanced Strength. Talent, Initial Life, has been upgraded to Intermediate Life. Talent, Initial Stamina, has been upgraded to Intermediate Stamina. The class change enhancements were reflected in Yemo's mind one by one. Compared to the Soul Manipulator, which was also a purple grade profession, the Sword Forger's enhancements could be described as appalling. Although it was only related to Bai Ling being Transcendent grade, a profession comparable to a Lord-level race didn't even have an advanced grade talent or skill. It was too shabby. With suspicion, Yemo continued to read on, carefully examining the detailed content of the skills and the attribute enhancements. Bai Ling Cat. Growth level, Transcendent level 8, level 18. Race level, Elite level 1, level 21. Attributes, Light, Gold. Profession, Sword Forger, Purple. Life Strength, 30 plus 15. Energy Strength, 13 plus 5. Mental Strength, 15 plus 8. Talents, Advanced Strength, Intermediate Life, Intermediate Stamina, Initial Agility, Initial Energy Resistance, Initial Defense. Skills, Gold Devour, Advanced Sword Forging LV1, Advanced Light Element Enchantment LV1, Sword Control Space LV1, Intermediate Gold Claw LV3, Intermediate Light Heal LV1, Intermediate Diamond Body LV3, Initial Intimidation LV2. Bloodline Potential, High Level Monarch Level 3, Level 63. Class Change, Sword Controller, Light Orange. Evolution, Golden-Eyed Spirit Cat, Lord Level 1. Bai Ling was only a Transcendent grade at Level 15, so the attribute boost from the profession was quite considerable. As for the class change, the next profession was a light orange grade, comparable to a monarch, but the level requirement was not above level 20, but above level 30. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. However, these were nothing to Yemo. What truly shocked him was the Sword Forger's skills. Among them, the most important and strongest was the exclusive profession skill, Gold Devour. This was a skill that couldn't be leveled up, but that didn't affect its power at all. Gold Devour, as the name suggests, allowed the user to permanently increase the level of their talents by devouring various ores, metals, and other resources. If there were enough resources, even legendary talents might be raised through this skill. Of course, such a powerful growth skill definitely had limitations. First of all, the devoured resources couldn't be repeated. Each type of resource would become ineffective after a certain amount was devoured, and further devouring would only restore stamina and injuries. Secondly, devouring resources required time. The absorption time varied depending on the level and type of resource. Generally speaking, the lower the level, the faster the absorption, and the higher the level, the slower the absorption, or even impossible to absorb. Moreover, depending on the user's own level, only a certain number of resources could be absorbed within a certain number of days, otherwise, energy conflicts and other problems would occur. Even with the limitations, it couldn't hide the power of the Gold Devour skill. With the passage of time, as long as there were enough resources, Bai Ling would one day grow into a powerful and comprehensive being. The last skill, Sword Control Space, was nothing to talk about. It was similar to ordinary space skills, but it could only store items that Gold Devour could devour and the natal flying sword. There were more restrictions, but the corresponding space was larger, and there were also some effects useful to the natal flying sword. Just as Yemo finished reading the skill attributes and other content, Bai Ling, who had completed the class change, opened her eyes, mobilized her energy, and excitedly condensed a blank natal flying sword constructed of energy. It was more than a meter long, and even though it had no substance, its sharp aura could be felt by Yemo on the side. Meow. Feeling the flying sword as if it were part of her body, Bai Ling excitedly controlled it. Before long, the dark marrow tree not far away was trimmed. Looking at Bai Ling who was excitedly playing, and then looking at the simple-minded one who was still exercising on the side, Yemo sighed helplessly. After waiting for a few minutes, he clapped his hands. Alright, everyone's strength has been greatly improved, so let's set off now. Because of the increase in strength, Bai Ling's expectations were maxed out this time, and Bai Yu was not as worried as before. As for the simple-minded one, it was still the same, just call it when it's time to leave, and don't disturb its exercise at other times. After sorting out the items, Yemo and his party left the cave again. This time was different from the last time. Although he was confident last time, he didn't think that he could be unscrupulous. But this time, the simple-minded one, who had become terrifyingly strong after breaking through the class change, Bai Yu, whose mental strength had exceeded 100, and Bai Ling, who had a promising future. Now, Yemo truly felt that he could be called invincible in this secret realm. The newest novels are first published on 6-9 Books Bar. Secret Realm, somewhere in the howling forest, on a cleared ground. Roar! A two-winged flying dragon roared to the sky. The pressure emitted from its increased strength crushed a galehound not far away to the ground. Congratulations, young Master Zhou. Now that the flying dragon has broken through to elite grade, killing that Yemo will be a piece of cake, the pockmarked teenager said flatteringly, and specially reminded the other party to get rid of Yemo. He had now figured it out. As long as the mission could be completed and his life saved, nothing else mattered. Zhou Tianxian looked at the soaring aura of the two-winged flying dragon, glanced at the pockmarked teenager, and said smugly, "Don't worry, that Yi, who caused me such a big loss, I won't let him go. In order to avoid a long night with many dreams, let's go find him now." The pockmarked teenager, who couldn't wait to complete the task, nodded repeatedly and replied, "I'll lead the way." Ignoring the fact that the pet's injuries had not fully recovered, under the command of the pockmarked teenager, the Galehound activated its scent tracking, and followed a trace of scent, heading in one direction. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiang stood on the back of the flying dragon. Through telepathy, he already knew that the two-winged flying dragon's skill, two-winged wind blade, had been greatly improved and had become an advanced grade skill. At the same time, its talent had also been greatly improved, and its strength had been transformed compared to before. Now, he was sure to deal with that Yemo. A mere violent bear, even if it was mutated, was limited by the high-level elite race. Could it suddenly learn an advanced grade skill? That was only possible in dreams. Zhou Tianxiang crossed his arms and sneered, regaining his confidence. Then, the elite grade two-winged flying dragon flapped its wings, and the entire body flew into the air under the sweeping wind. As a Lord-level race, the elite grade two-winged flying dragon was still one of the most powerful in the secret realm that had been upgraded to level 2. Flying freely in the air, no ignorant monster came to provoke it. 2 people and 2 pets, 2 above and 2 below, followed the scent step by step, heading towards Yemo. After leaving the cave, Bai Yu transformed into a black shadow and hid on Yemo's right shoulder, while Han Han practiced levitation, hovering a few dozen centimeters above the ground, leading the way. Bai Ling, who originally wanted to walk in the front, was strongly dissuaded by Bai Yu and could only sulkily lie on Yemo's left shoulder, using devouring gold, puffing out her small mouth, and began to devour some of the metal in the cave. The process of devouring was very interesting. Generally, after taking out the metal, she would activate her skill, and then the metal would be extracted as if it were the most essential energy under the effect of the skill. Then Bai Ling could directly open her mouth and eat it. Depending on the type of metal, the taste and form would be different. Yemo originally thought about whether he could use this extracted energy, but after exploring it, he found that this energy could only be absorbed by Bai Ling through her skill, and it would dissipate into the atmosphere if left for too long. Seeing this, Yemo had to give up the idea of getting rich by relying on the extraction ability. According to the initial decision, they were heading to the central area of the secret realm. They had failed to reach it before because of the attack, but this time they had to get there no matter what. Along the way, due to the descent of many elite-level demon beasts, the density of demon beasts in the entire secret realm was much higher than before, and they were also much more ferocious. On the way, Yemo also encountered the groups he had bullied before. After the descent of elite-level members in these groups, they were full of confidence and came to intercept them aggressively. As a result, Han Han casually released a few lightning bolts, and those elite-level demon beasts that the group had high hopes for were directly severely injured and fell to the ground, and they were looted again. Before, Yemo had enough spirit crystals, so he only took some resources such as spirit fruits. Now that there was Bai Ling, a foodie, all the metal or resources that could be devoured were naturally taken away. Finally, under the reluctant gazes of those demon beasts, Yemo and his party left their territory. A few dozen minutes later, after Yemo looted another demon beast group, he looked at Bai Ling, who was happily eating on his shoulder, glanced at the sky, and said, "Why haven't they come yet?" He was naturally talking about Zhou Tianxiang and others who had the two-winged flying dragon. After knowing that the other party could track him down through smell, he had been waiting, but after waiting for so long, they still hadn't come. Continuing to move towards the central area for several miles, Bai Yu, hiding in the shadows, trembled slightly. Yemo, feeling the vibration on his shoulder, immediately raised his head and looked forward. A gust of wind howled, and a majestic pressure came from a distance. After a while, the figure of the two-winged flying dragon appeared in the sky, and Zhou Tianxiang above it looked down and said with a smile, "Ha, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to not hide." In the distance, the pockmarked teenager following behind the Gale Hound gasped for breath. His eyes lit up when he saw Yemo and others, and he stayed where he was, his tense face relaxing a lot. Finally found them. Fortunately, the other party should not know that it was the Gale Hounds sent tracking, otherwise it should not have been so easy to find. Just when Zhou Tianxiang and the two were excited, Yemo below was also laughing in his heart. They finally came. It's just right to solve them together, but let's ask first, anyway, they can't run away. Let's see if we can ask something. Thinking about it, Yemo pretended to be scared and said to the sky angrily, "Zhou Tianxiang, I ask myself that I have never provoked you. Why do you want to kill me? Although my grandfather is not as good as your father, he is also a master-level beastmaster. If you kill me, the blood soul will entangle you. Even if you rely on your father to successfully reverse Black and White and escape the Alliance's trial, my grandfather will not hesitate to do everything to kill you. I am my grandfather's only descendant." After hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang raised his eyebrows. If the surname Yi's grandfather was not that Yi Ruitong, he might have hesitated for a while. After all, a master-level beastmaster who doesn't even want his life is not ordinary terrifying. Unfortunately, not to mention that he has already obtained the items to deal with the blood soul, just. The reward for his mission this time, he has to kill him. As for Yi Ruitong, a master level who is restricted to several base cities in Beizhou, is really nothing. After he finishes this, he can just leave Beizhou. Moreover, being able to deal with the blood soul, that Yi Ruitong may not really know that he killed his grandson. A mere master-level beastmaster, who are you scaring? As for the blood soul, I have my own means to deal with it, so don't worry about it, ha. Zhou Tianxiang replied with a smile. Since he was sure of victory, he was happy to talk to the other party for a few words. Watching the other party despair step by step was also a kind of enjoyment. Yemo below frowned slightly. Sure enough, there are means to deal with the blood soul, but what exactly are the means? Is there a targeted item, or let that pockmarked face kill him? But letting the pockmarked face kill him is too unstable. In this kind of battle, the other party can't protect the flying dragon's attack from affecting him at all. So the probability is that there is a targeted item, TSK. I can only say that you are really rich. Is it really worth paying such a big price to kill a transcendent level like him? The more Yemo thought about it, the more he didn't understand. How could an ordinary transcendent level like him be worth so much effort for others to kill him? With such a big expense, if he really died here and the blood soul was also dealt with, I am afraid that the people outside would really think that he died in the hands of a demon beast, which is more in line with the public's perception. After thinking about it, he couldn't ask anything. Yemo communicated with Han Han through the mind contract. At the same time, a black shadow quietly slipped out from his right shoulder and quickly rushed in one direction. Above the sky, Zhou Tianxiang just smiled when he saw this. After the last battle, his transcendent equipment had been exhausted, so he would not go down. If the other party had any tricks, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the two-winged flying dragon is good at flying. It used to be close combat because it was good at close combat, but now it is more inclined to ranged attacks after breaking through. Since you have nothing to say, then go to die. The newest and fastest novel is at 69shu.com.
Accompanied by the words, the two-winged flying dragon, with its wings spread out in the sky, flapped its wings, and majestic power continued to gather, and a powerful airflow continued to condense in the sky. In order to avoid accidents, Zhou Tianxiang still chose to let the flying dragon fully release the super-level skill to eliminate the opponent in one blow, although it was a pity, but the safety was high. On the ground, through the super-level thunder control, Han Han had covered the thunder element to 100-meter sky. Thunder Crown. As soon as the skill came out, a light-colored amethyst-like crown appeared on Han Han's head, and the abundant thunder power instantly gathered here. Feeling the constantly surging power in his body, Han Han raised his head and stretched out his palm towards the sky. Tzz. Like a venting flood, purple thunder shot into the sky like a huge beam of light. At this moment, when the two-winged flying dragon, feeling the huge threat, tried to turn its position, dozens of purple thunderbolts like chains suddenly condensed in the surrounding atmosphere, hitting the energy shield it released fiercely. The power was not strong, but it was easy to interrupt its movement temporarily. There was no time left. Facing the anxious beastmaster on his back, the flying dragon squeezed its physical strength, and the charged super-level skill, Two-Winged Windblade, was finally released. The majestic aura shattered and scattered the surrounding thunder chains. Two huge wind blades flew out from the wings, and the cyan light revealed an incomparably sharp aura, as if even the space could be cut off. Whoosh! Without any suspense, facing the super-tier thunder-type energy-enhanced super-tier thunder control, the super-tier skill, only enhanced by mid-tier wind-type energy, was completely unable to block it. The sharp cyan wind blade was penetrated and shattered by the huge pillar of lightning, directly hitting the two-winged flying dragon in the sky. Bang! An explosion sounded, and a cry of sorrow was uttered. Because of the master on its back, the two-winged flying dragon endured all the damage. The newly bright scales on its abdomen became fragmented, blood flowed freely, its life force plummeted, and its body swayed in the sky. The originally ferocious flying dragon now looked somewhat embarrassed. How is that possible? Zhou Tianxiang muttered in disbelief, squatting to steady his body. Clearly, his spirit pet had broken through, its strength had greatly increased, and it had mastered super-tier skills, so why did it turn out like this? Unlike Zhou Tianxiang, the severely injured flying dragon tried its best to flap its wings, manipulating the wind element in an attempt to ascend to a high altitude and escape the battlefield. Buzz buzz buzz. The surrounding thunder chains formed again, once again intercepting the flying dragon's idea of moving. Wanting to escape, it could only be forced to stay in place, mobilizing its power to concentrate on defense, and a cyan energy shield formed again. Whoosh! The simple-minded Han Han below naturally wouldn't let the opponent go. Under Yimo's arrangement, another beam of lightning shot into the sky. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the cyan barrier shattered. With no other choice, the two-winged flying dragon could only mobilize the life force within its body to physically withstand the damage. The lightning dissipated, the explosion ended, and in the sky, a scorched flying dragon fell from the sky. Judging from its life force, it only had a breath left. On the other side, the pockmarked-faced teenager in the distance was dumbfounded when he saw the battle situation. This was completely different from what he had been told before. When the pockmarked-faced teenager saw the flying dragon endure another lightning strike, he ignored the injuries of the Galehound, directly sat on it, and ran back the way he came. Just then, a shadow emerged from the ground, attracting their attention. Then, intangible and immaterial mental threads shot out from the void, connecting to the bodies of the Galehound and the pockmarked-faced teenager. Mental domination. The shadow dissipated, and Baiyu's figure emerged from it. The crescent mark on its forehead flickered with white light from time to time, and its lazy eyes stared quietly ahead. This is that cat from before? Seeing the other party's figure, the pockmarked-faced teenager had some guesses in his heart, but more than that, he was filled with fear, because at this moment, he and his spirit pet were completely unable to move and could only be slaughtered. Perhaps it was because mental domination was only a super-tier skill. After releasing the mental domination threads and entangling the opponent, it could only restrict the opponent's spirit and control the opponent's body, but it could not completely dominate from the inside out. However, these functions alone were already enough. With a thought from Baiyu, a mental shock was released towards the dominated Galehound.
Instantly, the Galehound's mental sea, which was in a defenseless state, shattered directly, its life force dissipated, and it died on the spot. According to what the master said before, as long as this person's life is spared. At this time, affected by the death of his spirit pet, the pockmarked-faced teenager's eyes dripped with blood, his soul was impacted, and his heart became desperate. Oof. Feeling relaxed, Bayou snorted softly, then dominated the pockmarked-faced teenager and walked together to Emo and the others. In the sky, the flying dragon, which was rapidly falling in a hugging position, landed safely on the ground with the help of Han's levitation technique. The two-winged flying dragon could die now, but Zhou Tianxiang, who was being protected inside, still had to have his life spared as much as possible. Cough cough. Under the abdomen of the two-winged flying dragon, to avoid being crushed to death, Zhou Tianxiang coughed up a mouthful of blood and rolled out from inside. After turning on the detection and confirming that the other party's state was not acting, Emo carefully hid behind Han and said, "Let's finish off that flying dragon first." 3 bolts of lightning flew from Han's palm, turning into lightning spears, and hitting the opponent's head fiercely. The seriously injured and unconscious flying dragon could not resist and could only endure this attack. After the collision, the lightning exploded wantonly, and the flying dragon's proud head fell incomplete on the ground. The seriously injured and dying flying dragon finally lost its last breath. Ah! Zhou Tianxiang, who barely supported his body, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the soul trauma caused by the death of his spirit pet made him cry out in pain. Emo watched everything in front of him with cold eyes, did nothing, and quietly waited for Bayou to bring the other person over. A few minutes later, under Bayou's control, the pockmarked-faced teenager's eyes were filled with fear, but his body honestly walked to the side and sat down. "Everyone is here." Seeing this, Emo asked, "You also know what the situation is now? If you don't want to die, honestly tell me everything clearly. Why do you want to kill me? What mission? Who arranged it? What do you know?" The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Emo, calm down, this time I killed you because a cadre of the poacher organization gave me the mission. That person has some connection with my father, so he found me and asked me to come to the secret realm to cooperate with those two to kill you. I don't know why they want to kill you either, I just got a spot here because the reward they gave was too precious. By the way, that person gave me the reward in advance, it's a 5th order flying dragon's essence blood. If you let me go, I'll give you that essence blood when I get out. I swear I will never retaliate against you, this is all the fault of that poacher organization. Listening to the other party's appearance as if he couldn't wait to say everything, Emo communicated with Bayou through mental connection, confirmed that what the other party said was true, nodded, and looked to the other side. What about you? You really don't want to say anything? To tell you the truth, I really didn't plan to let you go, but how you die depends on what you say next. You might as well tell you, I encountered an iron ant nest before, you don't want to experience the feeling of being bitten off piece by countless iron ants, right? Faced with the threat, the pockmarked-faced teenager's face turned dark, thought about it, and finally sighed helplessly, okay, whatever you want to know, just say it, I'll tell you everything I know. Seeing the other party's obedient appearance, Emo asked with satisfaction, okay, then let's follow the questions I asked before, you start talking. Beside him, Bayou turned into a shadow and slid onto Emo's body, finally revealing his figure on his right shoulder, soul perception fully activated, carefully sensing the other party's words to confirm whether they were true or false. Thank you for drinking too much and beating people, and thank you reader 151230840890367590 for the monthly ticket support. New week, continue to ask for monthly tickets and recommendations. The pockmarked teenager, not intending to hide anything, began to explain everything one by one. I am a member of a poaching organization because my father is a regular cadre in the organization, so I also joined. The reason I came to the secret realm to kill you this time is because I received instructions from a high-level cadre. A month ago, he gave me and that fatty each a spirit pet. As a price, if needed, I would have to obey his orders to kill someone. We couldn't refuse at all. Just a few days ago, after the secret realm list came out, he notified me and the fatty to go to the secret realm to kill you. I don't know the reason for killing you. I'm just a tool to carry out the task. If you really want to find someone, you have to find that high-level cadre. However, every high-level cadre in the poaching organization possesses king-level combat power. I advise you to hide in a big city in the future. Speaking of the end, the pockmarked teenager even smiled. What he said was true, and he seemed to be really unclear. However, why would a high-level cadre of a poaching organization want to kill him? Yemo couldn't figure it out. I saw other elite-level poachers entering the secret realm before. Do you know what's going on? What is their purpose? The pockmarked teenager thought for a while and said, I'm not too sure either. I only know that the secret realm will be upgraded to a level 2 secret realm in the next few days, and then a group of elite-level poachers will come in. I don't know what their purpose is, but they will definitely hunt you students specifically. After all, the spirit pets of genius beast tamers are good materials for making high-quality skill crystals. Hearing this, Yemo's face darkened. He wasn't afraid of these poachers, but it would be troublesome if Lin Shiyang and the others encountered them. Next, he asked a few more questions in a row. After he couldn't get anything out of him, Yemo temporarily spared his life and looked at Zhou Tianxiang. It seems you only know this much, so I'll send you on your way to see your spirit pet. Zhou Tianxiang, who was a little dry from speaking, shook his head and shouted, Don't kill me. Besides the flying dragon essence blood, I also have money, and many precious resources, all placed outside. Spare my life, and I will give them all to you after I get out, and I really won't take revenge on you. Seeing this, Yemo shook his head and said, I don't care about what you said. Besides, who knows if there are any traps? Verbal promises are useless. In any case, you have to die here today. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang understood that relying on external objects could not move the other party. Thinking that he was actually going to die here, his mentality collapsed, and he hysterically shouted, You can't kill me. My father is the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association in Yulin City. He is a king level. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Yemo smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. Let's begin, Yu. Looking at Yemo's gaze, the lazy Baiyu yawned. Through mental domination, the pockmarked teenager, who was quietly waiting for death, stood up under control, picked up the wooden thorn that had been prepared on the side, and then slowly headed towards Zhou Tianxiang. No, you can't do this, watching the pockmarked teenager approaching from a distance, Zhou Tianxiang, who was unable to move, kept shouting in fear. Put! The controlled pockmarked teenager stabbed hard, interrupting the other party's words. After the extraordinary transformation, his strength was surprisingly great, and he pierced the other party's heart with one blow. Then, after a few more stabs, Zhou Tianxiang's vitality dissipated, his eyes widened, and blood kept flowing. Before he died, his eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. After killing Zhou Tianxiang, the pockmarked teenager, under control, clenched the wooden thorn and stabbed himself fiercely. A moment later, 2 corpses lay quietly on the ground like this. Huff! Yemo took a deep breath. The 3 people who had tried to kill him at the beginning were finally all killed. Now he could put all his energy into finding Lin Shiyang and the others. Moreover, on the way, he could let Han, Yu, and Xiaobai practice. With so many opponents, he could greatly increase their levels. After thinking about it, Yemo communicated with Baiyu and confirmed that the blood soul was not entangled in them. After carefully rummaging through the 2 of them and finding a few useful things from a pile of useless things, he dealt with the corpses and then left here. Originally, Yemo was thinking about throwing these 2 alive into the territory of that ferocious monster and feeding them directly to them. Wouldn't it be better to not only kill them but also destroy the evidence? However, there were too few ferocious monsters that could eat humans. After all, monsters with some wisdom could already distinguish the quality of food, and humans, a food with obviously low nutritional value, were obviously not valued. Even if he wanted to find a monster willing to kill these 2 people, it would be difficult. After all, the monsters in this area were all scared by him. They were afraid that they would see humans and quickly leave with their family property. As for the iron ants he mentioned before, he had only seen them in books and had never seen them in reality. Therefore, after thinking about it, EMO, who was short on time, made such a choice. The latest novels are published first at Lu Nine Shuba. Inside the secret realm, at the foot of a thundering giant tree. 5 students, 3 male and 2 female, were panting heavily, sitting on the ground to rest. One of the boys had an injured arm, and blood was flowing straight from the wound until he drank a healing potion to stabilize it. Another boy had a cut in his stomach, and even after drinking the potion, his face was still as pale as paper. The other 3 were in better condition, but they were too exhausted and were all drinking a tube of recovery potion. Outside the crowd, 4 spirit pets of different shapes were carefully and vigilantly scanning the surrounding environment. What do we do now? Shall we was killed by them? Those people are here to kill us. The short-haired girl, Zhang Lily, couldn't stop the fear in her heart and shouted. As an excellent student in Beihan City, she once looked down on Linghu District and other places and was very proud in her heart. However, after seeing her classmates die, her former pride and confidence disappeared, and now she could only vent and shout. Lu Zhuoran, from the snow leopard breeding base in Linghu District, was silent, covering his injured wrist, his eyes a little gloomy. Fang Yuan, who transferred to Linghu District, saw everyone's gloomy appearance and immediately said, "Everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. The situation of the secret realm upgrading before must be known outside. It won't be long before the outside will arrange personnel to come to rescue. We just need to hold on until the rescue arrives. Moreover, my spirit pet and Lu Zhuoran's spirit pet have now successfully broken through to become elite level. Most of those poachers act alone. If we encounter one, we are not without the power to fight back." Hearing this, the faces of the others improved slightly, but when they thought of the 2 poachers they had encountered before, their hearts still sank. If those 2 hadn't had a grudge and someone had covered their retreat, they would probably all have died there. So, where do we go now? Just stay here? Zhang Lily asked, still frightened. Having witnessed her friend die before her eyes, she felt no sense of security. Fang Yuan looked around. There were 6 people in total. Including herself, 3 were from Linghu District, and the other 3 were from Beihan City, 2 elite-level combatants, 1 who would soon break through to elite level, 1 doing odd jobs, and 1 seriously injured with his spirit pet killed in battle. What would be the best course of action? Lin Xiang, your spirit pet has sent tracking. Tell us what you think. Lin Xiang, who was taking care of the seriously injured boy, said with a wry smile, "I just asked Xiaobing. It said that the 2 poachers are both to the west, some distance away from us, but their route is in our direction. If we keep staying here, we might run into them. So, I suggest we go east. On the one hand, it's further away from those 2. On the other hand, my friend Yemo is over there. He's not too far from us. If we can join up, it will also increase our combat power." Back then, he had finally managed to leave that hill and followed the scent to find Yemo, who was closer. Who would have thought that he would encounter the secret realm upgrade? After he carefully avoided the elite-level demon beasts, he still ran into the poachers chasing Fang Yuan and the others. Then, he ran all the way here. However, Lin Xiang really didn't expect poachers to enter the secret realm. It was too dangerous. Lin Xia was a bit far away and couldn't make it in time, but Jimo's aura wasn't too far away. Moreover, compared to his sister's overlord-class spirit pet, Yemo, whose spirit pet was just a berserk bear, was definitely in a worse situation. He should find him as soon as possible. It would be safer together. Just as Lin Xiang was secretly thinking, Zhang Lily, who had calmed down a bit, asked, "What's the strength of your friend? Don't let him be another burden." Nearby, Fang Yuan directly replied, "I know that Yemo. His spirit pet is a berserk bear." During the secret realm qualification competition, the berserk bear's level was already 17. If he's lucky in the secret realm, he might be close to elite level now. You should also remember, he's the one who made an appointment to fight you at the entrance of the hotel before. Hearing this, Zhang Lily remembered his appearance and curled her lips. He was only level 17 back then. I guess he's only around level 18 now. Although there are many good things in the secret realm,
it's difficult for spirit pets like berserk bears to exert their power in this secret realm where demon beast groups are common. It would be good enough if he's still alive. Don't let him be another burden later. Hearing her words, Fong Yuan wanted to say something, such as that person's berserk bear being different, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Anyway, Zhang Lily's foul-mouthed habit couldn't be changed. Sitting on the stone, Lu Juoran, who was still treating his wound, felt the pain in his arm lessen a lot when he heard this familiar name. Ah! Hearing the scream, Fong Yuan and the others turned to look at Lu Juoran. What's wrong? Are you okay? Is there a problem with the wound? Looking at the wound on his arm that had burst open, with traces of blood flowing, Lu Juoran said embarrassedly, "It's nothing. I accidentally touched the wound just now. I'll take care of it. By the way, I think Lin Xiang's idea is feasible. One more person means one more strength. Even if the strength is a little weaker, they can take care of the seriously injured classmate." Seeing that Lu Juoran and Fong Yuan had both said so, Zhang Lily could only nod. Okay, then should we leave now or later? Looking at the pale face of the last person, Fong Yuan thought for a while and finally said, "Let's wait a little longer. Mu Xiaoliang's condition is too bad. We'll leave after he absorbs the life potion." In the previous battle, Mu Xiaoliang's spirit pet was killed, and he himself was seriously injured. Now, he was completely useless. Of course, Mu Xiaoliang understood his situation, so he braced himself and said, "Let's leave now. I can still hold on, but with my condition, I'll have to trouble Lin Xiang." Beside him, Lin Xiang shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Anyway, with my strength, I can only do these things." Because his spirit pet had taken the molting liquid before, he had been unable to cultivate. He didn't gain anything from just running away in the secret realm, so his spirit pet was still level 18. If nothing unexpected happened, it would still be level 18 when he left the secret realm. With this kind of strength, it was okay to fight opponents of the same level, but as soon as he encountered an elite level, he could only run. Okay, then let's quickly pack up our things and prepare to leave. Lin Xiang, you lead the way. I'll follow behind you. Lu Juoran, you bring up the rear. As Fong Yuan spoke, the group of 5 quickly packed up their belongings, taking 4 spirit pets, and carefully advanced towards the east. Outside the secret realm, the center of Beihan City. Inside the garrison mansion. The newest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Damn it, why does Beihan City only have so few master-level beast tamers? Flipping through the information, Lu Lindong, the garrison of Beihan City, covered his forehead and said angrily. A few minutes ago, after receiving the message from Secret Realm Camp No. 1, he felt that there was a problem, so he prepared to personally lead people to the entrances of the major secret realms. However, as the garrison of Beihan City, he needed to be responsible for the safety of the entire Beihan City. What if he led a large army to the secret realm entrance, and someone attacked the city? So, he immediately asked the secretary to contact all master-level beast tamers in the city and have them prepare for battle during this period. As a result, the master-level beast tamers in the other districts were almost all there, but several master-level beast tamers in the city center went to Zhuoyang City together the day before yesterday. What kind of time was it to run outside together? Seeing this, Lu Lindong only felt tired. There were a total of 30 master-level beast tamers in Beihan City, of which 17 were in the city center. As a result, the president of the Beast Tamer Association took 5 to Zhuoyang City, leaving only 11, and after subtracting the 2 on the secret realm side, there were 9. According to the base city defense guidelines, except in special circumstances, the main urban area must ensure that it has the power to resist the monarch level, at least to be able to hold out until support from other base cities arrives. But with this number, let alone taking a few people with him to the secret realm side, even without taking them, these few people combined would be hard-pressed to resist a monarch. Phew! Exhaling a breath, there was no time to think. Lu Lindong's eyes were solemn, and he began to tell the secretary next to him the next arrangements. First, transfer a master level from each of the other districts to the city. The defense of the 12 master levels plus the major legions was barely enough. Then, contact the surrounding major base cities and ask them to support some manpower. Finally, arrange for manpower to take elite-level elite soldiers to the camp for support, while he himself will lead his exclusive legion to set off with the team. Inside the secret realm, on a certain piece of ground on the eastern side, close to the central area. Rumble. Purple lightning exploded, accompanied by endless destruction. Trees were shattered into fragments, and a massive crater was blasted into the flat ground. In the somewhat empty environment, a masked, short-haired adult woman's body was mostly charred black. Her pupils revealed an expression of disbelief, and she knelt on the ground. How is this possible? Thump! Before she could finish speaking, the short-haired woman collapsed to the ground, her life extinguished. Not far from her, two spirit pets of different forms had already lost their lives, some of their corpses incomplete. How long has it been? I've already run into another poacher, Emo muttered, cautiously stepping out from behind Han Han. In the distance, having gone through a battle and successfully defeated an elite level by Ling, was retracting its flying sword, head held high, its little feet moving confidently. Now, it was finally no longer a burden. It could even take on elite-level opponents. In its excitement, it also remembered to take out food from its space and use its gold-devouring skill to absorb and increase its strength. Looking at the surroundings that had been destroyed beyond recognition, Emo felt somewhat helpless. After Han Han's strength increased, the destructive power of its skills had greatly increased. It was still alright before, but now it was directly causing destruction, destroying everything wherever it went. Just like that, after waiting in place for a few minutes, a bright light appeared from the void next to the poacher's corpse within the pit, shattered, and then a large pile of items fell from this void space opening with a crash. After a Beastmaster becomes an intermediate Beastmaster, they can fully awaken the Beastmaster skill, Contract Space. At that time, anything can be stored within it. If a Beastmaster dies, then the contract space will gradually shatter, and the items stored inside will fall next to the Beastmaster's body under the pressure of the space. Generally, this situation of items falling from the contract space can happen very quickly, but this is a secret realm, and the space is different from the outside world, so it takes more time for it to fall. Emo understood this point, so he didn't loot the corpse of the poacher he killed earlier. After all, it wasn't safe enough at the time. Who knew what would happen if he waited a few more minutes? Now it was different. With Han Han in front and Baiyu on the side, what could this mere secret realm do to him? A moment later, the skilled Baiyu controlled the poacher's corpse and began to place the fallen items on the ground one by one. Emo then activated his investigation, searching for useful things. So poor, no wonder they became poachers. After storing away some spirit crystals and other common items, Emo complained. An elite-level Beastmaster only dropped 2 level 3 spirit crystals and 30-odd level 2 spirit crystals. Although these could be taken out of the secret realm, their total value was only 30 to 50,000, which was too little. Emo, it seems like more humans are coming from the west, 3 people, their level should be similar to the previous one. Baiyu's voice entered Emo's mind. 3 people, elite level, should still be poachers, right? Emo muttered with a slight frown, while turning his gaze to Han Han and Bai Ling. Let's go, we'll go meet them. If they are students, then forget it, but if they are poachers, same old way, kill them all directly. As the words fell, Han Han nodded, restrained its aura, and led Emo towards the west, while Bai Ling followed closely behind. Compared to her sister who liked to sit, she still preferred to run. On the west side, on the ground covered with weeds, a slightly fat poacher and 2 sturdy poachers were chatting and laughing together. Around them, the corpses of dozens of elite species ice horn rabbits were lying scattered on the ground, the flowing blood dyeing this gray grassland with a hint of red. Not bad, Fatty, you were actually able to find the ice horn rabbit's nest. There's a high probability that these demon beasts at the extraordinary level only master one skill, and it's still a mid-tier skill, and their strength is still weak, so they are too suitable for extracting skill crystals. That's right, this harvest is good. Don't worry, we brothers keep our word, half of the skill crystals extracted here are yours. Hearing the words of the Wine brothers, Fatty replied with a smile, I didn't contribute any strength, how can I want so much? I think we should divide it into 3 parts, 1 for each person. After all, these ice horn rabbits were all killed by you. Brothers.
Wang Yonggang and Wang Yongmeng looked at each other, and then Wang Yonggang, as the older brother, said with a smile, "How can we be so embarrassed? If it weren't for you, how could we brothers have such a big harvest?" Fatty squinted his eyes, looked at the other two brothers' spirit pets in the distance, which were in full swing, scratched his head, and said with a silly smile, "How can you say that? There are several elite level ones in this ice horn rabbit group. Even if I escorted someone here, I wouldn't be able to beat them, so I still have to rely on you, so don't refuse. Let's divide it into 3 parts. Also, let's extract the skill crystals quickly, or we won't be able to extract them after a long time." The latest and fastest novel is first published on Lu9 Shuba. Waiting here, Wang Yonggang then nodded and said, "Since you have said so, let's divide it into 3 parts, Xiaomeng, let's go extract the skill crystals first." "Okay, brother." The group of 3 took out a square, token-shaped soul token and began to extract skill crystals one by one from the dead demon beasts. As members of the poacher organization, as long as they join the organization, they can obtain a soul token for extracting skill crystals. Although their soul tokens are only level 3, they can only extract demon beast spirit pets of tier 3 and below, but it is completely enough for their intermediate beast masters. Time passed slowly, and the remaining souls of the demon beasts were extracted into pieces of skill crystals. Although some extractions failed, most of them were successfully extracted, and all the skills contained inside were mid-tier skill Ice Element Barrier, a common ice-based defense skill. The applicable range is okay, and the price is good. Not bad. We actually extracted 52 skill crystals, including 47 at the extraordinary level and 5 at the elite level. The sealed skills are all mid-tier skill Ice Element Barrier, Wang Yongmeng shouted excitedly after counting the number of skill crystals. A skill crystal that seals a mid-tier skill, the demand for an extraordinary level 1 can reach tens of thousands, and the demand for an elite level 1 is a bit worse, but it can also be sold for 5 or 6,000, which means that there is a total harvest of more than 500,000 here, divided into 3 parts, and each person has more than 100,000, which is a harvest of less than a day. Although it doesn't seem like much, you must know that they are only intermediate beastmasters. This kind of strength in the entire alliance can only be said to be a little better than ordinary people. Even if they take the risk of becoming members of the Beastmaster Association or the Hunter Council, they will not live much better. A level 1 spirit crystal costs 100 yuan, and a level 2 spirit crystal costs about 500 to 800 yuan, and the most that an intermediate beastmaster can handle is a tier 2 demon beast. According to the price of spirit crystals, how many tier 2 demon beasts would they have to kill to earn more than 100,000? Even if the corpse of the demon beast is worth a lot of money, it is not only troublesome to carry, but its price is far from that of a skill crystal. Because of these people will join the poacher organization. There is no way the money comes too fast. Perhaps the Beastmaster Association and the Hunter Council also have methods for extracting skill crystals, but the difficulty of obtaining and cultivating is not low, and he, an ordinary beastmaster with poor talent, cannot access it at all. Just as Wang Yonggang and his brother, along with the fatty, finished dividing the skill crystals, a level 28 elite black-striped fox, close to the edge under a tree, perked up its ears and squeaked. "What's going on?" Wang Yonggang frowned slightly and asked. Although the 3 of them were veteran intermediate beast masters, they couldn't be fearless in the secret realm. On the contrary, any high-level, high-species monster could pose a considerable threat to them. Especially monster clans. They could spend some effort to kill the entire ice-horned rabbit clan, but that didn't mean other monster clans were the same. If they encountered some ferocious high-level elite monster clans, running slower would mean certain death. After listening to his spirit pet, Fatty said somewhat strangely, "My spirit pet just said it heard something rushing towards us, with only a few, like 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Wouldn't that be almost the same as acting alone?" After a little thought, Wang Yanggang's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Then let's wait here. With that few, they might be some students." Wang Yongmeng on the side heard this and said excitedly, "Students? Really? We've been here for a while, and we haven't encountered a single student. It would be great if they were really students. I've heard that the spirit pets of these students are mostly high-level elite species." High-level elite species meant there was a chance of mastering high-level skills.
At that time, extracting a high-level skill crystal with extraordinary level requirements could sell for at least 2 to 300,000, a huge profit. Of course, if these students' spirit pets broke through to the elite level, and the skill crystal extraction level requirement reached above level 20, then the price would be much lower, and selling it for 100,000 would be good. Let's take a look first. It might be a monster. Anyway, let's prepare first. As long as the other party's strength isn't particularly strong, then we'll go straight up, Wang Yonggang said. Wang Yongmeng and Fatty beside him nodded in agreement, and the 4 spirit pets gathered here were ready to fight. Swish, swish, swish. The target was getting closer and closer to them. Before long, the trees in front were parted, and the figure of the person who came finally appeared. Are you poachers too? The person who came was naturally Yemo and the others. At this moment, he was behind Han Han, being carried along by its levitation technique. A moment later, the running by Ling finally arrived at the scene, its sharp eyes looking at the 3 people and 4 pets in front. It's really a student, a big profit. Too bad, how is that bear already elite level? What a loss. That cat is extraordinary level, but why is the species level only elite level? Wan Yonggang and the others discussed among themselves. As for Yemo, in their eyes, he was just fish on the chopping board. Seeing the other party's unbridled discussion, Yemo was not careless and directly activated exploration to first understand the attributes of the other party's 3 spirit pets. Level 28 elite species black-striped fox has many skills, mastering 6 intermediate skills, but the proficiency is very low. 2 elite species rock armor stone men, 1 level 29, 1 level 27, ordinary. Level 24 high-level elite species blood-eyed giant dog, this one is not bad, actually has 2 high-level skills, but the talent is ordinary. After taking a look at the other party's spirit pet attributes, Yemo once again explored the attributes of the other party's 3 poachers themselves, confirming that they only had these 4 spirit pets, and his heart relaxed a lot. Not strong, he can let Bai Ling practice later, and the experience gained from fighting beyond its level will be more. At this time, the sturdy Wang Yonggang chuckled and said, "Boy, consider yourself unlucky, actually running into us. It seems even the heavens want to take you in." Unlike his brother, Wang Yongmeng was much more direct, commanding the rock armor stone man, earth yellow energy gathering on its body, and then thumping towards Yemo's direction, forcibly stomping out a new path on the grass. The black-striped fox, which had been hiding under the edge of the tree, was mobilizing the power of darkness, and wisps of black shadows quickly cut off Yemo and the others' retreat. "Bai, you go meet that stone man." Under the mind contract, Bai Ling, after hearing the words, straightened its body. It actually had a battle to fight again, and rushed forward excitedly. This behavior stunned Wang Yonggang, who was preparing to send his spirit pet to help. What did this mean? If arranging that level 21 bear to face the enemy wasn't much, after all, it was a high-level elite species spirit pet. Although the rock armor stone man was high-level, it was not necessarily able to win, but letting a level 10-something elite species spirit pet fight, what did that mean? Sending it to die? At this time, about to come into contact with the opponent, the running Bai Ling quickly activated intermediate adamantine body, its smooth fur becoming as shiny as gold, and a feeling of indestructible emerged in everyone's mind, followed by a golden right claw suddenly swung out. Intermediate adamantine claw. Intermediate rock shattering strike. Facing the rushing opponent, the level 29 rock armor stone man quickly released its skill, its huge fist violently swinging out. Boom! After the skills collided, a muffled sound appeared. Bai Ling used the force to fly backwards, steadily landing while looking up at the enemy. At this moment, the rock armor stone man, after colliding, staggered back several steps, finally sitting down on the ground before stopping, looking at the 3 vertical marks on its huge arm, its small eyes revealing an unbelievable look, obviously frightened by the opponent's strength. Clearly, the opponent's aura was so weak, but the burst just now was even greater than its own. In the distance, Wang Yongmeng, seeing his spirit pet suffer, widened his eyes even more. How could this kind of strength be an extraordinary level spirit pet, or an elite species? This combat power, someone would believe it if you said it was a lord species. Unlike Wang Yongmeng, Wang Yonggang,
who was originally slightly interested, widened his eyes upon seeing this and immediately shouted loudly, "Fatty, quickly have your spirit pet stop them. Absolutely can't let them run away." Seeing this, Fatty could only immediately command his spirit pet. The black-striped fox, which was originally only cutting off the other party's retreat, burst out instantly, releasing several intermediate skills in succession. Under the coordination of various skills, black patterns gradually surrounded the entire area. When the encirclement was completely formed, the air seemed to be trapped, and at the same time, the powerful energy fluctuations of the skill spread out, scaring away many extraordinary level monsters around. Staying inside, Yemo, quietly watching the other party's operation, couldn't help but feel a little curiosity in his heart. Clearly, they were only a few intermediate skills, but releasing them together was actually comparable to a high-level skill, especially the scale of the skill, which was generally difficult for a high-level skill to achieve. Seeing that the other party was trapped, Wang Yonggang laughed and said, "This time, we might really make a big profit. That cat species level is clearly only elite level, but releasing its skills caused such great power, so what it used must be a high-level skill, or even a super-level skill." What, a super-level skill? Although it was only possible to have it, hearing this, whether it was Fatty or Wang Yongmeng, they became excited. If it was really a super-level skill, then extracting a super-level skill crystal with only extraordinary level requirements, and selling it would be a fortune. That would be at least several million. At this time, not far from here, another group of people felt the strong aura emanating from the skills here. Deep within the dense forest, Lin Xiang and the other four were cautiously making their way forward when powerful skill fluctuations emanated from not far away. This undisguised aura was definitely the fluctuation of an elite-level combatant. What's going on over there? Are the demon beasts fighting? Should we go around? Zhang Lili, who was in the middle of the group, stopped and asked in a low voice. Their entire team only had 2 elite-level combatants. Faced with this kind of energy fluctuation that seemed fierce at first glance, it was best to avoid trouble. At this time, except for Mu Xiaoliang, who was resting on his pet's back due to his serious injuries, Fang Yuanyuan and Lu Zhuoran both turned their attention to Lin Xiang. He was the one leading the way this time, so the decision of what to do naturally depended on his opinion. Lin Xiang, who was being watched by everyone, frowned tightly, his face somewhat anxious. The direction of the scent tracking is the same place as that energy fluctuation just now. According to Little Bing's judgment, Yemo is most likely there, and they might already be fighting. I want to go help, what do you guys think? Upon hearing this, everyone reacted differently. Mu Xiaoliang, lying on his pet's back, didn't express his opinion. In his condition, whether he said it was good or bad wouldn't matter, and he might offend people, so he might as well pretend to be asleep and not hear anything. Finally, Lu Zhuoran, who was walking slowly at the back, remained silent for a moment before raising his head and saying, "My opinion is to go help. This energy fluctuation hasn't disappeared even now, which means that they are still fighting, which also means..." Fang Yuanyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she continued, "Which also means that Yemo's pet has also broken through to the elite level, or that Yemo definitely has an elite level combatant there, so let's set off now. For them now, every elite level combatant could greatly improve everyone's safety." After listening, Zhang Lili could only nod in agreement. If the other party was really an elite-level combatant, then their importance was much greater than hers. However, deep down, she still didn't believe that the other party's pet could break through and become an elite level. After all, he was from a small place, and his pet was only level 17 before. How could it break through so quickly? She guessed that Yemo should be teaming up with others like them. Lin Xiang, who was standing at the front, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing everyone's decision. Although he would have gone to take a look himself if they had refused, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he went. At best, he could only lead people to escape. After making the decision, the 5 people and 4 pets quickly rushed towards the target location. After all, they had made up their minds to provide support, wouldn't it be a big loss if they didn't make it in time? Elsewhere, Yemo looked at the black patterns that flickered from time to time in the surrounding void, and then at the 3 poachers in front of him with undisguised joy on their faces. He connected to the mental senses and joined the same channel with Bai Yu, Bai Ling, and Han Han. Little Bai, just fight that rock armor golem properly, okay? Let Han Han handle the others. Meow. Just a small stone, let's see how I deal with it. Yu, just continue to hide well. At the same time, pay attention to the actions of the three opponents, don't let them run away. No problem, but through mental sensing, it seems that there are a few people rushing over quickly in the distance. They will be able to reach here in about 2 minutes. Should we make a quick decision? There are even more people coming, could they be the poacher's accomplices? Then let Han Han quickly deal with the other pets. After completing the connection, Emo and his party began to act. Han Han, who was in front, had electric light flashing in his eyes. He waved his palm, and a thunderous force gathered here, then suddenly blasted out like a laser cannon. Advanced Thunder. Control, Thunder Beam. Swoosh. On the opposite side, the other rock armor golem, without its master giving any orders, stayed in place. Then, they only saw a flash of purple light, and its body was shattered and blasted away like broken linen. Instant kill. Put. The death of the pet, coupled with the suddenness, instantly turned Wang Yonggeng's excitement into shock. The soul injury made his brain like paste. This. The reacting fatty stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. The shock brought by this direct instant kill caused fear to fill his heart. How could they possibly defeat this kind of opponent? Damn it, brother, are you okay? Wang Yongmeng asked anxiously, pulling Wang Yonggeng behind the blood-eyed giant hound, while his eyes kept looking at Emo and the others, his face both angry and frightened. The newest and most complete novels are at 6-9 book bar. It's okay, that bear is definitely not a high-level elite species. It must have the ability to hide information. The true species level is probably lord level. Wang Yonggeng said, clutching his chest and panting. We are definitely no match. Fatty, if you don't want to die, let's all go all out together. Actually, even if they went all out, they probably wouldn't be able to win. If the other side let their pets attack them, they would probably be dead already. However, perhaps because the other party was a student, they only attacked the pets and didn't attack the beast masters, which made them feel that there was still a glimmer of hope. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red aura rose from the blood-eyed giant hound's body. Advanced Bloodthirst was directly activated, and boundless power continued to surge out. Its originally sharp eyes became somewhat crazy, and then it split into 2 blood clones, launching charges from all directions, while it stayed in place and spewed out a blood-red light wave. The last remaining rock armor golem in the distance, under the order of its master, charged regardless of everything, trying its best to block Bai Ling. Seeing this, the frightened fatty also commanded his pet. The black pattern fox, which was already quite exhausted, squeezed itself again, and black shadow tentacles rushed out of the ground frantically, trying to interfere with the opponent. Poof. Seeing the opponent's final burst, Emo, who had already guessed the opponent's methods through investigation, snorted coldly, and then Han Han floated a few dozen centimeters off the ground in front of him, his palms together. Advanced Thunder Control, Thunder Barrier Modified. Streams of thunder appeared on its body, turning into a thunder barrier, and then, under the control of Advanced Thunder Control, it quickly spread to the surroundings. Wherever the powerful thunder passed, everything was destroyed by its violent power. Whether it was the surrounding dense trees, the interfering black shadow tentacles, or the 2 blood-eyed giant hound clones that rushed over, they were all reduced to nothing under the bombardment of thunder. The tyrannical thunder continued to spread until it stopped in front of the blood-eyed giant hound. If the beast master hadn't wanted to leave those 2 alive for now, this strike would have cleared the field. After the lightning spread, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. With this strike, the scene fell into silence. Even the blood-eyed giant hound, which had activated its bloodlust, closed its mouth and dared not make a sound. Having no control over the thunder element between heaven and earth, Han Han successfully spread its thunder-type energy to the entire battlefield with this strike, and now the initiative was completely in its hands. Ignoring the despair in the eyes of the opposing group, Han Han raised its head proudly. A flash of electricity appeared in its pupils, and several lightning bolts, like giant pythons, suddenly surged from the air, striking towards the blood-eyed giant hound and the black-patterned fox. Boom, boom, boom. The massive but inflexible blood-eyed giant hound could only mobilize its energy to withstand the attacks. Unfortunately, as it wasn't known for its defense, it was charred black and collapsed on the ground, its life extinguished, after forcibly enduring 3 lightning pythons. On the other side, the black-patterned fox, with its higher mental attributes, sensed the danger and dodged in advance. In the end, it was only hit after a lightning bolt shattered its barrier. However, with its weaker constitution, it was still severely injured and lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. However, the black patterns covering this area still existed and did not dissipate due to the releaser's severe injuries, but the fluctuations they emitted became smaller and smaller. Seeing that things were settled on this side, Yemo turned his head to look at Bai Ling's side. Dong, dong, dong. Bang, bang. Bai Ling, who had activated its adamantine transformation, was fighting enthusiastically with the rock armor stone man, rarely encountering an opponent that could withstand more attacks. The excited Bai Ling continuously experimented with its moves. Sword slashes, claw swipes, enchanted flying swords with light element. To prevent the opponent from falling too quickly, Bai Ling's light element enchantment skills were not fully activated. Of course, the main reason it could fight so slowly was that Yemo's side was progressing too smoothly and didn't need its help at all, so Bai Ling took this opportunity to hone its skills. Alright, if you 3 don't want to die too painfully, tell me what you know. Don't lie to me, my spirit pet can detect lies. Turning his gaze back to the trio of poachers, Yemo asked in a deep voice. He had asked every poacher he encountered before, unless there were special circumstances. Of course, it would be better to learn more about the other party's information. The faces of the 3 poachers were pale, and their eyes were lifeless. Although they knew that there would come a day when they would fail in this line of work, who would think that they would be the ones to die until that day actually came? Looking at the silent trio, Yemo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Han Han, give the one on the left some lightning therapy. Ha! Just as Fatty and the others were slightly stunned, the skilled Han Han had already manipulated the lightning and directly struck Wang Yongmeng on the left. Wang Yongmeng let out a shrill scream, his body trembling violently, even showing signs of twitching and spasms, his face as pale as snow, and sweat pouring down like rain. The painful display caused the 2 people beside him to retreat one after another, away from his position. All right. When Yemo's words fell, Han Han retracted the lightning. For it, this kind of tormenting lightning was still very difficult. After all, if it used a little more force, the other party would be gone, just like the first tester before, who was turned into charcoal because of insufficient control. However, precisely because it was difficult, it could be used as a training method, and the effect was very good, allowing it to once again understand its master's wisdom. How is it? Are you going to talk or not? Faced with Yemo's threat, Fatty directly spoke out what he knew. Most of it had been heard before, but there were also some things that hadn't been heard, such as the name of the senior cadre, Wei Taijun, who was the boss specifically managing poachers in several base cities around Beihan City, including Beihan City. Besides these, there was also some content about his own situation and the identity information of the 2 people next to him, but this didn't have any useful content. After listening, Yemo glanced at Han Han, and a flash of electricity appeared in its eyes. 2 lightning bolts suddenly descended from the sky, quickly killing the fatty poacher and the black-patterned fox, who was barely clinging to life not far away. Then what about you 2? Do you have anything to say? Poacher Wang Yonggang looked at his brother, who had just recovered, and raised his head coldly, saying, I have nothing to say. What I know is the same as that person. Put. Just then, a golden flying sword from a distance, carrying a white glow, pierced through the head of the rock armor stone man, killing it. Having had enough fun, Bai Ling, who had finished practicing its moves, raised its head and skillfully retrieved the flying sword. Then, it confidently trotted towards Yemo, feeling that it had just looked so cool fighting beyond its level and that it must have a good chat with its sister later. Wang Yongmeng, who had just recovered, coughed heavily, and then directly collapsed on the ground. The death of his spirit pet also brought him a soul-deep injury. 2 lightning bolts fell, and only 2 corpses remained on the ground. Those who chose to become poachers would probably have this day eventually. Those who prided themselves on being hunters would one day become prey.
The newest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Bang! A muffled sound came from the west, and a nearly transparent barrier constructed of black patterns had a crack. Then, the crack grew larger and larger. Along with a black crescent-shaped energy rushing into the field, several figures followed and rushed in. "Yemo, I'm here. Are you all right?" Following the shadow leopard, Lin Xiang, who was the first to rush in, looked at Yemo in the center of the field. When his gaze turned to the several charred corpses at the other party's feet, the words in his mouth became smaller and smaller. At this time, Lu Jueran and the others, who were vigilant in their hearts, carefully followed into the field, while immediately observing the situation inside, so as to decide how to respond. Before coming in, as the only two elite-level combatants, Fang Yuanyuan and Lu Jueran discussed several plans on the way to deal with the battle. As a result, looking at the destroyed field and the several charred dead spirit pets, both Fang Yuanyuan and Lu Jueran were stunned in place. "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Are there no enemies?" Zheng Lily, who came in last, looked at her stunned companions and asked in confusion, then turned her gaze inside. Is this Yemo? Didn't you say that his spirit pet was only level 17 before? Didn't you say that his spirit pet was a berserk bear?" At a glance, the corpses of several spirit pets that had just died not long ago still exuded the aura of elite level, and these 4 elite-level spirit pets in total just died like this? All of this was done by Yemo's spirit pet? After the other two came back to their senses, Zheng Lily still couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? How could the other party be so strong? For some reason, at this time, the first thing that came to her mind was the appointment battle with the other party at the hotel before. At the beginning, she also said something about fighting in the secret realm, but now, how can they compete? Unlike her with a complicated heart, Lin Xiang smiled and ran over after seeing that his friend was safe and sound. "Yemo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Did you do all of this?" Similarly, after finally finding Lin Xiang, Yemo breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Of course, just a mere mid-level beastmaster, I'm just randomly killing. Thanks to one Phased Saber, NGC 2237_DA, and the monthly ticket support from the Immortal of the World. Seeking monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, QAQ. By the way, what's going on with you guys?" Seeing the familiar figures of Lu Jueran and Fang Yuanyuan, Yemo asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Xiang said with a wry smile, "Now that your spirit pet has broken through to the elite level, you should know about the secret realm. Ascension. When the secret realm ascended, many poachers suddenly came to the secret realm and wantonly killed our students to extract skill crystals. I ran into them when the poachers attacked them. At that time, a classmate from Beihan No. 1 Middle School died directly, and another spirit pet died. I was seriously injured and am resting in the back." Oh, after understanding the general situation, Yemo looked at the people behind him, glanced around, and frowned, asking, "Where's your sister? Didn't you run into her?" Looking at the few people behind him, Lin Xiang shook his head and said, "Xiaobing's scent tracking showed that you were closer to me, so I came to find you first." Of course, besides that, he also felt that Yemo's strength was not as good as his sister's, and his situation might be worse, so he brought people to find him first, but he wouldn't say this out loud. Dog day. Fang Yuanyuan and Lu Jueran finally walked over, and you could see the curiosity and shock in their eyes. Although Fang Yuanyuan knew there was something wrong with that tyrant bear, she really didn't expect it to be so fierce. The 3 corpses just now were obviously poachers. The poachers who can come to the secret realm are all high level. Even so, 4 powerful elite-level spirit pets were taken down by Yemo alone. It's really terrifying. When Lu Jueran saw this situation, he originally wanted to show off his elite-level spirit pet, but now he doesn't have any thoughts at all. If he could, he wouldn't even want to come over. Fang Yuanyuan, Lu Jueran, you're all here, that's great. Looking at the 2 of them, Yemo greeted them. And your spirit pets have actually broken through to become elite level, that's really amazing. If I remember correctly, your spirit pets are all high-level elite species, which is already very strong in this secret realm. After hearing this, Fang Yuanyuan and Lu Jueran smiled awkwardly. If they didn't know that the dead elite-level spirit pet was a high-level elite species, they might have really believed it. It's good that you're okay. We also came to see if you were in danger and to help. Now that you're okay, do you want to team up? There are a lot of elite-level monsters in the secret realm now, not to mention some poachers who specialize in hunting us. It's too dangerous to act alone. Fang Yuan earnestly expressed her opinion, and at the same time, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. The classmate who died earlier to cover the retreat was killed by the poachers. If possible, she would definitely take revenge. Although Yemo's strength has not been seen with her own eyes, it can be seen from these dead people that his strength is definitely not weak, and it must be stronger than her and Lu Zhuoran. If they can act together, if they encounter the two poachers from before, they might be able to kill them and avenge, shall we? Yemo rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "It's no problem to act together, but I still have people to find, so you have to come with me to find people later, okay?" Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Lu Zhuoran looked at each other, and then Fang Yuan nodded and replied, "Okay, let's do that. Anyway, we don't know where to go next." After getting a response, Yemo nodded. This is also good. There will be someone to take care of them with more people. Although he doesn't need it, Lin Xiang still does. At this time, in the sky above the corpses of the poacher trio, spatial fluctuations rippled, and then items fell from it one by one. When the Beast Master dies, the items in the contracted space finally fall out. Seeing this, Yemo activated his exploration and looked for useful things from the dropped items. After seeing this, Fang Yuan and Lu Zhuoran on the opposite side only affirmed Yemo's strength even more in their hearts. These three people were indeed intermediate Beast Masters. There were a total of 50 or so skill crystals. After using his mental power to sense them, he learned that the internal skill was the intermediate skill Ice Element Barrier. Seeing that Yemo was not interested, he left the one that looked the most complete and put away all the others. This kind of skill is useless to him. Whether it's Hanin or Bailing, there's no need to learn this skill. After all, the attributes don't match, and the effect will be average after learning it. Moreover, learning skills through skill crystals will consume part of the origin of mental power, which takes some time to recover. In this situation, it's best to maintain the best state. Following Yemo's shout, Lin Xiang, who was walking to his spirit pet, turned around and ran over, asking curiously, "What good thing?" Handing over an Ice Element Barrier skill crystal, Yemo said with a smile, "Here, it's this thing. I got it from those poachers just now. The skill inside is Ice Element Barrier, which is quite suitable for your spirit pet." As soon as he heard that it was a skill crystal, Lin Xiang skillfully took it over. After sensing it with his spirit, he said excitedly, "Really, I'm not going to be polite. My Xiaobing needs this thing." After saying that, he couldn't wait to run to the Ice Soul Wolf and use the skill crystal. Seeing this, whether it was Yemo or Fang Yuan and Lu Zhuoran beside him, they all curiously turned their heads to look over. This was the first time they had seen the use of a skill crystal. In fact, the price of skill crystals is not very outrageous, but the quantity is not large. They are rarely seen in their Beihan city. Precious and rare skill crystals are almost never seen, and ordinary beginner-level skills are too rubbish, so they haven't seen the use of a skill crystal for so long. A crystal about the size of a spirit crystal emitted a blue light. Then, the majestic Ice Soul Wolf beside him closed his eyes and connected to the crystal through his mental power. Suddenly, the blue skill crystal turned into pure mental power and was absorbed by it. A cold aura spread around. After more than 10 seconds, the Ice Soul Wolf opened his slightly weak eyes, and an Ice Element Barrier slowly formed on the surface of his body. Ice Element Barrier, mastered. Not bad. Seeing the new skill presented on the Ice Soul Wolf's attribute panel, Yemo smiled and said to the two people beside him, "I still have a lot of these skill crystals. Do you want your spirit pets to learn them? Although the attributes may not be the same, it's still a defensive skill after all." Lu Zhuoran was a little tempted, but Fang Yuan, who knew more, directly refused. "No, Lu Zhuoran, you better not use it either. Skill crystals can allow spirit pets to quickly master skills, but are there really only benefits? You know it's impossible if you think about it. As far as I know, the number of skills that each spirit pet can learn through skill crystals is limited. This is determined by the spirit pet's mental strength. Secondly, learning skills through skill crystals will consume some of the origin of mental power, which takes a lot of time to recover. Finally, skills learned through skill crystals are very difficult to improve, especially skills with different attributes from your own. Finally, I'll tell you a piece of unconfirmed news. It is said that if a spirit pet learns too many mixed attributes of skills, the difficulty of mastering the domain in the future will be greatly increased. Hearing this, Lu Juoran decided to give up letting his spirit pet learn this skill. Anyway, it's just an ordinary ice-type defensive skill, and even if he learns it, it won't be of much use. Ice Soul Wolf was very happy after learning the new skill. At this time, Bai Ling, who was not far away, ran over and saw that these people seemed to be acquaintances of her master. She jumped onto Yimo's left shoulder somewhat embarrassedly, squinted her eyes, and lay down, completely lacking her usual liveliness. Ha! Yimo contracted a new spirit pet? Lin Xiang asked curiously the moment he saw the white kitten. The other two turned their gazes to the kitten on Yimo's shoulder. Under the eye of the Beastmaster, it was just a spirit pet of an elite race, and they felt a little strange in their hearts. That's right, this is my newly contracted spirit pet. Bai Ling, don't underestimate its low level, its strength is very strong, right? Smiling, Yimo looked at Bai Ling and stretched out his right hand to stroke her soft fur. Humph, seeing the gazes of many people focused on her, Bai Ling snorted softly in her heart. If these people weren't here, she would have flicked her tail at her master's face long ago. How dare he even touch me? Seeing that Bai Ling had no reaction, the delighted Yimo took the opportunity to rub her a few more times, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. Just as Fang Yuan and the other two were puzzled, Lin Xiang didn't find it strange. After all, his good friend had always liked fluffy spirit pets, and it was normal to contract a cat-shaped monster. Have you guys not found suitable spirit pets these days? After introducing Bai Ling, Yimo didn't introduce Bai Yu, but instead let her continue to hide on him. Unlike Bai Ling, who was contracted on the Great Sun star chart, it was better to hide Bai Yu, who was contracted on the Frost Moon star chart. Although the two star charts could be explained by talent, there was no need to expose them so early. I can't find any at all. You should know that my talent allows me to communicate with those monsters, but all I've encountered are a group of ferocious monsters who either want to kill me or rob me. Where would I have the chance to find a suitable spirit pet? Lin Xiang complained bitterly, thinking of his previous experiences. Fang Yuan and Lu Juoran were stronger, and they were doing okay before the poachers came in, but suitable spirit pets were too hard to find. They had to have a high race level, suitable personality and attributes, and be easy to deceive. How could they manage that in just 2 days? Alright, then let's set off now, how about it? After chatting for a while, Yimo looked at the sun in the sky and said. It was still afternoon, and he didn't know how long it would take to find Lin Xia later, so it would naturally be better to set off earlier. Sure, by the way, there are 2 more people in our team, both from Beihan City. One is Mu Xiaoliang, whose spirit pet died in the rear and he was seriously injured, and the other is Zhang Lily, whose spirit pet is also about to break through and become an elite level. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, Yimo felt that the name Zhang Lily sounded a little familiar. Seeing his thoughtful look, Fang Yuan smiled for once. It's the person who said she wanted to fight you one-on-one in the secret realm at the hotel before. Oh. So that's how it is, Yimo suddenly understood. However, the other party hadn't even reached the elite level, so there wouldn't be much experience in a fight anyway, so he decided to forget it. The group of 4 rushed to the opening they had made before to meet Zhang Lily and the others. After everyone was there, Fang Yuan passed on Yimo's previous words to them. Without much thought, Mu Xiaoliang directly expressed his agreement. For him, having one more strong person join meant one more layer of safety for him. As for Zhang Lily, she stayed behind, lowered her head, and whispered her agreement, afraid that Yimo would recognize her. After the team made a decision, led by Lin Xiang, the entire team quickly headed south. On the way, Yimo still chose to have Han Han activate the levitation technique, carrying him forward, which was both labor-saving and effectively trained the skill. After so much training, the experience of the levitation technique was already close to 100% of the perfect level. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be its first transcendent skill. 2 hours later, the sun slowly set, and the glow of the setting sun remained on the earth, indicating that night was coming. At this moment, under a giant tree, Emo and the others sat down here one after another, taking out some food to replenish their energy. Compared to the beginning, the current team had grown from 6 to 10 people, and the 3 men and 1 woman who joined later were all encountered on the road. Their spirit pets were all transcendent level, and after the leap in the secret realm, they were obviously not doing well. In fact, Emo and his group had also encountered other students on the road, but those people were more wary, had good personal strength, could fight ordinary elite levels, and hadn't seen poachers, so they ultimately chose to leave and not join them. Faced with this situation, Emo and the others naturally wouldn't persuade them. Anyway, they had reminded them of what they should remind them of. It was the other side's business if they didn't believe it. Glug, glug. Drinking water, Emo looked at the newly joined students. They were all very sensible and stayed on the periphery to pay attention to the surrounding situation, trying to exert their own role as much as possible. After all, these people were useless after encountering elite-level opponents, so they could only show their role in this situation. Fortunately, there were no people who couldn't see their own position, who were obviously weak but did nothing and only asked for protection. It would be a headache if that kind of person appeared, Emo thought to himself, while turning his gaze to Han Han. After an afternoon of training, the levitation technique finally broke through the limit and became transcendent level. The latest novels are first published on Lu Nine Shuba. He didn't want to think about going further up, after all, the higher the level quality, the more experience required. For example, super-level thunder control, now it is difficult for Han Han to improve a level in a few days as before just by daily cultivation. Only in combat situations can the skill experience increase rapidly. How much longer? After thinking about it, Emo asked Lin Xiang beside him. Eating a spirit fruit, Lin Xiang, who was chewing, quickly swallowed the food and replied, according to Little Ice's judgment, it's almost there, about an hour, but my sister seems to have been staying in one place and hasn't moved, I don't know why. After saying this, a trace of worry appeared on his brow. After Emo heard this, he said, don't worry, Lin Xia's spirit pet is a commander race, not to mention that she will definitely break through as you said, even if she doesn't break through to become an elite level, it's not impossible to fight beyond her level. After hearing this, Lin Xiang nodded, that's right. Emo continued, let's continue to set off after we finish eating. Since it's only an hour's journey, there's no need to wait here any longer. The forest at night is more dangerous and has poor visibility. If the journey is too far, they can only rest here for one night, but now that the journey is not far, it's best to set off as soon as possible. Thanks to Mood 5 for the monthly ticket support. You guys should eat something too, I'll keep watch. After finishing quickly, Emo stood up and shouted to the newcomers at the edge. After shouting, he continued to say to the crowd, we'll set off in 10 minutes, is that okay? Whether it was the newcomers or Fong Yuan and the others, they all nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't encountered any poachers along the way, they had fought quite a few elite-level demon beasts. Unlike Fong Yuan's and Lu Zhuoran's spirit pets, which were engaged in bitter battles, Emo's spirit pet, Hanin, performed completely differently. If the former could be described as a bitter battle, then the latter was a complete domination. So, whether it was Fong Yuan at the beginning, or the students who joined later, they were now all led by Emo. After all, strength equals power, especially since it's extremely dangerous here. Only by staying close to the strong can you be safe. Okay. I'll eat quickly. South side of the secret realm, inside the dead swamp. Moisture-loving plants grew luxuriantly on the swamp, the air was filled with water vapor, and a gloomy mist enveloped the entire area, making it appear gloomy. In the swamp, a certain area was covered with solid ice crystals. The originally humid and easily sunken swamp ground became extremely solid, so that even heavy objects would not sink here. On the ice, through the mist, you could see a dozen figures, and a dozen spirit pets quietly waiting beside the figures. The most eye-catching was a giant ice blue python, more than 10 meters long, with white mist emanating from its body, making the surroundings cool. If Emo and the others arrived, they would be able to see that this was the ice crystal horned python that had reached the elite level, and the long-haired girl sitting on the giant python was Lin Xia. Crunch, crunch. Lin Xia, who took out today's portion of potato chips and ate them in small bites, was mostly expressionless, only slightly squinting her eyes when she ate a chip. After entering the secret realm from the entrance, she was teleported here. According to her own idea, in order to allow Lin Xiang to find her faster, she had not left here these days. Anyway, the ice crystal horned python was strong, and there was no danger in staying here, and she had brought enough food. However, since the ice crystal horned python suddenly broke through at noon, there seemed to be some more powerful demon beasts around, and then some students discovered her. After confirming that it was safe here, they ran here one after another, and the number of people became more and more, until there were more than a dozen people now. Looking at the students forming small groups around, Lin Xie glanced at them, and then continued to eat potato chips. Anyway, she was just waiting for someone here. It's getting dark, should we go hide in the forest over there? It's so cold here. There's ice underneath, how can it not be cold? But it would be better to go ashore. How to go? It's still unknown how dangerous it is outside now. Elite-level demon beasts are everywhere. With our strength, what if we encounter several demon beasts? Isn't there that person? Can we talk to her and ask her to go ashore with us, so it will be safer at night, and everyone can rest well? Who do you think you are? If you want to say it, you go say it. Anyway, I think it's good to stay here. As time passed into the afternoon, approaching evening, the last light of the gloomy sky began to dissipate, and the bright moonlight was about to shine. At this moment, the students staying on the ice-covered ground began to discuss, mostly discussing what to do next, and feeling fortunate to have a safe area, but some students were still dissatisfied with the current environment. There were always people whose brains were different from others. A long-haired girl from Yulin City, constantly feeling the cold under her feet, couldn't help but walk towards Lin Xie's direction after being provoked by her companions. When she was still 5 meters away from the other party, the horned giant python sitting cross-legged opened its pupils and stared at the long-haired girl with pressure. Suddenly, the somewhat indignant long-haired girl calmed down and stammered, I have no malice, I just want to ask if you want to move to the forest over there, it's getting late, it's more comfortable to rest there, and everyone will be more energetic the next day, so everyone can deal with any danger in the best condition. Hearing this, more than a dozen students around looked here. In fact, most of them agreed to rest in the forest. After all, it was in the swamp, not to mention the heavy humidity, the ice under their feet made them feel uncomfortable. If it weren't safe here, I'm afraid no one would want to stay here. Faced with the other party's proposal, Lin Xia put down the food and said expressionlessly, I'll just stay here, I'm not going anywhere. After hearing the boss's answer, the others sighed secretly in their hearts, as expected. After speaking, Lin Xia stopped talking and continued to eat potato chips, as if the other party didn't exist. The long-haired girl who asked the question returned to her small group, with some embarrassment on her face. Isn't it just breaking through to the elite level before us? What's the meaning of pretending to be so aloof? Another short-haired girl in the small group muttered, pouting. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Since their spirit pets had not reached the elite level, and their own level was lower than level 20, they could only see that the ice crystal horned python was at the elite level through the eye of the beast, but they could not see the specific level and race level. Seeing this, the other party ignored her and turned her head directly. However, several other people heard this and looked over curiously. In the small group, the long-haired girl whispered, Ding Zilin, are we really going to leave here? There may be a good place to rest in the forest, but it may not be as safe as here. Another boy and girl in the group also followed suit. Seeing the eyes of the others, she felt as if the other party was mocking her. The short-haired girl, Ding Zilin, couldn't help but say loudly, of course I have the confidence to do this. I might as well tell you that my spirit pet has already broken through successfully, and is now at the elite level. Hearing this, a girl who was her companion said in surprise, then why didn't you summon your spirit pet when you were on the road before, saying that your spirit pet was seriously injured? That's because, because my spirit pet was indeed injured, but there happened to be a resource that helped it break through. After giving it to it, I took it back to the contract space. I didn't summon it out at the time to prevent its injuries from worsening and failing to break through. Ding Zilin thought for a while before telling the reason from her mouth. And the girl's face was a little ugly. It was not clear whether the other party's spirit pet was injured or not, but that time it caused her spirit pet to be seriously injured, and it has not recovered yet. Seeing the change in her companion's mood and the suspicion in the eyes of others, Ding Zilin directly activated her star map. A meteor fell, and a snow spirit, about a meter tall and pure white, appeared, floating above the ground. The snow spirit possessed a high-level elite species and a bloodline potential that reached the monarch level. As one of Ice Capital's famous spirit pets, it attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Resembling a sunny day doll, the snow spirit swayed its body, emitting an aura that it hadn't controlled since its recent breakthrough, causing those around to look solemn and feel a little envious. It really was an elite level, and such a precious spirit pet at that, with monarch-level potential. What kind of family does she have? Seeing that their companion's spirit pet had truly broken through to the elite level, the others stopped trying to dissuade her. Even the girl with the unpleasant expression raised the corners of her mouth, congratulating her with a smile. Ding Zilin, I didn't expect your spirit pet to really break through. Then we can indeed move out. With Ding Zilin here, ordinary elite levels won't be a match for us. I'm freezing. Finally, we can leave this place. The other three members of the small group spoke one after another, while others around them looked on with envy. In fact, among these dozen or so people, there were many whose talent levels were not low, but unfortunately, they had arrived at this silent swamp in the secret realm. It was not only dangerous but also devoid of anything, so they hadn't improved at all in the past few days, and some of their spirit pets had even been injured. Otherwise, with their spirit pet's strength and talent, they wouldn't have only had one person break through to the elite level by now. Facing the envious gazes of the crowd, the smug Ding Zilin patted her chest and said, "Now you've seen it, right? My spirit pet is also at the elite level. Although its strength is definitely not as strong as that one, ensuring our safety here shouldn't be a problem. I'll leave here with them later and find a suitable place to rest for the night. Are any of you interested in joining us? It'll be safer with more people. Don't worry, if an elite-level monster attacks, I'll hold it back. You'll only need to assist me or deal with some extraordinary-level monsters." After her words fell, some of the dozen or so people in the area had flickering eyes, showing signs of interest. It was indeed very safe here, but the ice below was truly inhumane. Staying here for a night would definitely leave them listless and in poor condition tomorrow. If anything unexpected happened, they wouldn't even have the energy to escape. On the other hand, following the other person, although their strength wasn't as strong, the monsters here weren't fools either. After sensing the elite-level aura, they most likely wouldn't dare to offend them. Even the mindless ones were few and far between, and they could be stopped completely. I'll go with you. My spirit pet is quite good at sensing, and it can help you keep watch at night. Add me too. My talent can heal injuries. If there aren't enough potions, I can act as emergency treatment. Can I go with you? My spirit pet should be good at fighting. Before long, besides Ding Zilin's 4-person team, 5 others out of the remaining 12 expressed their desire to join them. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ding Zilin became even more smug and didn't refuse anyone, allowing them all to join the team. Then let's set off now. My spirit pet will lead the way, and you guys be vigilant of your surroundings. Under her instructions, a group of 9 summoned their spirit pets and cautiously left the swamp area, heading towards the distant dense forest. Suddenly, the once somewhat crowded frozen area became much quieter. And Lin Xie, who was eating potato chips, narrowed her eyes, looking very happy. It wasn't as noisy as before at last. The ice crystal horned python, coiled and standing behind her, sensed its master's inner joy and stretched out its head to nuzzle her. Among the remaining 7 people, some lay indifferently on their spirit pets to ward off the cold, some had flickering eyes, secretly regretting why they hadn't gone, and others communicated with their spirit pets, cautiously guarding their surroundings together. What happened? Are there any monsters coming? Accompanied by surprised shouts, many students stood up, cautiously following behind their spirit pets, while their eyes frequently looked towards the center of the ice. At this moment, the ice crystal horned python, which had been squinting its eyes, opened its eyes, flicked its tongue, and cautiously looked up at the place where the thunder roared in the distance. The energy fluctuations there were somewhat strong, completely different from the opponents they had encountered before, definitely a powerful existence. Lin Xie, who had been sleeping on her spirit pet, opened her eyes. After hearing what her spirit pet told her, her somewhat dazed eyes instantly became clear, and she cautiously looked towards the distance. At this moment, not far from the ice surface, Han Han floated in mid-air, purple lightning flashing in his palm. Behind him, Yi Mo and his group were looking. Ahead, where there were 3 huge blue-purple spirits of the swamp, all exuding an elite-level aura, but at this moment, they were all lying obediently on the ground, not moving at all. Only the lightning that occasionally emerged from their bodies proved the hardships they had encountered before. Yi Ji's spirit pet is really amazing. I think even a commander-level species wouldn't be much more than this. The latest and most complete novel is at 6-9-shu-ba.com. I've seen commander-level species spirit pets that are over level 20. If you ask me, they're not as fierce as his spirit pet. The newly joined members expressed their opinions, while Fang Yuan and Lu Zhuoran, who were familiar with him, also agreed with this view in their hearts. However, what made them feel strange was that Yi Mo's spirit pet was too belligerent. Almost all the elite-level monsters they encountered along the way were defeated or killed by the tyrant bear, leaving them with no room to take action. With his arms crossed, Yi Mo, who was floating in midair under Han Han's gravity control, raised the corners of his mouth, feeling happy. After so many battles, Han Han's growth level was already level 22, and not far from level 23. With the current combat situation, he felt that if they stayed for a few more days, Han Han might even reach level 24 or even level 25 after they went out. Just thinking about this made him even happier. As expected, the secret realm was a blessed land. We're almost there, it's just ahead, Lin Xiang, who was sitting on the ice soul wolf's back, said. Yi Mo, who had already sensed that there were people ahead through Bayu's perception, nodded slightly and said, then let's go over there quickly. After we gather, we can have a good rest for the night. Yes. Okay. The others responded one after another, then followed him and headed towards the front together. Before long, the group on the ice saw a group of people and their spirit pets coming from the swamp. Curious, they didn't say anything. At most, they would turn their heads to look at Lin Xie's reaction, to see what this big shot thought. Contrary to their expectations, after seeing that group of people, a brief smile actually appeared on Lin Xie's originally expressionless face. Then, she slid down from the giant python and stood on the ice, quietly looking ahead. Lu Zirwei? Zhang Yuntao? After Yi Mo led his group to the ice, some of the 4 new members recognized the students here, and they started greeting each other and chatting. Yi Mo and Lin Xiang walked to the center, approaching Lin Xie. Are you alright? Yi Mo asked, while activating his scan ability, skillfully checking the students' information. Doesn't look like anything happened. Now that everyone's here, we can move together later, Lin Xiang casually said after seeing his sister. Lin Xie, after hearing this, first nodded to Yi Mo and said, I'm fine. I've been staying here these past few days, it's quite safe, and nothing has bothered me. Then, she looked Lin Xiang up and down, curiously asking, where's your backpack? Hearing this, and remembering how he had thrown his food and backpack to the monster in order to escape, Lin Xiang's face darkened, and he said softly, I accidentally lost it on the way. Hearing this, Lin Xie seemed thoughtful, while Yi Mo, who knew the situation, stifled his laughter and changed the subject, saying, alright, it's getting dark. Let's rest here for the night. After speaking, Yi Mo, feeling a bit cold, shrank his body and asked, do you guys feel cold? Hearing this, Lin Xiang sensed it slightly and also felt quite cold, a bone-chilling cold that even his extraordinary physique couldn't resist. Lin Xie, with her usual cold expression, said, it should be because of my spirit pet. After it broke through, it has been emitting an icy aura. I don't feel it, but everyone else does. She had come to this conclusion after listening to other students chatting and communicating with her spirit pet.
Hearing this, Yemo immediately activated his scan, looked at the attributes of the ice crystal horned python. After it broke through to the elite level, it gained a super great talent and a super great skill, greatly increasing its attributes. This coldness was caused by another high-grade skill, Ice Crystal Body. Before its proficiency reached perfect level, it couldn't control the release of this coldness. Fortunately, as long as it wasn't actively activated, the passive coldness it emitted wouldn't cause any harm, only making others feel slightly uncomfortable in their bodies and minds. "It's so cold, let's leave here together and rest in the woods over there," Lin Xiang suggested, stroking his chin. Before Yemo could speak, Lin Siye, who had been standing, shook her head and said, "It was okay before, but not now. Jingjing is currently at a critical moment in training its skills. Once we leave, we'll waste a whole afternoon. It should be that high-grade skill, Ice Crystal Body." Yemo had read the introduction of this skill before. Each time it leveled up, it needed to find a good place to absorb a large amount of natural energy. Now this swamp was humid and full of water elements, which was quite suitable. Thinking this, Yemo said, "Alright, let's spend the night here tonight. I'll ask the others later. If they can't stand it, they can find a place to rest for the night over there." That's all they could do. Lin Xiang nodded, shivering. Clap clap. After clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention, Yemo said in a deep voice, "I just discussed it with them. For some reasons, we've decided to rest here tonight. If you feel it's too cold here, you can move elsewhere to rest for the night and gather again tomorrow." Some of the students who had been here from the beginning looked at Feng Yuan and the others with some anticipation. When Yemo and his group arrived, they had clearly seen that Feng Yuan and Lu Zhuoran's spirit pets were both elite level. "No need for so much trouble, let's just sleep here tonight. I'll listen to Yemo. Anyway, I'll follow wherever he decides to go. Let's just stay here." Whether it was the stronger Feng Yuan, Lu Zhuoran, Zheng Lili, or those who had just joined, they all chose to stay here. Seeing everyone's decision, Yemo nodded and said, "Alright, everyone tidy up a bit. After arranging the night watch, let's get a good night's rest." Hearing this, everyone started to move. It's a pity that the range of this coldness is quite wide. Otherwise, we could just have a Earth-type spirit pet build a resting platform 100 meters away. Wouldn't that be great for everyone? Forget it, it's just a little cold. We can just sleep hugging our spirit pets later. Damn, you can hug your spirit pet, how am I supposed to hug my spirit pet that's made of stone? Just as everyone was chatting and working, one of the boys from the original 7 on the ice approached and whispered his doubts. "What do you mean, too strong?" The tall boy Zhang Yuntao looked confused. "The spirit pet of the person just now was that bear, right? Elite level is indeed not bad, but it's not one of the 3 dominant species, right? That means its species level is at most high-grade elite. How strong can it be?" Seeing the disbelieving look on his classmate's face, Lu Zirwei looked left and right, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered, "Let me tell you, you saw those 2 elite levels before, right? But even if they teamed up, they wouldn't last a few hits against Brother Ye's spirit pet." Having traveled for several hours, it could be said that few people knew the strength of that berserk bear better than him. Still skeptical, Zhang Yuntao nodded and replied, "Okay, can I join you guys then?" Although he was skeptical about the strength of that person his classmate called Brother Yi, the other party had gathered 3 elite-level combatants and had a good relationship with Lin Siye here. They would definitely form a powerful group later. If he could join, his safety would be better guaranteed. As for finding a suitable spirit pet in the secret realm, he had long given up hope. Now he just wanted to leave the secret realm safely. Next, through chatting, the other people on the ice also learned some information about GMO and his group. Knowing that there were still poachers in the secret realm, they immediately felt fortunate to have found this safe place. As for Yemo, whom everyone had been praising, although they were skeptical, they were still very polite after seeing him. No matter what, the other party's spirit pet was also elite level, and it was likely to be one of the more powerful ones among the elite levels. Even if you didn't try to please such a person in the current secret realm, you definitely couldn't offend them. In this way, after everyone tidied up, they chatted for a while. Except for the night watchman, they all found their positions and began to rest. Lying against Hanin, hugging Bailing, Emo had never felt so satisfied. Unfortunately, hugging Bailing was already the other party's greatest tolerance. Any further would result in a beating. Closing his eyes, preparing to sleep, Emo sent his last greeting of the day through telepathy. "I'll trouble you tonight, Yu." Baiyu, hidden on Yemo's body, nodded without responding, and continued to vigilantly observe the surrounding situation. Although night watchman had been arranged, for safety's sake, Yemo still had Baiyu act as extra insurance. At this moment, in the northernmost part of the silent swamp, within a dense forest, there was silence. "Is it all taken care of?" a gray-robed old man with a hoarse voice asked. Around him, 3 ascendant church members wearing similar gray robes responded in unison. "All the demonic beasts within several miles have been checked, and no dominant species have been found. We have implemented Plan A, eliminating them all and disposing of the bodies. The surrounding area has been checked, and no students have been found. 3 miles to the west, a team of 4 poachers has been discovered, and we have communicated with them." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed old man nodded and said, "It's good that it's taken care of. The next operation must be discreet. We are all members who were teleported to the northern side of the secret realm. According to the orders of the deacon, the 4 of us left behind will be responsible for matters in the north. Now, take out all the items. I need to prepare for the ritual." The 3 gray-robed cultists nodded in response, understood. At the same time, they took out boxes one by one, opening them to reveal fragments of stone of varying shapes, generally thin. Seeing this, the gray-robed old man looked in other directions, pondering inwardly. The progress on the north side is going smoothly now, so there shouldn't be any problems. I just don't know how the other directions are doing. It would be troublesome if they messed things up, the gray-robed old man thought, frowning as he looked at the boxes beside him. As night fell, Ding Zilin and her group, having left Lin Xia, were frowning with worry. They originally thought it would be good to find a safe place to rest for the night, but who knew that the demonic beasts in the dense forest had become much more violent for some reason, forcing them to travel north all the way, and they couldn't find a good place to rest for a long time. My spirit pet senses that there are no demonic beast auras around. How about we rest here today, a male student said. Hearing this, the long-haired girl following behind Ding Zilin looked at the surrounding environment and said uncertainly, "It looks quite gloomy here. Do we really want to rest here?" A male student shook his head and said, "Everywhere we've been along the way is gloomy. We finally found a place to rest, so let's rest quickly, or it will be the next day." The other tired people nodded in agreement. They had been walking nervously for so long, so they should rest quickly. In front of them, several stone fragments were suspended in mid-air, emitting extremely faint silver light, attracting the influx of power from the void of the secret realm, and below the stone fragments, discarded spirit crystals were scattered in a mess. Watching the stone fragments continuously absorb energy from the void of the secret realm, the gray-robed old man with the strongest aura opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Black Crow, have your spirit pet take a look at what exactly has come to our place." "Okay." The man codenamed Black Crow communicated with his spirit pet, and a black Shadow Knight Crow of elite grade flew silently in one direction, and soon flew to the place where Ding Zilin and others were resting. In front of the Shadow Knight Crow, which was good at concealing its aura, the spirit pet of a student below, which was good at sensing and detecting, was completely useless, especially since the former was hidden high in the sky. At the gray-robed cultist's location, the man codenamed Black Crow closed his eyes and said, "It's a group of students, 9 in total, and there is an elite-grade spirit pet among them. Judging from their actions, they are planning to spend the night here." His talent, the Eye of Shared Vision, allowed him to share vision with his spirit pet. It seemed like a useless talent, but sometimes it could still play a role, and in addition to sharing vision, he had also developed other functions, making him a leader in information transmission and investigation. After hearing this, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly. He was performing a ritual and didn't want to deal with those students at all, but since they had come here, they couldn't be let go, and no accidents could be allowed to happen to the ritual. After thinking about it, the old man said, "Black Crow, didn't you discover a team of 4 poachers before? Go see if they're still there. If they are, tell them the location of those students. Those hyenas will definitely be interested in them.
The Black Crow Man closed his eyes and nodded. Okay, I'll go now. In the distant sky, the Black Shadow Night Crow transformed into a swift black shadow, passing across the horizon. Inside the silent swamp, on a giant tree, 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing masks, were smiling happily.
Boss, you're still the best. Looking for students is too troublesome. It's better to directly hunt the young cubs of the demonic beasts here.
Yeah, I didn't expect the quality of the demonic beasts here to be so high.
Our harvest this afternoon alone is equivalent to half a year's harvest before.
The monkey-faced masked man, who was called the boss, grinned and smiled. This is all thanks to everyone. Without you guys stopping those elite-grade demonic beasts, I wouldn't have had the chance to hunt those transcendent-grade demonic beast cubs that they were protecting. As soon as he said this, and thinking about the previous harvest, everyone on the entire canopy showed excited smiles. At this time, the only woman, a woman wearing a white mask, asked, speaking of which, we've assassinated almost all the good demonic beast groups around this afternoon.
Should we change places tomorrow?
The monkey-faced masked man took it for granted and said, of course. We've already harvested a lot of the transcendent grade ones in those groups.
They're very vigilant now.
It's not only riskier to go again, but the harvest won't be much, so we definitely have to change places tomorrow.
A blue-masked man nodded in agreement. Let's do as the boss says. We'll change places to make money tomorrow. Let's rest today. My spirit pet was a little injured when I stopped those elite-grade demonic beasts before, and it hasn't recovered yet. The last black-faced masked man nodded in agreement.
According to the monkey-faced man's method, the other 3, except for himself, stopped the elite-grade beings of the demonic beast groups, while the monkey-faced man's spirit pet sneaked up and harvested the transcendent-grade demonic beast cubs. This method was indeed very good and suitable for them, but they had ambushed too many demonic beast groups this afternoon, so that several of their spirit pets were injured and had not recovered yet.
Okay, let's do that.
Blue Mask, your spirit pet is good at sensing, so I'll leave the night watch to you.
No problem, right?
The monkey-faced man said in a deep voice. Among the 4, he and Blue Mask were a team outside, while the other 2 were those who joined in the secret realm. He was not at ease letting the other 2 guard the night alone. The Blue Mask man immediately said, no problem, you can leave the safety at night to me. Just then, a beam of black light flashed across the sky, and then a dark, glowing black shadow night crow appeared in the sky, and then a beam of light surged out from the night crow's eyes, quickly locking onto the monkey-faced man. This is those cultists' spirit pet, right?
What did they just say again?
Since it was the second time seeing this situation, the Blue Mask man, who knew this was transmitting information, did not panic. At this time, the monkey-faced man covered his forehead, shook it, and then raised his head and said to the night crow, don't worry, we will take care of those little guys. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the others, the monkey-faced man smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just that we can earn another sum of money. Make a profit, the blue-faced man said, his head full of question marks, not understanding. Seeing this, the monkey-faced man looked at everyone and explained, just now, those cultists sent me a message. Not far from us, there's a group of students preparing to rest for the night, 9 in total.
It's confirmed that at least one of them has an elite-level spirit pet.
However, the other 7 have also summoned spirit pets, but they haven't reached the elite level.
So, at most, there are 2 elite-level pets. With our strength, we can easily take them down. Isn't this making a profit? 9 students. If we kill them all and extract skill crystals, wouldn't we easily earn 1 or 2 million? Thinking of this, the white-faced woman's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, then shall we go now?
The reason they didn't kill students before but hunted young demon beasts was because students were too hard to find. In such a large secret realm, there were only 200 students. Even if they spent an entire afternoon searching for students, they probably wouldn't find many. But now, there are 9 students nearby. It's simply a gift from heaven. Yes, to avoid complications, let's go now. Anyway, those students' strength is within our control. Also, this time, let's follow the previous method. You attract attention, and I'll have my spirit pet sneak attack.
No problem, right? As the monkey-faced man finalized the plan, the other three nodded in agreement. Everyone looked excited. This is indeed a secret realm, the rewards are great. In the silent night, cries of horror occasionally echoed. In the gloomy forest, countless streaks of blood splattered on the cleared ground. Boom boom.
Several booming sounds rang out one after another. The lifeless Ding Ziling knelt on the ground, watching her classmates and friends, who had been laughing and discussing the future just minutes ago, now lying on the ground, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Her heart had already broken down. In front of her, a 1-meter-tall snow spirit manipulated the power of ice and snow, desperately releasing an ice element shield to defend, constantly resisting the enemy's attacks. However, from the flickering barrier, it was clear that it wouldn't last much longer.
Black face, stop playing around. Quickly extract the crystal with the soul token.
It won't be good if we can't extract it in time, the white-faced woman said, holding a skill crystal she had just extracted, calling out to the black-faced man not far away. Hearing this, the black-faced man could only shake his head and reply, all right, I'll kill her now. As his voice fell, the 2-meter-wide lava scorpion rapidly spewed out streams of lava meteors from its tail, fiercely bombarding the fragile ice element shield.
Boom! Boom!
Watching the cracks on the barrier grow larger and larger, the threat of death was imminent. Ding Ziling ultimately couldn't face such fear and screamed in terror.
Don't kill me! I know where there are other students.
Before she could finish speaking, the lava meteor shattered the barrier and then struck the exhausted ice spirit, sending its master flying into a tree along with it.
Wait, don't kill her yet.
Not far away, the monkey-faced man, who had been extracting skill crystals, immediately raised his hand and shouted.
If this person wasn't mistaken, then they could make another big profit. Hearing this, the black-faced man indifferently shook his head, instructing his spirit pet, the lava scorpion, to retract its attack.
At the same time, his gaze, like the others, quietly looked ahead.
You said you know the location of other students. Then tell us about it. If it's false, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead.
The monkey-faced man took the lead and walked over, his spirit pet, the ghost-faced specter, floating beside him, its hollow eyes staring menacingly ahead.
Wah!
After spitting out a mouthful of blood from the heavy blow, Ding Ziling, in fear, disregarded her spirit pet and frantically said, I really know.
It's in that swamp. Before, several of us were staying there. I'm absolutely sure.
Sometime later, through the other party's answers and their subsequent interrogation, the monkey-faced man and the others learned all the information from Ding Ziling. Instantly, excitement and worry simultaneously arose in the hearts of the four.
Excitement because that was another sum of money walking around. Especially that one with the Lord-class spirit pet.
If they could extract all the skill crystals, they would earn quite a bit. The worry was also because of that Lord-class spirit pet. With such a high race level, even if its growth level had just broken through the elite level, its strength would definitely not be low. Among the four of them, apart from the monkey-faced man, probably no one could contend with it.
Alas, the risk is a bit high, boss.
Should we go for it? The blue-faced man asked. Although it was very tempting, if his spirit pet died after the fight, he would lose a lot. The white-faced woman and the black-faced man were currently deep in thought, unable to make a decision for the time being. Hearing this, the other three, finding it feasible, nodded in agreement.
Then what about this person? Just kill her?
After making the decision, the white-faced woman asked, pointing at the heavily injured Ding Ziling. The monkey-faced man didn't even turn his head, waving his hand casually and saying, kill her. A beam of cold light flashed, and the sitting Ding Ziling, with bloodstains, fell straight to the side, her life extinguished. And her spirit pet, the snow spirit, had already been killed and its crystal extracted immediately after the questioning. Inside the desolate swamp, the rising sun dispersed the white mist, and the warm sunlight projected into this gloomy area. Under the sunlight, the fluffy-haired white spirit slowly opened its sharp golden eyes.
Its gaze first lingered in the air for a moment, seemingly somewhat bewildered by its surroundings.
Then, it suddenly realized that it was lying in Yemo's arms, its pupils suddenly dilated, and a hint of shock flashed across its eyes.
Instantly, instinctively, it wanted to quickly get up, But when it saw its master sleeping soundly, the white spirit slowly pulled out its claws from under the other's arm. Then, it adjusted its body position, trying not to make any noise so as not to expose its unease. After standing up, the white spirit's ears twitched slightly, and it wagged its tail. The fur on its body seemed to shimmer slightly in the sunlight. Not knowing what to do after waking up, the white spirit tilted its head and turned to look at Yemo's face with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly wanting to take a closer look at its master. After looking for a while, it carefully poked the other's cheek with its claws, tirelessly. Some time later, suddenly a magnetic female voice entered the white spirit's mind. "Little White, what are you doing?" Hearing her sister's voice, remembering her previous behavior, the white spirit's face flushed red. It quickly scurried away from there, and reaching the edge of the ice surface, tilted its body, released light healing, and pretended not to have heard anything, starting to practice its skills. White light flickered from time to time, but it could not attract the slightest attention of Baiyu, whose heart was joyful. Zzzzz. Hearing the sound of electricity, Yemo woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and realized that the mental stress of the past few days had allowed him to have such a comfortable sleep for the first time. Lying down, he watched the sky gradually brighten. Yemo stood up, stretched, and looked around. Most of the others were in a generally poor state of mind, but after the morning sun rose, everyone perked up considerably. Looking back, he saw that the simple-minded Han Han had already woken up and was walking to the side, floating in the air, lightning flashing, beginning his daily morning exercise. And not far away on the edge of the ice, Bai Ling, emitting white light, was also starting to practice her skills. Wonderful, Yemo, feeling a rare sense of peace in his heart, sighed with emotion, and then, through telepathy, greeted Baiyu, who had been guarding the night all night. "You've worked hard, you can rest now." Baiyu in the shadows shook his head. His mental strength was so strong that he could go without sleep for several days without any problems. It wasn't very safe here right now, and since he didn't need to fight, it was better for him to scout the surrounding environment more. After asking Lin Shiyu, Yemo turned to look at the ice crystal horned python, which was surrounded by ice mist. Lin Shiyu, who had just finished breakfast, smacked her lips and whispered, "Jingjing's ice crystal body was completed 1 or 2 hours ago, right?" Lin Xiang, who came over, smiled and said after hearing this, "Didn't you notice that it's not as cold here as before?" The other few people came over one after another after seeing Yemo wake up. "Where should we go now, Yemo, do you have any ideas?" Fong Yuan asked. Others such as Lu Zhuoran, Zhang Lili, and others all turned their attention over. The person had already been found, so what should they do now? Should they stay here and continue to wait for the secret realm to end? Or risk searching for other students? Everyone had their own ideas, but ultimately they all looked at Yemo, the strongest one who would make the decision. Hearing this, Yemo thought for a moment. Now that he had found Lin Shiyu, the 3 most familiar people had gathered. He wasn't familiar with the others, so there was no need to specifically look for other students. But now, Han Han has few opponents at the elite level. Facing ordinary elite race spirit pets at level 27 or 8, he can directly kill them instantly. This is a good opportunity to grind experience. Once he leaves the secret realm, it will be difficult to find such a suitable place to level up. Besides, although he wasn't familiar with those students, they were all outstanding genius students from these few cities who could participate in this secret realm. Since their strength was sufficient, then there was no problem in protecting some students along the way. After thinking about it, Yemo looked at everyone and said, "Although there are many dangers in the secret realm now, our strength is already quite strong, so there is no need to stay in one place and wait for the secret realm to end. Moreover, staying here doesn't mean it's safe. So I suggest going west, slowly circling the entire secret realm. If there are any demon beasts you like along the way, you can try to get along with them and sign a contract." After listening, Fong Yuan and others were thoughtful. The poachers' movements were inherently uncertain, which meant that they could be encountered anywhere. Then staying here really didn't make much sense. It was better to follow what Yemo said, do a good job of exploring, slowly stroll around this secret realm, and if they could meet other students along the way, they might be able to strengthen the team's strength and become safer. Moreover, they actually still had ideas about contracting spirit pets. After all, the reason they painstakingly obtained the secret realm quota was to contract a spirit pet with high potential. Before, there was no guarantee of safety, so naturally they couldn't be distracted to think about those things. Now, it was different. Thinking about Yimo's killing of the 3 poachers before, as well as the subsequent crushing of those elite-level demon beasts by the violent bear, the strength, full of security, and now with an additional leader race spirit pet, it would be strange if they couldn't walk sideways in the secret realm. After making a decision, Lu Juoran and Fang Yuanyuan nodded one after another, expressing their agreement, while the 7 people who had been staying on the ice surface were somewhat hesitant. At this time, on the north side of the death swamp, 7 powerful auras emerged without concealment. Seeing this, the 13 students on the ice surface, including EMO, all looked to the north, with varying expressions. Students like Lin Shiyu and Fang Yuanyuan, who possessed elite-level combat power, at most frowned slightly after seeing it, wanting to see what it was. As for students like Lin Shiyang and Zhang Lili, who knew Yimo's strength, they were only somewhat curious after sensing the 7 elite-level auras, and didn't feel much anxiety or fear in their hearts. As for Yimo, after sensing it, he raised his eyebrows even more, wanting to see what thing was so bold, that it couldn't wait to come and deliver experience so early in the morning. Soon, in the dense forest, 7 elite-level demon beasts, all above level 25, appeared, bringing 4 masked people rushing towards them. It's poachers, 7 elite-level spirit pets, how can we fight this? A male student said with a pale face. Another male student, who was also one of the first to stay on the ice surface, swallowed and said, it should be okay, right? We also have 4 elite-level spirit pets here, and one of them is a leader race, surely we can beat them, right? Sensing the powerful aura of the newcomers, most of the students who didn't know the strength of Yimo and others panicked, only one knew the power of the leader race spirit pet, and his heart was a little calmer. 5 elite races, 2 high-level elite races, they still have some strength. After exploring and understanding the attributes of the spirit pets on the opposite side, Yimo thought to himself, and then used exploration to confirm the attributes of the other party's masters. Yimo, should we go now? My spirit pet can only stop one, I still have to rely on you for the others. Looking at the approaching poachers in front, Fang Yuanyuan said in a deep voice after sensing the other party's aura. The others, Lin Shiyu and Lu Juoran, all looked at him, waiting for his command, and on the ice surface, a group of spirit pets had already been summoned, vigilantly staring at the rushing opponents. Wait a minute, no, just as Yimo was about to say something more, he discovered through exploration that the other party should have a total of 8 spirit pets, and there was also a level 28 high-level elite race Ghostface Nether Soul that hadn't appeared. Seeing this, Yimo immediately contacted Baiyu, asking it, with its highest mental strength, to carefully explore it. Lu Juoran, Fang Yuanyuan, you just let your spirit pets protect you, don't let their attacks affect here. As for Lin Shiyu, your spirit pet is relatively strong, feel free to play. After the words fell, everyone nodded, the elite-level Shadow Leopard and the elite-level Stone Butterfly surged with energy, their auras soared, and then they stayed in front of everyone, ready to defend. The Ice Crystal Giant Python of the leader race, under the command of its master, swam forward, raised its head and opened its mouth, and a beam of white, huge ice breath spewed forward, like a beam of light, everything it passed was frozen, and a crystal ice avenue instantly appeared in the originally muddy swamp. Why are there 2 more elites, quickly block it. Seeing the aura emitted by the other party, and the powerful energy fluctuations reflected in front of him, the blue-masked poacher shouted. The other 2 white-masked and black-masked poachers immediately commanded their spirit pets, and suddenly several energy attacks surged out, and the colorful attacks successfully weakened the energy of the ice breath. Swoosh swoosh. After weakening the power of the ice breath, a series of energy barriers appeared, successfully blocking the opponent's attack. Why is the number of people wrong? And is this really a leader-level species? It's too strong. After blocking the attack, the white-masked poacher at the front, looking at the panting appearance of the spirit pet beneath him, was somewhat frightened. Because they had fought with students before, they really didn't take these students to heart, even if the other side had a leader-level species spirit pet. Therefore, after all the spirit pets had recovered this morning, they quickly rushed over, even deliberately releasing their aura to speed up their journey and drive away the monsters along the way. Even when they were close to their destination, they didn't restrain their aura or investigate the situation,
but simply sensed that there were indeed many people and hurriedly rushed over. Don't think so much, you guys hold back that leader-level species spirit pet, and later my spirit pet will sneak attack. The monkey-masked poacher said in a deep voice. The power of the leader-level species spirit pet was somewhat beyond expectations, but fortunately, the opponent was a bit stupid, actually letting the spirit pet leave their side. They are still too young. Although he had already seen the two elite-level spirit pets guarding the students, just those two were completely unable to stop his spirit pet, the ghost-masked specter, from sneaking up. Maybe they could kill them all later. At the thought of this, the monkey-masked poacher's heart stirred with excitement. Just then, Baiyu, who had finally discovered the enemy's location through soul control, immediately communicated with EMO, and at the same time transmitted the location to Han Han through mental link. Whoosh! Han Han, who had been quietly staying beside its master while concealing its aura, instantly floated into the air. A flash of lightning appeared in its eyes, and advanced thunder control was instantly released. Boom! The ghost-masked specter, which had been sneaking to a position more than 100 meters away from EMO and the others, was directly hit by a giant python-like bolt of lightning, followed by several linked lightning strikes. Under the powerful force, its light greatly increased, and with a thunderous roar, the ghost-masked specter was directly shattered, its soul scattered. Puff the monkey-masked poacher, who had just been excited, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The death of his spirit pet caused him to suffer a heavy blow. How is that possible? The blue-masked poacher couldn't believe it when he saw this. Others might not know, but he was clear about how terrifying his boss's spirit pet, the ghost-masked specter's ability to hide its aura was. Even a level 30 plus high-level elite spirit pet skilled in detection would find it difficult to discover. Unlike him, the other two poachers, seeing the ghost-masked specter being instantly killed, were filled with fear. They immediately commanded their spirit pets to prepare to escape. Still want to run? Seeing the other party release energy barriers and prepare to retreat, EMO narrowed his eyes and communicated with Han Han, telling it that none of these guys could be let go. Buzz buzz buzz. Purple lightning seemed to transform into armor, surging onto Han Han's body. Then, it activated Advanced Thunder Crown, a magnificent and dazzling crown standing on its head. With a calm face and eyes like a cold monarch, Han Han raised its right palm, and instantly the sky changed color. Thunder elements surged within hundreds of meters, and the entire area seemed to turn purple-red. King-level skill, Tyrant. Blood-red electric light flickered from time to time, and the immense pressure it emitted made the surrounding students feel suppressed. The four poachers, as the main targets, felt as if they couldn't breathe at this moment, and their spirit pets also slowed down and struggled to move due to the pressure. What is this? Is this still elite level? The poachers, unable to speak, looked towards Han Han, who was like a thunder god descending from the sky, their hearts filled with shock and despair. Advanced Thunder Control, Lightning Arrow. Suppressing the tyranny in its heart, Han Han mobilized its energy. Red-tinged lightning, like arrows piercing through the clouds, split into 7, instantly piercing through the 7 elite-level spirit pets that were the enemy. Even though some of these spirit pets had released energy barriers, they were still easily pierced through by the absolute power. The lightning mixed with the power of destruction took away their lives one by one. Instant kill. Seeing this, Han Han quickly dissipated the blessing of the king-level skill Tyrant, its emotions returned to normal, and its entire body slowly fell under the control of gravity. At this moment, the students who had been somewhat afraid were only left with shock in their hearts. Even Fang Yuan and Lu Zhuoran, who thought they were familiar with Yemo's strength, once again refreshed their understanding. What do you mean? It seems like he can only instantly kill ordinary elite-level spirit pets. Yemo's spirit pet can still instantly kill high-level elite species. This strength is too terrifying. After Han Han landed, the students who were closer to it retreated one after another, leaving a quiet open space. Glug, is this the powerful you were talking about? It's actually so strong. Zhang Yuntao, who had only met Yemo last night, swallowed his saliva and muttered in shock. And Lu Zirwei, a newcomer who joined Yemo's team yesterday afternoon, was equally shocked. He only knew that the other party could instantly kill elite-level monsters, but he didn't expect that these 7 elite-level spirit pets, which looked like they were of a low level, would still be instantly killed. Seeing Han Han cleanly resolve the opponent, Emo had something to say but held back. He was afraid that those people would run away earlier, so he asked Han Han to quickly resolve the opponent's spirit pets, but he didn't expect Han Han to directly use a king-level skill to instantly kill the opponent. This is indeed fast. Emo, speechless, shook his head and smiled. Not bad, performing so well. Now, take me to interrogate those guys. Knowing the procedure, Han Han nodded, then took Emo and quickly flew away from the ice surface, heading towards the poachers. It had only killed all the spirit pets just now, but the poachers were still alive. After skillful interrogation, under Bayu's sole perception, Emo extracted a lot of information from the 4 poachers. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew their location from another group of students, and that these poachers knew the location of another group of students from the Ascendant Cultists. The latest novels are at 69 Shuba. In addition, he didn't expect that the reason for the Secret Realms leap was because of the poacher organization and the Ascendant Church. Ascendant Church seems to be a cult, Emo thought to himself, rubbing his chin. According to these people, there are several of these cultists in the north. Should he go take a look? With that thought, Emo communicated with Bayu, Han Han, and Bai Ling through mental link, and then returned to his previous position. The 4 poachers who had been interrogated had already been electrocuted to death by lightning, and Bai Ling in the distance had already run here, quietly waiting for these Beastmasters' contract spaces to drop items. Lin Xiang, Lin Xia, Fang Yuan, and Lu Zhuoran, I just interrogated the 4 poachers. They said there are some people in the north. I'm going to clean them up. It shouldn't take too long. You guys can rest here for a while. Facing the crowd, Emo spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Xiang and Lin Xia frowned. Lin Xiang even said, "Is it dangerous? Do you want to go together? Or you can take my sister, she's stronger." Lin Xia nodded seriously, her eyes fixed on the other party. If he needed her, she would definitely go help. The others also had something to say, such as that it wasn't necessary to go, that it was too dangerous, but when they thought of Yemo's strength, they were speechless. Yemo smiled and shook his head, saying easily, "Don't worry, with my strength, what is there to be afraid of? I'll be right back." With that, he followed Han Han and flew towards Bai Ling's location. Swish, swish, swish. The contract space exploded, and items fell from mid-air like rain, then floated back into the air under the control of gravity. Upon activating his probe, Yemo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Good heavens, these 4 people had some good stuff. The value of the items they dropped far exceeded that of all the poachers before. However, poachers are still poachers. The most valuable items were still skill crystals. A total of 47 were dropped. The number wasn't high, but 24 of them were crystals that sealed high-level skills, and all required transcendent-level power. This price must be astronomical. He had specifically inquired about the market price of skill crystals before. This kind of high-level skill crystal requiring transcendent-level power cost at least 200,000 yuan each, which meant that these could be sold for at least 5 million yuan. The corners of his mouth lifted. After checking the skills inside the crystals, Yemo had Bayu release a shadow space in his backpack, and then put all the valuable items into it, storing them in the shadow space. Now that was done, it was time to set off. Looking north, Han Han released gravity control, and the group quickly left the swamp and entered the dense forest. For Yemo, who didn't want to expose Bayu in front of his classmates, he was stronger acting alone. Apart from Lin Xie, who could provide a lot of help, the other students were really just burdens. Therefore, he chose to go alone, so that even if Han Han really couldn't win, he could always rely on Bayu's perfect level shadow step to escape. Boom boom. Furious lightning descended from the sky, destroying everything on the ground. Whether it was weeds or trees, they were all reduced to ashes under the power of the lightning. Above the sky, Han Han, with clear and cold eyes, overlooked the scene below. With a wave of her right palm, the tyrannical purple lightning obediently split into several lightning beams, and bombarded the ground again from the sky. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Explosions rang out one after another, and the resulting airwaves made the trees hundreds of meters away sway. The energy fluctuations emitted were clearly felt by creatures thousands of meters away. As the dust and mist dissipated, Yemo, who was behind Han Han in the sky, raised his eyebrows and looked at the ground. The few spirit pets that had barely been supporting the defense finally fell, losing their vitality. I didn't expect it to be so simple. It seems that those people guessed right. These cultists are really not that good. Looking at the 8 spirit pets on the ground that had lost their vitality, although their levels were all above level 25, there were only 2 high-level elite species among them, which was not enough. Yemo shook his head and smiled. Because he knew that the other party had a black Shadow Knight Raven, he used Bayu's ability to quickly find the target after discovering some shadow-composed threads. There were 4 people in total, all intermediate beast tamers, mysteriously performing some kind of ritual. After probing, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he directly ordered Han Han to attack fiercely, instantly killing 3 of the opponent's flying spirit pets with the first attack. Even if the remaining 5 spirit pets cooperated well, they could only struggle to their death under Han Han's continuous barrage of Overlord lightning. If it weren't for the intention to spare the lives of these cultists, he could have directly killed the cultists themselves before, making the fight even easier. But it didn't matter anymore, leaving the other party alive could still allow him to extract some information through torture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Using gravity control, Han Han brought Yemo down from the sky, landing on the broken ground. Yemo gestured with his eyes, and Han Han immediately released gravity control, moving all the dead spirit pets away one by one, revealing the cultists hiding behind. Because of the death of their spirit pets, although these 4 cultists were not directly injured, their condition was still very poor, with blood flowing from their 7 orifices and their eyes devoid of light. Looking at the oldest gray-robed elder, Yemo frowned and asked, "You should all be able to hear me, right? If you don't want to die in pain, honestly tell me what you know." Seeing this, Yemo was stunned. Was this suicide? Or what? The other 3 cultists had come back to their senses. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to believe that their group had been wiped out by someone who seemed to be a student. Now that their spirit pets were dead and their mission was interrupted, even if they could survive, they would be worse than dead. Seeing the elder commit suicide, the other 3 cultists smiled despairingly, then triggered the restrictions in their minds. 3 muffled groans sounded, and their life force was cut off at the same time. Ha! It's only been a while, and people have already committed suicide? Then why did I spare them before? After complaining in his heart, Yemo began to clean up the battlefield to see what he had gained. In any case, after this battle, Han Han had already been promoted to level 23. Even if he didn't get any information from them, it wouldn't be a loss. Thinking about it, Yemo took Han Han and Bai Ling and Baiyu to search this broken ground. After spending some time, after the contract space items of the 4 cultists burst out, Yemo finally found something. In front of him were 4 stone slabs, very inconspicuous, but even if he only glanced at them, he was sure that these were the stone slabs that had flashed before, that is, the items that looked very important in the center. Where the cultists gathered. Originally a replica part of the void mirror, now a fragment of the stone of emptiness, damaged into material due to interrupted energy absorption. Rank, 6th order. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Function, it has been damaged and lost its original function. It now stores a large amount of spatial power. After activation, it can teleport the user randomly to a place 20 miles away. Spatial abilities can locate the teleportation. Ha! It's damaged. Seeing this, Yemo felt a little distressed, but no matter what, it was still a 6th level material, which was a good harvest. After putting it away, he looked at the items dropped from the contract space. Apart from some daily necessities,